get into the YouTube. What's up, Lexi?
Mhm.
I see people in the guest request box. We're gonna start bringing people up at 100 shares, and then let's try to get the team bracelets, the heart me's out there, y'all. Y'all know TikTok gotta feel like they gonna eat, so that we
Yes.
can hit the FYP. Let them know that we are back. Lala. So
Yes.
let me tell you, the whole
Hmm.
time that we were gone, believers were in my comments, tagging me in the comments, talking about how much they hate the live, right?
What?
Yeah, this is shit they don't do.
When
We
you
go live every damn day. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Yeah. And then one of them made a video, tagged me in it with some long ass message. I didn't read it. Well, I read the first part of it, something about a Discord. I don't know if he's trying to say he's infiltrated our Discord, and that he talks to. He said something about he's a part of a Discord community with over hundreds of people, and he talks to them um, every day about the truth about God, that God is in you and blah blah blah. But
Hmm.
I'm like, what the like? If y'all miss us, just fucking say you miss us.
Right. That's a bit weird. Did you see
Weird.
that video that who put it in the Discord? About the um I think it was a group from this church that came up to a
Girl, the
metaphysical store.
evangelicals,
Yes.
that shit irritated my ass. Because why?
That shit was unnerving.
That's why I said, like, it feels like they like somehow they think they have privilege. To me, it reminds me of
Hmm.
the fucking KKK. Like, you just showing up at somebody's business
Right.
and expecting them to take on your fucking belief system because you believe that your belief system it has superiority, right?
Right.
Like, and yours is the only one that's right. And then, like, it was about 40 of them, and then they come up with these candles and singing, and she's telling them, like, leave me alone, I don't want what you have.
Hmm.
And they wouldn't fucking leave.
Yeah,
And
and
that's how people get hurt.
she said that a friend of hers, like another business owner, had gave her a heads up because they were at her shop. I'm like, what in the entire fuck? Like, no, hell no. I'm like, look, you come at me with some shit and I give you a warning and tell your ass to leave, it's over. I would have sprayed their asses down or something.
Exactly that. Hold on. Y'all can't hear? To the what's up, YouTube fam? I missed y'all so much. What's up, Rodney? Ethereal, can y'all hear? Cindy said that she can't hear anything. Oh, y'all can hear. Okay, cool. Cindy, Lovebug, turn your phone up, maybe. You scared me a little bit. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we were talking about the 40 evangelicals that showed up at the metaphysical store. I'm just catching the YouTube family up. Um, it's a bit low. I don't know. I haven't changed anything. I mean, I did come back and my kids had rearranged my fucking room. Talking about we wanted to surprise you, and they rearranged my room. Had unplugged everything, but they didn't
No.
mess with any of the settings that I know of.
So how did you, I mean, how did you like it when you made?
It looks good. They did good. They did good.
Oh,
They so fucking spoiled. Talking about, I be wanting to go in your room, but you're not here. I'm like, child, if you don't stop, if you do not stop,
man, I wish my son was like that.
they
His ass was
spoiled.
just,
Things have been crazy in these TikTok streets. Oh shit, what happened? I saw some of y'all on Christian lives, and I said, oh Lord, we're gonna have to wash them off when we get back. Y'all was hanging out in the Christian lives. And y'all can't blame it on Fee this time, because Fee didn't guide y'all there, and who else be guiding them to Christian, unless Gaslight did. It was Joel. Joel guided y'all to the Christian lives. Oh my goodness. What's up, Marduk? I missed y'all. Hopefully we can get it rocking with some good conversations tonight. Um, the Deconstructed was having to referee the Christians? What?
Which one? I must have
That's
missed
what.
that.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Jay accident. Jay said I accidentally went to one. I politely bowed out. Oh, it was Christina. Christina was in a Christian live. I know Christina went live last night. She was
Yeah.
in, yeah, she was chilling in my room. Everybody was chilling in my room last night, and Christina went live. Where did Mezo go? Mezo haven't been doing lives. All right, we at 100. Let me see who's in the guest box. Keep tapping up the screen, y'all, letting TikTok know that we're back, and that we are ready to rock with conversations. Still the same board as last week, but I plan on changing it up tomorrow night. Did not have time to do that. It happened in Ty's. I heard Ty had a drag out live. I missed that, but I
Oh,
heard about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, y'all. I missed you too. Fendi TV, please do not be marketing your business in my comments. I don't know who you are.
What?
In the YouTube, like,
Um,
don't promote your business in my comments, friend. I don't know you unless you have a nerd next to your name, right? Yeah, you have to have that nerd character next to your name to promote a business, to promote your page, to do anything like that. Don't come in here disrespecting us like that,
Amy so dumb.
man. Uh, Elon, Atu, you're gonna have to reconnect because for some reason you aren't connecting. The guest box is open, y'all. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. If you are a nerd and you want to fill us in on what's been going on in the TikTok streets this week, you can come up and do that. Um, catch us up because I feel like I've been gone way too damn long.
Mm-mm.
I think G is still live. I heard Oso plans on going live tonight too.
Yeah. I can't wait to figure out where the next family reunion is
I think they want to go to Atlanta. Are you going to Bash's concert in May?
in May.
Mm-hmm.
The one in
In Birmingham?
Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll be hard for me to get there during that time.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot you moved.
Yeah. I hope he come closer to Oklahoma. Because I already
Just
told
tell.
my husband, I was like, listen, if he comes out this way or like to maybe even Dallas, I will go. If we have enough, it's enough time to get there in between him traveling and, other things we got going on.
Is Justin Deconstruction still live? Justin been live all day.
Birmingham,
Huh?
someone asked where in Bama.
Oh, yeah, it's in Birmingham. May 9th and May 10th. Also, y'all, there's somebody cosplaying as Bash selling front row tickets to his concert. It's not him. His May 9th is sold out, and the only thing available is May 10th, and he's not selling them, so you cannot buy tickets to his
Right.
concert on TikTok. But
I'm
somebody
like,
is
who the
cosplaying as
hell
him.
is doing that dumb shit?
probably the same motherfucker that's cosplaying as me. And it's probably like I wouldn't put it past the Chantizzle line ass, but I don't want to say it's her because I don't fucking know. But yeah, don't fall for the okie doke. NJ, New Jersey Devising, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. How's it going, ladies? How's it going? How's it going?
Where
It's
you
been a
been?
while. It's been a while since I swung by. It's been a while. My bad.
Yeah, I see you done changed your name.
Mhm.
How are things going?
Well, I had to, because it's the fourth account, and I wanted to be very different than the first three attempts at this thing called TikTok. It's strange to me. I don't understand it. Makes no sense. But anyway, I recognize thinker, great space. Been here for a minute, going in and out. So just stop by to say hey, because you had an open available spot.
Well, I appreciate you. We haven't heard from you in a while. Glad to hear that you're doing well.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks. By the way, how's that grandbaby? Been a minute. Been a minute. Been a minute.
Well, I have two now.
Oh, that me too. Right, because you got two, and then I got two. I remember now. It's coming back to me slowly but surely.
Yeah. Well, my second one is 3 months old now. And then my oldest, my first grandson, he's one. So, yeah, yeah.
I
Did
remember
you
when the
come?
1 year old was the 3 month old. That's. I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah,
That was fun times. Fun times.
yeah. It's been a minute. Did you want to talk about a specific topic, or did you just come by to say hello?
No, because I cannot read the print. I cannot read the print. I just heard the voices, recognized the conversation, and I'm going to continue to listen as I have been doing well with so far. Enjoy yourselves. I just wanted to stop by and say hey.
Well, thank you. It was glad, a
Have
good,
a
good
good
hearing
one.
from you. Oh my God, Christina did the damn thing on my makeup, y'all. Like
Yeah, she
she
did.
has magic hands.
Yeah, I need her to help me pick out a shade or something.
Yeah, she like everybody needs a Christina.
Oh
What's up,
God,
Lowen?
can you hear me?
Yeah, hey Forrest, how are
Can
you?
you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Forrest.
Can you guys hear me?
Uh huh. Yep.
Oh, good.
How are you?
Well, I don't know how I got up. Well, anyway, since I'm here, just from back. Glad to hear you had a great vacation there and everything worked out. Got back safely, and yeah, so I'm looking forward to
Look, they're gonna do that in the
listening to you
comments.
again. Yes. Huh?
Oh, I was just
I
saying
could have
what's
said
up
that in the
to.
comments.
No, I was saying what's up to do that in the
Oh.
comments.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Forrest. I appreciate
Oh,
you.
I did have a Yeah, I did have a question. I guess, like I said, I'm deconstructed now and everything, but I do have a question about this. Like a spiritual thing, like these ghost chasers and all that. What did you think about this type of thing? Like these people that claim they go on these ghost hunts and they got all this equipment out. They actually pick up audio and all this stuff. What do you think about that? That's kind of creepy to me. I mean,
I
I think
honestly don't think
once you go on,
anything.
you go
I
on.
think it's I think it's all entertainment. Like
Like
I've never seen a ghost, a day in my life. I mean, if you got to use all that equipment, then to detect it, like if ghosts do exist, like why we bothering them? You know what I'm saying? Like leave them
yeah,
alone.
yeah, that
Yeah.
just creeps me out. Those shows creep me a little bit. The Walking Dead. I mean, I guess my grandmother said something about it a long time ago. God, she said they don't hurt you. They'll make you hurt yourself. But as far as they hurting people, she didn't believe in that type of. I never seen nothing like that either. To be honest with you.
Hold on
But
for a
yeah, I
second.
was just
Who was claiming that the Anunnaki built the pyramids in Ty's live? Who was claiming that? Who said that? Who was it? Who was it, Cutery? Wait, said that the Anunnaki build the pyramids in the clouds? That's interesting. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Forrest, I mean, it's it's not starts their username starts with in the clouds. I don't know who that is. I've I don't know. Billy Carson says it. Oh, I don't know. I don't know who that is. But yeah, Mr. Forrest, did you have anything else?
Mr. Forrest, you have to come off mute.
I don't think
Okay.
TikTok is showing us to
am
the
I doing it?
FYP. I think I've been gone too long, and I probably should have did like a live 25 minutes a day. They've taken us out of the rotation, so going not going live for a week can hurt. And so we really gotta unfortunately work hard at it. But did you have anything else, Mr. Forrest?
No, but next time maybe I'll have some better question, to push the conversation along. Yeah, that was just something that intrigued me. I got to start watching shows because it's entertainment, like you said, and you probably got all kind of tricks and whatnot, make money off that stuff. So
Okay.
who knows? All right, ladies, y'all have a fantastic night, and glad you're back, made it back
Thank
safely.
you. Thank you, Mr.
And I
Forrest.
just you have to drop. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, probably have to
Okay.
drop me down. I'll be in the comments, and you take care. Y'all
All
take
right.
care.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Have a nice night.
You too.
Oh, in the class is that Deja? Hey
Did you
Deja.
oh,
Hi.
Hey, that was you that said that?
Hell no.
Oh, you said no?
Oh, can y'all hear me? Can you?
Do that.
Am I on?
Oh my
oh my
god.
goodness, do that.
Do
Can y'all hear me?
that.
Like,
Oh my god. You are a fucking mess. I swear you are.
learn how to TikTok before coming up here.
You know
Oh my
he's
god.
older, do that.
I don't care. You know I don't
You know,
care.
dude, they don't give a fuck.
I don't
Man, look,
care.
they last night at the restaurant, they told me something. They said that the server said something, and they lied to me because they wanted me to say I don't give a flying fuck. They wanted me to say, and I was like, what? I was like, who said? I said, who gives a flying fuck? And they was like, we got her to say it. We got her to say it.
That's funny.
And then Fred got me a shirt that says I don't give a fuck. I was like, do I really say that damn much on the live?
Yeah, you do. You
Shit,
do, but that's part of you. Nothing wrong with it.
shit. I mean what I say. I say what I mean.
No, it's the Christian's fault.
Exactly. Exactly.
It ain't her
They
fault.
shouldn't be doing what they do.
But no lie. Like I feel like it's only us in here. Like us. That's all
Yeah,
I'm saying is
it
our
does.
comments. Yeah. Like we can't be on the FYP.
You know, I don't know. You want to try again, or you want to
I would say
wait?
like at midnight. Well, I mean, it could be fine. but people got to come up and talk, right? Like
Right.
y'all know me. Like if it's no conversations having, then it's really difficult for me to stay live. Like we got to be having people come up and talk. But I want to know. Hold on, Deja.
Yeah.
Uh, you said that wasn't you that said that the Anunnaki.
No, I would never say nothing like that. Not
Oh,
listen. I get most of my knowledge from you and Christina and all the rest of our community. That don't sound like something I've heard, so I wouldn't say it.
Mr. Forrest, you're back in the guest box.
He probably doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't think he does. What's going on, Deja?
Nothing much. I was so excited to see that y'all were back on the live again. Super excited, actually.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. Let me show y'all something. Hold on. This is not this is not the the main thing. Hold
What?
on. Hold
Thank you
on.
for the gifts. I
Let
appreciate you.
me see which one is in. This shit is funny. I wasn't gonna show y'all this, but it's funny as fuck. Hold on.
Oh, you was gonna keep something from us.
Cause
At least me and do that.
huh? It was
You know we
embarrassing.
spoiled.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'll send another one here in just a second. Oh, Rhea brought her whole family with her. Rhea brought
Yeah, I
we met.
saw. She
Yeah,
has
we
a
got to.
beautiful family.
Yeah, and
Beautiful
then
family.
Mama Bash brought Lisa and her grandson.
Oh,
Yeah, and then Fee's mom. They surprised Fee's mom, y'all. Fee's mom didn't know she was coming to see Fee, and they haven't seen each other in a while because they live so far away. And so Fee's mom gets there and she sees us all there. And she's like, "What is this?" And then Kay tells her Felicia is coming, and she was like, "Oh, oh my god, oh my god!" She was so excited. And they got when Fee walked
oh,
in, like they got to see each other.
oh,
And
that's so
so
sweet.
yeah, we have a Mama Fee and a Mama Bash now. Okay, here we
That's
go, y'all.
awesome.
Here we go. Hold on, look at this.
What?
Okay, can y'all see that?
yeah.
If I make it bigger. Okay.
I'm gonna get it on the floor. You ready about to do it? The lyrics in the music, bigger than the music. You ready about to do it? You try to break the game, but you can't fake influence. You get out of like that. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm rocking the pep. Go girl.
Hold on.
Bust it on my beat.
Why you ain't finished?
Girl, because I almost broke my damn ankle in them fucking shoes. Hold on.
You ready about to do it? You try to break the game, but you can't fake
So, look
influence.
at Lawrence. This
You
is
get out of like that.
Lawrence.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm
Look at
rocking to
Lawrence.
the back like bust it on my beat.
Go, Lord.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna get
Hold
it on the
on. Hold
floor.
on.
You ready about to do it? You try to break the
This one right here. Hold on. How do I make this bigger? Okay, there we go. We got Mr. Michaels is he did a whole like shoot. And so he has the one that we're gonna post on TikTok. When we post the real one on TikTok, y'all share it. Don't repost because my reposts don't count for some odd fucking reason. You got to actually
Okay.
share on my page because reposts don't count as engagement on my page for some reason. Kellen, that go Rhea. Hold on. Yeah, but that's all we have of that. Let me see. Uh, I'm trying to find the one where we were in the restaurant singing. Give me just a second. Oh, this is me at the gun range.
What?
Okay, maybe TikTok might not like this. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I was about to say, be
Hold on. Let me
careful with
stop.
that.
Yeah. Shit. Hold on. Let me get off of that.
I saw that
But
one.
yeah, I want that motherfucker. I told my son we're going to get that one. Hold on. I'm trying to find where we were in the restaurant singing, and then we'll get to whoever's in the guest box. This is me and Sandra.
Aw.
She
Aw.
has the best glasses. Like
You said glasses?
yes, her glass. Look at Hopper. Hopper stepped out. Hopper walked in. Hopper walks in. Look what she got on, y'all. Just first, look what she got on. Hopper walks in and she sits down quietly. And I look at her and I look her up head to toe. I said, "Get the fuck back up." I said, "Get your ass back up and walk back in, cause what the fuck, Hopper? Look, she came clean. Hopper was not playing. Hold on. Rhea and Hopper.
Oh.
Let's see. This is Gersher and Skeptical African.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And when I tell you, everybody, like the way they act in the comments, that's how they.
Mhm.
Y'all, this is Auntie Charlene.
Yeah,
Aw.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Auntie Charlene.
I told she looked beautiful with that bald head. Like, rock steady.
Get the energy going.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. Wow. Like, why? Why are we singing joyful, joyful?
It's a song,
And then,
shit.
I love it.
That is the black people in y'all for you.
yeah, we had a lot of fun. I can't wait until the next one. So hopefully, everybody that had anxiety, your anxiety is gone once y'all see all the pictures and you see, that we're an authentic group of people.
Mm-hmm.
And the main thing is about safety with us. POV, you're not getting a tip. Oh, shut the fuck up. We tip like a motherfucker. In every server except the one, and she was a sister. On top of that, we walk in. They trying to give her our table, right? And mind you, it was only six of us, six black women, right? We go to
Mm-hmm.
breakfast. We walk in. They try to give her our table. She looks at us and goes, "Give it to somebody else," and walks the fuck off. When I tell you, the server that they end up giving us was a white man named Paul. He was
Mm-hmm.
absolutely amazing and fucking got tipped like a motherfucker. Like judging
Yeah,
people, uh, just by what they look like or some fucking dumbass stereotype that black people don't tip. One thing that I know our group didn't play about was tipping our servers,
right.
right? But Yeah, so whoever the fuck said that, I'm sure that was a racist ass remark that you were trying to get some attention and you fucking got it. But only because I just wanted to brag on this community and how awesome everybody is and how awesome everybody was.
Yeah, I hope he
So,
did too. Well, you know,
huh?
I said if that was me, if I was him, I would have show brag.
Yeah. Like, and then like even to the point to where he gets uh points at work if we go onto this app and give him a review, and like we did that for him too. But
And that's
like
good.
it's crazy how people. I just saw a whole group of y'all dying and dash, never seen why. Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. Like
You ain't, you
you
did
ain't, yeah,
not.
get your you know what? I'm gonna tell you what you see. You see black people having a good time, right? Black people, intelligent black people, and it makes you feel like shit. And so you
Mm-hmm.
got to come in here and you got to talk shit and you got to be racist to make your ass feel like, honestly, if your skin made you all that, motherfucker, you wouldn't have to say a goddamn thing. That's why I don't fucking think about y'all. I just fucking live, dumbass.
Exactly. And there's plenty of videos of the whites dining and dashing. Plenty.
And keep in mind, motherfucker, that you in my chat, you in my comments. I don't even know who the fuck you are, but you know who the fuck we are. You're the one keeping tabs. Only paranoid motherfuckers do that shit.
Hmm.
Anyway, what was I saying?
You were talking
And
about
then
the
and then and
server.
then your dumbass sat there and watched the video. You're sorry ass insecure motherfucker. Like, who the fuck gonna sit there and watch a video of a group of motherfuckers they hate?
And everybody was still sitting down. That's like the weird part.
Like, you just want to complain about some shit. Like, you just so full of hate. You sit there and you watch a whole ass video, right, of some motherfuckers that you hate.
Hmm. They can't help themselves. You know that.
I would say I feel sorry for them, but I don't. They chose that shit.
They can't leave us alone.
I don't feel sorry for you.
It's projection.
Yeah.
It's envy as well.
Yeah. What's up, Brie? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's envy that, like, when I say white supremacy hurts everybody, like, it hurts everybody, including white people, because that
Mhm.
standard is set so fucking high, including with Christians. That standard is set so fucking high, they'll never be
Yes,
able
it
to reach the
is.
shit, right? Because it ain't true. There ain't no one race that just got every motherfucking uh uh characteristic or talent, or like it's just perfect. Christians can't be
Right.
perfect. And they done made y'all heads, put it in y'all heads that y'all are the standard, or that you have to
Hmm.
be the standard, and you keep fucking failing, and now you fucking hate yourself and everybody else. Walking around looking old at fucking 20 years old because you walking around filled with fucking hate.
I couldn't never.
Deja, did you have anything else, love?
Yeah, before I jump down, when we was in Thai life, there was this Christian. Her name was Sam Ava, I believe. I don't know if she's going to be on her deconstruction journey or not, or I just know that she had a lot of questions for the Bible, or but I pretty much said that she would be the perfect person for her to talk to about that. I know she said she was scared, and I'm guessing that a lot of Christians are scared to come up here sometimes. Not like the crazy ones come up here regardless, but I know she was a bit nervous. But I did tell her, like, as long as she pick a topic and be respectful to you, that she would get the same energy back from you, and that you were like a safe person to talk to.
Oh, I appreciate that. And you said her name was Sam?
Sam A. Yeah, she should be here
Yeah,
right
then
now.
she's in the comments. I
Oh,
There she
remember
okay.
her
is.
from yesterday. Wasn't it
Oh, okay.
yesterday or the day
Yeah,
before yesterday?
I think it was either yesterday or the day before yesterday, but like she's such a sweet person. And plus she there are parts that Christians refuse to talk about and they refuse to
Oh
like
yeah,
really
she was
acknowledge.
going in.
She was. She's like, this is bad, and I know it's bad. Even though he's our guy, it's still a bad thing to do. So, yeah, I just wanted to,
Well, I appreciate that, Deja. Welcome, Sam. Come up whenever you're ready, and we can have a chat.
All right, I'm gonna jump back down to the comment section. Thank you so much, Tinker. Oh, did you get the Cash App? I never know if you get them or not.
No, I didn't see it. You sent it. When did you send a Cash App?
Well, when y'all went on the trip.
I haven't even checked Cash App. I'll check it though, but I appreciate you. There's somebody in the community that I do want to raise some money for. But I'm gonna talk to them first. They shared some stuff with us while we were on the trip. I'm gonna talk to them first. But when I tell y'all, our friend needs us. Our friend needs us. In more ways than one, and it's not monetary that I'm asking for. So just know that when I say we need to rally behind this person and help this person, all hands on deck. Okay. And
Yes,
I'm not talking
definitely.
about monetary. Like if you want to help her monetarily, you can, but there's something else that we need to help her with. Okay. But yeah, I appreciate you, Deja. We about to get the show started. We got about 4 or 5 people in the guest box. Let's see who in there.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Have a
and
good
thank
one.
you. I'll check the Cash App after the show, and I
Okay,
appreciate you.
and if you want to, you can send it to the people who need it or whatever the case may be.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
All right,
I'll drop because I'm too excited that you're back and I don't want to act a fool, so I'm drop.
act the fool. Do that. Act the fool. Yeah, stay up here.
For a little while.
Okay, all right.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer, firm.
A believer firm?
Yeah, like my
It,
butt cheeks.
all right, get the fuck off my stage. Y'all need some fucking help. Let me tell you something. I don't know if y'all are fucking new here, but I'm not gonna play with your childish ass. Okay?
Mm-mm.
It's just not gonna fucking happen. You too fucking grown for that shit. And I understand that your goddamn prefrontal cortex hasn't matured yet, but take that shit on over to the other side. Fucking childish ass man. What's up, Sam?
Oh, hi, beloved.
How
First
are
of
you?
all, I'm okay. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing good. Well rested.
Period. Well, welcome back. I missed your content and you. I wanted to ask if you mind if I chill here for a while, because I've never watched for more than 10, 15 minutes at a time. And I know every time I drop in, you're flaming these people with no remorse. And I wanted to be on this side of it, but consent is what I'm asking for. Perfectly
Yeah,
okay if you say
definitely. Yeah,
no.
you can. Yeah. I don't know if the believers aren't here yet. Right now, like we're just kind of reuniting because we've been gone for a while.
Okay, that's fine
But yeah,
too.
yeah. Do you know Lala and Dudette?
No, I don't. Hi, everyone.
So Lala and Dudette
Hello.
are my ace boom coons. They're co-hosts of the show.
Period.
Yeah, they've been here day one. Lala, do y'all know who Sam is?
I do.
Let me
I've seen her
see.
on Mezo's live.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah, yeah,
with
I
yeah.
do
Tashika
frequent
too.
Mezo's live. This is
Um,
true.
yeah, she be on
Yes.
Mezo's live. I saw the live you did, and Tashika went off on that lady when
Oh, the one.
yeah, that shit was funny.
She had no remorse.
Yeah,
She had no remorse.
yeah, that shit was funny.
She said, "Stop talking." No. And then she proceeded to stop talking. It was a great time. Yeah. I love Julie. But
Yeah,
yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing well.
we're doing good, trying to get back into the flow, and I think that'll happen here in a little bit once we get some good
Right.
conversations going.
Mm. Have you had any people up so far?
No, I just went live about 48 minutes ago.
Okay, period.
Yeah.
All right, do you think they're scared?
I mean, their asses have been in my comments the whole time I've been going. It's so crazy because I think the Christians missed me just as much as the atheists did,
Oh,
right? But they've been in my comments all fucking week just saying stupid shit.
You little cowards.
Yeah.
Aw.
For the most part, I ignored them because I was doing shit. Like they were not important. But I don't know. They try to antagonize, but then when it comes time to actually speak up, they don't do that.
That's
Um,
because they knew you were going on vacation and they tried to take advantage of that. That is so fucking immature. Oh, wait, and then go
yeah,
hop in your comments.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, their prefrontal cortex has not matured enough yet, and that's the thing that irritates me the most. And they be like, "Thinker, why do you get so angry?" Because like it makes no fucking sense for y'all to be this damn grown acting like. I mean, my 16-year-old don't fucking act like some of them. Like
Yeah, I
that's
feel like
crazy.
stupidity making you angry is pretty valid.
Yes, like I fucking cannot stand willful ignorance. Like I can't stand.
Yeah.
And then to see grown people do shit they should have fucking done in high school, like bitch, like you in adult life, like you pay bills. You probably somebody's mother, somebody's father, and you up here acting like how your child should be acting. Like what the
Exactly.
fuck?
Crazy work.
Joshy, how are you? Have a good night, Gregory. Joshy. All right, well, we're gonna move on.
Oh, what is going on with you people?
I don't know.
Are
Sometimes it
y'all
feels
sober?
good. Sometimes it feels good to be hated this much, though.
No, yeah, it just means you have clout.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Uh,
found Sam.
Sam, how are you?
Hi.
Hi.
Same.
So I've heard good things about you.
Thank you, I think.
So Deja says that you are a believer, but you
I
are
am.
in the middle of deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing. What's going on?
Damn, I'm actually a lot more nervous than I thought I would be. I'm not quite sure. I guess I'm Christian but not Christian, if that makes sense.
Like you don't identify as a Christian, but you still believe in Jesus and God, or
So I think okay, well prior to yesterday I think I would have said I'm Christian. Um but I'm mostly just into, the good parts of the Bible. After yesterday, I'm not so sure I want to align myself with as a Christian, because some people be saying some hateful things that I just, I don't know why everyone is so full of hate. And I'm just like, can't we all just be friends?
yeah, you would think that a religion that preaches about peace and love and joy, and family, right, and eternal life and glorious bliss would be filled with people who are just loving people. Like they should be the type of people that you want to be around. But what I find is, unfortunately, that book and the teachings that come from that book, the rules and the loyalty and the sacredness of it all, it tends to make the people who follow it and who dedicate their lives to it compromise their humanity, and negotiate with how they interact with humans on earth, which means that they're willing to cause harm to other people, whether that be verbally, mentally, or physically. And so they tend to sometimes be some of the most, uh, you know, uncomfortable people to be around. And I kept thinking this week when there were about 50 atheists that had never met each other. Like we all fly to a different state. We don't know each other except for being online. And I kept looking around the room and thinking like, I wonder if this had been like a Christian event. 50 Christians who don't know each other fly to a state to spend a week with each other. Would it have felt the same way? And I honestly don't think it would, because When
Yeah,
we
the answer
do,
is fuck no.
yeah, it cannot possibly, because they can't even fucking get along when they're on stage doing Freeform Friday, because they don't all believe the same thing, right? They fight on stage in front of us. And so I'm pretty sure they would have been down there knocking each other upside the head, talking about Jesus never said that. Jesus, like fighting about whose theology is correct. And so I think the loyalty to the theology keeps them from seeing the humanity in other people, and being able to appreciate the differences that each individual brings to this life experience. And I think because we have, like, we just ourselves, like, we know that we're not perfect, right? We know we have flaws, we have fuck ups and failures, we have good times, bad times, and life is life. And that's just great. Like, we just can just fall into that and just be that, and that let us have a good time. But so you're trying to figure out, you had an experience on Tides Live, and you were gung-ho Christian. After the experience on Tides Live, now you're saying, I don't think I'm Christian.
Yeah, that sums it up.
And it's because of the hatred that you see coming from that side.
I mean, I think one person was like basically advocating for the unalivement of babies or justifying
You can
it.
say
And I'm
killing.
like,
You can say killing on here. We're
oh,
we're
really?
adults. Yeah. Just don't say the R word. You say grape, but you can say killing, death, murder. You
Okay.
can't say the self unaliving, that you can't say, because the algorithm is really sensitive about those type of topics. But yeah, we're adults. We can talk like adults.
Yeah, I'm
Go
just
go ahead.
I can't, like, there is nothing like there. Okay, I still get mad when I think about it. Like, there is no way of justifying murdering a baby. Like, I don't like it when you do that to an adult, but a baby is innocent. So just that in itself is just like, yep, nope, I am not like you. No, thank you.
Yeah, there's a commenter on YouTube right now who says, "I love Jesus more," right? And their loyalty to a deity that they've never seen, that they've only convinced themselves that they feel. To
Wait,
say that you
wait,
love that feeling more than you love a human that you see and can touch, right? You see the blood that comes out of that human, the same blood that comes out of you, right? You know that human's heart beats the same as yours, but you've dedicated yourself to the idea of a deity that you've never seen. That to me is problematic. And when they say I love Jesus more, that means if Jesus tells me to kill you, I'm going to do it. If Jesus tells me to say something to you that might harm you, that might make you feel bad about yourself, I'm going to do it because I love Jesus more. That's the problem. That's the problem.
okay. I see. I don't know where to go from here because I can't say I'm not Christian because that's not it. But I'm not Christian.
No, you just don't
Yes.
identify, with traditional Christian beliefs. Like, I feel like all of you have your own idea about what Christianity is and what Jesus is. I don't know if Deja told you, but I do not believe in God and I don't believe in Jesus. I don't have a problem with people with, like, if you believe in God, that's your business. I don't think that people should be forcing their beliefs on other people because, one, I don't think any of you know why you believe in Jesus. Like, I've been asking the question for a week now, what are you saved from? And I haven't gotten a coherent answer, right? Like, nobody knows what they're saved from. They say they're saved from their sins, but they still sin. But y'all still sin, right?
Yes and no.
How is it yes and no?
So I guess you would say I'm saved from the punishment of sin, but I'm still, while we're still human, we still are. gonna sin because that's part of the human condition.
Yeah, what's the punishment for sin?
Hell.
That's a belief that you hold, right? Like you don't know for sure that there is a hell.
Um, if you believe in God, then hell is real. But
Yeah,
like,
but that's a belief. You see how you said if you believe in God, that's a belief that you hold, right? You don't know for sure if there is a hell, right? Like literally, the concept of hell was developed over a period of time, and so you believe that you're saved from hell, and the reality is that you will on your deathbed that when you die, you're gonna die with the hope that you are saved from hell, right?
um, I know where you're coming from, but I don't fully agree because it's not hoping. You know you're saved,
How do
but
you know?
because I know God is real and I know Jesus is real, and
How
I
do
know
you know?
they both have what. How do I know?
Yeah, how do you know? Like when you know something, you have facts and you have evidence, right? Like even your book says that faith is the evidence of what you do not see. So your faith is your evidence. How do you know that this God and this Jesus was real? What evidence do you have?
See, I'm not gonna have evidence that is provable to anyone else but me. That's the thing where
Right.
um it's kind of a personal thing, and that's also why I don't really think, like, other than if someone invites you to preach to them, you shouldn't really be forcing people to go to church or believe the way you do because it's really a personal thing. But
Which is why I say it's hope, it's faith, right? You don't know for a fact that this God is real. You don't know for a fact that heaven or hell is real. It's a hope that you have, right? You have faith.
yes,
Yeah. So when you say you're saved from that, that is a hope that you are saved from hell. But the punishment for sin was never hell. The punishment for sin and the law was death. It wasn't hell. The ancient Israelites didn't even believe in a hell. Like, I don't know. Have you ever looked in the law, in the Old Testament, looked at the punishments for sinning against the law? And have you ever seen this God Yahweh say that if you have two different metals in your house, I'm going to throw you in the fiery furnace or in the lake of fire? Like, have you ever seen that in the law?
not in the actual law, no, because the law was given and the punishment was to be on to to be stoned to death. But
And so
after
if
death, your spirit has to go somewhere.
well, and the ancient Israelites believed that they went to Sheol, like you died and that was it. They didn't believe in the concept of eternal life, and they didn't believe in the concept of hell. Not until after the Babylonian exile, when they started integrating with the Greeks and the Greek spiritual system. Then you start getting this concept of a soul and a spirit and an afterlife. But if for Jesus to have died to save you from the punishment of sin, that would be death, not hell, because they didn't believe in a hell. Are you there, Sam?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to think as to what my reply is because I'm not as well versed in the Bible as I should be. Simply because just reading the Bible makes me really uncomfortable, and I am more a relationship type of person than I am like a theologian or like.
So, do you think that? Let me ask you this: do you believe the Bible is the word of your God?
Yes, with caveats.
And see, that's the confusing thing for me, right?
Why?
Because you say that you know this God is real, right? And you say that you know that this God died to save you from the punishment of your sin, which is to keep you from going to hell. But you don't read the word that he left for you, right? In order to guide you to that, so that you would have a relationship with this God. And then reading his word that he left for you makes you uncomfortable. But yet, this is the God that you chose to have a relationship with. And I don't see how you could know the God, right? If you don't actually read what the claim is that he left for you to know him and what he wants and desires from you. So that's what makes me believe that, or feel that, a lot of you have relationships with yourself, and you've created this idea, your own idea of who this God is, based off of what makes you comfortable, what makes you safe.
I disagree, because there's a lot about it that I am, like, I'm still working it out myself, because to be honest, like, me as a human, I can't judge something that is higher than me. That is just like what I believe. But my morals tend to clash a lot with a lot of it. And that's where the disconnect comes in a lot, which is like, I can't be more moral than someone who created me, but my morals tell me some of this stuff is wrong. So there's a little bit of disconnect. So if you hear me pausing, that's literally just me trying to work out how I would answer it the best honestly that I can. But I don't think I create my own God, because I tend to bow to the whole, creation can't judge creator. So, like, even if I think it's morally bad, I will be like, okay, that is what he is commanding. As long as it's not like, go kill people. That, no.
So when your God commanded slavery, did he say it himself?
No.
Who
God
did
would
he
never
say it? Who he
command.
did? But he did. So your God did command slavery.
People interpreted him
Nope.
to.
Nope. It's in his word. Very explicitly in his word, your God commands slavery multiple times. Did y'all talk about this on Ty's Live?
No, that live was a complete disaster. It was just me yelling at another Christian for being horrendous human. That was it.
Have you ever read Exodus chapter 21? The law concerning the slaves.
Indentured servitude is how I've heard it explained. I'm gonna add a caveat to that. I have never really dug deep into it. Because I don't really follow Old Testament law, because that also, I believe it's also in Exodus, where they basically command people who were essay to marry their essayer, so that they would not be adulterers. So I don't really follow the Old Testament.
It's like you're saying, I don't follow half of the God. And this is why I say that you all create your own God. So, Sam, does the beginning of your life matter? The stories that, the memories that you created, the things you did when you were 5, when you were 15. How old are you, Sam?
32.
32. And so, do the things that you did, the life that you lived, does any of that matter to who you are up until yesterday?
I know what you're asking, so I'm going to say yes, but I don't really have much of a recollection of my life So honestly, I wouldn't know, but yes,
But do
for
you
this.
think it shaped who you are? Do you think,
Oh, definitely.
yeah. And so your personality, right? The things that you like, the things that you don't like, um, the life that you lived helped create that, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Mm-hmm. And so when I hear believers say, "Oh, I don't really mess with the Old Testament," what I hear them saying is they don't know their God, and that they only worship half of their God, right? If Jesus is God and he is the God in the flesh that came down to die for your sins, then the Old Testament is that same God. And the beginning of his story that he left for y'all does matter. But for some odd reason, you all decide that it's not for you to read. And you made that decision on your own, which is funny, right? Because you say that the creator, you don't make decisions higher than what the decisions that the creator made for you. And so if your creator left this entire book starting with Genesis and ending with Revelations and tells you, this is my word, right? Study to show yourself approved. And you decided on your own, I'm only going to start with the book of Matthew, then you have already made a decision higher than your creator. So like not being able to say, I don't agree that my creator condoned slavery. To me, it's hypocritical or redundant because you've already made that decision, right? To not do something that the creator told you to do.
Not really, because I'm in, like, most of the stuff I've learned is in either A, Sunday school, or B, church. So I'm following his servants.
So you're following man. And for did he say that you didn't have to read on your own or study on your own?
No, the way I see it is like when I'm in school, I have a professor who teaches me because I believe he knows more about said subject than me. So I would defer to his knowledge over mine. Same thing when it comes to most anything, really.
Not really, Sam. You know what's interesting? When you're in college, you get a syllabus on day one, correct? Or actually a couple of days before. You get a syllabus and your professor says, here is what we're going to do this semester. Here are all your test days. Here are all your assignments. And then when you go to class, your professor touches on a few things, but they expect you to study on your own. They expect you to read certain chapters on your own. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So is there a reason why when you go to church, when your pastor gives you 3 or 4 verses out of a Bible, that you're not expected to read the whole chapter yourself and study on your own like your professor will require you to?
Um, I'm trying to think of a way that I could explain this that makes sense. Because in my brain it makes sense, but then I try to explain it, it might not make as much sense.
I get it. My father was a pastor. You see the man of God as the chosen leader who speaks for God. Therefore, he knows more than you, right? And so you trust his knowledge and you don't have
Basically.
to study. Yeah. You've put your life, your soul, your faith in the hands of another human. You trust and have faith in that human, that what that human is getting from what they believe to be a God is correct. And you don't fact check them.
Yes and no. Like,
Where is the no part of that? Start with the no part of that for me.
I
Y'all,
mean,
she's 32. Hold on, y'all. She's 32. Sam is 32. She's not a child, and I don't allow children on my stage. Go ahead, Sam.
uh, um, so I don't believe what my parents believe, so I've had to kind of relearn a lot of what I was taught. So in a sense, I don't take everything the pastor says, But if I have something that I'm not clear on, I would go to the pastor and ask what it would mean. And then if they explain it to me, then I'm going to take their word for it, because I would assume they've went to theology school and know what the actual Bible means, or like the verses interpretation.
Do you assume that all pastors have a theology degree?
The pastor I go to does, yes. But not all.
Do you know what seminary school he went to?
It is a seminary school. It's called Good News Mission.
It's called what?
Good News Mission. They have their own Bible school that is led by the head pastor. So.
Oh, so it's a Bible school that is owned by the church?
Yeah, by the head pastor. Yeah.
Is it accredited?
I think so, but don't quote me on that one. I'm not sure.
Let's see.
I think they have one in Long Island, New York.
It's an online school only. Let's see.
Thinker, do you mind if I cut in real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Lovely. Hello, fellow Sam.
When?
I wanted to say that, and I'm sure Thinker is trying to get to this, but I wanted to say that even if this pastor has a degree, even though right now it doesn't sound like that degree is a very credible degree, not to shout in anyone's college, but like that sounds kind of sketchy, I'm not gonna lie, beloved. The cool thing and the uncool thing about humanity, it even says this in the Bible, is that people are fallible. But that isn't just people that aren't pastors or ministers. This includes all people. All people are equally capable of sin. All people are equally capable of wrongdoing. All people are equally capable of making mistakes. So, with that in mind, do you acknowledge that regardless of how many qualifications your pastor has, allegedly, that they could still be wrong?
Yes, but then I'll leave it up to God to correct them.
Has God ever corrected them before?
Yeah.
And how would you know if you don't read or study for yourself? And just to let you know, Sam, not our Sam, but Sam A. That's what I'm going to call you. That school is not accredited professionally. So the degree that you get at Good News Bible College, you cannot transfer those classes to a 4-year university where it actually offers a seminary degree. So it most likely is an online school that the church offers that teaches their theology and their doctrine only. But how would you know if the God corrected that pastor if you don't study for yourself?
This is why I said it's a personal thing, because a lot of why I believe it's through experience and not like I read this Bible and I believe everything that's written in it.
You say that again, that last part?
Oh, most of why I believe is experience and not me reading the Bible and saying, okay, well, this has been proven to me, because I tried that route before, and you cannot prove the Bible.
Yes, you can. You can definitely validate and invalidate the claims in this book. It's called research. It's called archaeology. It's called history. You definitely can do that. But when you say that it's experience in what? Because like if we're talking about whether the God condoned slavery in Exodus 21, and I know you said it's indentured servitude. So it sounds like to me your pastor read these verses to you, 2-6, about the men. But he didn't read to you what this God said about the women and the children. Do you know what happened with the women and children when they were sold into slavery?
Uh, I'm gonna say I'm not sure because I haven't read it quite thoroughly.
The women and children were lifetime slaves. They were not indentured servants. They were chattel property. And are you familiar with what chattel slavery is?
No.
Lifetime chattel slavery. It's when a human is owned by another human for the duration of their life, and
So
they're
like
treated as
American
property.
slavery.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. So Exodus 21, starting at verse 7, says, "When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do." So the indentured servitude in the Mount Sinai covenant, which is the covenant that the very first covenant, when the story says Moses guided them out of Egypt and they were in the wilderness, and Moses went up on Mount Sinai and had a conversation with this God. Are you familiar with that story, with that part of the story?
Mm-mm.
When Moses went up and got the 10 Commandments?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so that was one of the very first covenants, right? There were three. In this first covenant, he gave them guidelines for slavery. And in the very first guideline, he says the men could only be enslaved for 6 years, and they had to be released in the seventh year, right, to clear their debt. The women and the children, however, when their fathers sold them into slavery, they could not leave. They could not be released like the men could be. The women were chattel slavery as well as the children. Under certain circumstances were women allowed to be released. In verses 8 through 11 tells us that if she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So if he has sex with her and he's like, I don't like this, she's dry. She's a boring lay, right? So then he can take her back to her father and say, hey, you can redeem her, you can buy her back. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people. He couldn't sell her to like Assyria, to Egypt, Babylon. Had to sell her back to her Israelite father. Since he has dealt unfairly with her, if he designates her for his son, he could give her to his son and say, hey, I didn't like her, maybe you will. He shall deal with her as a daughter. She becomes his daughter-in-law. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife. So if he keeps her, right, and takes another wife, he can't, decide that he's not going to feed her. He can't decide that he's not going to give her inheritance, give her children inheritance, even though he can hate her, right? But he can't take away her rights as the first wife to be taken care of. Now, if he does not do either of these three things for her, then he has to let her go without debt and without any payment of money. So he just releases her. If he doesn't give her to his son, if he doesn't take another wife and keeps her, or if he doesn't allow her to be redeemed back to her father. If he doesn't do one of those three things, then he has to let her go. Other than that, she and her children are his property for life. Now, do you remember me asking you earlier who wrote this, and like who said that this was your God's law? Like, was it your God who said this?
No. May I don't know.
Well, remember when you said that you can't judge your creator, right? And you said that you believe that this Bible, this book, is the word of your creator.
Yeah, but I don't know how a just God would. I don't know.
Well, the reality is that there's someone writing this right? There's a human writing this.
Yeah.
And that human is saying, God said, or the Lord said. It's a human saying, thus saith the Lord.
Yes.
Yes. And so you have to have faith that what this human is saying in this book, God said that women were to be property for life of men, right? Your faith has to be that what this human is saying, a God said, is true. Or do you recognize that?
Yeah.
The same way you have to have faith that when your pastor says to you that the only slavery that your God condoned was indentured servitude.
Yeah.
Except now you have more information because we read a little bit further down in the chapter, right? Now you know that's not true.
Yeah.
And so it's not that, you're judging who you believe to be your creator. It's that you're seeking truth, right? And you're fact checking, you're studying, and you're reading for yourself so that you know when someone is giving you incorrect information. I would even want you to fact check me. Anything that I say to you today on this live, I would hope that you would go back and say, let me see what this damn girl is talking about. Let me read Exodus 21 for myself. Let me go to the concordance and see this word slavery, this word slave here. What does this mean? What did it mean in ancient Israel? Right? Do a Google research. Look for biblical scholars who talk about slavery in the ancient Near East. You sound like an intelligent young woman. And it's not wrong for you to do your own research. It's not wrong for you to study for yourself, get answers for yourself. And it's not you judging who you believe to be your creator. It's you fact checking the humans who claim to talk for it. Does that make sense?
Yes. I guess I'm more, how do I say this? I don't want to lose my faith. And I feel like the more I read, the more I'm going to lose my faith. And it's like, I don't know, something doesn't sit right with me for that.
And you very well could. I can't promise you that. Or you could transform it. That's completely up to you. But at the end of the day, Sam, you already sound like you don't mesh well with the God in this book.
Not in the Old Testament, no.
It's the same God. The Jesus in the New yes, it is. The Jesus in the New Testament told y'all to call yourself worthless slaves. That Jesus knew that slavery existed. He didn't condemn slavery. He didn't say, hey, don't do this to each other. He used the institution of slavery in the ancient Near East as a teaching tool to, teach about what his personality was like, to teach about how he expected his followers to be and how they were to consider themselves.
And in the Old Testament, it does say that God's mind is unchanging and that he doesn't lie, like man changes their mind or like man lies. So if this is the case, and we have to assume it is because he said he doesn't lie right then and there, then the same God of the Old Testament would be the same God of the New, and he would have to believe everything that he said the first time, which means so would you. So you would also be bound to slavery being permissible. And I know you don't think slavery is permissible.
No way.
Right.
Have you ever read Luke 17?
Yes.
7 through 10?
I've read the whole chapter. I don't remember it verbatim. But
so when you got to this part where it says, who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, Come here at once and take your place at the table. Would you rather not say to him, prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink, then later you may eat and drink? Do you thank the slave for doing what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, we are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done. What did you think when you read that?
I think that was more a metaphor for the position of your heart than anything else.
It is definitely a parable. What was he telling them?
Do not seek glory for doing what God commands.
And consider yourself. It's right there. Consider
I know,
yourself.
but I don't think that's what a slave, but like, I don't think he meant
hold
it.
on. There's two words there. Consider yourself a
worthless slave.
A worthless slave. Now, regardless if you feel like you need to change Jesus's words there, he chose his words very specifically, right? So that you would know not to consider yourself high, not to think highly of yourself. You are a servant, right? Don't look for a thank you. Don't look for a reward. Just do what you are ordered to do, right? You worthless slave. This is what Jesus is teaching you. And keep in mind, he's using what existed at that time as a parable to teach his disciples how to be, which means that Jesus, God in the flesh, knew that slave owners were having their enslaved people work in the field all day and then not take a break. After they worked in the field all day, come in and serve me. Fix my food. Watch me eat first. And then after I eat, later you can eat, because you are nothing. You are a worthless slave. This is what Jesus taught in Luke 17, 7 through 10. He saw the conditions of enslaved people at that time. He saw how slave owners were treating their enslaved people at that time. Yet he chose to say this is how you should be, instead of saying this is not how it should be.
I mean, he also did tell everyone, love your neighbor as yourself. So this is where I'm thinking it's more our position compared to God than man to man.
So when Jesus says love your neighbor as you love yourself, let me ask, so do you think everyone loves themselves the same?
Given they come.
Do you want a white supremacist loving you the way they love themselves?
I mean, no, because I don't think they're decent humans. But
yeah. Would you consider white supremacists? Would you consider the KKK like a cult, or like a exclusive group of people?
I don't know if I would say a cult, but a exclusive group, yeah.
An exclusive group where only specific types of people could be in that group.
Yes.
And would you think that the people in the KKK have a certain level of respect for each other more than they have for outsiders of the group?
Yes.
And a rule of that is to respect each KKK member.
Yeah.
And so when Jesus says to the Israelites that he's talking to, love your neighbor as you love yourself, he's quoting the law, the same law that you don't like reading. He's quoting Leviticus 19, 17 through 18, because Israel was a cult. They were the Israelite cult, the cult of Yahweh. And so the laws, and these are the priestly laws in Leviticus 19. And he says, Leviticus 19:17, you shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. Okay. At this point, he's not talking about Gentiles. He's not talking about foreigners. And I'll show you how I know this. Okay. He says, you shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. So in this regard, the neighbor here is another Israelite because it was an exclusive cult. Love your Israelite neighbor, your Israelite brother or sister, as you love yourself. Right? This is how I know, because if you read down verse 33, he says it again about foreigners who live in the land of Israel. Now, if foreigners were included in the original love your neighbor as you love yourself, there would be no need for him to give a separate, distinct command to love the foreigners that live in Israel as you love yourself. So verse 33 says, when an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you as the native born among you. So when an alien lives in the land of Israel, you are to treat that foreigner like they are a native in Israel, which means you shall love the alien as yourself. So the original love your neighbor as you love yourself and the law pertained only to Israelites. Did not pertain to everybody. Everybody was not a neighbor to the Israelites. In fact, Gentiles were under a ban. They were under a Herem ban. The Gentiles were set apart. They were holy. They were chosen. Correct?
The Israelites, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Was Jesus an Israelite?
Yes.
Yes. His disciples, were they Israelites?
Yes.
So when he's talking to his disciples and he says that these are the two greatest commandments that hangs on the whole law, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. You got to love the God of Israel, and then you got to love an Israelite. Respect the Israelites. And then Jesus didn't say verse 33, but if you followed the law, then verse 33, you will follow that too. If there is a foreigner that lives in your land, then you are to love that foreigner like you would love an Israelite. But they have to live in the land of Israel for that to happen.
Jesus did not make a distinction between Israelites and Gentiles.
Are you sure about that, Sam?
I believe it's in Acts where, or it might be Acts or Corinthians.
Wait, Acts is not Jesus, Sam. That's Paul. Are you sure Jesus didn't make a distinction between the two?
I have to go find the verse to be 100% because I don't know exactly where it is. My brain says Acts, but I'll go find it.
Yeah, but you're talking about one scripture, right? What I'm asking you is about Jesus's personality, right? Like what Jesus taught. Like, are you sure he didn't make a distinction between Israelites and Gentiles? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
In any of his teachings, any of the four Gospels?
No.
No, he didn't. Or no, you're not sure.
No, he didn't.
And so you're not familiar with the two stories about the Canaanite woman and the Greek Syrophoenician woman that he called a dog because she was a Canaan. She was not an Israelite.
Yes, I know the story, but that was more I can't talk. That's more to test her faith than anything
But
else.
who told you it was to test her faith? Does it say that in the book, or is it something that a theologian told you?
It is inferred because at the end she got healed and he commended her for her faith.
But the original story in Mark, what did he tell her? Why did he tell her he healed her daughter in Mark? He told her in Mark why he did it.
I would have to read it again to remember his exact words.
His exact words were, "For saying that you may go." What did she say? He healed her for saying something. What did she say? It's right above it.
Even a dog under the table eats the children's crumbs.
And he said, "For saying that." He didn't, in the original story in Mark, he didn't mention her faith at all. He told her that he healed her daughter because she said she admitted to being a dog, and that the dogs eat the crumbs of the children's food, which are the Israelites. And he said, "For saying that, you can go. The demon has left your daughter." It was Matthew. It was the story in Matthew that made it about faith. But the crazy thing is that Matthew made sure we understood that Jesus was not here for anybody but the Israelites, because when Matthew wrote it, Matthew had Jesus ignoring her completely. She called after him and he didn't answer her. He ignored her. And then his disciples came and said, "Send her away because she keeps shouting after us." And he said, "I didn't come for her, no way." He said, "I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." Like, what's she got to do with me? And then when she admits the same thing, the dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table. Now, in Matthew's story, the Israelites are now masters. They're no longer just the children. They're now masters of the Gentiles. And then Jesus says, "Great is your faith. Let it be done as you wish." And her daughter was healed from that moment. He healed her daughter. Did he heal her? Did he tell her, "You are not a dog. You are now one of us. You are my child"? Or did he just heal her daughter and go on about his business?
It doesn't specify if he spoke to her after that, but
Wait, no, it says, who did he heal?
the daughter.
The daughter. He didn't tell her, "You're not a dog. You're not unclean." Right? After he called her a dog. Right? He considered her an insignificant, unclean, small. The word used there is for a puppy. So he considered her a small, insignificant, unclean animal. And when she admitted to being that, he said, "Great is your faith. Go, your daughter is healed." And went on about his business after ignoring her and after saying that he had only come for the Israelites. Which makes sense, right? Because there was a ban on Gentiles. The Gentiles were considered unclean, uncircumcised. The Israelites were considered holy. They were superior, right? In order for your Jesus to die, according to the story, the Israelites had to reject him. So he came to restore the lost sheep, which were the Samaritans. I know a lot of people talk about the Good Samaritan. Well, he chose the Good Samaritan. The Samaritans were Israelites. It's the capital of Israel, Samaria. They are the children that were a part of the lost tribes that were dispersed after King Cyrus came in and conquered the north, conquered Israel, and deported them throughout Persia. The Samaritans, they are who he came for. And then Judah, the Jews, and the south. He came to restore those two kingdoms into one kingdom, and then set up 12 elders of the Israelites as rulers, and then everybody else on earth, the nations, would be their servants and worship the God of Israel. That was his mission. Do you still think that he didn't make a distinction between Israelites and Gentiles? Sam, are you there? If you want to end the conversation, just let me know. I don't want to make you too uncomfortable.
You good? I'm good. I I'm gonna answer honestly and say no, but I get where you're coming at. I get where you're coming from. I do.
I'm sorry. What you're saying? No. What you still don't think that, or you still do think that he did not?
I mean, I don't know how to reconcile the Jesus I know and the Jesus that you're reading. Is where the disconnect is.
Well, do you remember me saying that all of you have created your own version of this God based off of what you feel, based off of who you are, what makes you feel safe?
Yeah.
Because you don't read the book. You don't study the book. You take another human's idea of who this God is, right? And then you internalize that human's words, that human's understanding, and then you create your own version of this God based on, like you said, your experience, what you believe the God has done for you, how you believe the God has talked to you. And therefore, you guys just throw the book to the side. You don't study the book. That's why the gods seem like they're conflicting from the God that you know. And then y'all take 2 and 3 verses at a time, and it matches what you feel. And so the rest of the story doesn't matter.
I guess summarizing it or like getting the point or the message out of the chapter is how people normally read the Bible, and not like.
But don't you think you need to read the whole chapter and not just 3 or 4 verses? How can you summarize something if you're only reading 3 or 4 verses of it? Don't you think you're leaving out a lot of context when you create that summary?
You know what? You're right. I guess I have a lot more reading to do, but I will ask this. If I believe you said you don't have a problem with people who believe in God or Jesus. You're more upset at the people who try to cram it down people's throat.
I don't like when people try to cram it down people's throat. I'm more upset or concerned with how people treat other humans because of their belief. How they're willing to negotiate with the lives of other humans for their so-called love for this deity.
Okay. I mean, that's fair, because I think I would be on your side. Like, you shouldn't treat anyone with any malice or ill intent for any reason.
Like, even just, looking at another person and saying, oh, you live differently than I do. Hate the sin, but love the sinner. When you
Yeah.
yourself consider yourself a sinner, that is some harmful ass shit.
But why?
Why is it harmful to look at a person because they love differently than you and call them a sinner and say, I love you anyway? I hate your lifestyle because you're not straight like me. I'm the standard because I
Oh.
like men. You like other women. I don't hate you, but I hate what you do. I hate your life. You don't see how that's still harmful?
Okay, no, I see what you mean. No, nobody should hate another person for loving different than them. No.
Yes.
But when I say love the sinner, hate the sin, love the sinner, I'm thinking for everything. Because I don't know, I have very bad parents. I love them. I don't like everything they do. I take it with everyone. Like, there are things that people do that I don't agree with, that I would consider a sin, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna hate them as a person.
Yeah. Now, if they are harmful, Sam, when you say you have very bad parents, like narcissistic people, regardless if they're parents or not, don't have a right, to cause harm to their children just because they had them. And sometimes, if a parent is harmful, whether it's mentally, emotionally, or physically, sometimes it's best to just get the fuck away from them. Hate is a strong emotion to carry. I completely understand just, releasing, but forcing yourself to love someone who doesn't deserve it, that also can be a lot of weight. And also, you can't be yourself because you're pretending at that point.
I mean, aren't we all, though?
No. At some point in life, maybe we all did. But no.
Okay. Can I ask you one last thing that I always like to ask non-believers? Why don't you believe? Like, I'm not talking about the Bible or any other religious text. I'm mostly talking about, like, the personal relationship part of the whole shebang.
Well, I used to be a believer, and I believed that every blessing that I got came from this God. I believed that I was talking to this God, that I had a relationship with this God. And then I started reading this book, and I had the same experience that you had. Like, I was disgusted. Like, this, what the fuck is this? Like, ain't no way in hell this is the God that I've been worshiping. And then the more I studied, the more I learned that it was mythology, how the story was put together, where a lot of the concepts came from. And then I realized that everything that I was saying that the God did for me, I actually had to do. Like, nothing came like out of the blue without me working, right? I could pray, and if I did nothing, nothing happened. Then looking around and seeing, people who dying of hunger every day. And if this God is real and he's sitting back and he's watching people die of hunger and not doing anything because he wants to respect the free will of those that are causing people to die of hunger. Even if this God was real, it wouldn't be a God that I would willfully choose to serve. And so I got to the point to where I realized that I don't give a damn if the God is real or not. He's not a God that I would willfully serve.
So you don't believe in miracles?
No. I believe in awesome things happening that some people label a miracle, right? I believe in surprises, like coincidences or things like that. But no, I don't believe in miracles. What miracle have you seen? Like, have you seen, like, a miracle to me would be this God raining down food for children living in poverty in impoverished nations, instead of little girls have to sell their bodies for a fucking dollar to get a piece of bread. And normally when people talk to me about miracles, it's some selfish shit.
What do you mean by selfish?
It's normally that, this God helped them, find a bus transfer ticket at a McDonald's counter.
Oh, not that nigga.
Oh God, no, I wouldn't consider that a miracle.
Make it stop.
Or this God helping them get a job after they've applied to, 50 places.
Okay, how about like saving someone from death, or like?
In what way? Like the other day, a lady told us about, this God erasing all the cars, deleting all the cars off the street when her 3-year-old ran across a 4-lane highway. And she says that the Holy Spirit picked her 3-year-old up, threw him across the street. She ran out. The Holy Spirit propelled her forward. She bumped into the 3-year-old. And then when she turned around to walk back across the street, all the cars were gone. And then she says that her daughter on the other side told her that God disappeared all the cars off the street, and that he took them all to another dimension so her child wouldn't get hit by a car, which doesn't make any sense to me, Sam, because like if the God did do that, to me that was a dumb decision. Like it was stupid, because all the God had to really do was just talk to the kid and say, don't move, right? Don't go out into the street. He could have violated that kid's free will, right? And like kind of put the kid in a daydream to keep the kid from running out. Instead, the story that she told, this God decided to violate the free will of everybody driving on the interstate. Some people could have been late for work. Some people could have been on the way to a wedding. Some people could have been on the way to the hospital to have a baby. But this God decided to just violate all of their free will, disappear them to another dimension while she ran out in the street and got her kid and walked back across the street. Then he brought them back. They lost time. So he decided to violate the free will of, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 humans instead of one 3-year-old. It's the dumbest shit ever. I don't believe in miracles.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that actually happened, or if it did, that kid has a great imagination. I wouldn't take that from them, but the mom just not thinking. But I'm thinking more like, I think miracles are real. At least the miracles I've seen are real.
Tell me about a miracle you've seen.
God saved me from dying. So
how so?
Yeah. What is a PC way of saying this?
Remember, we're all adults here. You don't have to be PC.
Well, I tried to unalive and he prevented it from happening, so.
How did he prevent it? And I'm sorry to hear that. How did he prevent it?
I woke up in a hospital, so I guess I get to live. Yay.
Wait, but how did he prevent it?
I mean, how else would you... See, this is... Okay, maybe you could help clear this up, because from my calculations, I would have been, if not for him. Or I don't know anyone else that would be able to prevent it, because...
I mean, how did you get to the hospital?
Ambulance.
No, who called?
I want to to say friend, but I don't consider them a friend. So acquaintance.
But a human called.
Yeah.
And so you because you don't like this person, it was God that saved you and not that human that you don't like.
Oh no! It's not. I don't. Okay, no. They probably got me to call the ambulance, but they got to me way too late. I think that if not for God willing me to stay within this plane, then I wouldn't have. Even
So
if
did the doctors work on you, Sam? Did they like have to get you back?
yeah. Oh no! I got my stomach pumped and everything.
And so the doctors don't get any credit for what they did to get you back.
I mean, I would assume God used them to save me, as how I rationalize it in my brain. Now I know when I say this, it sounds a bit selfish because I'm like, why save me and not like feed hundreds and hundreds of hungry children? I don't have an answer for that one, but like things
But
like
Sam,
that make me
I
want to
haven't
believe.
heard how this God has saved you. All I've heard is how you are assigning this to the God. An acquaintance found you and called the ambulance. The doctors pumped your stomach, worked on you, and got you back. And all I hear you saying is God decided to let you live. I don't hear a miracle. I hear humans work together to save your life. That's what I hear. Now, if you'd have told me that, this God saw you hurting, Sam, saw you at that point, and that God came down and sent an angel down or spoke to you, right, audibly, and to let you know that you didn't have to take that step, that your life matters. And that whatever you were going through at that moment was temporary. And that you can make it another day. You can live another day. Then I would think that that was a miracle. But I hear that some amazing humans saved your life, cared about you enough to make sure you knew that your life mattered, to make sure that you got to live another day so that you could get to the point of knowing that your life matters.
You guys, excuse me. Can you please get these likes up to 150,000? And please don't forget about Thinker's gift goal of the hearts, or gift whatever you like. Let's just make sure that Thinker stays on the FYP and that TikTok knows that you are enjoying the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. Does that make sense, Sam?
I think so. I think where maybe I'm assigning it to God is I know people who've done less and not made it, and so to me there has to be some form of other intervention. But you are right. I do owe the doctors and the acquaintance the majority of the credit, but it's that little bit that makes a difference.
I mean, there's nothing wrong, with you having a belief, that this God decided not to let you die, but because you believe that that there's a being sitting in the sky, checking off when you live and when you die. But to ignore the humans, remember when I said this loyalty to this God causes its believers to ignore humans and to become indifferent, right, towards humanity. And so we call things like that a miracle while ignoring the humans who cared enough. Same thing, like when I see people on TikTok making these videos and saying, I have 5 days until I get evicted and I don't know what I'm going to do. And then amazing humans on this app come together and they give to GoFundMe's to keep people from getting evicted. And then they turn around and they give God the glory for that, instead of saying thank you to all the humans who sometimes are giving their lives to help another human. And we look at humanity and we say humanity is bad. And there are some bad people There are some bad people on this earth, but there are some amazing good people on this earth too, and we don't see them enough. We only see this God or a God. You think that's fair?
No. Okay, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. And so, like, I don't believe in miracles. I do believe in good people.
And
Okay.
Sam, if you're of the belief that God does do interventions, then as someone who also suffers from depression, and I'm glad you're still with us, why would God not intervene before you get to the point where you have to go through the excruciating pain of getting your stomach pumped at the hospital?
I'm guessing it's some weird test, but hey.
But if God is all-knowing, then what's the point of a test? Because usually when humans test, it's because we don't know what the outcome of the test is going to be. But if God knows what's going to happen after a test, why test?
It's to prove your faith. It's the same thing with Abraham and Isaac.
But prove your faith to who? Because he already knows.
No, you could always choose to reject them. Like Abraham could say, "Nope, I'm not sacrificing my kid for you." Like that would be me. I would be, I'm not sacrificing my child to prove that I love you. But like
Period.
that's what makes Abraham the father of faith, is that he was willing to prove that faith.
Okay, so then do you not hold that God is all-knowing?
He is?
Okay, so that would include him knowing the results of any test that he does. So then why test?
No, because we also have free will.
Yes, but he's going to know how we exercise that free will. Unless he's not all-knowing.
So okay, sorry, you lost me.
Okay. Let's say that I'm a teacher and I'm giving you a test on the Civil War because I want to know what you know about the Civil War. I'm a human teacher, so there's no way for me to be in your brain and know what you think, and I'm not all-knowing, so I don't know what the results of the test are going to be. But if I'm God and I give you a test, what am I testing you for? Because if I'm all-knowing, I already know every single answer you're going to pencil into the test before you're even born and grow up enough to take the test. So who is the test for? It can't be for me, because I already know what you're going to do.
That is actually a good question. I don't know. Is it possible for God not to know what we're I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that's fine. I appreciate you answering honestly. But if we were to go based off of the Bible, then he would be all-knowing. And if we weren't to go based off the Bible, then how will we know anything about his attributes?
I mean, I know he's all knowing because that's his claim, and you can't not take God at his own statement.
Right.
But I also know we have free will, so I don't know. There has to be some explanation I'm not thinking of where we have free will and he is all knowing, but I logically just can't get there.
Okay, that's fine. I do think it's an interesting dilemma, though, because if you're saying that God intervened to keep you here, would free will be free if God can just choose to intervene at some point? And if God can choose to intervene at some point, why not intervene all the time?
See, this is the part where I have to say my morals are better because I would end all suffering, but
Period.
God doesn't end suffering, so he just chooses who he wants to help and who he doesn't.
Hey, you know what? I think that I'm gonna agree with Thinker on this one. It seems like the God that you have a relationship with, not that you need to give up that relationship, is not the Christian one. I think whatever entity you have a relationship with, you love them, you care about them, and you say they care about you. But it can't be this one, because this one would not care about you. This one is very self-interested and egotistical, and apparently only saves people when he sees fit and does it so he can get the glory. Which is interesting because he sees humans as lower life forms. I don't see why you would want the glory of a lower life form, but that's neither here nor there. I think the God that you worship is a different one. And I think the God that you worship is a kinder one and wouldn't be evil.
Yeah. I just don't know what to call myself anymore because I grew up Christian, so that's the name I call myself, but I don't really align with Christians apparently, so I guess I am my own religion, which, okay. Oh, but thank you for your time.
Of course. Thank you for
It's
coming
been a
up.
pleasure.
Thank you, Sam. It was a great conversation. I hope you come back, and I hope we didn't scare you off.
No, you do sound scary. To be honest, you do.
Oh,
It's the calm voice, I think.
probably.
Yeah.
No, I think it's more just. See, I hate tone policing, but you sound very much like strict librarian gonna beat you with a stick.
Honestly,
So
listen, honestly, this is the voice that I used on my children. Like, I did not have to whoop them, right? I had conversations with them, but I'm very stern. And so I have very well mannered adult children now. I met my daughter's boss when I got off the plane today. My daughter works at the airport. And just so happened that my uh, arriving gate was at the gate where my daughter works. And so I stopped by her job, and her boss ran out to give me a hug. And she said, when I go home, I talk to my wife about your daughter. She said, I've never met someone as young as her, so on her game, so respectful, always smiling. She said, she is my best employee. And she said, did she get a lot of whoopings growing up? I said, no, I didn't have to do that. And I just talked to them and I built a relationship with them. But whenever I did have to get stern, this is the voice that I would use. So that's probably why it sounds scary, because I'm used to, you know, putting the fear in them like that. Like, you better get your shit together. So I
Yeah,
didn't mean
but
to scare you.
no. I'm also very shy and soft spoken, so I don't really come on lives much. But you've been lovely. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you so much for coming up. Okay.
You have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Sam, do you want to do the next one? You want to take lead on the next one? If you don't feel comfortable,
do I
let
want
me
to
know.
do them? Thinker. That's not.
I mean, that would be fun, but
That.
no. Do you want to?
oh my gosh.
But if that's not what you meant, then sure. And if that is what you
Okay.
meant, I'm gonna have to get to know him first.
Well, let's see. Here we go.
Mezo!
Hey, Mezo.
I was trying to be the next one. Rick beat me.
I heard you
I
didn't go
made it
live
in.
this
Oh my
week.
lord.
I'm just kidding. Huh?
You didn't go live this week.
I did a little, but I've been so busy. It's been just terrible, crazy, awful week. So I went on Wednesday and I did a
Oh,
little
okay.
Friday, I think too. But Joel covered for me this morning on Sunday school.
Oh yeah, I saw Joel, but people were in the comments was like, "Where's Mezo? Where's Mezo been?"
Yeah, I've been slightly scarce. Jumping. Well, also, I'm up here so often. They're used to just seeing me here.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to see you. I missed y'all like crazy.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not staying. I just wanted to say hi to everybody. I'm going to bed. It's the
Oh,
week
thank
continues.
you.
Mm.
Sorry.
Thanks, Black Swan, for gifting the host.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. You said you're getting ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I was listening to that though. That was really cool, and I think Sam A is going to be okay.
Yeah.
If she's still listening, you're going to be okay. We all had that like a similar feeling. Those of us who were brought up in it, like I know none of this makes sense, and I hate so many of the things I'm learning, but I don't want to lose it yet. And that just that takes some time, and you're going to be all right.
Thank you
Yeah,
for letting her know that. I'm pretty sure she
yeah.
needed to hear that. Like she said, I sound scary. God damn. Now I feel like I scared the shit out of her.
I I mean,
You might have.
strict librarian is like not a scary like thing either. He sounds scary like a government employee at a quiet place. Like that's not
Yeah.
a it's
Right.
not a
Oh
very
my
Like a
god.
government
Oh my
employee.
gosh. I don't know. Do I need to like lighten my voice up? Hi. How are you?
Oh
No.
hell
No,
no!
don't do that.
Please go back.
I don't
Don't
know.
Go
do that.
back.
I don't know. But Rick's World, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you guys for having me. This is a high level conversation. I appreciate you guys letting me in.
You're so welcome. You're going to be conversating with Sam. The rest of us may chime in every now and then, but I'm going to hand you over to Sam.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh! I feel.
Hey,
I feel. I
Sam.
feel. I feel like I've been given such a platform. Hi. I'm gonna assume you're of age. Do we ask people how old they are here?
Yeah, 21 and up.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 37.
Okay, so that is 21 and up. We love to see it. Um. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay. Actually, I don't. Wait. Thinker, how do you
Let me
start these
ask.
conversations? Wait a
I'm
minute.
I'll
sorry.
do it.
Yeah,
I
I
got you,
forgot.
Sam.
Yeah, okay.
I'll
Thank
do
you,
it. Hey,
Mezo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Rick's World. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I would have to go with deconstructing at this point now that I've, heard some of this conversation. Yeah, I'm deconstructing, I would say.
And then, are you single or?
Yes, I'm single.
Mezo.
Hey,
Mezzo.
she always asks that.
No, I don't.
Does she? I don't think that's
Oh my
true, Mezzo.
God. Mezo,
Of
stop
course,
stop
doesn't.
telling my secrets, Mezo.
Lying on her name. Crazy work.
And which topic did you want to discuss off the board here?
Um, oh, I have to pick a topic. Okay. Give me a second.
I think you said yes, by the way. I don't know if you guys heard that before.
So I'm gonna get you.
Goodness.
I don't
Um.
want to. I don't choose to pick any of those topics. I mean, um,
Oh, then what did you want to discuss? I mean,
I
You
well,
you would
Thinker,
have
this is
to
your
pick a
ride, so you
you
got
would
to
have
pick
to pick a
something.
topic.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
One of these blocks, right?
It could be at the
Yes.
top or even at the bottom. There's like 11 topics on there. And if you have a specific thing that you want to talk about, just work it into one of those topics.
Got you. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Um, God's plan was supremacy and capitalism. That's interesting enough. Yeah. Um, just first and foremost, since I've been deconstructing, and I think I asked a question in the comments if anybody had a encyclopedia of world religions, because I think that's a great place to start with just absorbing the multitude of religions that actually exist. I came up Baptist Methodist, but of course, in my latter years, began my own research. So this question is God's plan, or is it a question or a statement? Is what I would ask. Is that given as a question or a statement?
Yeah, I think it's a statement, but it's just a starting point. So if you have any ideas on that or thoughts on that, or maybe even a question, that kind of could expand on that topic, then you can start it off and Sam will chat with you about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, just wholeheartedly, I think religious rhetoric in itself is you have to be careful with it. And so if we're approaching it to say what God's plan is, I mean, I heard a long time ago that anybody that thinks they know God is, they don't know God. So just off the muscle, I'm going to say if there is a God, which of course that's up to whoever and whichever belief system they fall under, to think you could ever understand the complexity of a mind and its conceptuality about existence is far fetching, if you know what I
I'll
mean.
just clarify also, and I know Sam, I'm just going to take this one sec if interrupting.
No,
The,
don't be, because
this
I'm
conversation,
confused right now. So
it's like this should be about like the Christian God. We're talking about the book, right? Jesus, Yahweh. So it's not like if there is some version of a God out there that we haven't found out, it's like it's the Bible. That's what we're talking about. And his
I
plan
got
is
you.
in it, right? Like it explains a lot of it. It's detailed throughout the text. And
Right.
so Thinker's saying like a lot of this stuff that's in here seems a lot like supremacy, the way he says stuff. Like she was talking to the last guest about how it's all about one group over another.
Okay. So are we approaching the Bible in that sense as more of a literary terminology, or conceptuality? Like these are facts from a being. Because I think Thinker was speaking earlier about there being metaphorical. I forgot which word she used. I'm sorry,
parables.
parables,
Parables.
right?
Yeah.
So we understand that there are parables as thinkers,
Well,
right? That
well, it's an
how are
internal
we?
critique, right? So we're talking to people who are active believers, or people who are thinking about deconstructing or in the middle of deconstructing, or people who have deconstructed from Christianity and they're now not believers. I don't do the spirituality talk. I don't have an issue with people who, well, I do have some issues, but um, I don't have, like, spirituality is not causing people to lose their freedoms, right? It's not breaking up families. It's not creating wars, things like that, right? Um, and so I don't have that discussion on this panel a lot. So I know a lot of people believe in, like, swords or spirit. Those discussions are just not from my panel.
No, I understand. I got what you're saying. So we're not approaching it spiritually, just from the religious belief of what the Bible says, right?
But we're talking to Christians, so some Christians do consider it spiritually. I think the best thing, right, is for you to, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move you back to the comments so
Okay.
you can kind of see how it works, and
Okay.
then you
I
decide if
appreciate
this is
that.
something you want to participate in. Okay.
Got you.
All
Got you.
right.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
me.
No.
Did
All
I
right.
win?
Let's see. Yeah. Slam
Yay!
dunk
Period.
without breaking a sweat.
And you're so right. I feel no exhaustion whatsoever.
I thought it was flawless victory.
Thank you, Mezo. I appreciate that a lot. My
All right,
ego has been
I'm
boosted
gonna step
severely.
I'm gonna step down and get some sleep. I'm gonna be listening to my headphones.
All right. Have a good night.
Tinker, I might catch you in the early
And
morning if you're still up. All right.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Sweet
Bye, Sam. Bye,
dreams.
Lala.
I
Later.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
No one of consequence. How are you?
I
Why do
know
they
you
always start snoring after I say hello? Like, why do they do that?
I don't.
I just
They
don't
can
believe
sense
it.
you.
Yeah. Like, you wait until after I say hello to start snoring. Crew, okay.
Oh well.
He was like, nope.
Bye bye.
Let's see. If you are in the guest box waiting to come on stage, Can you please comment so that we bypass the accidental request, please? I have 9 people in the guest box.
Let us know you're
The
sentient.
connection. All right. You want to try this one? She did comment and
Hi,
say
how are you
she's a
guys?
Christian. I'm good. How are you?
Hi.
I'm doing great.
That's good. I'm going to pass you off to Sam so y'all can start the conversation. Please pick a topic, okay?
Awesome. Why don't we talk about what do atheists have wrong about the Bible? I don't know much about you. Are you an atheist, or what exactly is your conception?
I am an atheist. I am. My conception is God is of either the 3 or the 4 omnis, depends on who you ask. He's all powerful, all knowing, and omnibenevolent.
Okay.
I also am of the belief that a lot of the things that he does in the Bible are pretty sick and twisted. I'm be real with you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm assuming that you're talking about, like, all the times in the Old Testament where the Israelites were in conflict and there were directives to, like, basically take out people, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
There was
that's
also
a
that
very
time in the New Testament where it says that you're supposed to honor your slave master even if they treat you like hot garbage, because Jesus endured and you want to be like Jesus.
Well, I think that's a poor definition of slave master, because remember, they didn't have terms back then like employee or anything of that sort. There was not really that system in place. And even if you look at the Jewish understanding of what the relationship between if you want to use the words like employer and employee were, they were very, very, very radical compared to the environment in that place.
I'm wondering where you've gotten that conception, because especially in the Old Testament, they use the word bondservant or slave like there's no tomorrow. So I'm just wondering what you mean.
So the way that we define bondservant and slave back then, let me pull up the verse really quickly because I don't want to misquote and I don't want to say the wrong thing. So if you could bear with me 1 second.
No worries.
Oh, awesome. Sorry. Okay, so I can get into the details of like the Greek and stuff, but I don't think that is necessary. But
It's okay. You can do that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's fine. If you
I just don't want to. I don't want it to be too much. So there is the word in Greek is doulos. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, but it refers to a servant or a slave who is bound to their master, but it carries a unique biblical context, and it's very different than the modern definition of slavery. So the primary text that you're going to see these definitions, I would really refer you to, is in Exodus chapter 21, verses 5-6. So this is voluntary. So this is someone who's choosing to stay with their master, and the master, how they were supposed to treat them, and if they were treating them well and the person wanted to stay, how they were supposed to offer them protection, offer them food and housing, and all at
you're
no
adding to the
expense.
text. So like you're adding to the text, and then if you can do me a favor when you state that, let us know like where you're getting that from. Right?
Yeah. So
Okay,
I'm quoting Exodus 21 verses 5-7. Or 5-6, I apologize. So that's going to be, I can read it out if you would like.
Yeah. Exodus, I'm talking about the part where you say that they have to offer them, they have to take care of them in that way. Like, where are you getting that part from?
So that's from the text in and of itself. So let me read it for you from.
Actually, I have it. I can pull it up right here.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to read it or?
Oh, sure, I can read it. So, but if the slave declares, "I love my master," my wife and my children. I will not go out as a free person. Then his master shall bring him before his God.
Hold on. Please, start at verse 2.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, thank you.
All right, let me pull up the full thing.
Oh, it's on the screen.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking there. What version is this by chance? Just so that we can...
This is the New Revised Standard Updated Edition, the one closest to the Qumran scrolls.
Okay, sure, we can use that one. I was reading from the ESV, but we'll use yours.
The ESV is a good translation as well, but it's very misogynistic. But they say the same thing. It's just
No
in
worries.
different words.
Yeah. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years. But in the 7th, he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a new wife, she bears him sons or daughters. The wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person. Then his master shall bring him before God. He shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life.
Okay. Where
like
is
a
it?
slave to me.
Yeah.
Well, this is only in the context of if the slave is happy with his position, and we can't. And this
Wait,
is,
I'm
I
sorry.
think,
Does
this
it
is
say
my.
he's? I'm sorry. Does it say he's happy with his position?
Yeah,
I'm
it
sorry.
says I love my master. So that's a.
But he's doing it because what? Why is he making this decision?
He loves his master, his wife, and his children.
But he's making this decision because his wife and his children cannot leave with him. Correct?
Yes, but you're misrepresenting it here.
Hold on. What did I just misrepresent? Does it not say that the wife and the children belong to the master? What did I misrepresent?
Okay, so it's knowing this law. You're assuming a lot of things.
Hold on. What did I misrepresent? Does it not say that the wife and the children belong to the master?
Okay.
And so if the slave wants to stay with his wife and children, right, he has to put the master first. I love my master, my wife, and my children. Therefore, I will not go out a free person. Right?
Okay. So if this was like, I'm assuming you're making it seem as like they're hostages, like the master's holding.
No, they're lifetime slaves. The wife and the children are lifetime slaves. Only the men here were indentured servants. Only the men.
Okay. So if the master, so here's the thing. So in ancient Israel, some men who entered servitude, some men entered voluntarily. Some were inscribed. Okay. This is history. So this is not opinion. This is just plain history.
I got it. Did I say anything different from that?
No. I'm just defining where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but let's also acknowledge that the women and children were lifetime slaves.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The master, so typically the master had given him the wife. So she was already part of the household.
The only way he can give him a wife is if she's already a slave.
Yeah, she's already a part of the household.
And how was she a part of the household?
Well, like I said, in ancient Israel, it was voluntarily. How was
the woman already a part of the household? Is what
I'm telling you. In ancient Israel, this was a voluntary system to pay off debts.
The woman volunteered, is what you're saying?
In ancient Israel, yes.
I'm asking very direct questions. Did the woman volunteer to become a slave?
I can't tell you specific in this household she was not or yes, but yes, in this household she was a bond servant. We can't bond servant.
Read verse 7, please.
When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do.
Okay, stop right there. How did the woman become a slave here?
This is in the context of, the father not being able to.
I don't care about what the father was able to do. How did the woman? Okay,
respectfully.
I asked, hold on. How did the woman become a slave here in verse 7?
This is by selling, typically because ancient societies don't have
Who sold
bankruptcy
her?
laws.
So basically, the answer is she was sold into slavery by her father. That's the answer.
Yeah,
How?
but this is not sexual slavery or.
Did you hear me say sexual slavery?
I understand.
Hold on. No, stop.
Okay.
We're still trying to get to how the woman becomes a slave. And how does she become a lifetime slave? The answer is in verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
How does the woman become a slave?
It's okay, but here's the thing. Okay,
No,
can I?
I'm asking it very direct.
Hold
The
on.
connection. Listen, hold on. I'm gonna tell you something about me. Okay, I ask very direct questions. All I need is a direct answer.
Mm-hmm.
Then, when you answer my question, then you can expand. Okay. How did the woman become a slave? How did she become a lifetime slave?
All right. So here we go. I'm going to read to you directly from the.
You can't say it. You can't bring yourself to say she became a lifetime slave when
Hold
her
on,
father.
no, because
Hold on. Don't interrupt me. You can't say the words. She became a lifetime slave when her father sold her into slavery. It's as simple as that.
no,
That's
this is
what the
by
text
definition
says.
wrong. And can I please explain? And then you can say
Wait,
whatever you
what's
want.
wrong? What's wrong? The
Okay.
text literally says when a man sells his daughter as a slave,
Okay.
she shall not go out as the male slaves do.
Okay. So I'm going to read to you directly from our commentaries from church
I don't
fathers.
give a
and
damn
people.
about a commentary.
Well, that's our
Stop. No.
theology,
That
though.
I don't fucking care about theology. I'm not. I don't do theology. Simple reading comprehension tells you that a man sells his daughter into slavery, and she was not allowed to be released in the 7th year like the men were. Not until the Deuteronomy renewal covenant were women released in year 7.
So this law is about
Sinai.
arranged
This is the
marriage, not
Sinai
slavery.
covenant.
Do you hear her
The
talking?
connection. This is the Sinai covenant. The law for women was not updated until the Deuteronomy renewal covenant. So I'm asking you very specifically here, how was the woman sold into slavery? When y'all do this tap dancing, it makes you seem dishonest.
But this is not. I'm telling you, this is what the church believes, that this is a
I
law
don't
about
care what the church believes. I'm
marriage.
asking you, what does the book say?
I understand, but this is like reading Dante's Inferno.
The connection. What does the book say? What does the book say?
You're being very disingenuous.
What does the book
She's
say?
being disingenuous.
How am I being disingenuous? I'm telling
I'm
you, this is
asking
what
you,
we
what
believe.
does the book say?
Okay,
I'm
but
not.
then if you're
I'm
gonna,
not. I'm not asking you what you believe. I literally said, answer my question, then you can expand. But the more you dodge, right? I'm just going to keep reiterating. You are, because I asked you very specifically.
You're reading it from a 21st century
Let's go to
lens.
the King James. Let's go to the King James.
You don't know.
It says the same. Let's go to the ESV. It says the same
Wait,
thing.
no, hold on. Can I cut in real quick?
Sure.
Reading it from a 21st
Hold on. I want her to.
lens.
Hold on, I want her to answer this question.
Oh,
like
go on.
it does not say anything different, right? When
Yeah,
a
I'm not
man, this is the
arguing. I'm not.
ESV. Hold on, this is the ESV. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Same exact words. What does the book say is what I'm asking you. And then you can move on.
Okay. So this is like really quickly. I'm just going to tell you why you need a little bit of nuance when you read the
Listen,
Bible.
I've studied ancient Israel. I've studied the slave system.
100%.
Hold on. The connection. I've studied slavery in the ancient Near East. Okay. I'm asking you, what does this book say? And then you can expand. What does the book say?
Okay. So this specifically, this says she's a slave, but we're misdefining.
My question was, how was she sold into slavery? I don't care about how you try to define slavery. Okay. Like, I already know where you're going to go with that. And trust me, like I can debunk that too, but that's not the point. How was she sold into slavery? How did she become a slave? That's my question.
Okay, so this is in the context of the father arranging a marriage contract with her. So if you think of marriage as slavery, then sure. But this law is about protecting the woman and getting her married. And that's just basic theology.
How was she sold into slavery? How did she become a slave?
It's how I'm from the Middle East. So trust me, I
don't give a damn where you're from. I don't give a damn where you're from. What does the book say? How was she sold into slavery?
Listen, I'm trying to de-escalate because I think you're not.
I don't need you to de-escalate anything. You're dancing around.
I'm
right?
not. I told you.
This is why I don't fucking do theology. Right? This is why I don't. Stop. This is why I don't do theology. Right? And of course I know that marriage in this book was slavery. Marriage was slavery. It ain't what we see as marriage today. Nowhere in this book do you see a man and a woman courting each other in this book for love.
Well, if you read Exodus 21 verse 9, if she was promised to the master's son, she must be treated like a daughter. If you keep reading,
after he had sex with her and decided that he didn't like it.
Well, you have to keep reading. You have to keep reading and see the full
connection.
Context.
I've read the connection. I just read this entire verse to the last guest before you.
No, read it from 8 all the way to 11.
The connection. The connection.
Please
Stop.
do me a favor. Please.
Don't ask me. No, you don't run this stage, and don't ask me to do something when you can't answer a simple fucking question. I literally just read this entire thing to the guests before you. I know what it says.
Okay, so then you read in verses 10 through 11 that if the man takes another wife, he must not reduce her food, clothing, or marital rights.
What does that have to do with the question that I asked you? What you're trying to do? No, stop. What you're trying to do is you're trying to justify the shit and call it marriage. Literally, stop talking while I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. Like literally, Jacob's concubines. If I mute you, stay muted. Jacob's concubines were not his wives, were they? When Rachel decides to give one of the concubines to Jacob because she couldn't have children, were they his wives or were they her servants? You can come off mute and answer that.
Okay. You're thinking of these people as
answer the question. Was she his wife or was she a servant? Was she a concubine?
She was given full rights, and you know that.
No, she was not. She never became his wife.
Well,
she was given to Jacob by Rachel to carry a child.
I think you misunderstood what I said. She was given full rights, not
What did I ask you? What did I ask you? Was she his wife or was she a servant? Was she his wife when she was given to Jacob, or was she a servant?
In the biblical context, when a man knows a woman in the Old Testament, that is
when she was given to Jacob by Rachel, was she a servant? Was she Rachel's servant?
She started as Rachel's servant.
Thank you. So which means that she was sold into slavery, correct?
Well, hold on.
Was she sold into slavery?
Okay, may I please explain my position?
No, answer the question. Goddamn. Was she sold into slavery before she was given to Jacob? Was she a slave?
We don't know the context in which she was.
Was she a slave? Was she a slave before she was given to Jacob? Yes or no?
I've answered it multiple times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. I've said she was a bond servant
before she was given. So when women were sold into slavery, it was not always a wife contract, correct?
Okay.
Answer the question.
Let's go slow down.
Answer the question. Hold on. When women were sold into slavery, it was not always about being a wife, correct?
Well, we don't know the context. We don't know if she was probably born into slavery.
No, even if she was born into slavery, if they are in slavery, it's not about being a wife, is it?
Again, what are you? Hold on, wait. Just let me ask you a question.
You made the statement that
let me just ask you. How are you defining slavery?
I can define slavery for you, but the fact that you are doing all this jumping around, this dancing around, is freaking ridiculous.
I'm not.
Like we could have already gotten. No, stop unmuting yourself. Like I'm asking you very pointed questions, right? And you're dancing around very simple Very simple questions. I don't give a fuck if you call it a servant. I don't care if you call it a slave. I don't care if you call it a secure. I don't care. It is somebody working for somebody else, exchanging labor, right? And they are not getting paid for it unless they are a secure. And we don't see that until Leviticus.
If this was
I'm
an honest
sorry.
conversation, when Thinker asks you a yes or no question, you would respond with yes or no. That this is not honest.
I'm trying my best to define what the understanding of the Christian, the
But we
explanation
don't
of the
need you to
slavery.
do
Yeah,
that.
no one
We
ever
don't
asked
need
you
you
to
to
do
do
that.
that.
But
Thinker
you
knows what
kind of
slave
do if you're going to
means.
read the
No, you
Bible. You
don't.
kind of have to look at it.
It's
It's like,
No, you're
straightforward, and
making up your own shit
you
is what you're
just want to
doing.
how am
sugarcoat
I making
slavery.
that up?
You want to sugarcoat what's actually happening in the Bible. That's what you're trying to do.
Well, because you're not reading Exodus in its full context. In
I'm glad
Exodus
you admit it.
21:16, kidnapping people for slavery was punishable by death if you mistreated them. In
Oh,
Exodus 21,
kidnapping. Yeah, kidnapping is punishable by death, not buying them legally. You can't steal a car and own that shit legally, but you
in
can still
Exodus
buy it.
21,
Hold on, stop. You can, of course, kidnapping someone or kidnapping another slave and selling that slave was illegal. You cannot kidnap a free person and make them a slave, but you could buy slaves legally and own slaves in this book. You cannot you can't steal a car, right? And call that car yours legally, but you can still own a car by buying it legally. Just by saying that you can't kidnap somebody does not mean that this God is condemning slavery. He literally gives the outline for where they are to get their slaves from in Leviticus 25.
yeah,
And
but
this God took them from Exodus being considered ebeds, which is a male slave, or Amma, which is a female slave in Hebrew. He took them from being that to sakirs. And a sakir was a hired worker, someone who got paid for the 6 years that they sold themselves into slavery.
okay. But the Bible also gave them full rights, even if they were foreigners. It gave them protection. In Leviticus 19:33-34, when a stranger sojourns with you in your land,
That's a
you shall
stranger.
do
That's
him
not a
no
slave.
wrong. You
That's a
shall treat the
stranger.
stranger.
That's not a slave.
But it's the same principle.
It's
It
not the
goes
same
towards
principle.
those who enter into.
No, it's not. It's not the same principle. They were not allowed to beat their tenant farmers, but they could beat their slaves.
I think you're misrepresenting it here.
Oh
How
Because
am I
no! Don't
misrepresenting
do
it?
that. Don't do
no, because
that.
I'm giving you what our Bible says, what our book says.
Sure.
Your book
Go
says
ahead. Go ahead and
anyone who
read Leviticus
eats.
19. Go
Oh
ahead and
yeah.
read Leviticus 19. Hold on. Give me just a second. Is it Leviticus 19 or 18? 20. Leviticus 19 and 20. If a man has sexual relations with a woman who is a slave, designated for another man, but not ransomed or given her freedom, and an inquiry shall be held. They shall not be put to death, since she has not been freed, but he shall bring a guilt offering for himself to the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, a ram as a guilt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of guilt offering before the Lord for his sin that he committed, and the sin he committed shall be forgiven. She's not considered a wife because she's a slave, right? No, committing adultery was having sex with another man's property, and that was punishable by death. But because she's a slave, she's not considered a wife, so there is no punishment of death. So tell me again how they are the same.
Okay. We're looking at Leviticus 19, verse 20, right? Hello?
It's on the screen.
Okay, so Leviticus 19, verse 20. Let me read it from my end just to look. Okay, so you're looking at Let me read it from the top. One moment, please. Sorry, my computer is lagging.
It's funny that she needs to read the verse that I brought up from the top, but she quoted Leviticus 19:33, 31 through 33, and didn't need to read that from the top.
Sorry, I don't have the whole Bible memorized, but
But I'm saying, like, you quoted that.
Well,
you quoted those verses, but we're in the same chapter. We're in this. You brought up Leviticus 19. Right?
I'm looking at a commentary.
Stop talking while I'm talking. God damn! Like, how do y'all have conversations? You were reading your book. I wasn't even talking to you. You said you needed to read.
Yeah.
And why are you talking while I'm talking? Like, damn, do y'all know how to have conversations? You don't have to talk while someone else is talking.
Well, you just keep making the same.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just talking.
That's the problem.
Irritating as fuck.
The talking is the issue. That is like explicitly the issue. That's like the whole point. It's the whole point. Stop doing that.
It's ridiculous.
And
I think she's doing it like to be annoying on purpose. She can't read the Bible for trying to talk.
Have you noticed how Thinker isn't talking anymore and now you're opting to be quiet? Have you noticed that? I noticed that.
It's weird.
Very.
Okay, am I allowed to speak now, or?
They always do that. They always do that.
I'm
Never
being honest.
fails.
I'm telling you, I'm looking at a commentary because
I
these
don't give
are
a
complex
fuck about
things.
a commentary. I'm going to tell you this again, okay? You are wasting your fucking time if you think you're going to come up in here and read a damn commentary to me. I don't give a fuck what some human has to say about what I can understand on my fucking own, okay? And then stop talking while I'm fucking talking. There are multiple commentaries with different theologians who all have different interpretations. I don't care which one you have chosen for yourself. Talk to me, right, from your own perspective. Fuck a commentary.
Are you ready for me to speak?
Are you going to speak, or is a theologian going to speak?
Yeah, I'm going to speak to you. To be honest with you, I think that no matter what I say, you will not relent and you're not going to believe anything I have to
just
say.
stop. Just do. Oh my gosh, y'all are fucking
Well, now I'm speaking
horrible.
and now you're cutting me off. So.
Because I can.
Okay, I can respect that. You're alive, your rules. But what I do think is that there's a lot of really innocent Christians.
Listen.
I don't think she recognizes
It's a lot
that
of
there's
what?
3 people on here. And I think we all sound the same. Do we all sound the same?
Well, black.
Do we all sound the same?
You don't all sound the same. I am just trying to explain to you what I'm doing and what I'm saying. And I'm hopeful that you can respect what I'm saying so that we can get back to the point of the scripture. Because
maybe if you engage genuinely, right?
Stop
running from questions. Stop trying to gaslight us, because I'm not going to fucking let you do that shit, okay? We are very well studied in here, okay? I'm not going to let you gaslight us. When we ask you very simple questions, right? You don't need a fucking commentary to say the book is saying that the father sold the daughter into slavery. I don't need a fucking commentary to answer that. That's basic reading comprehension. Okay? So talk to us like humans, then you'll get treated like a human. But if you come in here talking to us like a fucking book, then we're going to treat you like an inanimate object.
Okay. So I'm going to be straightforward with you. When I read this passage, because I'm just going to go back to the topic, because it seems like everyone in the comments wants to go back to the topic at hand. Is that okay? Is it okay if we get back to the topic at hand?
Read the damn book.
Okay. So in Leviticus 19, verse 20, if a man lies sexually with a woman who is a slave assigned to another man and yet not ransomed or given her freedom, a distinction shall be made. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. Okay. So if the law was about rape, because I'm assuming that's what you're...
Who mentioned rape, the connection? Who said that?
Well, I'm assuming you're thinking...
No, don't fucking assume. Don't
Okay.
assume. I'm telling you right now, like, you're trying your best to confuse this conversation. If I'm going to talk about grape, we can't say that word on TikTok, by the way. If I'm going to talk about that, I'm going to say it. Okay. I'm very straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I said what I said. Address what I said.
Okay. Can you reiterate what you said? You start first and then I'll go. You put your position up first. So that way there's no miscommunication.
The woman was not considered a wife because she was a slave. Therefore, this would not be considered adultery. According to the laws, when a man commits adultery with the wife of another man, then it results in death. Having sex with another man's property, i.e. the woman, is considered adultery. This woman was not free. Therefore, death was not the punishment because she was a slave.
Okay. Am I good to go? Can I begin?
No one's answering that fuck ass question. Just go on.
Okay. So, like I said, in this context, the female slave in this context is promised to another man. So that means that this is a woman who is in an arranged marriage. That's what it is saying. The lexicon here, we have to understand that the lexicon here, they don't have a lot of different ways of describing things. And so this is saying that a woman who is already promised, she's betrothed to another man, that is the issue. It's not about slavery. And to make it about slavery is taking it out of the cultural and biblical context.
Stop. Read the B portion of verse 21, because it says why.
The man, however, must bring a ram to the entrance tent.
The B portion of verse 20. I'm sorry. The B portion of verse 20.
Okay. Yet they are not put to death because she has not been freed.
Why are they not put to death?
Because she has not been freed. But
not because
okay.
It's just because it's an arranged marriage, right? The reason they're not put to death is because what?
Well, because she is in a engagement period.
No. What does the book say?
Yeah, because not free.
Because she's not what?
Because she was not free. She was not available. She was already betrothed. This is why
y'all listen to this shit. This is why I would never be a Christian. They're like it. They don't even like their own damn book. Like, you don't like your book. You don't really like your God. Y'all gotta twist shit. No, you like the God that you created in your damn head.
Nope, I love the God of the Bible, and
no, the fuck you don't. No, you don't. Shut up. No, you don't. Because if you did, then you could be honest. Like, you know damn well the free here is not saying, oh, because she's already engaged. It literally says that she is a slave. It literally says that she has not been ransomed or she is not free. Somebody paid to drop your dishonest ass, and like I fucking cannot. Just got back from vacation and you already done got my fucking nerves. The fuck?
Thank you.
Nothing could have prepared me for that. Nothing could have prepared me
Right?
for that dishonesty.
Oh my
Girl, that
God.
was
She was
20 straight
insufferable.
minutes of lying.
And then she had the nerve to say that Thinker was being disingenuous.
I don't even think she knows what that means.
No, she don't.
There's no
just
way
like
in hell.
using big words.
Can I talk now?
What? I fucking hate when they do that.
And she set it to silence. What do you think?
Right?
My gosh. How do y'all do this?
Man, I'm coming back from vacation. Like honestly, I thought that I would be able to just like, it would be okay. But that shit, I don't know. That dishonesty, that level of dishonesty was too damn much.
Yeah, that was crazy word. She
Girl,
was
get
literally
out the
lying to the
thing.
face.
You are not coming back.
She back in the box?
Girl, I
Yes.
know you fucking lying.
There is
Go
no
to sleep.
way.
Go to sleep. Please.
Mm-mm.
Sleep on it. Please.
Ah, that's weird. If you're in the guest request and you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? Thank you. So that we bypass all of the accidental requests. Don't forget, y'all, to tap up the screen, send the heart me's, the team bracelets, let TikTok know that y'all are enjoying the live. Gothic's like, bring her back. I want some more dishonesty.
Gothic just wants
Dishonesty.
the drama.
Man, somebody need to. Ooh, I'm gonna put that shit on the merch store. I'm gonna create my own flavor of tea, and I'm gonna call it Christian Dishonesty.
Oh, that.
That's gonna be a bestseller.
Yes. What flavor y'all want?
Feces. That's what it
Oh.
is.
Mm.
Have it taste
Mm-mm.
like actual shit, because that's what it is.
Gaslight,
Yeah.
bullshit, commentary.
Obfuscation station. My favorite flavor. Mm. Delicious.
Oh
That
my
shit
god.
was wild.
What's up, do that? Do that? Are you asleep?
Uh-oh. I think
I
so.
don't. Do that. Stop.
She's so silly.
Dude, that is a trip. You know damn well you not sleep. I don't know who's it. Did anybody comment?
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
sure.
I
see
don't see anybody.
if you're in the guest request waiting to come on stage. Can you please comment so that we can bring you up next, please? Do
Oh
that.
my
Don't
god.
ever do that.
Your septum sounds deviated, beloved.
Right?
Okay,
Now
what's
let's
his
get
face?
these likes up to 200,000, and don't forget to share the live as well as subscribe, the go button on the bottom left hand corner. And also let's get these gifts flowing. Thank
Mm-hmm.
you.
Hello, 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 hello to everybody on the panel.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. I just wanted to know what does thinker think about the Ephesians verse, since I caught the end of that last caller and I was confused. I didn't know if you were talking about was
Yeah,
slavery
do me
allowed
a
in the
favor first.
Bible.
Do me a favor first, because I don't take questions from the chat unless
Okay,
you have one of those beautiful nerd badges next to your name.
okay.
So if you could do me a favor, state your age for TikTok purposes. Let us know if you are a believer or if you are deconstructing or if you are an atheist, and then pick the topic that says God nor Jesus. We're against slavery, and then we can get into your question. Okay?
Uh, I'm 48.
Are you a believer, or deconstructing, or an atheist?
I guess I'm deconstruction. I'm
Okay.
just curious of knowledge and perspectives.
Okay. All right. And so your question is around God or Jesus or against slavery. What's your current thoughts on that?
Um, Someone had brought it to my attention recently, and I did not know of this particular verse. And I hear you on your lives, and you sound very well versed. So I wanted to know what you thought about that particular
Are you talking about Ephesians 6,
5:8.
5, 8? Let's see.
I wanted to know, did that have anything to do with the last caller? Because all I could make out that it had something to do about slavery, but I didn't know what aspect.
Are you sure it's 5, 8? For at one time you were darkness, but now you are light in the Lord? Walk as children of light.
Let me see. Let me double check. 658. Yes.
Oh, 6. Yeah, 6. Okay. Ephesians 6. Let me get out this fucking misogynistic ass. Like, I cannot. Fuck the ESV.
I just bought a study Bible version of the ESV, and I'm scared.
It's misogynistic as fuck. Like,
I
and their
can't win.
goal, yeah, the
The wording,
translators. I'm
the
sorry.
wordings keep changing.
One second. What's this? The goal of the ESV, the translators of that, is to restore male dominance. And
Oh, that's
so,
not.
yes, they take liberty with the text to emphasize male dominance in the text. But they are a pretty good translation according to scholars. They're just like the NRSVUE when it comes to word for word translation from the Dead Sea Scrolls, except for the times they take liberty to push male dominance in the patriarchy. And they let you know on their website that that's their goal.
Ah, so like with the King James version, aside from like it's not exactly a good translation either, but on top of that, like their aim was to push the monarchy. It's
Yeah.
that, but with misogyny.
Yeah.
So the wording is different.
Yeah. And so the most honest translation, according to a lot of biblical scholars, is the NRSVUE.
Okay.
They don't. There's very little offsides variations from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, but so 6:5 says, "Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling, and singleness of heart, as you obey Christ, not with the slavery performed merely for looks to please people, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from the soul. Render service with enthusiasm, as for the Lord and not for humans, knowing that whatever good we do, we will receive the same again from the Lord, whether we are enslaved or free." And so, let me read verse 9 too, because a lot of times Christians say, yeah, but what about verse 9? It says, "Masters, do the same to them," right? "Stop threatening them, for you know that both of you have the same Lord in heaven, and with him there is no partiality." So, thank you, Hova. So basically, this is Paul. Let me say this first. Ephesians was not actually written by the Paul that wrote Romans and Galatians and Corinthians. Ephesians was written after Paul's so-called death, which they believe that, this person, Paul, died around 62 to 67 CE. And so Ephesians was written by a member of the community, but it was attributed to Paul. But so this is Paul talking and saying to those that are already enslaved, he's offering fellowship into Christianity to those that are in bondage, right? And he tells them, like, don't expect to be free, right? If you were born a slave, be happy about that. Be a slave. He says, if you can get your freedom, then that's a good thing, but don't seek to be set free. Just be who God created you to be. If that's a slave, be a good slave. Be a happy slave. Don't pretend to serve your master. Do it. Serve him and respect your slave owner the same way you would Christ. So with the belief that you don't question Christ, which is what the Greco-Roman teaching was, like what we call the pastoral epistles. I also call that the institutionalized Jesus. You don't question Christ, right? You don't question God. The potter doesn't question the clay doesn't question the potter, right? And so when this writer is saying to the slaves, obey your slave master the same way you would obey Christ, you give your slave master the same reverence that you would Jesus, as if your slave master was Jesus himself. And you do it singing, dancing, with a smile on your face. Don't grieve your slave master. And so he goes on to say to the slave masters, like, because they were really harsh towards the slaves back then. So he tells the slave masters, like, it's not that I'm saying that it's wrong for you to have slaves, but stop mistreating them, because we all come from the same God, right? Like, that you may be their slave master, but that doesn't give you the right to mistreat them. And so with this being presented as Paul, who spoke for Jesus after Jesus' death, while Jesus was here in the four gospels, Jesus doesn't condemn slavery, right? Jesus talks about slavery. He knows slavery is a thing. He knows how the slave masters were treating the enslaved population there. He himself engaged with a Canaanite woman who were slaves at the time in Canaan. He engages with her. He doesn't tell her, woman, you are set free, blah, blah, blah. So he knew slavery was a thing. And when he comes to Paul, he still does not condemn it. He says, obey like you would obey me through Paul. This is what Jesus says, right?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Could that verse be used in an argument to say that the Bible condones slavery?
The Bible definitely condones slavery. It never condemns it. Sometimes Christians will try to use Galatians 3:28, I believe, where it says there's neither Greek nor Jew, male nor female, free, enslaved or free, right?
Mm-hmm.
To say that is Jesus condemning slavery. If that is the case, then Jesus would also be condemning gender identity, right? Because he says that there's neither male nor female. So if they're going to use that scripture to say that Jesus is condemning slavery when he says there's neither free or enslaved, then they would also have to be okay with transgender people and leave them the fuck alone. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to take the whole scripture, right? Because they want to continue to be bigots towards trans people or towards non-binary people. And so they try to take just that one part that says neither free or enslaved to say that Jesus condemned slavery. But there's no scripture in this book where this God or this Jesus ever condemns slavery.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was all I was texting in the comments for. I will go back into the comments. I have nothing else to say. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great night. Thank you for coming up. All right. If you're in the guest request box and you are waiting to come on stage, can you please comment so that we can bring you up next? What's up, Queen K? Okay, Sam, do you feel comfortable leading one now? You know how we do it?
Yes,
Okay.
I think.
All right.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
I'm trying to see who's in the box.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just going to pick somebody. Is that person on stage? Did they join? No? All right. Maddie? Maddie, are you there?
Oh, Maddie's a friendly.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Bye, Maddie.
Did that person join? I can't see. No? What is happening? When I click on people, they're like popping out.
They might have left the app running in the background while they do other things because they got bored, but that doesn't let them up. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fire of Wind Dow.
Hello. Are you with us? Hello.
Okay, they're not there.
I don't think they're with us.
Lala, can you take them down? Yeah, if you're in the guest request box and you are waiting to come up, can you please comment? Spare us, save us some time, please.
Please.
Help us. We say help it to say that. Help us figure this out. Like who's in there waiting to come up?
We are simply in need of direction, and as a Christian, it's kind of your job. Direct us, please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Para.
Oh yes, it's me. I'm here.
Hi, I
Hi.
saw you. I saw you comment saying that you are a nerd, but I don't see a nerd badge next to your name.
Oh, I made a mistake. I probably misunderstand what nerd mean because I've never been on her,
Okay.
but I've been watching.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you to Sarah. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Go ahead.
Hi. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? And if you do mind, I'm sorry, I have to ask anyway.
that's okay. I'm 56.
Okay. Are you an atheist, deconstructing, or are you a believer?
Deconstructing.
Interesting. Okay. Could you please pick a topic? One of the 11 on the board.
I think I seen where it says this guy is a bad leader.
I see. God is an abusive husband, father, and leader. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, first thing that I want to ask you is, would you consider things like, I don't know, like emotional torture? Would you consider that abuse?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming you know the story of Abraham, right? Or not. That's okay too.
Oh, did we lose you?
Are you with us?
His screen went black. Did y'all see that?
I thought his screen was black the entire time.
Not on.
It's a
It
black
wasn't
band.
on TikTok Studio.
Oh,
Oh.
over here it
Oh,
was.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I think he lost connection. Let's see if he
probably.
comes back.
no.
Yeah, it was black for y'all.
Yeah, the whole time.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It wasn't black for me. He's a black man with a construction hat on. Y'all didn't see that?
Well, we
That's
know he's some
crazy.
kind of black, but not a man. Welcome.
There he goes again. It's still
Hello.
black.
Hi, welcome back.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
I
Oh.
don't either. Like for some reason they can't see your profile picture, but I can. I think you may have some connection issues, but go ahead and continue the conversation.
Lovely. Well, welcome back. But what I'd asked you was, you're familiar with the story of Abraham, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, just as a recap, that in that story, in order to test his faith, God tells him that he has to sacrifice his son. Right before he's about to go through with the sacrifice, God's like, JK, lol, don't actually do it. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if this were you and you had a son that you raised and you cherished, and God came down and he told you that you had to go take him somewhere to perish by your hand. And then afterward he said, no, don't actually do it. Obviously, you would be grateful that your son is still alive. But would that not be incredibly traumatizing to both you and your son, knowing that you were about to unalive him and that your son was about to watch you unalive him?
Very dramatic.
Okay. What's worse about this, though, is God isn't like some random dude who told you to do this, or he wasn't like holding a pew pew to your head. He's just God, but also God is all knowing. So anytime God gives someone a test, biblically or not, there's no point in giving you a test because he already knows what the result is going to be, which means he already knew Abraham was faithful. But regardless, he put him and his son through that. That's evil, in my opinion. Do you agree?
I do.
I think that's a good example of the abusive part. And it seems like you see that, which I'm glad, because if you hadn't, that'd be kind of scary.
Yes, it would be scary.
So, as someone who's deconstructing, can I ask you, like, where you are in your faith, like why you believe in the God of the Bible at the moment?
Well, I guess maybe I don't believe because I've been deconstructing for a while, and you mentioned Abraham, but it was another character in the Bible that kind of got me on the opposite end of believing to getting close to saying that I'm an atheist, which is talking about David,
Mm,
which is the story that make me think about God being a bad leader because I grew up in the church, of course,
same.
and and we was always taught the story about David being the apple of God's eye, and basically that David couldn't do any wrong. And as time went by and we got older and got to be adults, one of my aunts who had a son named that they named David,
Mm-hmm.
and it turned out real bad the way she was letting them do certain things because what I tied back to the Bible about her believing what she had taught him about King David and how he could basically do no wrong, and it kind of backfired on her later in life. And her son David did things, and I was watching this saying, do you see what's going on? And she did not see it. I tried to talk to her, and it was because of her belief. She couldn't she couldn't she couldn't see what was going on
I
because of her
see.
belief.
So you witnessed what a lot of Christians are not able to see themselves. That was cognitive dissonance, and I'm sure you know that already. When you are raising your child and you know that there are certain things they shouldn't be allowed to do or that they shouldn't be doing, they deserve reprimandation for, but you've named him David. And since there's a character in the Bible named David who can do no wrong, now your child can do no wrong, even though this child is not in the Bible, and you're not God. It's stuff like that that's quite terrifying. And it seems like you're pretty much on your way to atheism. And you can acknowledge that God does some pretty heinous things and that your aunt was kind of delulu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then, can I ask what brought you up here today?
Well, I've been watching, or I guess listening to the show, maybe a couple of months, but I have been watching it on YouTube and not on TikTok. So I don't know if you know I've been watching or not, because I
Oh,
just
well,
recently
welcome to TikTok.
uh, uploaded
Indeed.
the TikTok app to my phone.
Oh, it's a horrible place. Welcome.
I love
we love
TikTok. It's
we
a lot
love
of
our YouTube
great
viewers though.
discords on
Shout
TikTok.
out to YouTube.
Indeed. Okay, well, since this isn't my show and this is Thinkers, I imagine you came up here if you've seen her live on YouTube with the intention of speaking to Thinker about something. I could be wrong, but did you come up here because you wanted to ask Thinker about this? Because I know she's like the deconstruction queen.
Um,
I try.
You succeed.
well, I wasn't expecting to talk to her. I didn't think I was gonna get to talk to her. Um, but I would like to hear her take on uh, the, the the dissonance and the King David.
You said the dissonance and the King David. I think like King David was I'm sorry, I didn't get to hear your story about your aunt. I was doing something. I heard a little bit of it. But are you asking like my take on the story about your aunt or just King David overall?
My aunt.
Okay, can you give me a quick rundown again? I apologize.
Well, what basically happened is that we had bought a house that we was working on, and her house needed working on too. So they moved her over to a house that we was working on to basically do the demo in her house and get it together. And when she was moving in, and my cousin told her, he's going to take care of her and do certain things, and she wouldn't have to worry about the bill because the apartment she was moving into in the building that we had was really big. So she was concerned about being able to heat the place while we was rehabbing her home. And he said, "Oh, I'm gonna take care of everything. You don't have to worry about it." And I knew that wasn't true. I just knew because I've seen so many things over and over again. It's like I drove down this road before. You know, it's a bump right there. They never fixed the road, and the road is getting worse. And that's what he was doing. And I was thinking, this is not going to go over well. And so it ended real bad. Her house never got done. And the house where we was at, that went in further disrepair. So it was just all bad. And then he moved away and left her where she was at and let her house fall down. Basically what happened. And it wasn't until after she passed away that they took care of everything, and all of a sudden he could get the house fixed up and it was all nice. And I was like, wow.
And did your
Are
aunt
you
still view
asking?
him in high regard? Like, is that the tie to the story?
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Did I interrupt?
No, go ahead. Ask your question.
Oh yeah, I was just asking, is the thing that ties this to the story of David that your aunt still saw him in high regard even though he didn't do what he said he was going to do?
Yeah. And even though other people were saying, you know, he's not doing what he said he's going to do, she made excuses like, oh, he's, you know, she never held his feet to the fire. And even told people who was trying to bring it up to her, like, he's not doing right. She made excuses for him and shunned everybody else out. Like, wow. So everybody else was the enemy.
And are you saying this because his name was David, or?
Well, yeah, we grew up in the church, and they was always talking about King David, other people, and it was always told us, and I never read it in the Bible, but King David is the apple of God's eye, is what we was always taught. And I always thought where he could just do anything he wanted to, because supposedly, I guess he had a wife, but he had sex with another man's wife, and the man said to him and said, "Hey, you've been having sex with my wife," and then he killed the guy, and God said, "It's okay. David is my man. He cool. Don't bother with David." That's how it was taught to us. I don't remember the scripture verbatim, but that's what we were taught.
Yeah. And so you're asking, like, basically, I think you're seeing the correlation where your aunt did the same with her son David, and she could see. Don't use caps in my comments. Preach the living word. You can see that no matter what he did, she made excuses for him. She could see no wrong in him, and you think that it's because she named him David, or did she have expectations for him to be great because she named him after the biblical David?
Well, she didn't really question anything in the Bible. So if what you were saying was questioning it,
I mean,
she
questioning
was
her
not going
son.
to, hear you out any kind of way.
No, I mean, she didn't. Was this David that was supposed to build her house? Was it her son?
Yes.
And so she named him David because of the King David in the Bible, right?
I imagine so, because most of the people in my family, well, in my generation, we were given a name out of the Bible.
And so, I mean, you're first off, him being named David, I don't think has any correlation to his unethical ass behavior. Just, his personality and who he was. For some odd reason, he didn't respect his mom and love her enough not to fuck her over. And that I don't have enough information, to talk about that per se. But regarding David in the Bible, David was given special treatment, right? The law and the Bible said that if a man commits adultery with another man's wife, then the punishment was death. The penalty was death. That the adulterer and the adulteress were to be stoned to death. But when it came to David, he was given a pass, and it was his son, his the baby that he had out of that act of adultery that was punished, that took on his punishment, right? So one could say that David's baby was like a Jesus. He took on the punishment of David's sin, kind of like Jesus is believed to have taken on the punishment of Christian sins. And then when we talk to believers about it, they make excuses, right? And they say, well, he's God. He can deviate from the laws. David was a prophet or a king. He was special to God. So that's why God didn't require David to be killed or to be stoned like the law required. They're okay with this God choosing to take David's baby instead of taking David's life. And then in 2 Samuel 12, Nathan tells David that his sins are forgiven. Now, here's my question. I'm going to read this really quickly. And I'm going to tell you what my thoughts are about this. So it says, and the Lord sent Nathan to David. He came to him and said to him, there were two men in a certain city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb that had been bought. He brought it up, and it grew up with him and with his children. It used to eat of his meager fare and drink from his cup and lie in his bosom, and it was like a daughter to him. Now there came a traveler to the rich man, and he was loath to take one of his own flock or herd to prepare for the wayfarer who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and prepared that for the guest who had come to him. Then David's anger was greatly kindled against the man, and he said to Nathan, as the Lord lives, the man who has done this deserves to die. He shall restore the lamb fourfold, because he did this thing and because he had no pity. Nathan said to David, you are that man. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I anointed you king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hand of Saul. I gave you the master's house and your master's wives into your bosom, and gave you the house of Israel and of Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have added much more. So keep in mind, like he's basically saying, I gave you everything. I brought you from being poor, from being, a nobody, and gave you the master's house, the master's wives, gave you everything. And if you still wasn't satisfied with that, right, I would have given you more, right?
Wow.
Why have you despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, for you have despised me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. So keep in mind, the punishment for what David did, right, was supposed to have been death. David deserved exactly what David said the rich man deserved in the parable that Nathan said to him, right? David deserved to die. Okay, and David knew that. Like, he knew that is the punishment for theft. Like, thou shalt not steal. The punishment was death. Now, he says, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. So the wives of David now are going to be given to other men, and the men are going to have sex with these women in broad daylight. So these women's honor now gets taken because of what David did. David's life is still saved. It's other people in David's life that's going to bear the punishment for David's sin. David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. Now, is this repentance or is this just admission of a sin?
Sound like just an admission.
An admission. It's not a repentance, right? But Nathan said to David, now the Lord has put away your sin. You shall not die. Right?
Wow.
So this God made the decision to just, forgive David of the sin, put it away, forget it, act like it didn't happen. David didn't deserve to die. Right? David's not going to die. But a lot of Christians say, well, David repented. This isn't necessarily considered David's repentance. Psalms 51 is David's repentance. But the Lord had already decided to put away his sin. And so in Psalm 51, it says, a psalm of David when the prophet Nathan came to him after he had gone into Bathsheba. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy. Blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. And so we don't necessarily know, right, in here, whether this is actually about Bathsheba. But the scholars and the translators say, oh, this must be after David came to Bathsheba, where David, repented. But in the actual story, David never repents. And so the God makes a decision to just put David's sin aside or forgive David because David admitted that he sinned, right? And he chose to spare David's life because favoritism. David is a king. David is who this God chose, right, to be a king. And in ancient Israel, the kings did not have as much power or authority as the priests or the prophets did. And it used to be the priests, the prophets, and the judges, but the kings took the place of the judges. But the priests and the prophets had more authority than the kings did. And so Samuel, who was both a priest and a prophet, chose David over Saul because he saw that David was someone that respected Samuel's authority and he could control David, right? And so it wasn't worth it for them to kill David because they had, specifically handpicked David to be the king. And so one could ask, is this the favoritism of the God or the favoritism of Samuel?
It's a man. It's Samuel.
And
I'm gonna take care of this
saying that
guy
a
because
God did. Yeah. But that's how it worked. Like with the Israelites, there are things that the Israelites did, right? They were, in the story, they were considered the chosen, right? The holy ones, the set apart ones. There are multiple times where this God in the story tells the Israelites, that they have sinned. They've done worse than other nations have done, right? They deserve punishment that other nations have gotten, but he doesn't give them the same punishments. They get threats of being sold into slavery, right? Threats of death, right? There are a few times where he did kill a bunch of them for like talking against Moses, but again, it's supremacy, it's favoritism, right? Different rules for the chosen than for everybody else. And so we see that here with David as well.
That's amazing. I don't.
Did you have any other questions about it, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely see there's a lot of favoritism there, and there's a hierarchy of favoritism, like this one over this one over this one, going on there from what you was just reading to me. I don't know how much more deconstruction I'll do, but I'm definitely not a Christian.
But you still believe in the God? Is that what you're saying? Like you don't identify as a Christian,
No, I don't
but you still
identify as a
believe
Christian.
in the God, or
I just hadn't crossed the path and said, or crossed over to saying that I'm a atheist. That's all.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm not saying I believe. I'm just right at the edge. But I'll keep listening to the show.
Yeah, and there's no rush to identify as an atheist. Like you'll know if that's something that's for you. Some people never identify as an atheist, and they still don't believe in in a God. So don't don't feel like you have to identify. If Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up.
Okay. Right. I have a good rest of the night.
You
Thank you. Same
too.
to
Bye
you.
bye, beloved.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I got you. There's a guy in the comments named Bird, or I think his name is Bird. Um,
Mm.
like, let me see. He said he typed in all caps and said negative. Not the same. Bird 3 Bird. Do you Bird? I think I've seen you in the comments before. Do you ever come up? Have we ever spoken on stage? Lala, does he look familiar?
Lala, are you with us?
She might be asleep. She has surgery in the morning.
Oh, wow. I would be asleep too. Shit.
Somebody said Bird is scary. I don't know. Like I don't think I've ever talked to him, but I think I've seen him in the comments a couple of times. I would just like to know, like, what are you saying negative about? Are you saying that David didn't escape the punishment for adultery? Oh, Joshua said he's been here before but never come up. Bert, would you like to come up? I'm interested in talking with you. And don't go away just because I called your name. Like y'all do that a lot.
I mean, you must have wanted to be noticed if you were the only person talking in caps, so.
Exactly.
Might as well hop in. You got what you wanted. You've been noticed.
He's not typing anymore now.
Oh.
I hate when they do that.
I know, they're so cowardly. You got the attention you so desperately craved. Where did you go?
Hey, Selena.
Good morning.
Did you get some rest?
Oh, girl, I got all the sleep.
Good. What time did you get back?
I got here, I think 6:30. I drove.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Good.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
glad you
because
got
I
some
left.
sleep.
I left the
Huh?
house at about 10. I left the house at about 10 yesterday morning. 10 yesterday morning, and then I drove. So no, I got here like 7:30 because I stopped a few times because of a lot of accidents.
Oh wow.
People don't know how to drive.
No, Gunter, bro. Nobody in here banned you. Like if you were banned, you would not be typing in the comments right now. You are not banned. Oh, I thought you were talking about us. I would say no. Like we wouldn't do that.
No.
You said there were a lot of car accidents on the way back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So many.
In Atlanta or in Florida?
In Florida.
Florida and Atlanta got the same damn traffic. So I don't even know why I asked that.
Yes.
Like, goodness. Now you have got the attention of the three gods and you are now scared. Who's the three gods? News ideas. Are you asleep? New ideas? I hate when people ask that stupid ass question. The fuck? It's a fucking TikTok conversation. They come in here talking about what's the agenda? What's the real agenda here? We
Yeah, this isn't a psyop, bro. We're on TikTok.
Thank you. What kind of question is that?
This is an app.
Golly.
This is not the FBI. That's not how that works.
Infomania. Y'all know how it works. Help us out. If you are in the guest request box and you are waiting to come on stage, please comment so that we can bring you up next. Also, to come on stage, you have to have a username. It cannot be the TikTok jail number. You don't have to have a PFP, but you gotta have a username, even if it's just a period. RJW. RJ, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
How are you? Oh, you have a lot of noise in the background. Are you able to go somewhere quieter?
No, I'll come back later.
I can barely hear you, Frank.
Okay, I'll come back later. Thank you, though.
I don't know what you just said. I can hear you talking, but I can barely make out what you're saying. Are you able to go to a oh, he said he's a truck driver?
Yes, I'll come back later. You can go ahead and drop me.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
That's all good.
All right. All right. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage next, please comment. Did you see the videos in the Discord yet, Selena?
I did. Yes.
It looks like the Kendrick Lamar skit going to come out really good.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah. Okay. Who's in the guest request box, please? How are you all knowing but know nothing but fleshly desires? What type of question is that? That don't even make sense. I swear they be asking some crazy
What?
ass. Yeah.
Lavelle,
What?
are you well? Are you all right? Do you need us to call someone for you?
He'll
What's
be
going
the
on?
one. Like, he'll be the one that gets up here and say that he's, spiritual, had a near-death experience, and Jesus sent him back and told him that he needed him, and he understands God. He hears from God every day because he's not of the flesh. He's spiritual, and he doesn't have a carnal mind. He has a spiritual mind and spiritual eyes.
And spiritual eyes.
Yeah, spiritual
and
eyes.
ears. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I mean, hey, the guest request is open, beloved, if we're all knowing, which none of us claim to be. But all we speak of as fleshly desires, which none of us did, then please hop in the request and save us from our fates. Please. We beg.
And they mad.
Quite.
Just all you gotta do is come on stage. I see you in the comments calling us airheads. Just come on stage and have a conversation. That is not the question that you asked, Real Face. Now, the question that you just asked is a real question. And the answer is yes. Yes. I did. I grew up a believer in this God.
As did I. Same.
There's 730 people in here, 86 on YouTube. There's 9 of you in the guest request. If you are waiting to come up on stage, can you please just comment, let us know that you're waiting so we can bring you up next. You could come on stage real fast and have a conversation, but I'm not about to have an entire conversation with you through chat. How is it that they have power from an all-powerful God that lives inside of them, but half of them have stage fright?
I mean, I thought they were anointed. Aren't you anointed? Where is your anointing?
Exactly.
Come up since you're anointed and you got your degree. Come on.
Why does your Holy Spirit feel safer in the comments? I don't understand. Like, it's just a conversation. Like, good grief.
God's holy protection fades away when you get in the guest request. Come here, we not gonna jump you.
Edon, I tried to add you, but you popped out. So you're gonna have to send your request. Well, there you go. I don't know what happened. I just hit add. I feel like the last time you were on stage, you got kicked off because you were disrespectful or you wouldn't stop talking over people. I can't remember, but I don't think it was pleasant.
That might be your memory. That's not mine.
I said I feel like. I didn't say that was your memory, did I?
Yeah, no, I have a different memory, so I feel like it was different.
No, it's exactly what she's saying.
I already despise the vibes. I'm not gonna lie. It's giving like green aura with flies. I'm gonna be so real with you. But like, go on. This isn't my life.
Everybody in the comments is saying that I'm right, that it wasn't pleasant and that you were rude.
Okay.
Very rude.
So, so I'm just going to
Do you
tell
have
you
an
now.
example or something?
I'm
How was
sorry.
I rude?
Stop. What'd you say,
Doing it
Selena?
now. I said he was very rude, and he's doing it right now. That was the thing. He kept talking over you and unmuting. Yeah. So we'll see how this goes this morning.
So are you going to be able to act civilized and respect the rules of this live and the rules of the stage, so that we can have a civilized conversation?
Well, it depends on the perception.
It doesn't depend. It doesn't depend.
If I act a certain way and you don't like it, but if that's your perception, then I can't control that.
No. What I asked was, are you going to respect the rules of the live, right? And act civil enough for us to have a civil conversation.
Well,
I don't care about your personality. These are very simple. Respect the rules of the live. If a mod mutes you, stay muted. Don't talk over any host on the stage. Yes, a host can interrupt you. No, we won't do it just for the hell of it, but we will do it when it's necessary.
I see.
I don't care if you say fuck. I don't care if you curse. Just don't do it. Just don't be disrespectful.
I see. I guess in my experience, I felt like you guys do interrupt unnecessarily.
I don't care what you think. Listen,
Right.
I don't care what you think about me. Okay? You shouldn't give a damn what I think about you. I asked if you can respect the rules of the live, and I just gave you the rules of the live. It's a simple yes or no.
Well, I can control myself. I can't control your
Can you respect the rules of the fucking live? It's my last time I'm going to ask you. I'm going to move on. It's a simple yes or no.
I can control myself.
Okay. Bye, Edon. Fix your fucking ego, your pride, and maybe you can come back.
And
if you're waiting to come on stage.
Last time.
You said what?
I said, and his ego was his issue the last time.
Yeah, well, that motherfucking ego gonna keep his ass off this stage. If you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? Alex did what now? Are you having trouble reading it? No, Edon. Are you having trouble reading it, Alex? You can take a screenshot and read it that way. It's 11 topics, so. I'm gonna clear out the guest box because I assume that none of the people in the guest box are actually waiting to come up. So Michigan Widow, Christine, Jinxie, Kelly Davis, Gigi Dawn, Demo Dog One, Zuri, Vanessa, Veggie Delight, and
Vanessa just commented.
Is she waiting to come up?
Yes.
Why does it take y'all forever to like comment? Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Good. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
I'm a Christian and I'm 44.
Okay. And what topic from the board did you want to discuss?
I think it's interesting, all of it. I especially like the why doesn't the Holy Spirit work today, work the same today? And I just want to answer that he actually does.
Okay. Tell me how. Give me just a second. To the YouTube, are
Sure.
y'all still seeing Bible verses, or are y'all seeing the screen change? To the YouTube audience, do y'all see the topics, or are y'all still seeing a Bible verse on your screen? Because mine is showing me something different.
I see it's the 11 questions you mentioned or
Are you on YouTube?
statements.
Are you also on YouTube?
No, I'm on
Yeah,
TikTok.
I was talking to the YouTube
Oh,
audience. Just 1 second.
sorry.
That's okay. 1 second. Y'all see the topics? Okay, let me refresh my screen. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
And
I don't know how
y'all go
it
ahead and
came through
tap it
like
up,
that.
please.
All right, Vanessa, go ahead. Tell me how it works the same today.
So he does several things. What I've noticed though, probably why a lot of unbelievers don't know about it is I've noticed he doesn't move in any atmosphere. So if there's an atmosphere of believers that are praying,
I'm sorry, Vanessa. You're
sure.
not explaining how he does work the same today.
Okay.
You're explaining away the like why people don't
Sure.
see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So what he does today is he still heals today. He frees us from, we call it bondage. You can call it addiction or something else. What else? He raises the dead. He makes things appear like when the food was giving out, when he was giving out the food and it was multiplying, that still happens. Just the conversion in itself is a miracle. A veil gets lifted from your eyes and you're able to see what you couldn't see before. That's a miracle as well. That's why you'll find some people that are very devoted and gung ho overnight. It's because the veil was lifted. And that's what explains it. And they appear crazy, to everybody else. But that's the reason that happens, And he answers prayer. Not every prayer is a yes. Not every answer is a yes. Sometimes it's a no. We don't know everything. There's some questions that we still have. But another miracle would be like peace, things that you didn't have before. And most of all, a relationship. So you'll run into a lot of people that say they're believers and they go to church, and they know about God, they know about scripture, but they don't hear from him. They don't have an actual relationship. In order to have a relationship, you need to have some feedback.
And so those of us that have a relationship, I mean, you might think we're crazy or whatever. It's understandable. You know, it does sound nuts. So I understand the questions on the board. I've had the same questions, and still not every question has been answered. But I do
Okay.
know that he's
It's
real.
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I do. So I don't need you to preach. Okay.
Oh,
I
sorry. I
actually
didn't
don't.
realize I was doing that.
Yeah, I don't allow preaching in here. So what I heard you say is that he still heals today,
Yes.
right? And I'm just going to go one by one. And so when you say the Holy Spirit heals today, is that through people laying hands on them and then they're like magically being healed right then and there?
Yes, that's one of the ways that he will do it.
Okay. And then when do you have the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
And that's something that you can do?
It doesn't, he's the one that does it through
No.
us.
Can you? I don't
Yes.
care if he does it through. It's you laying hands on people, and then
Yes.
they don't need a doctor. They are magically healed right then and there, or
Yes.
spiritually healed right then and there of their diseases.
Yes.
And how many people have you healed?
Well, let me think. How many? I don't know the number. It's under 10
Why so little?
because we don't decide.
Where does it say that he has to decide who gets healed? What scripture is that?
I actually don't know the scripture that says that. That's just how it is.
Where did you get that understanding is what I'm asking.
Because he won't always do it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not up to you to decide, right? Like in the Bible, he says that you will be able to lay hands on the sick and they shall recover if you believe, right?
Yeah.
He didn't say only, hold on. He didn't say only sometimes. He didn't say only I get to decide who gets healed, right? He says that these signs shall follow those who believe, right?
Yes.
And that you'll
So
be
I
able
get,
to, I'm sorry, remember the rules of the live, right? I
yeah.
didn't talk while you were talking, did I? So he says that you will be able to cast out demons, right? You will speak in new tongues. You'll be able to pick up snakes with your hands. If you drink anything deadly, like it won't hurt you. And you'll be able to lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. In this book, whenever someone with the Holy Spirit laid hands on a sick person, they didn't like, except for the Gentiles, like the Gentiles had to be worthy. The Jewish elders had to vouch for the Roman centurion servant, for Jesus to heal the Roman centurion servant. They had to tell him, oh, he's worthy of it. He helped us build a synagogue. So like it mattered then. But normally when they were going throughout and they were healing people, they just laid hands on people and people recovered. There was no, they didn't have to pray to the God first and say, can I do this?
Right.
Yeah. So
So
it sounds like that might be something that you're adding on, which would mean that he doesn't work the same today as he does in this book. That's a new criteria there.
my response to that would be, it depends on how deep you go with him. So I don't know
But hold on.
why.
That
Well,
even
let
if
me
you like,
finish.
no, because you're getting ready to do something that I didn't ask, right? I'm not asking you to justify the why. What I'm addressing is the fact that that's still something different, right? Even if you try to bye. God, y'all are such little whiny crybabies.
Sensitive.
That's depressing.
Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like if no matter what your justification is for why he doesn't do it, the point is it's not the same. If you have to justify why it's different, it's not the same. And the topic that you came up to discuss is, why doesn't the Holy Spirit work the same today. Y'all want to come up here and you want to preach and you want to gaslight, right? And then when we don't let you, you fucking run and you victimize yourself. And I don't respect fragility. I'm sorry. Fragility. I don't respect it. So you got to check that shit at the door. Leave it at church. If you are in the guest request and you are not fragile, please comment so that we can bring you on stage.
And you can be honest about this Bible and the God you serve.
One thing that they always talk about how it's God and not them, but whenever they have to be in like uncomfortable situation, like there's no fucking way that they're going to be able to convince me that they're able to heal anybody or cast out any demon when their ass is run at the sight of being uncomfortable or at the sight of any type of conflict where they can't manipulate or control some shit. Their motherfucking ass is run. Like, bitch, you like in order to show any type of strength or power, you better be able to face some of the hardest shit. And just sitting in a conversation where, you can't do what the fuck you want to do, right? Like at all times, and you got to get out. Like that's heat to you, and you got to get the fuck out. No, ain't no fucking way you gonna tell me you got any motherfucking kind of power. Not even mental power. Alex, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age? If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
36 and atheist.
All right. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Let's see. Sorry, I put in the chat earlier about reading them out just because I'm legally blind, so I couldn't read them.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll read it for you. No I didn't see that comment. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So it says, why doesn't the Holy Spirit work the same today?
Okay.
What do atheists have wrong about God or the Bible? God nor Jesus were against slavery. God is an abusive husband, father, and leader. God's plan was supremacy and capitalism. If God is not a genie, then why do I need him? What are you saved from and how do you know it? Job's faith versus faith today. God's will versus that's just life. Why do you feel atheists need to repent for not believing? And if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you?
Ooh, these are fun. Let's go with, you said abusive, did you say husband? Abusive.
Mm-hmm. God is an
leader?
abusive husband, father, and leader. And just to let you know how this live works. So even when atheists come up, I do still ask, right, for you to pick a topic, but this is a research live. So I like when atheists come up and they can expand the topic a bit more, share some knowledge with us that maybe we, or a point of view that we may have not considered, so that we can learn something from the conversation. I don't want it to be a live where atheists or non-believers are just ragging about Christians, how much they don't like them or things like that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I don't know how well versed I am. I was raised Christian, but I don't think I ever actually believed. But I would say to that topic, just fundamentally, even the idea of sending, I guess, your children to hell for whatever sins doesn't sound very loving to me. And the conditions there, like the what would you call it? The punishment for those conditions, it seems a little heavy. And I think I had that conversation with my mother once, because my family, everyone's still Christian. But the idea of me as her son. Is there anything on this earth that I could do that would warrant eternal damnation or eternal suffering? Like, what crime could I commit? What rule could I break? Like, as your son, that you could possibly do that to me? And she, of course, did not have an answer. Nothing's going to really surpass being grounded or being put in prison, or I guess if we're going to go there, a death penalty or something. But just suffering for the rest of time seems a little excessive to me. And the rules, it's very much set in my mind as a do as I say, not as I do, when reading through the Bible. And I guess if I was going to talk about a specific scripture or something, I know one that really stuck with me when I was a kid, when I heard it in church, and I was feeling like, that doesn't make sense. And you might have to help me here because I don't remember exact names, but who did he turn to a pillar of salt for looking back?
Lot's wife.
Yes.
She's a woman, so she didn't get a name.
Oh, that's even worse. Okay. Yeah, I always thought that story just sounded so unfair to her. Like, that was her home. That's everything that she built and worked for. Like, what do you mean you're a pillar of salt because you didn't do what I say? And then anytime that I heard Christians try to justify that, and they're like, oh, well, she didn't listen. And I'm like, that sounds like the dictionary. Like, what if you look up abusive husband? Like, that should be written next to it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree. No, I agree 100%. It's a lot of his punishments were excessive, right? And then the idea of torturing someone for all of eternity, like, think about it. He would have to bring people who have died back to life, right? They've already disintegrated to dust, right? And he would have to bring each particle back, give them a whole new body just to burn it again. And he would have to give them a better body. Like, think about it. Their body would have to be better than the one they were given when they were alive, so that body continues to burn over and over and over again. Better bones, better muscles, everything. Better pain receptors, so that it would, burn over and over and over again. And those that are alive when this God supposedly comes back would get an upgraded body just so he can destroy it and watch it burn for all of eternity. That is fucking sadistic.
That's so, it's overkill. Like, maybe it's just my small little human brain, but even the worst crime on this earth, I don't think there's anything that warrants eternal suffering. I mean, I might understand prolonged suffering depending on what the crime was, but eternal, that's very excessive. And with no, what's the word? Like, time to learn and, like, become a better person or something, If there was some, oh my God, why can't I think of words right now? If there was no, like,
redemption?
What is that R word?
Redemption.
No, rehabilitative aspect.
Oh, rehabilitation.
To the punishment. Yes, that. There we go. Sorry. There's nothing like that. It's just, okay, you messed up, burn forever. That's a lot. And another thing that I never really understood. One thing, I am part of the alphabet mafia, and I have a husband, and he is Christian, which is another story all in of itself. But and he went to seminary. Like, he at one point was going to be a pastor, so he knows his stuff really well, and we talk about these things sometimes. but he talks about how apparently Satan doesn't really do much of anything, and I mean that makes sense with like sort of Job, but that he, essentially when bad things happen to you, God is sending those bad things to you as well. Was how he explained it to me, and I'm like, I don't remember that part, but sure, you read more than I did.
He's right.
Oh, that's yikes. But that God sends these bad things to you, and then that, that's generational. Like this all started with Adam and Eve apparently, and it's just getting passed down, and it goes down to the, what is it, like each generation gets double like what the previous one did or something. That's also excessive.
Yeah,
But
think about like the story of the Amalekites, right? Where Samuel tells Saul to, kill all the Amalekites.
I don't remember that one, no.
Yeah, I think it's in 1 Samuel. He tells him to kill all the Amalekites. But the reason why is because of something that their ancestors did or didn't do 400, 500 years before. So 4 centuries later, this God is like, I didn't forget about the Amalekites not allowing the Israelites to pass through their land. Go kill all of them.
That's so excessive.
Yeah.
But I tried thinking of those things in real world situations. Like I think of me and my family. And so I'm like, everything that we're going through now is because of something that I took no part in, that my mother took no part in, that her parents took no part in. And that is something I get into with my family a lot. They argue with me about my disability because I was born with it. And they're like, you're just angry. You're just angry at God. And I'm like, no.
But even if you were, that would be
like,
perfectly valid, because why would he do that?
Yeah, I think so too. I completely agree with you, but it's really not an anger thing. Like I said earlier, like I don't think I ever actually believed. I think I'm getting off topic with this, but I think I followed Christianity as long as I did, more to appease my parents. One, because of me realizing at a very young age that I'm gay, and also having a disability and it being a visual thing. I'm my father's only son, and I always felt like I took some of those like key like joy moments a father has with his son away from him. We've never really talked about it, but like, fathers want to play sports with their son, and he tried playing baseball with me at times, and I would just get knocked in the head with a baseball. And I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna not be able to fulfill that role, if I'm gay, like the least I could do for my parents is be Christian. So I tried. But like I always left church with more questions than answers. Nothing ever really clicked for me in the way it seemed like it was everyone else. And like the story of Lot's wife and everything. Every time they would go through a passage, I'm just thinking, okay, but that doesn't make sense. Is everyone just taking this at face value, except for like everyone else is doing that? Sorry, that got off topic, but just things, yeah, like my disability, they think I'm just angry about that, and I'm not. But according to their faith, this would be something that was given to me, I guess, because of my parents' sins. And I know my mother, she doesn't talk with her parents. She had a whole thing when she was a teenager. She ran away from home at like 19 because of racism in the South and all of that. And so I'm just like, so this God who's why can I not speak English today?
I can't say that. I can't say that word either. So okay, I know what you mean.
Omnipotent, all knowing and whatever. And so he already knew that, I'm talking about my mother here, but he already knew that your father would be a racist, and that he would try to put that on you, and then that you wouldn't follow him, and that you would see that that's a really fucked up thing to think about people, and he would tear your family apart that way. and then you leave home, find a man who loves you, have a son, and he's going to give your son a disability, I'm guessing because you disobeyed your father. So I apparently have something to do with that. And then
so is your mom, that would kind of be like your mom admitting that this guy was racist. All right? Like if that was the sin.
Right.
Because what was the issue that her parents didn't want her with a black person?
Yes.
Yeah, like hold on for a second, I'm sorry. Elite.com, do not come in my comments promoting your business. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't know who you are. You cannot promote your business in my comments unless you have a nerd badge. Yeah, so like if I don't know if your mom believes it, but if she's saying that that's why Jesus or God gave you a disability, that's, to me, it sounds like she would be admitting that, you know, this God is okay with racism.
Oh, no. She's never admitted that herself.
Oh, okay.
I just mean like them being in the Christian faith, they believe that all of these things are connected. And that this, you know, these punishments are generational. So I don't know if she's connected that specific dot herself, that like what she believes would lead to that, would point to that. You know, but she does believe that, you know, the punishment for our sins are like passed on to our children. And maybe it's just that we haven't spoken about it. Because anytime that like the topic of my belief system and theirs and my disability comes up, conversations get very, I don't want to say heated. It's not heated, but it's very uncomfortable. And they're just convinced, again, like I said, that I'm angry. And my father always drops the comment, no, you were raised in it. I know you believe, you're just being a rebel now. You're going to turn around someday. And I'm like, I'm 36. I don't think it's happening anytime soon. But yeah, that goes back to the point of the Christian God being like an abusive husband. I'm like, what does my grandfather being racist have to do with me? Why am I being punished for that? That just seems very excessive and like behavior of an abusive husband. You know, being mad about, I don't know, a fight that he had with his wife and then taking it out on the children or something, or being mad or in a sour mood because, I don't know, the dog did something in the yard. All right, I'm gonna go like yell at the kids about it. The way these like punishments are passed down through people and through generations, it's very much giving abusive husband, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is it's there are ways that people who do believe in this God don't necessarily have to believe in sin being passed down to the kids, because there is a conflicting scripture, conflicting account where this God says, I don't punish children for the sins of their father. Whoever sins dies. Whoever sins pays the punishment. Like, that's not me. I never said that. I don't do that. And then there's a scripture where the disciples asked Jesus, who sinned to make this man blind? Was it his parents or was it him? And Jesus says, nobody sinned. It was for God to get the glory, because he was going to get healed through Jesus and the Holy Spirit. Right. And I think that, again, like the way I see this book is it's people writing from their own perspective of what they believe a God is, like this God is, or what this God said, or what this God did. Right. And so if people latch on to the idea that, you know, God punishes children for the sins of their parents, that's what they want to believe, because they don't have to, because there's other scriptures in this book that says the opposite. And a lot of times those people that push the reason why this happened to that kid is because their parents are sinners. The reason why there's, 28 million children dying of hunger in the world, because their parents are sinners, or their parents aren't praying hard enough. I think it speaks a lot about the personality of that person, right? And the fact that they don't have empathy for the suffering of a child, and they use this God in this book to excuse that away, because they don't have to believe that, because there is an out in this book for them not to. Does that make sense?
By chance. Oh, of course, yes. By chance, would you know, could you tell me what one of those, where one of those passages would be?
Yeah. Ezekiel 18.
Ezekiel 18.
Mm-hmm. Give me just a second. I'll get it pulled up for you.
No worries. I only asked because, like I said, my husband went to seminary. Both of his parents are pastors, and so that's another Ola pasta right there. When he decided to marry me, his father said, "Don't ever come back to this house again," and so they're not on speaking terms anymore. But even him, like, he says that he knows he's gay and that he knows he's going to hell, but he's still a Christian and he's choosing hell. And I'm just like, but why? There are other options. But he's like in it. He was raised in the church. His father has a couple of churches in this area. And I mean, he grew up, what do you call it? Like leading the youth groups. And he taught it to the younger kids there. Like, he was in it. And he himself says his parents had him right before they got married. So he refers to himself as a bastard child, and he himself believes that he's gay because his parents sinned.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot. And like, I don't even know how to deal with that.
Wow. I hate to hear that. Like, if that's the case, then Jesus was like, who sinned to make Jesus a bastard child? Because in this story, Jesus was born out of wedlock.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
I just don't know how you believe all of that and then still want to stay.
Yeah.
But even the one thing I will say about him is he himself will also say that most Christians are misinterpreting the Bible. And he says that, you know, the Christian God is not this all-loving, like, beacon of peace that, like, all Christians think that he is. My husband's also very into astrology, and he loves to say that the Christian God is very much just a very cold-hearted Aquarius. Which I'm an Aquarius, and I'm like, I don't like what you're doing there, but okay.
Not the same.
Yeah. But he's like, you know, like I said earlier, it's a very do as I say, not as I do. I'm not here to love you. This is very much like a obey me type situation. He is the master. Humans are the slaves. And I'm just like, and you're okay with that? You just are admitting it and like, yeah, I'm a slave. Like, I don't understand that.
Slave of who though? Like, I'm gonna give you these scriptures, but like when he says that, does he realize that he's agreeing to be the slave of other humans? Because the God doesn't have his own body, right? He's not building houses for the God. He's not what is he doing for the God to consider himself a slave of the God? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. When people say that, and I think they don't realize that they're literally agreeing to be slaves of other humans who are claiming to be representations of this God. And in that they're willing to dehumanize themselves and other people. Yeah, opportunity watch, unless you can prove to me that your God doesn't need your body to talk and to do anything on this earth outside of fucking trees. Then that's what it is. But Ezekiel 18, 19, and 20 says, yet you say, or actually, I'm going to go up a little further.
Oh
Let
wait,
me see.
thinker.
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna say, thank you for having me. It's 4:30 in the morning. I can't do this shit anymore. But, but thank you for having me, and I'm delirious. So good night.
Thank you for
Good night,
coming up, and we
Sam.
enjoyed having you on stage. Have a
Thank
good
you so
night.
much, and I loved meeting you all. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Good night.
So Ezekiel 18. We're gonna start. Actually, I think I need to go. Actually, I'm gonna start at 1 because this is where the God questions, and he's like, "Who?" He's like, "What does this mean?" So he says, "The word of the Lord came to me. What do you mean by repeating this proverb concerning the land of Israel? The parents have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge." So keep in mind, this is an all-knowing God coming to Ezekiel saying, what does this proverb mean? Like, what do you mean when you say this? All right.
Right.
He says, as I live, says the Lord God, this proverb shall no more be used by you in Israel. Know that all lives are mine. The life of the parent as well as the life of the child is mine. It is only the person who sins who shall die. If a man is righteous and does what is lawful and right, if he does not eat upon the mountains or lift up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, does not defile his neighbor's wife or approach a woman during her menstrual period because blood, does not oppress anyone, but restores to the debtor his pledge, commits no robbery, gives his bread to the hungry, and covers the naked with the garment, does not take advance or accrued interest, withholds his hand from iniquity, execute true justice between contending parties, follows my statutes, and is careful to observe my ordinances, acting faithfully, such a one is righteous. He shall surely live, says the Lord God. If he has a son who is violent, a shedder of blood, who does any of these things, though his father does none of them, who eats upon the mountains, defiles his neighbor's wife, oppresses the poor and needy, commits robbery, does not restore the pledge, lifts up his eyes to the idols, commits abomination, takes advance or accrued interest, shall he then live? He shall not. He has done all these abominable things. He shall surely be put to death. His blood shall be upon himself. But if this son has a son who sees all the sins that his father has done, considers and does not do likewise, who does not eat upon the mountains or lift up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, does not defile his neighbor's wife, does not wrong anyone, exacts no pledge, commits no robbery, but gives his bread to the hungry, and covers the naked with the garment, withholds his hand from iniquity, takes no advance or accrued interest, observes my ordinances and follows my statutes, he shall not die for his father's iniquity. He shall surely live. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among his people, he died for his iniquity. Yet you say, why should not the son suffer for the iniquity of the father? When the son has done what is lawful and right, and has been careful to observe all my statutes, he shall surely live. The person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. So they have an out. Like, that's just one of them, right?
Right.
Deuteronomy 24:16 says the same thing.
Sorry, what you just read, you said that was Isaiah 18?
Ezekiel 18.
Ezekiel 18, okay. Mm-hmm. Ezekiel 18 and Deuteronomy 24.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 24:16.
Yeah, thank you for telling me those. I don't know how much it'll do because he's already in it, but I really would like my husband to stop thinking that he's gay because his parents sinned.
I wonder, like, has he ever, saw these scriptures. And then a lot of people say, well, that's the Old Testament, right?
Mm.
But even in the book of John, says, as he walked along, he saw a man blind from birth. His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Jesus answered, neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind so that God's work might be revealed in him. Right? So, like, there are multiple outs for them to not believe that, you know, sin is passed down, or curses, generational curses are passed down.
Right. I'm sure he knows those scriptures. I'm wondering if he's just pushed those to the back of his mind, and he's, you know, like someone in an abusive relationship will have made excuses for their abuser. I wonder if he's dealing with some of that. He's guilting himself into believing it has to be his fault. It's something he did, which I do think children do. I do think children a lot of times look at their parents, and when they see their parents struggle with something, when they see their parents fight, they immediately go to, okay, what did I do? I don't know why kids have that skill, but it just seems like something I've noticed a lot.
Yeah.
It all just goes back to the topic.
Mm-hmm. And it could be like, you know, if his parents are really religious, it could be something that they like taught him. And he's, you know, in order to deal with the hurt of it, he's just decided to accept it as truth. I know that, you know, when I was, I talk about this in my book, growing up, right? When people would say things about me, I was in an abusive marriage. When he would say things about me or call me names and stuff, I told myself that it was true and that I deserved it, right? In order to help me, you know, deal with the, you know, abuse that I was going through. I didn't even know it was abuse, honestly. And I didn't recognize that I was doing it as a coping mechanism. But that could be what's going on with him. Like, his parents could have taught him that, and he's just decided to accept it as truth in order to, like, minimize the shock of the pain. Like the
I wouldn't put it past them. They are evangelists. I don't remember specifically like what they refer to their sect of Christianity as, but they are very old school, very misogynistic. Women are in the kitchen and men are not. And like, his mother goes with it. His mother will yell at his father for trying to come help in the kitchen. And she's like, what are you, a woman? And I'm just like, women say that? What?
Wow.
They are in it. And I do know that growing up, one thing, he has issues with being like restricted. And I mean that in any sense of the word. Like, he doesn't like feeling weighed down. He's not claustrophobic, but he gets weird about being in rooms that he can't like easily get out of. And it seems like a lot of it came from growing up. Anytime he did something wrong, or maybe he got a bad grade at school, or maybe he said a bad word, I don't know, his parents would immediately just pull out a Bible and they would sit down on the couch, and it was a like 2 to 3 hour, maybe 4, just session of like, we have to talk it out. You need to apologize to God. We need to get down and pray about it. And when he talks about it, he makes it sound like it's nothing. And I'm like, do you know how intense that sounds? Like, you got a B on your math test and your father pulled out a Bible and gave you a 4-hour lecture? Hello?
Damn.
Yeah. Like, dial it down a little bit.
Toxic and abusive. Yeah. Like, that's abusive as hell. Have you ever recommended therapy to your husband?
I have, and he won't do it because he always has an excuse. So I'm American, he is not, and we do not live in America. And the country that we live in is not known for having great therapists or like mental health care or just thoughts about like taking care of yourself mentally. There's a very toxic work environment where we live. And so he's always made excuses of like, okay, I do want to get a therapist, but I need them to be able to speak my native language and like the language of the country we live in. I need them to speak both because like there has to be communication, whatever there. He's like, I need them to understand the LGBT community. I need them to understand the Christian belief. I need them to understand. And he has this whole like list of things that like, if this one therapist cannot check every single one of those boxes, he's just not going to do it.
But has he looked? Because I know Better Health actually allows you to like pick all of these preferences, and most therapists are Christian. Like they use Christian beliefs in their therapy. Like it's really hard to find a non-Christian therapist.
Right.
But Better Health like lets you actually pick those criteria. So has he actually looked, or did he think that that was going to be too hard and he's just like, yeah, I just don't think it exists?
I think that's where he is, because I'm sure other people have said it to him before he met me. And when I started finding out more about his family, I started pushing it more. And he seemed like he was already just over it. Like, no, there is no perfect therapist for me. I'm just not even going to try. And I'm like, that's not good. You've basically given up on yourself.
Yeah. So BetterHelp is a really good one. And then if he is interested in talking to a therapist that would be non-biased, like they understand the Christian religion, but they know how to separate that.
Right.
What's it called? Recoveringfromreligion.org has a lot of therapists like that. And then the Secular Therapy Project has a lot of therapists like that as well. And I'm sure, he'll be able to find one that's of his nationality.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. But I know that's got to be stressful on you too. Like to see somebody that you love self-hating, because that's what it is. Like he's accepting the hate that other people are giving him, and saying, this is who I am. This is my identity. I can't change it, right? Because he can't change who he is. Right. And he's accepting that that he deserves hate when he doesn't. And I know that has to be hard on you because you're like, I'm giving you all this love. And the love that I'm here to give you, the hate is outweighing that.
I don't think you could have said it more perfectly. Like, since I've met him, like, he doesn't sleep well. Like, he just doesn't sleep. He's always tired. He'll try to act like he's okay. And there's like a lot of days he'll get up and go to work, and I'm like, are you rested enough to be behind the wheel of a car right now? Or we'll be having like a really good, time. I don't mean like a specific thing. Like, I mean, like we'll have like a good week, good 2 weeks or something. And then something will just come up with his parents again. And it's like, why do you guys have to keep ruining our good time? Like his father.
They probably want to. They're probably doing that shit on
weird.
Purpose.
His father is. His father definitely is. And like I said, they're very old school Christian, and the mother has to follow the father. He's the leader of the house. And his way is the end all be all. No ifs, ands, buts about it. But I do think deep down, she is willing to work with us a little bit more on this. I think she's willing to meet us in the middle a little. but his father is just like absolutely not. It's very much giving Christian God vibes, but
It's so crazy because, like, if your husband had been like a bank robber, let's not. I'm not even gonna say bank robber. If your husband had been like a petty theft and had gotten caught stealing from like Walmart or these designer stores, would his father take the same approach?
no, not at
And
all.
it's exactly like, what gives them the right to zone in on this one thing, even if they believe that it's a sin? What gives them the right to say this sin carries the most weight? And I think it's that word abomination. And they don't pay attention to, like, literally this book says that having two different types of metal in your house is an abomination. But
Right.
like that, he would be forgiving if he had two different types of metal in his house, right?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah. Like they say all sin is equal in the eyes of God. No sin is greater than the other, except they have chosen a sin that is greater than all the others, and it's homosexuality. And like, I don't, why they can't see that all the hate that people of the LGBTQIA community gets, it's not the God, right, that's saying zone in on this one thing. It's the humans that's doing that.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I've seen, I mean, like I said, his father has his own church. He has a pretty decent following where we are. And he has, addicts in his church. He has people with gambling issues in his church. He has people who've committed adultery multiple times in his church, on his staff. But solely because they're still coming to church regularly. They're still like praying. They're still asking for forgiveness. I guess they're still paying tithes. Somehow that just makes it all better.
Yeah, because
So
I
he's
think
on
it's
speaking
all
terms.
about. I think it's more about the man's ego, right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
He definitely has an ego. But his mother, every now and then she will reach out. She'll send a text message just to be like, "Hey, is everything still okay?" But his father is just like absolute no contact. He won't answer phone calls. He won't answer text messages. Even if he goes to their house, his father will literally be in the same room as him and just try his damnedest not to like even look at him. If my husband like says something to him, he'll just ignore him. Like he is 100% like, I don't know you. And it's crazy. And that's what I meant by like, we'll be going through a really good time. And then like recently, my husband's grandmother, so his father's mother, was in the hospital for something. And one of my husband's aunts reached out to my husband directly and was like, "Oh, your grandmother's in the hospital. Well, we'll give you updates as things go along. Let your father know." Because I don't know if the rest of the family knows how his parents are being. Because the rest of the family is fine. Like all his aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone's fine. It's just his parents. And he kept texting his dad. He kept calling his dad. He's trying to tell him like, "Hey, grandma's in the hospital. Grandma's in the hospital." And he just wouldn't look. He won't open the text. He wouldn't look at the calls. Nothing. And so then my husband had to reach out to a cousin and was like, "Can you tell my father that his mother's in the hospital, please?"
That is fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely insane. And I'm sure the cousins told the father, like, "Okay, your son told us XYZ." And the father still won't even reach out to be like, "Thanks for trying to let me know about my mom." And again, my husband tries to act like it's not bothering him. But I mean, after that happened, his mood was noticeably different for like the next 3 days. He was really quiet. He just really wouldn't get off the couch. And I'm like, this is ruining the atmosphere in our home because of how your father is acting. But I also can't really fight with you about it. That's not the way to approach it. I'm not going to be mad at you for it. But also, I'm really mad at your father. But I also can't say that to you because that's not your fault. I'm not obviously just going to go have a fight with your father because I know you're also not going to like that because for whatever reason, you still love and respect him. And I mean, that's your choice. But again, sounds like abusive husband, abusive father. His dad does seem like he's following the text pretty accurate to me.
Yeah, he is. And I I a lot of times I'll talk about Deuteronomy 13 verses 6 through 11. I don't know if this is your first time on the live, but and the reason why I do that because this is how I say this concept has changed today. So 6 through 11 is about the Israelites being enticed or encouraged to worship a different God, right? And this is what the God tells them to do. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the peoples who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do any such wickedness. And I know people probably like, why is she reading that? This ain't about that, but it is, because you have to, like, this God is basically saying, like, this is the type of loyalty that I want, right? You have to be willing to kill your own son or daughter, to get the desire to worship other gods out of my camp, out of Israel. And so when you go to Luke 14, when Jesus says, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. And a lot of times believers focus on the word hate, and they say it doesn't actually mean hate. It means love less. And the word there literally does mean hate, detest, pursue it, hatred. And it does have a connotation to love less. But, and when earlier today in the live, there was a commenter on YouTube that said that he loved God more than any human, right? When you love the God more, when you're loyal to this God more, to his doctrine, right? To the theology, right? To the feeling that you get, to the hope of heaven or the fear of hell, then this hate or love less will cause a person to obey this law. This law. You literally have to love your daughter, son, or brother less than the God to be okay to kill them for them worshiping a different God. And so when your son or your daughter is a homosexual or an atheist, the loving them less than the God makes you okay to verbally or mentally or emotionally kill your child by exiling them out, stonewalling them, making them hate themselves, which is why we see a lot of times people in the LGBTQIA community often self-harm from the results of being iced out by their mother or their father or their brother or sister because of who they are. And these people, because of their loyalty to this God, they're willing to push people to that point. And then they'll say, it's not my fault that they, took their own life. All they had to do was get saved. All they had to do was repent. But because of your loyalty to this God, you were closed off. You had no empathy. You could not see what your hatred or your loving less was doing to the person. And so you, by default, not you, but the person by default are honoring Deuteronomy 13 verses 6 through 11. And you may not be picking up a weapon and physically killing the person, but you sure as hell are doing it with your fucking hate. You're doing it with your mouths. You're doing it with your doctrine that perpetuates hate towards a group of people. And the fucked up thing about it is that every last one of y'all will still call yourself a sinner. But for some odd fucking reason, you think that you have the power or the authority to point out somebody else's so-called sin and hold that at a heavier, at a higher regard and zero in on them. That pisses me off.
That's horrible. That sounds like where he is. And I mean, like you said, his father, as far as I know, has never been physically abusive towards him. But yeah, he's basically socially killed him within their household. The one weird thing, it's crazy because like, again, this goes back to like, it sounds like an abusive relationship because he'll internalize everything. And I mean, we've been married for a little over a year now. Even when we were dating, his parents were just like, it was like a don't ask, don't tell type situation. Like, don't talk about that here. Like when you're at our house, he's not welcome here, referring to me. Sorry. But, it was once he told his parents he was actually going to propose that his father was like, well, I guess I don't know you anymore. Don't ever come here. And he said that, but my husband would still go to their house from time to time. Because he has a younger sister and she has 2 sons and he wants to go to the family house to see his nephews. And his father would never say like, you aren't supposed to be here. He would never actually make him leave. He just told him on that day he talked about proposing, don't ever come back. Now he does go back he hasn't in like a few months, but he was going back periodically. His father wouldn't say leave. He just wouldn't speak to him. I don't know if that makes it better. I almost wish his father would just put his foot all the way down. I feel like that is one thing that bothers me. It's probably horrible on my point, but I'm like, if you're going to cut him out, just completely cut him out. Don't keep him dangling. That makes it worse.
The dangling is for his father's control. He knows that he's giving him that false hope, so enough for him to come around so he can mistreat him because he's hoping that the mistreat, right, that the abuse is going to force him to change. It's a tool that the father is using. He needs him to continue to chase after him and to come around so he can mistreat him.
Wow. You are probably right. That sounds very on brand for his father. So I kind of lost my train of thought there. But yeah, they'll still let him come around, and that he'll internalize all of this. And I think what you said is correct just now, but what my husband will say about the situation is his parents just aren't strong enough to do it. And he doesn't go around to their home or contact them as much as he actually wants to, because he's basically pulling his parents into sin and potentially dragging his parents to hell by trying to keep a relationship with them. Because according to the Bible, like you just said, they should essentially socially kill him. They should cut him off. And he believes himself that his parents should cut him off, but that they're not strong enough to do it. And so he's made essentially that his fault as well. He basically feels like, in a way, he might be a reason that his parents also go to hell, because they're not strong enough to cut him off and he's not strong enough to completely walk away.
The crazy thing, like, I don't know, I would be interested in understanding from them if Jesus hated Gentiles more. I mean, if he hated homosexuals more than Gentiles, because Gentiles were under a ban, right? Jesus was an Israelite. Gentiles were considered unclean, uncircumcised heathens. They were banned. Like, they were not allowed to interact and engage with Gentiles. But yet Christianity is a Gentile religion that believes that this God finally saw that Gentiles were worth saving. And like, how can they believe in a savior that once saw them as something that deserved to be genocided, that didn't deserve food, that didn't deserve life, and then they turn around and they do it to someone else because of, first off, a law that never was meant for them. The law of Israel, the law of Moses, was meant for the Israelites. They had absolutely nothing to do with the Gentiles. They were not bound by this law. They were never in a covenant with this God. That was the cult of Israel. Gentiles were Greeks and Romans. They were under the Roman law. And the crazy thing about it is that it was actually Rome who had a problem with the LGBTQIA community at that time. They weren't called LGBTQIA. They weren't even called homosexuals. But they had a problem with not even homosexuality as a whole. They had a problem with cross-dressers, and they had a problem with androgynous beings, because they believed that if a child was born without it, with ambiguous genitalia, that was an omen from the gods that something bad was getting ready to happen to Rome. And so they killed every child that was born with ambiguous genitalia. So Rome is really responsible for this hate that, and this lack of education, this lack of understanding that we have for, this group of people. Yeah, and intersex. Rome's responsible for that. But if the Gentiles were considered this abomination to this God, but now it's the God's favorite people. Like, Gentile Christians believe that they are even more important to this God than the Israelites are. When the book literally says that Gentile Christians are being used to make Israel jealous. But they can see themselves as clean. And then they hone in on another marginalized group of people. And like I said, I think people are picking and choosing, because in Isaiah, the God literally talks about eunuchs that were born eunuchs, which means they were androgynous, they were intersex, they were born with an ambiguous genitalia. Eunuchs that were made eunuchs by the government's decision, or a person decided to make themselves a eunuch for the sake of, the cult. But in Isaiah, this God says that those people have a special place in his heart. And he says that they have a greater name. He calls them something greater than son or daughter. And that they have a monument in his palace. Right? But the whole reason that story is there in Isaiah is to show that what was once seen as an unclean thing, the God is saying, these people are special to me. right? It shows growth in the cult, growth in the God. But I don't see people talking about that. Like it's a group of marginalized people at that time, which eunuchs were considered marginalized people at that time. And here you have the God now saying these people were once marginalized, but now no more. Why the fuck? Ain't no point in me saying why because I know why. But you would think that homosexuality, right, would be something that the God is like, well, back then we didn't have an understanding about. Like I thought having two metals was bad. I thought wearing two different fabrics was bad. I thought eating shrimp was bad. All of these things were, an abomination. But this one thing, because it can't be about population. Because if two men or two women wanted to have children, they can still fucking have kids. There are multiple ways to still populate this damn earth so that these motherfuckers can get their labor, because that's all they care about. Creating more humans so they can have future laborers.
And more devout followers who don't ask questions.
Yeah, because it's a cash cow. And it allows people, it gives people power and control. But like, even if that, like literally this is about men and their fucking misogynist male ego. A man's supposed to be a man. A man's supposed to fuck a woman. Women were made for men. This is all about the man and his damn dick.
Sounds like his father. Like I said, he has people who have committed other sins in his church that are still members of his church and more than likely still sinning now, but I guess they're asking for forgiveness. So, and they're still paying money. So.
It's ridiculous. And then anytime I talk to them about the lives that are lost from this fucking unnecessary hatred towards the LGBTQIA community, these motherfuckers want to act like they don't know what's going on. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never done that. I've never pushed anybody away from being LGBTQIA, and that's not what the Bible teaches. Even if you think that's not what the Bible teaches, you fucking see it happening. There's no way. There's no way you're going to tell me you don't see that shit happening as a believer. And then if you don't believe that that's what it's supposed to be, then as a believer, it's your responsibility to tell other believers to stop the shit.
Absolutely. But nobody wants to be the nail sticking out.
Because they only have boldness when it comes to atheists. They only have boldness when they want towards non-believers. They don't have boldness when they're correcting their own people. When this book even tells them that their responsibility is to correct each other, not non-believers. They don't fucking listen to the book. These motherfuckers make up their own goddamn rules.
I feel like maybe sometimes they do though, and maybe that's why there are so many different sects of Christianity as there are now. And the one funny thing is, I do, a little guilty pleasure of mine, is hearing about his father's church and all the drama that's going on inside of it. Because there's constant fighting amongst them, like as Christians, about the text and like, what did this passage actually mean? And it started as one church, but it sprouted out into like 7 different churches now, because members will come in and at some point start disagreeing with how his father did a sermon or like his take on whatever passage that day, and it'll go into this huge fight, and his father's stubborn and he's like, I'm a man, you listen to me. And his wife is, that's my man, I have to stand by him, I have to back him and fight you for him. And members leave and then go branch off and start new churches, and that just like keeps happening. And I get these like monthly updates of, oh, so and so left and moved to a new church. And for me, that's always a little fun to get an update.
Yeah,
Where's so and so going now?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. That's exactly why there's 45,000 denominations, because some human, whether male or female, has decided that the human that they were under got it wrong. The Holy Spirit gave them the correct interpretation. That person didn't accept it, right? And then so they go and they start their own movement. Yeah, I agree. Somebody in the comments asked me, where is the scripture where it says not to judge the non-believers? It's 1 Corinthians 5 verses 12 to 13. For what have I to do with judging those outside? Are you not judges of those who are inside? God will judge those outside. Drive out the wicked person from among you. Believers are to judge believers, not non-believers. But believers tend to put themselves in the place of their God because they don't see their God working. So they got to be the God and the servant at the same damn time. But honestly, they're not supposed to be judging people who don't believe in this God. They're in a cult. You judge your own cult members. Keep your own cult members in line. You ain't got shit to do with people who aren't in the cult. But they don't listen to that. Because they say, Jesus told us to go out and spread the gospel. That's one thing. Spreading the gospel is one thing. Like if you want to go and say Jesus is good, that's like going and being an insurance salesman. If you knock on somebody's door and you try to get somebody to buy your insurance policy and they don't buy it, you don't show up the next motherfucking month talking about you didn't pay your premium. That's what they doing. That's like y'all out here holding people to fucking statues that we ain't signed up for. We are not in your cult.
I really wish more Christians understood that. Because my parents say things to me about that all the time. My family is Christian, but they are more, I guess, New Age Christians. I don't know. They have no problem with us. I talk to my parents regularly. My parents talk to my husband, so there's no issues there. But I do think that they're still struggling with it and like where they stand on it. But I try not to talk about it because though I am an atheist, I don't feel any like push or anything to like shake someone else's religion. If they come and ask me a question, I'll give you my answer. I'll tell you how I feel, but I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. If you are happy in your faith and you're comfortable there, amazing. That's beautiful. I hope it brings you some type of solidarity, but don't push it on me. That's when you're going to make me mad.
Yep, exactly. And people ask me all the time, like, why do you do these lives? Sometimes we'll get somebody up here who will say, what right do you have to tell other people what to believe? And I'm like, did y'all forget that for centuries, Christians have enjoyed the privilege of just invading people's personal space and trying to force them into believing or accepting their Jesus? And then, like, atheists have been really quiet, right? Usually they just say to themselves that they don't believe, or maybe a few people. Being an atheist is kind of like being a member of the LGBTQIA because you got to be in the closet.
Yeah.
Because you could get met with the same type of hatred, right? The same type of scrutiny. But I still believe that it's more dangerous for a member of the LGBTQIA. But still, there's that fear of coming out as an atheist because there is this expectation that everybody just accepts and believes that this God is the God and that everybody respects this God and its followers and its teachings.
I don't know how someone would say that to you on the live. Now, I've only found your live maybe about 2 months ago. I actually made this TikTok account just so that I could be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I found you through YouTube, and I was like, "Whoa, this is amazing." But I don't, in my 2 or so months of listening, I don't think you've ever told anyone what to believe. I took it more as
Exactly.
just like an educational live of you've posed a question, let's talk about it, let's see where everyone is. This is fact, this is not, and that's it. I don't think I've ever heard you say like you need to believe this.
Exactly, because that's
So
not my place.
I guess
It's not.
I
It's
don't really
not.
know where that comment comes from.
I think, like, I do feel like there's, Christian privilege. There's Christian privilege,
Oh,
and yeah,
absolutely.
anything that's going against saying that you should believe in this God, they see it as saying don't believe in this God, and so they don't take the time to actually sit and listen to the conversations to see, what the conversations are about. They just immediately jump to enemy, and Jesus says in this book, if you're not with me, then you are against me. Jesus set that expectation, so.
That also sounds like an abusive relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You
Yep.
can't question anything. Like, again, do as I say, not as I do. Like, my word is the end all be all. If not, you're gonna burn forever. Forever's a really long time, guys.
We had a guy on the live right before I went on vacation. I think it was Tuesday morning, maybe. Who kept saying that forever isn't forever. And he was
What?
like, there's a forever. He was like, there's a forever, and then there's a forever and never. It was like, what?
Hello?
Yeah.
Was he trying to be funny?
No, he was dead ass serious. Because he was trying to say that the only thing that is forever and ever is eternal life with God. And he was saying that anybody that does not believe, that goes into the lake of fire, they're going to just incinerate. They're going to no longer exist. Once they go into the fire, they're going to burn up, decenerate, and no longer exist. So he's like, the burning isn't forever. So we kept reading him scriptures where it says eternal torment, eternal fire. And he was like, yeah, but there's two different types of forever. There's a forever and the forever and ever. like, they just make up shit as they go.
Yeah, it does a lot of times feel like a religion of convenience. This scripture fits what I need to get across right now in this moment. It might not next week, so I won't bring it up again. But yeah, I don't understand any of that. Yeah, like I don't know. The more and more we talk, it's very much sounding like it's like textbook definition of abusive relationship. You don't really win unless there's no winning here, but you're not really doing anything for yourself unless you're 100% submitting, and no one should have to do that to receive good things, or just to receive love or peace. There should be no requirement of submission for peace. That's especially not from someone who's supposed to be like a father figure to you or whatever. Like, I could never treat my child that way.
They still have not been able to explain to me why, what this God, why does this God care about who you have sex with, as long as it's two consenting adults. And the crazy thing is, back then, the God didn't seem to care about adults having sex with children, and it doesn't really seem to give all that much of a fuck now about adults having sex with children, because they care more about two consenting adults having sex than they do about an adult inappropriately touching a child. Like, the outrage is misplaced. And I've not been able to get an understanding as to why the God gives up more of a fuck about two men or two women having sex than he does about an adult inappropriately touching a child. Why is the outrage different?
I would also love an answer to that question.
They don't have one. But they're just going to say, I don't approve of it. I don't know. That's all they're going to say.
Now it's about you.
Yeah.
now will change.
Yeah.
Again, religion of convenience.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all really abusive. And like I remember something that really upset me once. He was talking about I'm sorry, my husband, a person in his father's church, and there was a woman and her husband forced her to do something. I think everyone knows what I'm alluding to there. And it's like the immediate response was everyone get around her and pray that she gets, like, pray for her to get the strength to forgive him, because that's the first step.
Wow.
And like I had to walk away from that conversation because my blood pressure went through the fucking roof. I was so livid.
Are they JW? That sounds like something the JW organization would do.
I don't really know. I don't know. He always just refers to them as evangelists.
Evangelicals?
Sorry, say that, yeah, evangelicals.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's crazy.
And I'm like, and something like your father's church right there. Your father's church just condoned an abusive relationship and are like promoting it to go on. Because like you're praying for her to forgive him so that they can, I guess, somehow move past this because she's just supposed to forget, I guess. And she's still supposed to just sleep in the same bed as this man every night and wake up next day and like everything's okay. Have you lost your fucking mind? And so yeah, that's the main topic. I really feel like the Christian God itself would have to be like the symbol of an abusive partner for all of his followers to fall in line with that and basically support it and become that themselves.
Yeah. That's the image. When they say we were made in the image of God, they don't see the image that they've taken on. Did you have anything else? Any other questions? This was a great conversation. I appreciate you for coming up.
No, thank you so much. Like I said, I found you about 2 months ago, and I have really wanted to come up and just pick your brain about different things. And thank you so much for those scriptures earlier. I'm at some point going to try to sit down with my husband and be like, what do you think of this? Do you realize none of this is your fault? Can we try better help?
Well, keep me updated. And if I can help with any other scriptures or historical context, let me know. That will make your conversation, if he's a facts-driven person, any other information that I can share with you that will make your conversation more productive, let me know.
Fact-driven is iffy. Like I said, he's still pretty in it in terms of Christianity. He'll definitely go for scripture and his interpretation before he'll go for facts. But thank you so much. Just this conversation today has helped a lot. Ease my mind a little bit.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and have a great rest of your morning, I guess.
Yep, it's about 4:30 here. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was a great conversation. All right, y'all, let's continue to tap up the live. It's about 4:30. We got about 9 people in the guest request. Selena, are you awake?
Sí, señor.
Huh?
I said, sí, I am.
Awesome.
I'm about
Can
to
you
go
do?
start doing capitalism. I can do this.
Okay, good. I need to fix me some noodles or something. My stomach is touching my back. I haven't eaten since we touched down. Yeah. If you are in the guest request box and your name is not Idan, can you please comment so that we can bring you up next? If you're waiting to come on stage. I think Idan is the one who said forever and never, because he commented in the comments. It was like, I can explain the ever and never.
It's him. Yeah, it's him. Because he was like, I can love my wife forever, and then we die, but then eternity is forever and ever. But he still wouldn't accept that burning was forever and
Oh, okay. Now I remember him
ever.
more. Yeah. No, Idon, we're good on that. Okay. Wise Protector, thank you for commenting. All right. Please go ahead. Y'all tap up the live. Don't forget to give to let TikTok know that, we are using their platform and they're going to make some money. Wise Protector, thank you for joining. I'm going to hand you over to Selena and y'all. I'll be right back.
Hi, Wise Protector. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Let's get your age for TikTok purposes.
I'm past 21.
Okay. And are you a Christian, a believer, non-believer, or are you an atheist? Or
Yes, I am a believer. I'm a believer in Christ.
okay. So go ahead and pick a topic.
I would want to go to the very bottom where it says, if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you?
Oh, good place to start. Okay, go ahead.
And I like it. I truly believe that that's the reason why he created him. And I look at it like him creating the devil was actually a way for us to seek God's heart from a pure standpoint. And we can't do that without trials and tribulations. And so I realized that this kingdom is for those who overcome. And for us to overcome, we need a distraction. And that's how pretty much everything works. It actually works together like that when we have good and evil. Because
So
without good, there can't be evil.
the
Yeah.
the question is asking, if God couldn't resist him, why can't we? Okay, so
Hmm.
we know he created him, but God couldn't. God didn't tell Satan the way Jesus did in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, God didn't say, "Get thee behind me, Satan,"
Hmm.
especially when it came to Job. So why
Hmm.
would he expect us to be able to do that if he couldn't do it? Because he said that the devil, he said that Satan incited him against Job for no reason.
Hmm. Also, I also believe that the reason why, because the Bible also clears out that Jesus already overcame the evil one from the before the foundations of the earth. So I guess that's the whole point of this walk of faith, to believe in what he has already overcame. So I don't believe that God couldn't resist the devil. You already passed through that,
But
and
he didn't resist
like
him when he allowed him to mess Job's life up. He didn't resist him.
he actually ordered him to do his job, because remember that according to the Bible, according to John chapter 10 verse 10, it says, the thief cometh not for but to steal, to kill, and to destroy. That's his purpose. His purpose is literally to destroy. So
Can you give us
so
examples of Satan doing that other than in the book of Job? Like, where else did Satan kill, steal, and destroy?
but by his nature, I'll show you, for example.
I'm
For
not asking
example,
about
I'll
his
sh-
nature. I want to see his nature in action outside of the 10 plus the 10, maybe 20 people, because he did take away the servants.
okay.
Outside of those people, let me see his nature. Excuse me,
Okay.
working.
How about the fall of mankind? Without him, we wouldn't have fell, right? And then because
God,
of
go ahead. I'll
oh
let you
yeah,
finish.
because of his deceptive nature, he's a deceiver by nature, and that's the meaning of his name. He was able to deceive mankind. So
Deceive.
I
How
don't know
did
what
he
you call it,
deceive mankind? How did he deceive mankind exactly?
by 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 twisting the truth with a lie.
What lie did he
When
tell?
he told Eve that you would not be like, you would not, he said, because she was about to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but she told the devil that God said we should not touch it or eat from it, for the day we eat from it we shall surely die. And then the devil said, no, you will not die. As a matter of fact, you will be like God, knowing good and evil. So that was the truth. Even God came to confirm it, and
Okay,
he
Satan
said,
told the truth. Okay.
uh-huh. So he did tell the truth, but where he lied, it was actually out of ignorance when he said, no, you will not die. You
Did
will
they
not
die in
die.
the day that they ate it?
Yeah, they died the day they ate, because it was both spiritual and physical death.
No, I'm gonna let you know right now. Please
Mhm.
don't take that with you, because it was not a spiritual death. There was, in that scripture, there was no concept of a spiritual death. The word said, "In the day you eat of it, you shall surely die." That
Mhm.
meant that they would die that day, and the day was defined by Genesis when he said the sun rising and setting was the first day. Sun rising and setting was the second day. So he gave us a definition of what a day was, and then went on to tell them, in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. So Satan didn't lie to them, because they didn't die in the day that they ate of it. Their eyes did become open as soon as they ate of it. So how is that portion in the day, but the death wasn't in the day?
But also, according to, I think, Peter, it also tells us that and a day to God is like 1,000 years. Remember,
Okay,
so you
Adam
also
died at 900 and something years old. So Adam
mhm.
wasn't even a day.
That also goes to show you that you can actually be alive yet not have life. So just because you're breathing, it doesn't mean you have life. The question is, which life are you living? So for example, like you see certain scriptures like seek me and live. That goes to show you that if you seek anything that is not God, you may be living a life that you're not thinking is life. That's why Jesus in John chapter 10 verse 10, he said, but I have come so that you may have life and have it in abundance. That's a statement given to somebody who is in lack of life. It's either you're dead in iniquity, or wherever you are have no life. Like, you don't have life there. So I'm coming so that you may have it and have it in abundance. So it matters to know what life we have. It's one thing to have life. It's another thing to have life in abundance. That's a life that we can share amongst each other. So it matters to know whether somebody is walking dead, or do they really have life or not.
Okay, so let's bring it back to God not resisting the devil, because that was a lot of word salad to say. A lot of trying to explain away the fact that the serpent didn't lie.
Mhm.
Because the serpent didn't lie. God validated the serpent's truth. And
Mhm.
you said that the serpent told a half truth, or he used the truth and twisted it with a lie. But God
Mhm.
didn't tell them anything about their eyes being open when he told them not to eat of the fruit. So that was a lie of omission on God's part.
I don't really think it was a lie, simply because he didn't mention the eye
He
opening
didn't give
part.
them all of the information that they would need to make an informed decision on whether or not they would eat of the fruit.
But I also think it was based on the command that God gave, because he's the creator, right? So he knows the consequences of whatever it is that you do. So if he tells you not to do something, it's because there's a reason why he's telling you not to do it. And when
Okay,
he
so
goes then to tell you the reason, which is the unaliving part, then that goes to show you that somebody did not obey that word, and then they ended up doing something they were not supposed to do.
So God expects us to resist the devil, but he didn't give us the full information on who he was, and then he didn't resist him himself. That's just gonna keep playing in my head.
Not
Thank
not
you.
not really. Oh, sorry. No, not really,
No, no.
because I also, because remember, God is light, right? And that's the same light that shone from the darkness. It was within the darkness that he called out the light, right? So you start to realize that even like when you read James chapter 4, verse 7, it says, submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. And
Yes, and
that's a
that's what
state.
we're trying to figure out. Why didn't
Yeah.
God resist the devil himself?
Yeah, I
We're still
believe,
not
like
getting
I
that.
say, he already did, because for us to be able to resist the devil, we have to submit to God, because it takes a selfless individual to resist the devil. That's why this walk is a walk of complete trust in God. And you can't
You're
have
talking
complete
about
trust in God if you're not dead in Christ. That's the whole
okay,
point
and
of Christ
I'm gonna bring
dying.
it back because you're
Okay.
talking about us resisting him. We're asking
Okay.
you why God didn't resist him.
I believe he already did though, because
He didn't. Because I'm giving you an example of when he didn't.
there are many ways where he resisted the devil, but also we also need to understand that the way God operates outside of time and in time are not the same. When we have God in time or in the flesh, he still has to go through the same trials and tribulations we go through. But when God is outside of time or in eternity, everything is already done. He's already overcame, and the devil is already judged. And even if you read the book of Revelation, you start to realize that he's been judged already, because
Did you
where
say
God
God went
is,
through
there's
the
no
same
yesterday or
trials and
tomorrow.
the same trials and tribulations that we went through?
Yeah, Jesus went through the same thing. The only difference is he was in alignment with God because he was
Did
operating according to the will.
Was Jesus tempted with sex? Was Jesus tempted with drugs? Was Jesus tempted with other sexual
Uh,
immoralities? Like what
I like that.
trials?
I'll say this: we were not given the full scope of everything Jesus went through. Like for example, Jesus will tell you the Bible will tell you there are certain things that Jesus did that were not even written in the book. Before, if they were to be written in the book, we wouldn't have finished. That means there's so many things that Jesus did under the sun, but we never get any records about them. So we can only use what we know that he went through, which are, like, for example, those three temptations. Those are the very first temptations that Adam and Eve had to go through. The lust of the eyes, the pride of life, and the lust of the flesh. He got tempted in those three areas. But we might not know about things like sexual tests and other things. You maybe went through those things, but were not mentioned in there. But the three important things were mentioned in there because they're in the same categories. I don't know what you think, but I don't believe that God could not resist the devil.
So I still think you're not tracking because I gave you the biggest example of him not resisting the devil, and then you still haven't given me how the devil, Satan, whatever you want to call him, how his nature was to kill, steal, and destroy, and how he played out that nature outside of the Book of Job.
Yeah, I understand your point. But it's so, because if you want me to tell you why God hasn't resisted the devil, it won't make any sense, because it begins to cancel out his purpose. The reason, because also we need to understand that Lucifer, devil, and Satan, these are three different things. They mean three different things, right? So we have to look at an individual, or we have to look at a being according to how they were created or designed to behave, you know. And like I said, like, God in the flesh cannot be tempted because he is God. Even though he got tempted, he overcame the temptation. Unlike us as humans, we are not like.
Can I ask a question? Like, you talk about the three temptations in the wilderness,
Okay,
and one of the temptations was, you said, the desire of the flesh. Is that when he was tempted to turn the rock into food?
yes, that was the first one.
Now, what sense did that make? Like, his fast was over, correct?
It was over.
Yeah. The Satan came to him after he had fasted for 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness.
Hmm.
And then he told him, use your power to turn the stone into bread.
Hmm.
And Jesus was like, no, I'm good. I only live by the bread of God. But what temptation did he desire? Because, did he
Okay.
resist? Because he didn't, his fast was over. He could eat.
Hmm. It wasn't about eating really, but it was
But what
about
was the desire? What was the desire of the flesh that he resisted is what I'm asking.
Well, okay. The first thing was obedience to the command, because
What command?
he was commanded by the devil to turn the stones into bread.
Did he
Just the same
command
way.
him or did he
Yeah,
suggest it?
it
No,
was.
he
Well, it
didn't.
was.
It wasn't a
No,
command.
it
He
was actually.
suggested it.
Yeah, but it was a command though, because if
It
he
wasn't
had
a
obeyed what
command.
the devil,
It was
for
not.
example,
Like literally, this God obeyed the demons who asked him to send them into the swine. What's the difference between him doing what the demons asked and then him just saying, "No, I'm good. I don't need to turn this into bread. Turn a stone into bread." It wasn't a command. If
yeah, but
anything, you
mhm.
could say he obeyed the demons who asked him to cast them into the swine.
I get your point. I get your point. But I get what you mean. I get what you mean. And I'll say it like this. If you how can I say it? I'm trying to find a way to explain it without any confusion. Um so for example, after he's fasted, the Bible specifically says and he felt hungry. Now you
I
also
mean,
need
you
to
would too
understand.
if you fasted for 40 days or 40 nights.
Mhm.
Yeah, like his fast was over. What was wrong about him feeling hungry and eating?
Yeah, but the thing is, he didn't want to do it because the devil told him to turn the stones into bread
The devil
to prove that he is
suggested
the son of
it.
God.
Right. So it wasn't about the desire of his flesh, right? It had nothing to do with that. Like you're saying that this is a correlation to Adam and Eve looking at the tree and analyzing that the fruit was good to eat, right?
Hmm.
And that the fruit, realizing that the fruit would make her wise,
Hmm.
right? You're
Yeah,
correlating those two. But like this had nothing to do with that. Like Jesus could eat. The fast was over.
yeah, but also he did desire to eat, but he didn't at that very moment.
How
He
do
got
you know he
tempted though,
desired to eat?
because when he began to feel hungry, he when you feel hungry, you desire to eat, no, by nature.
No. There's a lot of times where I'm hungry and eating feels like a fucking chore, so I don't do it. Yeah, I've talked
Okay.
about this on the live several times. Eating sometimes, a lot of times, feels like an
Hmm.
obligation, like it feels like a chore. And so I
Hmm.
don't do it. I eat when I feel like eating. Like if I can enjoy my food, then I'm gonna eat.
Hmm.
But if I gotta eat because I'm hungry and it feels like I gotta
Hmm.
work, I'm not gonna fucking eat. I don't eat every time my body tells me that it's hungry.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But he did desire to eat, but he didn't.
Which I'm saying makes no sense. Yes, I always curse, Carmen, whatever Carmen writer sound like a fucking disease. Yes, I always curse. What is you complaining about me cursing and my comments a place that you showed the fuck up to voluntarily going to do? It's not going to change shit. The only way, Carmenitis, that you're going to not hear me curse is if you fucking swipe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I thought I was confused. But yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So anyway, yeah. So we talking about God resisting the devil, we said, right? And you asked me why God hasn't resisted the devil. And what I'm saying is I think that's a wrong statement, because according to the Bible, God already overcame the devil from before the foundations of the earth. So it matters how we perceive these things. Are we perceiving it from an eternal standpoint, or we're perceiving it from time?
But
You
you're
know?
perceiving it as him resisting it, like the eyes of the like a fleshly desire. But it was him basically saying, I don't gotta prove nothing to you. Because the devil said, if you really are the son of God,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
So what he was resisting was him having to prove who he was.
Hmm.
The fast was already over. It wouldn't have been wrong for him to eat. It's the fact
Yeah.
that you're correlating it to the Adam and Eve story that I don't agree with.
Well, but that's the whole point of the temptation, though, because he had to overcome what the first Adam could not overcome. Eating, it was eating. He had to do
How was
eat.
the first Adam tempted?
Well, it was not really him tempted
Right, he
directly, but
wasn't.
it
So
was
he
the
ain't
woman.
overcoming what the first Adam done because the first Adam wasn't tempted with shit. The conversation was with Eve, wasn't with Adam. Adam
Yeah,
just did
but
what he was told. Eve handed it to Adam, and Adam ate. Adam didn't try to overcome any type of a temptation. He didn't even have a conversation. That you
so
can't
yeah, but
correlate that when there was no temptation with Adam.
okay, but Adam fell into deception. He ended up disobeying God in
He
order.
didn't fall into deception. The woman was deceived. The woman was the one who had the conversation with the serpent. The woman handed the food to Adam, and Adam ate. Adam was with her the whole time. Adam didn't speak up. Adam didn't say shit. And Adam could have resisted when she handed him the food, but he didn't say shit. He ate, and then he blamed her. There was no temptation on Adam's end.
Well, you blame God first and then the woman, but also we need to understand that before you deceive somebody, the devil deceives you first,
He
and that
deceived
same
Eve.
spirit.
There was no
Yeah,
conversation. That's what I'm saying. There was no conversation with Adam and this serpent.
yeah, but there was a conversation between the woman and the man,
Right.
and the
And so
woman
you
because
you are exactly, but you are correlating Jesus in the wilderness and his conversation with this Satan and Adam. But Adam did not have a conversation with this Satan.
I hear what you're saying. Okay, I'm catching it. I'm catching it. I hear what you mean, but at the same time though, you need to understand. Like for example, look at the man, okay? Because the man fell into deception. Like I told you already, the woman was deceived, and that same spirit of deception remained in her, and she was able to convince the man to eat that same tree that
She
God had
convinced him. What
commanded
did she
him not
say
to.
to convince him? What did she
She
say to
said
convince him?
she said it was good. It was good
She said
for.
that to Adam.
Well, I can't say the specific thing. Okay, I could go to the chapter and
Yeah,
tell you
please
exactly what
do,
she
because I
said.
want to know how she convinced him.
I read. Okay, all right. So here it says, uh, then the woman saw that the tree was good for food and delightful to look at, and that it was desirable for obtaining wisdom. So she took some of its fruits and ate, and she also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he
What did
ate.
she do to convince him? What did she do or say to convince him is my question.
Well, that part is not specific when we look at the
Right. So
scriptures.
it doesn't even say she convinced him. It says she gave it to him and he took and ate. There is nothing in there that says she convinced him of anything.
Oh, but also Adam proves it by telling God that the woman that you gave me gave me some fruit and I ate.
Exactly. That doesn't prove that she convinced him of nothing.
Well, what does it mean when the woman just comes and then gives you a fruit and she doesn't
She
explain
handed
whether
it to
the
him and he ate. He was with her. It says
yeah
he was with her.
with
He
her?
sat there the whole time she had that conversation. Unless Adam ass couldn't understand the intellectual level of conversation that the serpent and the woman was having.
Yeah, it has to be.
So
I mean,
Adam wasn't as smart as Eve. Is that what you're saying?
no, that's not the case.
No,
Uh,
Adam was right there with her when she was
yeah,
talking to the serpent.
but you never know because it might not
Never
be
know what.
verbally. Because maybe it wasn't verbally. What if they were talking
What do you mean it wasn't
through?
verbally?
What if they were talking through
Wait,
the mind?
hold on. So now they were talking uh
Well, I said what if?
tele
Because it could be. Yeah, telepathy.
telepathically.
Telepathy. Yeah, yeah,
Oh
exactly.
my
You see what I'm
fucking
saying?
god! The things that y'all will say, right?
No, that's no. You got to think about
There.
it though,
No, you
because
don't.
if you don't look it from if you don't
No,
look
you
at it from
don't.
that
There. No,
perspective,
you don't. There were they talking to each other telepathically, or were they talking to the God telepathically too? And if so, then how the fuck does the person who wrote this know what they said?
because you also have the as a spiritual being, you have the ability to journey in time or to journey before
Oh,
time and see what.
oh.
Yeah, like for example, how do you think
How can
Moses
you
was
do
able
that?
to?
Can you journey through time?
It's possible. Yeah,
You
there's
know
times where
what information have you gotten for us
I
that we
well
don't already have in this book or in any other
I
book on here? Like, what
no
have you
I've
gotten for us?
I've gotten certain things like for example like who was going to be the president of this year. I've seen visions,
The
and there are
president
times
of
where
this
I
year,
fell into
like,
trances. Yeah,
hold on. You've traveled in time,
yeah, of
and
course.
it told you that. Hold on. Are you in the U.S. or where are you? What country are you
I'm
in?
in Canada right now. I'm in
You're in
Toronto.
Canada, and so are
Yeah.
y'all up? Y'all getting ready to have an election or something?
Well, over here we do have elections and stuff like that. But I'm saying, so what happened to me one day? I was sitting right, and I fell in a trance. You know what a trance is, right? So I fell in a trance, and as I'm in this trance, I saw uh President Donald Trump. This is before he became a president, and that was actually
Oh wait, you're
somewhere
talking
in
about
October. I think.
the president in the U.S. God,
Well,
this God.
I'm
You don't live in the U.S. though, right?
yeah, I don't, but that's the whole
But
point.
this
Even
God
prophets,
told you
even
who was going to be the president of the U.S.
what's your question?
This God told you, gave you the revelation of who would be the president in the U.S. instead in a country that you don't live in.
Oh yeah, of course. That's the whole point of
Why?
prophets too,
No, I want to know
because
why. Hold on. Okay, so he tells you that, and then what was the purpose of him telling you that? What were you supposed to do with that?
you see, that's not the case.
No,
The
no, no.
thing is,
Yes, there's always a reason for a prophecy. What was the purpose of this guy telling you about Donald Trump being the president of the U.S. in a country you don't live in? Like, were you supposed to like warn your president about these
you,
damn tariffs, about this tariff war?
it wasn't about that. It was actually trying to teach me something.
What was he trying to
That
teach you?
yeah,
That you
okay.
were
The message I
powerful.
got from it, yeah, the message I got from it
Oh,
is
okay.
that there are
That you have
times,
a
yeah,
gift.
like no, that's not it. There are times where we blame people for doing certain things on this earth, right? But we also need to understand that we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So every time
Oh,
we see, yeah, so he's saying it was actually trying to show me that he's in control of everything that's taking place right now,
that
whether
he's
it's
in control
politics,
of Donald Trump. That your God
he's
is in
in
control
con-
of Donald.
he's in control, yeah. So even
But is that something that you did not know or think beforehand that your God was in control of everything? Didn't you
no,
already know that?
that's not what I'm saying.
No, no, no. I'm
I'm trying to tell
asking.
you.
Did you already know that your
Oh
God
yeah,
or
something.
believe?
It's
Yeah. So that's not a revelation. I'm asking for like what's the point of him telling you that Donald Trump would be the president of the U.S.? Don't you think it's like it doesn't make any sense for him to come to you and go, "Hey, Donald Trump is going to win the U.S. election, and
mhm.
he's going to raise the tariffs on Canada. He's going to mess up the relationship between Canada and America. Shit's about to get really, really hard. I think you need to warn all your people in Canada and the president too."
Nah, that was not my case though. In
I
my
know it
case,
wasn't your
because
case.
also
I'm saying in your case.
yeah, in my case, you also
In
need
your
to
case, it
understand
was
that
just a waste of information because what the fuck can
not
you
really,
do with
but
it? Yes, it
because
is.
you
Like
also
it did nothing but validate what you already believed in this God. It did absolutely nothing.
yeah, but you also need to understand that this earth is like a playing ground, and we have to practice our discernment, right? So there are
Yeah,
moments and
it was
situations
all
we
for
get
you.
into. Yeah, there are certain situations we get to or we get into where we have to practice our spiritual discernment, and we're
Hmm.
able to see what's coming. So to be able to be prepared before that, whatever
But
it is.
prepare for what? This is what I'm asking you. Like you're
No,
telling
no,
me.
I'm just saying. I'm
Hold
not talking
on.
about the doom.
No, exactly what you're saying, right? You
Okay,
need
okay.
spiritual discernment so that you
Mhm,
can know that this God is in control, something that you already believed, right? Like it
mhm,
would make sense that spiritual discernment and for you to get this prophecy that you could actually be prepared for what Donald Trump is doing. But that's
mhm.
not what happened. Like the God gave you useless information.
Not it wasn't really useless
It was to
necessarily.
puff you up. Like all it did was puff you up.
Well, not really, not me, because I'm dead in Christ. If I'm dead in Christ, it's no longer I who
But
lives,
you're
right?
but you're now special to Christ because you have this gift of prophecy, right?
Not really. It's not that I'm special. Anybody who can believe in and accept him, you can receive that gift. It's not about who is special or not. Everybody has a chance to walk like that. And there's certain things I've experienced where I can't even mention here. There's certain creatures I've
Oh,
seen.
you can't mention it because it's secret knowledge.
No, that's not it. It's not about it. Well, there's
Well,
certain
I'm
things
sorry.
that
Why can't you mention it?
I don't have to. That's my point.
Well, then
Like I
why
don't
would you
have
just
to.
bring it up?
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to show you how God operates through us. Oh, right. There's
I
certain
mean,
things that
I already know that your God operates through humans. Your God doesn't have a human body. Everything that we know about this God, that we hear about this God, comes from other humans. Like, I already know that. But what I'm saying is, you're telling me that you traveled through space and time
Mhm.
just to find out that Donald Trump was going to win an election in a country you don't live in. And then the fucked up thing about it is that Donald Trump ends up fucking up or fucking with the country that you do live in, and there was no warning. It was a waste of a trip. And the only thing that I hear you got out of it was so that it validated your already belief that your God was in control of everything.
Yeah, God can use any situation like that or any moment like that to prove a certain point. It could be a
To
little
prove
point.
what? What
You
did
know
he
what I mean?
prove? What did he prove?
Yeah, he showed me certain things like through that vision. There's certain things that I began to understand even
Like
more
what?
from like for example, like listen. I'll tell you certain things, right? For example, like I could tell you how God worked in my life until this point where I'm at now. Like
No, I'm
like
asking you to tell, what did that prophecy of Donald Trump prove? What did it prove? Not how God works in your life. What did the prophecy about Donald Trump, this God traveling you through space and time, prove? Because I'm going to tell you, like, we already had a believer on the stage last week who said that the God disappeared a bunch of people off the interstate and took them to another dimension to save her son, right? So this God
mhm.
is taking people off the earth, right? Traveling them to other dimensions, making really irresponsible ass decisions. Because what I hear right now is that he took you through space and time to tell you some shit that political analysts could have told you, right? Like
Well,
we
not
all knew, we all knew what was happening, right? There are
mhm.
people who crunch numbers here. A simple Google search could have told you what how that presidential race was doing, right? So like this God took you off the earth, traveled you through space and time to say, hey, Donald Trump's going to win the election. And that's it. And the only thing you're supposed to get from it is what?
Not just that. There also times where God has shown me certain
I'm talking
things
about
about.
this time. I'd stick with this time. What were you supposed to get from that? Just the validation that he's in control? Something that you already believed?
Well, sometimes to believe, you gotta be grounded in faith. Sometimes you doubt. You know what I mean? The times where like for example, like certain things, like okay, if God exists, why is there evil? Or why is there sick people in the world? Or why is there this and that? Like we know God exists, but there are times where we start to have second guests. You know what I mean? So we all have to like understand that there are times where we need God to remind us certain things that we forgot about. You know what I mean?
So again, it was to puff you up. It was so that you would feel like that you are actually talking to this God, right? It validated the God's existence for you. This experience did.
It's one of those two, yeah. Because only a person that
Don't you
is
think that he
beyond.
could have used that trip more efficiently? This is why I say your God is a terrible planner. He's either fucking stupid. He's a
Not
terrible
not really.
planner. It's a waste. Like if he's gonna take you off the planet and take you through dimensions to tell you that Donald Trump was going to win the election, he at least could have told you what was coming for your own damn
No,
country.
that
The
that that one
country.
was cool.
Hold on. He could have at least warned you what was getting ready to happen in the country you live in. He told you some useless shit for a country you don't live in.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, for example, the whole Bible, even the same prophets right here, they're prophesying about certain things that are going to happen in certain places in the world, yet they
But
don't
there's
live
a
there.
reason why. There's always a reason why with these prophecies in the Bible. They're not this. That's why I asked the question, why doesn't the Holy Spirit work the same today? Like, it's not this. There is no purpose, no utility in what you are telling me right now other than to puff yourself up.
Oh, there's a purpose too, to warn people not to talk about things they don't know. Like, for example, you could go out there and start to talk trash about Donald Trump, yet you don't know that God is in control. So there are people
Seriously,
there that begin to condemn other
do you
people.
think that people are just going to not talk about Donald Trump? Like, people have been talking about Donald Trump for years. People have been talking about the presidents of the United States for fucking years.
Yeah, exactly. Out of ignorance,
Are you
you can talk
serious?
bad about somebody.
So let me ask you.
I can talk
Okay,
bad
so
about
how
you.
many videos have you made? How many videos have you made warning people that if they talk about Donald Trump, this guy's gonna fuck them up?
I didn't make any videos, but I've
Well,
talked to
then it is,
individuals
the
face to face.
utility is useless. Like, if you're telling me that
Look,
this
I've
guy
talked to
took you,
people face to
hold on,
face.
listen, wait. You're telling me this guy took you to another dimension to tell you that Donald Trump is going to win the election, so that you could, to serve as a warning not to talk about Donald Trump because God got it under control. Yet you haven't warned nobody. You kept it to yourself.
I know, no, I
Donald Trump
didn't
been
keep
the
to
president
myself.
for what?
I,
4 months?
nah,
3 months?
I actually warned a couple people. I'll tell you how I warned them.
Wait, you warned a couple of people. Are these people that are on the internet, the news? These people, these commentaries, news anchors that are always talking bad about Donald Trump. Did you warn the biggest influencers on social media that are always talking bad about Donald Trump, that they don't need to talk about Donald Trump so that
Well,
this
it's
guy
not
don't fuck
about
them up?
it's not about being the biggest influencer. Even you're
It's
not
about
even.
getting the word out. This is why I said
Yeah,
your God
exactly.
is fucking stupid. Your God makes no
That's
sense.
not really.
Like, first off, yes, listen to what I'm saying. He came to you, gave you a warning, right? You have 1,215 followers. He came to you, gave you a warning, right? Not to talk about Donald Trump because he got it under control, right? Don't do it ignorantly because, God's going to fuck you up. So you with your 1,215 followers, you haven't made a video, so you haven't reached out to them. You told a few people in your group, right? People that probably ain't even on social media, or if they are, they probably got 100 or 200 followers, where you could have reached out to some of the biggest political influencers and said, hey, this is the warning that I got from God. Can you make a video, or can I talk to your audience, and so I can get it out to as many people? But you didn't even do that. That's why I said
Well,
it's a useless.
that's
It's
a lie though.
useless.
That's a lie though, because I can tell you there are times where I'm in downtown and I bring people to Christ. Not that
I didn't ask if
but
you were
I'm led
bringing
to
people
bring
to
people to
Christ.
Christ. Yeah,
I did
that's
not
what I'm
ask
trying to
you.
say.
Hold on. I did not ask you if you were bringing people to Christ. I am still on this dimensional trip for you to learn about Donald Trump. I didn't
Well,
ask if you were bringing. No. Wait. I'm talking about this prophecy here. The utility of this prophecy. The utility of this information. It's useless. You're
yeah,
saying that it was
but
a warning. Hold on. You're saying that you were given this information as a warning, but you haven't warned nobody.
yeah, but I have though. I've warned a lot of
Who
people,
did
but
you
not
warn
you.
that? Who did you warn that it was beneficial? Like, who did you warn?
So certain individuals in the states
Like
actually
who?
that live there. Like for example, my one of my good friends named Quay or Quavon. You know what I'm
Why him?
saying?
Why did
I
you warn
warned
him?
him. And I told you. Yeah, I warned him because
Why?
see, it's about to get deep now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't want to
okay.
get there.
I
You know what
like
I'm
getting
saying?
deep. I like getting deep. Why did
I
you warn
did.
him?
I was just trying to point out. I was just trying to point out that God can take you out of time. It doesn't necessarily have to be this situation. It could be any
No.
moment. I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, wise protector. Why did you warn
Okay,
Quay? Why Quay?
I told Quay because see, the thing about Quay is this. You need to understand. See, it about to get deep. You don't have to ask me all
It's
this right now. You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
Quay, don't. I
But
mean, wise protector. Don't try to
yeah,
control
yeah.
where I take my conversations. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Okay, if you
Yeah.
don't want to answer the question, you can say I don't want to answer that question. All right, but I
I
don't
want to
need you to
stick.
protect
I
me
want to
from
stick to
deepness.
the.
I want to know why
Okay.
Quay.
Okay. All right. So I'll tell you something. I can't talk about that one right now because I wanted really to talk about why God couldn't resist the devil. That's what I don't know how he got here. So you know what I'm saying. I think
I don't even
it's
think I
good for us
asked
to
that
go back
question.
to that.
I did not ask that question. And if you don't know why you told Quay, right? Like you were literally telling us that you got a warning, and you told your best friend or your good friend. Does Quay have
No,
a large? Hold on,
not
hold on.
really.
Is Quay a news anchor?
Craig got people he can influence.
Is
Yeah,
he
indeed.
a news anchor?
Well, not really, not from that standpoint, but there's
Not
certain
really.
things that
It's
he
either
could do.
yes or no.
Just like
Is
you,
he a journalist?
yeah, but
Is Quay a journalist?
Craig is a very likable individual
Is he a
that when you
wise
talk to him, you
protector?
can change life.
Wise protector.
Yeah,
Is he
yeah.
a journalist? Yes or no?
Well, nah, but he's beyond that.
Does he work in the White House?
No, he does. He doesn't. But
Is he in
he
the
does
army? Is he in
something.
the
You know that
military?
is
Is he in the military?
no, he's not in the military. Why are you
Okay.
asking all
Does
this?
he
He
have
could
more
be a
followers?
teacher. He could
Does
be a
he have a
janitor
large following? Does he have a large following on social media?
in the flesh. Yeah, not social media.
On
Social media does
social
not define any
media.
of value. Though.
How do
Yeah,
you
but you can
like
have.
saying that he has a large? What's a
Yeah,
large?
but
How do you have? Stop. Quite. Stop. Stop. I don't. I mean, wise protector. How do you have a large following in the flesh? Explain that to me. Did he have people like large groups of people following him around all day?
yeah, but you can have a
How
lot of
many people
followers
follow
in the
him around
flesh and
all
not
day?
have them.
How many people
Nah,
follow
no,
him
well,
around all
not
day?
follow. No. You added that up. I wasn't talking
What?
about following him
When
around,
I
but
asked if he has
he
a large
has
following,
individuals
stop.
and he has
No,
chemistry.
no, stop. When I asked if he has a large following on
Yeah,
social media, you said in the
yeah.
flesh. What does that mean that he has a large following in the flesh? What does that mean?
That means real followers because there are those that are not
A
real followers. Like
large
for example, you can
following?
look at Drake.
Hey,
Drake. Yeah,
listen.
yeah. Like for
Okay.
example, look.
So how many people follow him in the flesh?
More than I can tell you right now.
Like what?
I tell you.
Is
He
it
has a
larger?
congregation,
Is
like
it
he has a
larger? Is it
congregation.
larger than my following?
Well, your following just because you have it digitally doesn't make it
Hey,
real
is it
because you can have
larger?
300,000
Hey,
followers.
is it larger than my number?
Or,
Like y'all have a hard time answering questions. Is the amount of people?
that
Stop. Is the amount of people that follows Quay in the flesh larger than my number here on TikTok?
yeah, I believe so.
So he has over 308,000 people following him in the flesh.
In the flesh, not even on social media or anything, just in the flesh.
Okay, so
And I don't.
any given and where do they follow him to in this flesh? Where do they go?
It's usually like a congregation. You know what I mean? Like
So is
those
he a
cultural
pastor?
centers where
Is he a pastor? Hold on, is he a pastor?
Not really. I don't know. Maybe he has a title he calls himself, but all I know is he's
Okay.
a very good
Wait.
person. That
So
is like
he has a congregation of over 308,000 people. That's what you're telling me?
all over the world. So when you combine them, they
Okay. And
become
how
that
does he
number.
reach them all over the world if it's not through the internet? Does the Holy Ghost fly him around? Is he teleporting?
No, sometimes we got like WhatsApp groups and stuff like that, so we get together and talk video calls and stuff like that, but not like
you're
this.
and you have a WhatsApp group with over 308,000 people in it?
Well, some of them are not always in there, because sometimes people are at work, so it just depends on who is available at that time. But I'm just saying, my point is, Quay is a very likable person and he's able to influence individuals out there. It doesn't matter if he has Instagram,
So you told
Twitter.
Quay. All right. So you told Quay, and what did Quay do with the information?
So Quay did something very, very, very immaculate with the information back in the States. But, I can't really tell you in details because
Why
he knows
can't you?
exactly
It's a
how he was
warning to the
planning it.
people. It's a warning to the people.
Yeah.
Why can't you tell me
the reason why
what
I
Quay?
can't tell you.
If it's a warning, then it's not secret.
Yeah.
What did Quay do with the information?
He saved a lot of lives, to be honest. Like
He saved a lot of lives from talking about Donald Trump.
No, not just that.
What did he do? How did he get people to stop talking? Hold on. How did he get? Okay,
He
wait,
tells people.
wait. These people are in the United States.
Yeah, they're in the United
It's
States.
funny.
Yes,
Like I've never heard of this Quay guy with 308,000
in
people
in my
following him
in
in the flesh.
Miami,
Hold on,
Florida.
Like he has 308,000 people following him in the flesh. Never heard of him, but he's also warning people not to talk about Donald Trump. Right now, I haven't seen anybody stop talking about Donald Trump, and I'm in the U.S. So I'm trying to, how
Yeah, but
influential, hold on, how influential could Quay be when people have not stopped talking about Donald Trump?
well, the same thing goes for Jesus. Jesus
Wait,
was
who
very
changed their
influential,
name
but
to
not
I'm
everybody
Not
followed
Quay?
him.
Who changed their name to, who did that? Who changed their name to I'm Not Quay that damn fast? I got to know who you are. Who did
So
it?
you see what I'm saying? So you see. So Quay got influence. You see what I'm saying? That's my whole
No,
point.
that's not Love
Look
Bug.
how much
That's
influence he
not
has.
Quay's influence, sweetie. That's not Quay's influence that did that. That's not Quay's
Quay
influence that
got
did
so
that.
much. You got so much aura that somebody had to change their username. Nobody, not even Donald Trump, can do that. So that's what I'm saying. So
You
it's
do
not
realize they're
limited by.
making fun of you when they did that? This ain't got shit to do
Well,
with
not
Quay.
really.
Yes, they changed their
Well,
names to shit believers say in this live all the time as a joke, and it literally says I'm not
okay,
Quay. There is. Are
but
you
I'm just saying.
serious?
Well, whether it's positive or negative, it's still a fact that Quay is an individual that can change lives.
Oh,
You know what I
how
mean?
how was their
And
life
you have
just
to
changed?
believe it or
How,
not.
how was how was their life just changed
Not,
by
not
changing their username to I'm not Quay?
there.
How
Oh,
was their
not
life
not
just
not
changed?
him. I'm not talking about that person. Well, now that person is curious. Now you might go on Google and try to search up about
Oh, they just gonna
Quay
go
and
to
get to
Google
know
and
more
type up
about Quay
Quay. They just gonna go to
because
Google
you
and
want
type
to
up
know this
Quay,
individual.
and they gonna find Quay on Google.
Like who is
Like,
Quay?
you know,
Yeah,
it's so
you never
funny.
know.
It's
Anything can
so
pop
funny.
up.
The Holy Spirit gave you information that you could have went on Google to get, right? But now you want
Yeah.
them to just go to Google and just type in Quay to find this
No,
person.
but they
Like,
won't find it
do
though.
you
That's
see
the
how
thing.
do you do you like I don't understand. Like, do you not hear what you're telling us? Like, do you not hear how far you
Nah,
have taken this? Like, you've taken this really far.
that's
Do you realize that? Like, instead of just
not.
acknowledging, yep, hold on. Instead of you just acknowledging that what your God told you is useless information and that it only benefits you. It only benefits you for you to be able to convince yourself that you have the ability to travel through time, that you have the gift of prophecy, that you are close to this God, right? That you have risen spiritually. It doesn't help
Not really.
anybody. It does. It doesn't help anybody. And even with you telling me that this Quay person who has 308,000 people following him in the flesh, and you gave him the warning about don't talk about Donald Trump in the U.S., except everybody still talks about Donald Trump in the U.S. Not one
No,
person, not
that
one
was
video saying, oh my God, somebody gave a prophecy not to talk about Donald Trump. Not one video, right? Quay doesn't have influence. Why
yeah.
it's protected, but you're sticking to it.
No, he does though, because he also told individuals not to be depressed about what's about to happen in 2025. This vision was so deep that God was telling me that there's going to be an individual who's going to have more power than the president. And and then he told me not to be
He
afraid of
told you
what's
that.
about
He
to
said,
happen
hold
next.
on. He said there's going to be an individual. He didn't tell you that it was Elon Musk. He didn't
Nah,
tell you that it was like this God can see Elon's ass and everything Elon is doing. Like, Elon's son told Donald Trump to shut up in the fucking Oval Office. This God, right, came to you and said there's going to
mm.
be an individual who has more power than Donald Trump, but
It
never
doesn't sound
ever
like him.
said Elon Musk. We can all see that Elon right now has more power than Donald Trump. We don't
Yeah,
need
that
your
goes to
God
show
or
you.
the Holy Spirit for that. Your God is giving you information that you can freaking TikTok or Google or YouTube. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, not really
It's
though, because God also.
useless.
you also told me that you was also telling me that Donald Trump was not gonna be the president, even though you was gonna win the to be a president. He was not gonna be the president. Like right now, we may think he is the president, but he's not. So he was trying to show me that before time, so that I'm aware that okay, it's not him who is in charge. Now we have to look at the individual that is
But
behind
you
him, that
don't
is
live in the
making him
U.S.
do certain things.
But you don't live in the
Yeah,
U.S. And
but
you're
I have people and family and friends that live over there.
but he also, right, if he's all knowing, he also knew what Donald Trump was going to do to Canada, did he not?
Yeah, he did too.
But he ain't telling you shit about
He
Canada, did
did.
he?
Well, he told somebody about it, and I had to
No.
hear from somebody.
Did he didn't
That's
tell
how.
you about it? Obviously, this guy don't give a damn what happens to you. He cares more about what's gonna happen to your friends in the U.S. than you, because he ain't told you nothing about what Donald Trump was gonna do to Canada. Why he giving you all these warnings? There was not a warning in there for you.
All he told me was intercede for people. There are people that need prayers. Like for example, there's times where you go through certain situations that you find yourself overcoming. You don't even know how that happened. That goes to show you there are individuals that are praying for you.
Listen to what I just said.
Yeah.
The God that you serve, the God that you believe is giving you all of this validation, gave you warnings for a country you don't live in, and chose not to warn you about what was happening in the country you do live in. There was no warning for you, but there was a warning for everyone else.
Or he warned me.
About everybody else. The God put you in everybody else's business and told you to just ignore your own. Say fuck what's going to happen to you in your country.
Well, what he actually told me is he said in order for you to correct everything that is around you, you have to correct the inner man. So he actually
I'm
had
talking
to use this
about the
individual.
Donald Trump prophecy.
Yeah, that same prophecy. So before I had to go out there and expose it, you wanted to make sure I have self-control. I have character before I go out there and expose it.
There ain't nothing that you're gonna be able to do in the United States about Donald Trump. Nothing. And then, if your God, hold on, stop. If your God didn't tell you to correct home first, your home is under attack by Donald Trump. And your God did not warn you about that.
He did. My first home is this temple, this vessel here.
Oh my God!
So this is the earth I have to dominate before I dominate the first.
Then why the hell are you messing with what's going on in America then, instead of dominating your own flesh? Like why? You're still ignoring. This is what I'm saying. This is all about puffing you up. Like you're still ignoring the fact that you live in Canada. And your God is giving you prophecies about America, and so that you can ignore the fact that your God did not warn you about what Donald Trump was going to do to Canada, the place where you reside. You want to focus on your fleshly home and say he told me to get my fleshly home together before I go and save America. Regardless, you are still ignoring the fact that your God did not warn you about the country you live in now and the danger. No, he didn't.
He did. He actually told me a lot of things, even about the things to come. There are certain things that I even know that I haven't happened yet, but they're going to take place.
What did he tell you about Canada? What did he tell you about Canada when he told you about Donald Trump?
That's the whole thing. It's about Canada. It's not about you because you're in the States.
So now that's a secret? Now that's a secret? You can't tell me what he told you about Canada now.
That one is about... Yeah, because also you need to understand the same way God has destiny helpers, the devil has destiny destroyers. So I could give you a secret. And the devil can use you to...
This is what I mean. These prophecies y'all have is all about y'all and y'all's damn ego. And then y'all go out here and you feed this stuff to other people. Right? Have other people's minds... No, stop. Have other people's minds all messed up. Right? Now it's a secret. Before you said he didn't tell you about Canada. Now he did, and it's a secret. It's too deep.
Well, the way he told me though, the way he told me though, I have to set up a foundation. It's gonna take us about 6 hours for me to get to the point. That's why I'm
Oh
I'm
my
trying to, like,
God, that don't make no damn
bit of
sense. That don't make no damn
that's not,
sense.
not that for real. There's a
No, it don't.
foundation and everything. I have a notebook. I have a
Oh my
notebook of
gosh.
prophecies, and they all have a foundation. But that's not my point. I'm not saying I'm a prophet or anything, because we all have this ability. You can do the same things that
Okay,
other
stop.
people
I
do out there.
no. I you know what? I used to be a believer, right? I used to believe that I was getting prophecies and talking to a God. But the
Wait, so
fact
you don't
that
believe God
no,
exists?
stop. The fact that when we ask you real questions, right? When someone
Yeah.
challenges your prophecy and asks you real questions, it falls apart. And then you have to start making up stuff to try to make it make sense to you. But it's the thing that you refuse, right, to engage with the part that says, you know what? I didn't think about that. You know what? This doesn't make sense. Right? Like why would a all-knowing, all-intelligent deity come and take me off of planet Earth to tell me that Donald Trump is going to win the election without, a purpose to that, without warning me about what was coming in the country that I live in? Why would he tell me to tell people to stop talking about Donald Trump because that's his guy? He got it all under control. And then y'all want to run when shit get too real. Hey, Dr. B, how are you?
Okay, I'm just trying to compare my prophecy notebook notes with what he was saying to see if they're consistent. So far we're clear. So, no. How was how's everything with you?
It's going good. Like, oh my gosh. I mm, it just doesn't make sense. Like, goodness gracious. Uh, we had a good trip. I feel refreshed. I think I came back with way too much energy.
That's good. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. B. Somebody was on another live saying they cooked you in a debate about biblical slavery.
Who
I
was it?
can't. I cannot remember their name.
Not. It's not praise. I am that I am. Is that his
Oh
name?
man.
Praise.
Ah,
There are
damn.
only
I
a
can't.
few people that I know that would say something like that. He's one.
Ah,
Um,
it, is
the
he a black guy? It was a black guy.
rebuke and reprove, reprove and
Yeah, something
rebuke.
like that. Yeah.
Jesus is Lord.
Yeah. He was
Yeah.
saying that he cooked you in a debate about biblical slavery.
Oh yeah, people can go watch it if they like. This was years ago now, but so he, there are certain things that I'm proud of in my YouTube career. One, he is a horrible human being, just from like a humanitarian point of view, but incredibly misogynistic, and he's just so. It was funny because his name was Jesus is Lord at the time, and I just sort of off the cuff referred to him by an acronym. So I was like, okay, well, thank you, Jill. I'm not going to call you Jesus is Lord. And that shit stuck. He started calling himself that, which, you know, it's just for a misogynist. It was so nice
Oh my
to
gosh.
hear him do it. But no, he's the kind of person that I mean, this is the apologetics trope, right? But he'll define his way out of a problem. So he'll say, oh, "Okay, well, slavery has to be forced, involuntary servitude. It has to be involuntary." Um, and so, duress doesn't factor into that at all. when you point out that like a war captive, well, that's war, that doesn't count. So it's just sort of defining your way out of the issue. But he'll pose these questions like, can you show me um, in Deuteronomy 20 where these people aren't war captives? Because if they're not, if you can't show me that they're not war captives, then they're not chattel slaves. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, by your dumbass definition, I guess. But I mean, like, I don't know what that does for me. But then what is the analogy? You have a pigeon, you play chess with a pigeon, and they shit all over the board and then fly off declaring victory. Like
Oh,
that's
that's
sort
what
of
he does.
yeah, it's sort of who he is.
Yeah.
He's a pretty horrible human being. But anyway.
Yeah. I laughed and I was like, ain't no fucking way. I was like, there is no way he beat Dr. B in a debate about slavery.
I mean, he can, if you guys can stomach him, he can come on here and strut his stuff and show everybody how he cooked me. I guess this is equivalent to, I was texting with Justin, Deconstruction Zone, the other day, and because he did that debate discussion, whatever, with Inspiring Philosophy, with Michael Jones, and they went on a live. Michael Jones and some of his colleagues went on a live talking about how they, really, really messed him up or destroyed him or whatever. And I texted him, kind of chuckling, like, it's kind of sad you see this. And he said, yeah, I always go back to what my old football coach used to say in high school. It's the losing team that has to watch the video again. So I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I like him.
Let's see. I've tried to bring up 3 people. So if you are in the guest request, waiting to come on stage, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Help us bypass the accidental request.
And I just want to let you know, Thinker, so that everybody can, rest easy. The beard is fully back. Right. So
Awesome.
everything's fine. Everything's fine, but just relax. It's all good.
It grew back pretty fast though. By the time we came back to class the next week, you already had a full face. It wasn't as thick, but
Yeah.
I could see that it had grown back a lot already.
Good thing. And it's starting to actually change the shape of my face a little bit, which, that's sort of the point that it got to last time. So
Are your
yeah,
are your
it's
kids
there.
happy? Happy that it's back?
Um, it's so strange. My daughter is, the 3-year-old daughter is, but now my 3-year-old son doesn't like the spikes. But
Oh.
they tell him that he and I are related somehow. That's information that helps him. We were lying there trying to get him to fall asleep, and he said, "Daddy, you're my daddy. You have spikes." I was like, "Oh, okay." I don't know how those two things are connected, but there you go. So he's funny.
Kids are interesting. Turi, what do you mean? So you won't post "The Devil May Cry" on your post? Don't forget, there's a dire need of the used of common sense, set aside emotional whatever feeling. So what? Man, I swear, like, Jesus needs to stop taking y'all off of earth because it does something to y'all's brain cells every time y'all come back. Like, that makes absolutely no sense. I don't know what he's saying. He says, so don't forget. He says, it's better to say he cut something from chicken so you may avoid obesity for too much of everything. So don't forget, there's a dire need of the used of common sense, set aside emotional whatever feeling. So I won't post "The Devil May Cry" song on my post. Do y'all not hear yourselves when y'all go on
How
these
did you not
incoherent
understand
rants?
that?
Exactly.
How did you not get that? I mean, like, it's so clear.
I need
He's
you to
high. I mean,
translate
I don't
for
know.
me.
Like, that's what he means. That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
he got that good.
Every time I think about something like that, I just see Smokey's face. You know how we do.
Q.
Yeah, hi. I didn't want to come up here for long, but I just wanted to give you a good compliment and express my gratitude for you, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. I
Um,
appreciate that.
no problem. I understand, because I would deem myself, to be a Christian and everything. Um, and I know our views, differ, and that's okay. That's okay. We all different, and it's supposed to be that way. Um, But I just noticed as I come on to the live sometimes and I watch, any debates or conversations between you and those who are saying, hey, this is right or whatnot about, the Bible and stuff. I see that one great thing that really comes out of it a lot is people who don't may not know enough about what they're talking about, talking to you tells them, hey, go back and do more research. Hey, go back and dig deeper. Go back and look at documents, look at historical facts, paleontology. Maybe even use astrology. You can find evidence and facts and things to connect in just about any and everything. That's how we, set it up. The greatest thing humans can do is think. So I just want to express that level of gratitude because it's really like you're a living, sharpening iron for a lot of people who may not know enough about what they may be talking about or who just need to be informed a lot more. So I just want to say thank you for doing that for a lot of people, even if you don't see it yourself.
I appreciate that. Thank you for coming up.
No problem. No problem.
Have a good
Y'all
one.
have a good night.
I am hoping against hope that the Q stands for Quincy.
And not
That
Koi.
would that would make my day.
Oh my God. Koi got influence. Koi got influence. Angel? Hello, Angel? Okay, Angel said nope. All right. If you are in the guest request box, there's about 18 of you in the request. If you are waiting to come on stage and you requested on purpose, can you put a comment in the comments so that we can bring you up next, please? Help us out so that we bypass the accidental request. Just a quick comment because I know some of you would just hang out in the guest request. If you're in the guest request on accident, can you check and remove your request, please? There's 916 people in here, and 17 people have submitted a request to come on stage. Don't get nervous now. You already hit the request. Y'all tap the screen for us. Don't forget to send the heart me's to team bracelets. Lala, are you awake or you sleep? Man, there's a lot of nervous people in here. All right, so I'm going to clean the guest request out since y'all aren't responding. Mr. Marshall, Zypher, Veggie Delight, Ricky So For Real, Prosperity, Paul Coleman, Gigi Don, May Angela Mojica, Michigan Widow, Dan 420 Smith, Jinxie, Tiger, San Juan, Margie Luna, Siri Tasky.
Who do you want to message? To?
Oh goodness.
To?
Y'all done got scared. There's nothing to be afraid of, y'all. It's just a conversation. I can't even clear the guest box out. Wow. No worries, San Juan. Thank you for letting me know that. I can't. There's 4 people that I cannot clear out. I don't know why. Rachel, Wynn. Oh, there we go. All right. The guest box is clear. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, then the guest box is open. Y'all don't let us sit here in silence, because y'all know I'm not going to stay live just to be live. Hey, Peaceful Living. Thank you. Dan 420, I called your name and you didn't say anything. Did you request up on purpose?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear me asking for people that have sent a request to type in the comments to let me know that you're waiting to come up?
I just joined.
You were in the guest box. I called your name out when I was clearing the guest box out.
Oh, well, my apologies.
No worries. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm an
I did not hear you. You have a pretty bad connection.
atheist, pretty much. I'm going outside where the connection should be better. I'm an atheist / nihilist.
Okay. Now, as an atheist, when you come up, you still have to pick one of these topics to talk about, and then it needs to be centered around providing new information for us, and not just talking about how bad you don't like Christianity. Okay.
Okay. Let's see here.
Thank you, Shelly. I'm glad to be back. I missed y'all.
I like the one that says God is an abusive husband, father, and leader. What do atheists have wrong about God or the Bible?
Let me ask you this. It sounds like you didn't read the post before you came up. There's a specific reason why you requested?
I love to debate. I love to discuss
Yeah, I don't
things.
allow people to debate on my stage.
Oh,
I don't allow other atheists to debate other Christians on my stage.
I
This
see.
isn't that type of live.
Okay, well then I guess you have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. For those of you that are new here, I just want to say I don't allow non-community members on stage to debate other believers. We have about 10 hosts who come in periodically. Dr. Bowen is a host. Lala is a host. And we have about 8 more that'll come in. And we don't debate either. We have discussions. Or a nerd who is a dragon level nerd can come on stage and join the discussions and talk to believers. But I don't allow random people that I don't know to do that. So that's not that type of live. But if you are an atheist and you join, we still want to have conversations with you, because this is a research live. So if you have information or anything like that you can share with us, or a different perspective, different point of view, conversations that you've had with other believers and how those conversations went. Like, we do want to still have conversations with you. A dragon level nerd is a nerd, someone that's been a nerd for 12 months. You're a you are a blue butterfly, Veda. Yeah, Rhea calls it a grandpa. All right, y'all. It's 900 people in this room. There's no reason to guest box. We shouldn't be like pleading for people to come on stage. Yeah, only dragon left. No, any nerd can come up and ask a question. Like, you can come up and, well, I'm sorry, not any nerd. You have to be month 2 with the, like Flamingo, you are a month 2 nerd. So if you want to come up and ask an off-topic question, you could. Blue butterflies can come up and talk about whatever they want to talk about. They want to come up and just shoot the shit. And then dragon can come up and participate in the discussions. That's just so that we know how long you've been a part of the community. Also, that you're serious. You're not somebody that's coming in to cause trouble, because I don't fucking do conflict. It's just to help keep the community safe, right? So we don't get people up here causing trouble on stage and stuff. Yeah, we're really protective. Grana, hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. What topic did you come up to discuss?
If God couldn't resist the devil, how can you?
Okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, my first thought is that I don't think that God ever had to resist the devil, except for, I mean, he was tempted, but anytime he could resist the devil, he did. So I'm confused where that comes from in the first place.
Yeah. So my thoughts are from the story of Job and the devil. Well, most Christians believe that the Satan in the story of Job is the devil. And so when this God goes to the council meeting, he has a conversation. When this devil goes to the council meeting, he has this conversation with this God, and he tells the God that Job is only faithful to him because he gives him everything, right? And he has a hedge around him. And he says to the God, if you were to take everything away from him, then he'll curse you to your face. And the God says, all right, bet, I'm going to give you power and let you do it. So that was the first time that the devil was able to get this God to put power in his hand, right, to cause suffering or harm to one of God's favorite people, one of his faithful people.
I guess for me, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And then the second time is, the second day of the council meeting. The same conversation is had, and this time the devil says to the God, skin for skin. If you stretch out your hand and touch all that he has, he'll
touch his bone and
give
flesh.
life. Yeah. Right. Well, he says skin for skin, right? He's like,
right.
If you stretch out your hand, touch all that he has, he'll give all that he has for his life. Touch his bone and his flesh now, right?
Right.
And then the God goes, okay, better yet, I'm going to give you the power to do it. Just don't take his life. So twice, this devil was able to convince this God to put power in his hand. And so the God already knew that Job was faithful, right? He's bragging on it. He already knew that Job was righteous. He's bragging on it, right? And so because the devil incited this God, convinced this God by saying, he's not really faithful to you because he's faithful. He's just faithful because you give him everything. like the God could have resisted the devil and said, "Get behind me, Satan. I already know Job is faithful. I trust Job." But he didn't.
I've always looked at that as God, when it first came up, when God said, have you considered my servant Job? For there's no one like him on the earth, blameless and upright. That God was kind of challenging Satan to say, you think, because Satan was saying, I've been on the earth walking around and roaming around on it. And then God was like, yeah, well, you think you've got the people on the earth. Well, what about Job? So the way I look at it.
Why would he need to do that if Job is already faithful, right? And
he wasn't doing it for him. He was doing it to prove it to Satan.
But why? Satan resisted. Satan was like, for what? Like, I don't need to test him. For what? You got a hedge around him. You give him everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why did he need to prove anything to his lesser enemy? For what? Only we.
That's a good question. But but for me, it's still not that God couldn't resist Satan, but more that God challenged Satan.
He didn't challenge him, though. Satan challenged your God. He asked the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? He didn't challenge him. Satan didn't ask for that.
Okay.
And then Satan was the one that was like, consider him for what?
Right.
Yeah, Satan wasn't looking for Job.
That makes sense. I just hadn't, when you said that, I was kind of like, or when I read that a couple times, I've read it, of course, and I'm like, how did God not resist the devil? So I guess for me, how I would look at it is that God basically knowing that Job, or knowing that Job would not fall away, still brought him up to Satan. And that's the part that I never understood. Like, why would you do that? He knew
because
Satan wasn't going to resist.
He asked him, like, have you accused him?
Right.
And Satan said, for what? Because God was bragging. He was bragging on Job. Like, I got me a good one. Right? Like, if you think about it, two guys, right? This guy goes to his friend. He's like, man, I got me a good one. And the guy's like, nah, she only with you because you cake her.
Okay. I see that. I see how you could look at it that way.
Yeah, but I'm curious, like, why do you think an all-powerful God would need to prove something to a lesser deity that he already kicked out of heaven?
I don't think he needed to. Honestly, because God's a jealous God. It says it in the Bible. He's a jealous God. And he was wanting to say, hey, you think you've got everyone on the earth? Well, guess what? You haven't got this guy. So good luck. And so he was like kind of pumping himself up by torturing Job.
And so that makes sense to you.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's why I'm deconstructing. It's like why I'm confused.
No. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. But even with that, like, the serpent said to the God that if you take all that he has, he'll curse you, right?
Right.
To your face. He didn't say he'll leave you, did he?
No.
No, he said he'll curse you to your face, right?
Right.
Let's see, the exact words are, but stretch out your hand now. Hold on. He says, but stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. Yeah, right. There was no he'll leave you, or, he'll stop believing in you. The crazy thing is, Job did exactly that. Job did that.
Job never cursed him to his face. Job, he said he cursed him. He never cursed him with his lips.
Yes, he did. Job told this God that he was unjust. He told this God that he cared more about blessing the wicked, and that he enjoyed causing the innocent and the weak to suffer.
But he didn't curse him in that. He was just saying
that's cursing.
You would say that? Okay.
No,
I always
that's the
thought
definition
that was just a fact.
No, that's the definition of cursing, the saying harsh words with strong emotion, right?
Okay.
Let me pull up the definition of curse. The definition of curse is a solemn utterance intended to invoke a supernatural power to inflict harm or punishment on something or someone, a coarse or blasphemous word or phrase used to express anger or a strong emotion. And that's exactly what Job did.
Okay, I can see that now. Just a different way of looking at things, you know.
Yeah. Like when what did you think curse meant?
Well, I just thought that Job. I just thought curse was to actually tell God that he was that. To tell God that I don't believe in you, that you are false, you are, that was what I thought of curse being, like telling God to screw off, basically.
Well, he did say leave me alone so that I can die. But you thought it meant saying I don't believe in you?
Yeah.
Why that? So like if someone curse, right? Like if I say get the fuck out of here. Am I saying I don't believe in you?
In a way, you're kind of saying that I don't want to have anything to do with you. I'm done with you. That's kind of how I see it.
For that moment. Like if I'm playing with someone and I say, man, go on somewhere, get the fuck out of here. I'm saying that, yeah. Like if I say,
sometimes that can be a compliment, actually.
Yeah, but like I guess I'm just wondering why curse, and I think a lot of believers may think this, why they would interpret the word curse there to mean denouncing their belief in the God. Like why they think that it would mean that specifically.
I don't know, probably because that's what we're taught to think.
Yeah.
And I never,
Yeah. But no, Job ended up saying a bunch of harsh stuff about this God. Yeah. But the thing is that because Job chapter 2, verse 3 says, the God says to the Satan, in 2 verse 3. Why is my number is not working? It says, the Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. It's the same thing he said on day 1 of the council meeting. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. And so this statement right here kind of sounds like the devil made me do it, right? And so if this God is saying to the devil, you made me do this for no reason, like the blame is being put on the devil.
Yes.
It's like saying he didn't have a choice, right? And so my question is, like, if he can say the devil made him do it, one, like, how are you supposed to be able to resist a devil that your God didn't even resist or couldn't resist or was incited by himself? Like, he's all powerful. How is he blaming the devil and saying, you made me do this?
Right. Which is things a lot of Christians do to excuse bad behavior too. Like, oh, the devil made me do it, instead of, no, you made a decision. That was a bad decision.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting too. There was an atheist, man, I can't think of his name right now, but he asked the same question. If a person went in and robbed a house, right, and then said the devil made him do it, you would say that he was an immoral person, right?
Right.
But when God says the devil made me do it, do you think God is immoral?
I think definitely putting the blame on others sounds immoral to me. It sounds like he's just oh, you made me, do this even though I'm God and I can do whatever I want. Because all he had to say was,
But if
when it was
he's
Satan's,
God and he can do whatever he wants, nobody makes him do anything.
right,
Like
exactly.
that,
So, no,
But
if he
my
said,
question, hold on. But
right,
my question was not him. Is is this God immoral when he says the devil made him destroy Job for no reason? So like you already said that the person that goes in and robs somebody. Let me add killing the whole family. If he goes into a house, he robs the house and he kills the whole family. Then he says the devil made me do it. You would say that person is a lie and that they are immoral, correct?
right.
And so when this God says that the devil made him take everything away from Job, right, and kill Job's children, that's not immoral to you? Just the fact that he blamed the devil is immoral?
Well, not just that, but he lied, because he didn't have to tell. He's the one who told Satan, okay, go, do it. If he hadn't told him that,
but
Satan wouldn't have been able to
Satan
do it.
suggested it. But Satan suggested it.
Right, but God brought him up.
God brought him up, but it was Satan's idea for this God to stretch out his hand and take everything away. Right?
Right,
Satan
but
didn't
God could have just said, no.
That's what I'm saying. But what my question to you is, you don't. It was easy for you to say that it was immoral for the human to say the devil made that human rob a house and kill the whole family. But it's like you're finding it hard to say, yep, it was immoral for the God to do the same thing.
Oh, I said that.
The devil
I think you missed it.
No, you said blaming the devil was.
Oh, but then later I said, yes, that was, I said that was a sin and it was immoral.
What was the sin?
Lying. God lied by saying that.
I'm not talking about the lie.
No, I'm saying
about,
both.
I'm talking about killing his kids, taking all of his stuff, not the lie. Like the human killed a family and robbed a house. You said immoral. The God killed the family, took all the businesses and stuff, and said the devil made him do it. You don't see that as immoral?
Oh, definitely immoral. It's just why it's confusing to me that, how that can supposedly be a loving God. And then he not only brought it up, but like, okay, Satan, go ahead, go do those things, kill all those people and all the animals. And just because I don't see how that could be a righteous thing to do.
Yeah. And so the question is, if this Satan can get into the God's head and make this God say the devil made him do it, and he's all powerful, how can you as a believer resist the power of the enemy if the God did it?
Well, I still don't think that God resisted the power. I think he just chose to go with it.
No, he didn't. He literally says right here that the devil made him do it. He says it to the devil. You incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. He's literally saying the devil made me do it. He didn't resist the devil. And so if this God who is all powerful, right, can be a victim of the devil, and the devil caused this God to do something that, he otherwise didn't want to do, then how can you resist the devil if the God didn't? That's my question.
I guess I would say that I'm not a big devil believer in the sense of like, I don't believe the devil controls our lives. So I would say that they're just like God saying the devil made me do it doesn't mean the devil made him do it. And when I say the devil made me do it, when I do something wrong, doesn't mean the devil made me do it.
Okay, what do you mean that?
I mean, I still have a choice, just like God had a choice.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't. I'm not asking about the validity of whether the devil actually made the God do it. Stop spamming my damn chat, Tamisha Pearson. We can see the word sacrifice, you don't have to type that over and over again. That is fucking nuts. God damn. Sometimes y'all prove that y'all are unwell. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, you are unwell. Can you, like, you just gonna type one word at a time now, huh? I don't know. She's not okay. This is what I'm talking about. Like, y'all, you are not okay. You think that shit is normal? You think that shit shows peace? The fuck? What, it doesn't matter, right? Like, whether the devil actually made the God do it. It's the God saying that, right?
Okay.
Yeah. It's him even using that. And we can see the way the conversation went, that the devil said to the God, you stretch out your hand. And the God goes, you know what? Better yet, I'm going to give you the power to do it. So
Yeah, exactly.
twice this, what y'all believe to be the devil, or Christians believe to be the devil, was able to convince this God to put power in his hand.
I guess for me, at least personally, I don't know about other people, I believe that I have to have for most situations that I can think of in my mind, how I'm going to react before it happens. Not necessarily every single situation, of course, but like if someone yells at me, if someone is rude to me, if I get angry, stuff like, kind of almost sometimes if you're having issues with it, practicing what you're going to do and what you're going to say. Because if you don't, and then things might, whether it's the devil or your friends or whatever comes in and tries to get you to do stuff that's against what you believe in, you might go along with it, or you might do the wrong thing just because it's not solidified in your mind. And so I don't know, I really don't know how, if people really believe that the devil actually speaks in your ear and tries to get you to do stuff, and if we don't believe that God intervenes in those moments, then I don't know how you fight that, to be honest.
I mean, the reality is that you can, and y'all do every day. It's just that you don't give yourself credit, right?
Oh.
And the very fact that you can resist temptation to do bad things, and not saying that that's from a devil, because I don't believe in the devil. The devil belongs to Christians. But sometimes people get on your fucking nerves so bad that, you may have a thought of like knocking them out their chair or something,
Right.
And you resist that idea. And
right.
The reality is that you have the power to do that. You have the mental capacity to do that, or the ability to gain the mental capacity to do that. Mm-hmm. The emotional intelligence to recognize that you're just angry in the moment and that maybe you need to breathe right before you do something stupid. The critical thought to run a risk assessment, right? And say, if I do this, then I could get charged with assault, and I could go to jail for 6 months, or I have to pay a healthy fine. I got to bond out, right? Like allow your mind to go through this thought process, right? Mm-hmm. And then you've mastered like self-control in moments where the energy or the emotion is high, right? And as humans, we have that ability, which means that in this instance, right, because you can do it, you don't necessarily need a God. If the God couldn't do it, but yet you can, to me, that makes you, more emotionally stable than the God, right?
I hear you.
And so it's not that you can't do it. I think a lot of people just don't think that they can.
Well, I think a lot of people also just want an excuse for their bad behavior,
Yeah.
Well, the devil made me do it. I'll pray and God will forgive me and it won't happen again, but they never work on their problems. So of course it happens again.
Mm-hmm. And then some people take the excuse of that, oh, I had a demon in me, like, or I have a demon in me, and that's an excuse for them to just be horrible individuals.
Exactly. And and I know you or I are talking about people with mental issues, but people who don't have that and then use it as their excuse, like it's just not okay.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else, Grana?
I just have, if you don't mind me asking a quick question, I mean, you don't have to answer it, of course. When you were deconstructing, how did you deal with the anger that came with it? Or did you have anger, I should say?
I did have anger. Sometimes I would imagine myself throwing up over like an imaginary toilet. And I would curse. And then I talked to my brother. I have one brother that I could always call and be like, did you know? And he is a Christian, like he's a believer. But he let me process my thoughts. I think processing the thoughts is what helped me the most. Like when we ask these questions and we, find answers to a lot of our most pressing questions, or we reading this book and we realize that there's something in this book that we were never taught. It can be hard to go through that alone and not be able to go and, pick up the phone or go into the next room and say, guess what I just read? Like, did you know such and such? I didn't know this. This is what I thought. Like, not being able to do that and verbalize and allow your mind to go through that process of thinking it through can be very difficult. I know Fee said that she held in a lot of anger for years because she didn't have anyone else to be able to process these thoughts through when she was learning and deconstructing. So I do recommend, having people that you can talk with, that people that's not going to judge you. I'm gonna tell you one thing about my brother. He would just sit there on the other side of the phone and go, yeah, man, yeah, that, like, he you know what I'm saying, like he would just listen to me as I'm processing.
When guys are good listeners, they're the best.
Yeah, my brother's my homie.
Part of the reason I brought it up, because I was reading or I was thinking about, because I've no surprise I haven't memorized the 23rd Psalm the other day. How about, for those who don't know, it's the one that says, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And it goes through this whole picture of God, of us being the sheep and God protecting us and bringing us to clean water and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the first time I've ever looked at that as a controlling situation. Never saw it before.
Which scripture?
The 23rd Psalm, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. That one, do you know it?
I know.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil.
Why are you finding it controlling?
Because it's all about, like, the shepherd because that's what a shepherd does. The shepherd controls the sheep and keeps it, it does keep it safe and stuff, but keeps it safe in the area that, I guess you could say it needs to be, but still it's a shepherd and sheep is very much, the sheep do what the shepherd says. There's no like individual choices to be made from the sheep other than what blade of grass they want to eat,
Yeah. That's a good perspective. I never thought about it as a controlling thing.
Yeah, I hadn't either, but it just came to me and I was like, whoa, that I didn't expect that.
Yeah. Which makes sense though, because the idea is that, the God is the shepherd and all of the, Israelites were his sheep or his servants. He often called them his servants, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was their slave owner, and they were his slaves, right? And so the painting the picture of him being the shepherd and they being the mindless sheep that just follow the shepherd.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
But he does rescue them if they fall down cliffs and stuff, but it's just like, but it doesn't rescue them into a free life. He rescues them into his fold. And that's a big difference,
Yeah. Oh my God. Marcus, stop spamming my chat. Okay. When I am ready to bring up someone, I will ask for people to comment. Okay. And there are other people who were here before you. Spamming is not going to make me bring your ass up on stage. As a matter of fact, it will make me not bring you up.
And from something you said,
obviously your ass do. Obviously you do care. Your childish ass.
That's funny. Sorry. That was funny.
Well, since you don't care, then you will not be coming up on stage. I don't want him blocked, y'all. Don't block him, and don't mute him. You're not coming on stage. Mac, can you unmute him, please? You are not coming on stage. Sit there and have a fucking hissy fit in the comments. Go ahead, Greta. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that a lot of the Psalms have now brought a different meaning because of things like that. Most of them are just praising God. There's no real substance to them as far as like learning for humans or anything like that. It's just praise God. He made all this stuff. He did all this stuff. He's with me, but it doesn't say how he was with me, just that he's with me. But you said something the other week that made me think of that. And I was like, wow, that's different from how I've looked at the Psalms before.
Yeah, that was a good one. I appreciate you for sharing that with us.
Well, thank you so much for letting me come up. I really appreciate it.
You're so welcome, Greta. I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
You too. Get some sleep sometime, okay?
Okay. Well, I did. I got some sleep while we were on vacation.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And yesterday.
Good. I loved seeing the pictures. That was so awesome.
Are you in the Discord?
No, I was I should be, but I keep forgetting to join it. But I was watching today when you had them up. So.
Oh, earlier when I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I fell and so I wasn't able to go anywhere today because I have a concussion. So.
Oh my God, what happened?
There's a restaurant that had, instead of steps, it just had like kind of like a little fall to step down that's bigger than a step, and I didn't see it. And I look kind of like a cartoon character where they kind of, step, and then their feet go in the air and then they land on their face.
Oh no.
That was me onto the concrete. So I broke under my eye. I broke part of the skull under my eye.
Oh my gosh, Greta.
Yeah, I hit hard. And luckily I got a CAT scan the day it happened. That never happens, but I did at the urgent care. I didn't even have to go to the hospital, and I got the CAT scan. So there's no bleeding or anything. It's just going to have to heal on its own, because if the only thing they can do for your brain is give surgery. So if it's going to just heal on its own and there's no bleeding, they just leave it. So they gave me antibiotics to make sure that there would be nothing going into it, making it worse. But that was it. Here, have some antibiotics and some ice and have fun.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to keep you company tonight while you stayed awake.
Thank you. I appreciate
yes, that. You're so welcome.
You should see my face, though. It looks like I went rounds with like 3 different boxers, and they all hit the left side of my face.
Oh, good grief. Goodness gracious. You got somebody to help you out, take care of you?
Yes, I have. I live by myself, but I have like 4 different friends who are like, you need anything, just give me a call. So yeah.
Okay, good.
They've been awesome. Well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the morning, okay?
You too. Bye.
All right, bye. Hey, Fee.
Hey, friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Girl. Oh, my goodness.
It's been a night.
It has. Yeah, I joined. Hey, Lala. We missed you, friend.
I think Lala sleeps. She got surgery in like 2 hours.
Oh, she does? It's today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's today. It's an outpatient surgery, thank goodness.
Okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll be able to catch up with her in Discord before she goes on there. But I'm okay. I'm still tired. I'm supposed to be at work in about 20 minutes and literally just walking around in my bathroom in a circle.
I thought you took today off.
I should have. No, for some reason, I don't know what I was thinking. I had myself scheduled to throw hands yesterday evening. I was thinking,
what?
Yeah, I don't know what made me think I was going to come back from this trip refreshed and rejuvenated and not having done anything. Delusions, clearly.
As soon as I got home, my son brought my granddaughter to me. I'm like, I want to go to sleep. Like, they missed you. Oh my God, yes. And so I'm sitting there playing with her, and she's just a talking away.
Oh my
And I'm
goodness,
like, oh,
she is
go to sleep.
adorable.
Oh my God. She
Like, I
kept
have to
like,
tell you all the things you miss, Grandma.
yes. And so I'm eating my fries, and every time I would pick up a fry and take it to my mouth. Now, mind you, she's 3 months. She grabs my hands and try to move them to her mouth, and she's going,
Oh my
ah.
goodness.
And I'm like, have you ever tasted a fry or something?
He's like, nope, but I'm about to now.
Is that like I go away, you drinking milk, I come back, you want my fries?
For real. Did you get any sleep though?
I did. I finally made him come take her. I was like, you gotta take her. I need some sleep. But yeah, I got about 7 hours finally.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up and shortly after you started, I wasn't awake for long though. And the young lady Sam came up that Daisha came up and told you about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear the end of her conversation, but I heard the beginning of it.
She said I was scary. She said I sound scary.
She said you sound scary.
Yeah, she said I sound like the strict librarian.
The fuck?
Yeah, because I was like, because she did kind of sound nervous, like she wanted to cry, like her voice was trembling. And I asked, I was like, hopefully we didn't scare you away. And she was like, no, I'm not scared away. She was like, but I'll be honest, you do sound scary. And I was like, what?
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like, maybe it's my calm demeanor. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's usually it. Like, it's odd how people having a measured tone is off-putting, but you're used to people screaming and yelling and carrying on. That's different.
They're just not happy with the way I sound. No matter how I sound. Because if I'm yelling and cursing, they're in the comments. Ooh, she angry. Why you gotta curse so much? Ooh, she triggered. Ooh, she emotional. And then if I talk calm, she sounds scary.
That's
Like,
that spirit.
Yeah.
They'll come up with
That's
something.
the Jezebel.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully she'll come back. I heard a couple of the points she was bringing up, and you could just hear like the depth of indoctrination. So hopefully it'll be enough for her to come back and have a discourse.
Yeah, I hope so too. Sound like she might, be ready. She's like, I don't think that it's the same. She's like, at first I thought it was the same guy, but I don't think it's the same guy. If you have a TikTok jail number, I do not bring you up on stage. So if you want to come on stage, just please add a username, add a symbol or something. But I do not bring up accounts that are still in intake. It's just Kay. How are you? Okay. And he is like knocked out. Yeah.
It's probably what I sounded like last night, not gonna lie.
Is it Wawanash?
I just see the black box on my side. You see him all the way up?
I see the black box.
Yeah, looks like a Wawanash.
Good morning, hot dog. We had a lot of fun. I showed them the bloopers to the Kendrick Lamar challenge.
You know what? The one that you showed where you almost fell. I didn't even see that happen, and I was literally standing right next to you.
You didn't see me almost fall? And the scream is so damn funny. Maybe Alex?
Yes, that's my name.
How are you?
Good.
What are you doing with your voice?
I have a throat condition.
Huh?
I have a throat condition.
Oh, okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss?
Jesus.
Huh?
Jesus.
He said Jesus.
Jesus isn't a topic on the board. Like, do you see all of the topics on the post in front of you?
Oh, you mean on the I got
Hmm.
you. Okay. Jobs. Faith. Versus faith today.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Jobs.
Jobs, faith versus faith today.
Job's faith versus
Yes.
faith today. Okay. Was there somebody else in there with you?
Yes. That was my.
Who, I'm sorry. Who is this?
Me, Alex. I'm sorry.
No.
My,
Who was the
my
other
son.
voice?
My son. My son.
Your son.
Yes.
Can you put your son back on the right way?
No.
Hi. How old are you?
10?
You're 10.
Yes.
Okay, and you're helping your dad.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Okay. All right. I had to make sure that this wasn't my friend also. Um, and so you want to talk about Job's faith versus faith today? What are your thoughts about that?
Um,
Well, I would like for your dad to talk, if that's okay.
let me go get him real quick.
Okay.
Hello.
Uh-huh. What are your thoughts about Job's faith versus faith today?
Well, I gotta know a little bit, but not too much.
It's kind of difficult to hear you.
I know. I know. I'm sorry. It's just my condition. Okay, so I'm gonna let my son do it. Let my little.
Okay. I now your son is 10. And so unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable having the conversation through a 10-year-old, okay?
Okay, let me get my oldest son. Sorry, y'all.
No, it's okay. Like you have to be over 21 to be on the line. So,
He's he's so he'll be about.
I'm sorry?
He's 22.
Hey, Alex, can I ask you a quick question? And this is a bit of an aside, but it may help with you engaging in these conversations in the future. If you don't mind me asking, what state do you live in, Alex?
I live in Alabama.
Okay, I can check. I'm on my way to work in just a few minutes, but Alabama has a service called speech to speech relay. Most states have to provide that type of relay service. So it'll allow you to participate in these types of conversations through a telecommunications device without having to rely on your children. So if it's a topic that's a little bit too heavy for the
Thank you.
10-year-old,
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
okay. And if you shoot me a follow, I can send you the information because I think you're set. Some of these conversations are a little bit too heavy for anybody under 21.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're so welcome. Go ahead and give Fee a follow, and then she can connect with you, okay?
Okay.
All right. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Give me just a second. I do see the friendlies and the guest requests. I will
Oh, thank
bring y'all
you,
up in
brother.
just a
Thank you,
second.
sister.
Anybody want to gift? 60 seconds. Who's gonna gift? Y'all want to throw him some gifts while he's dancing? Anybody? Any gift? No gift. Okay, thank y'all. We'll give him 60 seconds.
What's his name? Ali, you're going to get more money if you move that left leg, friend. Okay, there we go.
I cannot. I'm sorry. I can't hear the music, Allie. Are y'all done? All right. Thank you, Allie. We appreciate you. Have a good day, okay? Bounce the wall one more time and then we got to go. I want him to get on the wall one more time. Okay. All right, y'all. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Hold on.
I want Allie knees. Did you see how locked those bitches were? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He getting it. All right. Bye, Allie. Oh my goodness. He was getting it. That guy, maybe Alex, is back in the box. Like, I'm not bringing him back up. Queen K, hey, how are you? Hey.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice to see you back again. I was worried there for a bit when I didn't see you for a while. I thought, where is Tinka? Where did you go?
Yeah, we went on
nice to see
the
you
community
again.
went on a trip together.
Oh, that's
did you hear me?
Well, thanks for having me up.
Okay.
I'm on sick leave. Yes, I heard you. Yeah, I'm on sick leave, so I'm just home, just getting recovery. But I thought, let me just come up and say hi and maybe share one or two things from one of the topics.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about God's will versus that's just life. And the reason I chose this topic is because when I go to a lot of platforms, I hear a lot of God's will this, God's will that. And in Kenya, where I come from, when someone dies, they always say it was God's will, you know? And the fact that people don't really realize what that word, God's will, really means is very sad, because as a Christian, I never thought about it when I was younger as a Christian. I never really thought about it so much until when I started deconstructing and became an atheist. And when I look back at the word God's will, I never asked to come to this planet. I never asked to be born. I never asked for, a lot of things that happened to me when I was young. I was raped as a child by my family members. A lot of things happened to me. And whenever I would confess to someone, they would say, leave it to God, When I confessed to my dad that I was being raped by his cousin, he told me, just leave it to God. Everything happened, it's God's will. And I thought to myself now that so many horrible things are happening in the world. And how can people be okay with saying it's God's will? It just sounds so cruel that he's just sitting up there in his big chair, watching little babies being raped in Congo because it's his will. It sounds so sick that they still defend this narrative. And I find it really hard to comprehend how a Christian can come up and say, it's God's will. So even in the end, when you pass away, it's his will. When you go to hell or heaven, it's his will. So there is nothing to me like free will, because even in the prayer, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Everything is his will. So where is the will of the people themselves, even the Christians? Do they ever ask themselves, where is your will? Because everything is his will. So who are you? And why do you still defend him? If he, even when you go to heaven, he will take your memories away from those in hell so that you don't have to think about them or miss them. That is just so cruel that anyone still worships or serves this God. So that's just what I wanted to bring, to the platform. And maybe anyone else can talk about it, or, how you feel about it.
No, I agree with you. First up, let me say that I'm sorry that happened to you growing up, and that um, people told you that was the will of a God, or forcing you to forgive and forget, and also call that the will of a God. I don't know if you remember us talking, or we played that video of that content creator who was talking about how the system is set up to where at every turn there is like a trap that entraps you into this hellscape. The more you rebel, the further you get trapped in, and that the people rebelling are a part of the hellscape, the hell loop, and then the people who are controlling or causing the harm are a part of the hell loop. And that's how I kind of see the whole God's will thing, because if it's something bad, like you as a believer could be praying for relief or for the God to rescue you, and then if he rescues you, then it was God's will, and that's a good thing. If he doesn't rescue you, it was still God's will, and a no is still an answered prayer. It's just a consistent loop of constant hell.
In 2014, I don't know if you guys heard about it. In 2014 in Kenya, there was an, I don't want to say the word here on TikTok, but there was an attack in a shopping mall in Kenya. And these people came in and they just, opened fire to everybody, the shoppers, the children. A lot of people are just enjoying a morning in the shopping mall. Some were shopping, some were sitting, having a coffee. And so many people lost their lives. And there was this lady who came out and said, I survived by the grace of God. And I felt so sad because there was a mother who was expecting, and she lost her life, and an innocent child as well. And I thought, so out of all those people who lost their lives, about 60 people, so God just decided to save you. And why did he let those other ones, be unalived? Yeah, it was the will of God. And that still, it just doesn't resonate with me. How you can be so grateful and say he saved me, but he didn't save those others. It's just, yeah, I know. It's something I really
Those are the
struggle
things they
with
say
every
don't
day.
question. They be like, you can't question God, right? That's the crazy thing. Like, those are the things that they
Exactly,
say
you
don't
cannot
question. But you're taught to
question.
have, yeah. And then you're taught to have faith that this God will protect you or protect your loved ones when you pray, right? And then because that didn't happen, you have people who will also say, well, the reason he didn't do it was because you didn't pray hard enough, right? Or somebody in your family sinned and this was just the punishment of that. Or someone would just say, it was just God's will. It was just their time. It wasn't the other lady's time. Like, it's the same people that would tell you that they can't answer for a God,
Like, how do you,
constantly answers for a
sorry.
God.
Yeah. How do you cope with it? Because sometimes I get so angry just by trying to understand why people are so blind to it. How do you cope with it? Because it's almost like your eyes are so open, you see a world in a different way, and people still just don't see it. It gets me so mad sometimes. I just want to cry because they don't want to see it, or they see it but they don't want to acknowledge it. It's something I'm really struggling with.
Man, I don't know that I found. So if you're asking how do I cope with seeing humans willfully continue to follow a broken concept, like a broken system, I don't know that I've actually found a way to cope with it, because I'm not okay with that. Because I know the harm that it causes on so many levels. There are days where I just look at the things that's going on in the world, and I just, I feel hopeless to the point, I feel like they're just never going to wake up and say, this is what's hurting us, but I just continue to have the conversations and hope that enough people wake up and realize what's causing the harm. I guess that could be the way that I cope with it. I just continue to talk about it, instead of sitting in silence.
Well, thanks so much, Thinker.
I think another thing.
Thank you. Your lives really helped me a lot. Thank you so much.
I think Fee wanted to say something to you, Kay.
Oh yeah, hey Kay. I think another thing that helped me, because my anger lasted a really long time, like maybe a little bit more than a decade. But I think working at two things, remembering that at a certain level, maybe not exactly like the people that frustrate me so much, but I was there, right? I believed just like them, as faithfully as they did, that almost the same things that they did in this God and its power. At peace in
you're
order to
breaking up,
be,
Fee.
or try to be empathetic. And two, I'm sorry, is this better? I'm doing the thing in the little area.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now though.
Yeah, it's okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And it may do it again. Just let me know. And also, I think understanding or trying to understand the why behind the reason they do those things. There's a very specific reason those things, like it was in God's will. They have to those are cliches that have to terminate thought in order for the idea that it's presenting to be perpetuated. You can't think too long on that. So having almost neutral but powerful questions in mind when they say things like that, that aren't necessarily, that won't attack them per se, because usually they're saying this for the purpose of being kind, but it's anything but kind, and it really doesn't prompt or console anybody when they're in that type of situation. So I think having a couple of questions that not only will hopefully help them think, but will help you think too, like Thinker was saying, continuing to have these conversations and pondering all of the entailments that these belief systems hold and the impact that they have on others was really helpful to me. I tell you all the time, I write down everything. I had a notebook with certain things, like the topic that bothered me would be at the top, and then the questions that accompanied those topics would be at the bottom. And that helped me to process it. And the more I studied on it, when they would say something, it's specifically, say a child was lost, or like you were saying, a senseless killing or something like that, there's certain things that I would say in a response to those thought-terminating cliches that would hopefully spark thought for them. But like Thinker said, we can't understand for them. We can't mentally process for them. The only thing we can do is be willing to engage in these conversations to share the things that we've learned and the benefit that it's had on our lives, and not only our lives, but the communities that we live in as well.
Thank you so much, Nefi. I agree with you on that, because I've also noticed since I started listening to Thinker and other, lives as well, my attitude has also changed in the way that I respond to people. Because before, if I was in a platform, there's a platform I normally listen to called Jules, and sometimes I would get really angry when someone just doesn't want to understand you But now I've really learned to listen and just let them, just try to take in what they're saying. And it's really also helped me to sort of calm down and not allow myself to be so emotionally involved and dragged into it. So I think this is also something that's helped me to also grow just as myself. Even when I read the Bible, sometimes I see things in the Bible that make me upset. But then I'll just, take time and really try to analyze what is this verse saying before I lash out to respond to someone else. Because then it just becomes an argument of insults and emotions. So
Yeah,
I really learn a lot. Thanks.
and
This really helps.
yeah, and another thing, Kay, is I don't want to not respond. I don't want to not have an emotional reaction to people, innocent people dying. I don't ever want to get to a point where I've deconstructed to the point that I can hear someone suffering and be like, oh, well, you shouldn't believe in the God. I don't want to do that, because to me, that's detaching from my humanity, my empathy, and my compassion, which is the very thing that is frustrating us about the Christian belief system or these Abrahamic religions. So in the same way that I don't want to become the thing that I'm mad about, I have to figure out strategies to utilize in order to prevent that. So I don't think any of us, hopefully, want that for ourselves. So just remember that part of this process is figuring out how to hold space with empathy and understanding when we're dealing with people who just simply haven't gotten to the point that they realize that their positions are very harmful to the people around them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Thank you so much for that. And also, I've also kind of started to think about maybe thinking about them first and what they're going through. Because before I became a Christian, before I started deconstructing from Christianity, there was a time I was also stubborn. I was so defensive of the Bible, not because I loved God or anything, but it was because I couldn't understand that there is another person who didn't believe in God. Because in Kenya, where I grew up, everybody was a Christian. So if you were not a Christian, it's either you had evil spirits in you, or you were possessed by the devil, or they'll take you in front of the church and pray for you because they believe you have a demon in you. There was nothing wrong with you. It's just you had a different view, or you didn't make sense of what the preacher or the pastor was saying. And that's when I started realizing that I was deconstructing at a very young age. Because when I used to go to church and they will pray for you and put their hand on you, everybody would fall down. And I'm standing there still thinking, why is everybody on the ground? Why not me? Why am I not feeling this Holy Spirit? So then I started questioning, could it be that maybe something is wrong with me? But later on, I realized there was absolutely nothing wrong with me. It's just I wasn't sucked in to the whole religion like everybody else was. And I think sometimes maybe it's not their fault that they're so caught up in it. Maybe they're just so deep into it. They need time to get out of it, just like I did. So, so I think I also tried to sympathize with them in a way that maybe it will reach a point that they will wake up by themselves, because it takes time for some people. It's like talking to a rock. You can tell them, you can show them the verses, you can read with them the verses, they see it, but just doesn't work. So I guess maybe just have to give them time also to wake up.
Yeah, and also accept that some of them are not going to wake up. Some of them prefer to be asleep. And I know that puts the onus on us to figure out how to navigate those spaces and how to navigate those conversations with people who fully recognize that their belief system means a lot of harmful and hurtful things for other people, but for various reasons they aren't willing to let it go. And us being ready to say okay to that and do everything that we can to protect those people that are harmed by those belief systems, and to speak up for those who are trapped in the web of all of those dangerous ideological beliefs that come from Abrahamic religions. So it's difficult. But one little thing I used to do too, just to ensure that my goal was to have a 360-degree perspective of pretty much everything I can. And although that does entail a whole lot of mental energy, I think it helps in order to have conversations with people of different belief systems. I would visualize myself getting up from my chair or my vantage point and sitting in theirs, What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? And I would call upon my religious indoctrination, the things that I understood from the Bible through the lens of belief, and I would juxtapose that against the things that I understand from the Bible without the lens of belief. And I would try my very best to do what we know empathy means, and that's step into the shoes of someone else. And luckily, for most of people who grew up in Christian belief systems, those shoes were a similar size, because we know it's Jesus and it's God and the Holy Spirit. And, there are some variations, some, Trinity-based, some are not Trinitarian, all those things. But I think that little mental exercise ensured that I was trying to see things from their perspective and not tell them why they shouldn't see it from their perspective. Because that usually leads to more fruitful conversations, whether it's that person understanding things from a different perspective or waking up, as you mentioned. It may not happen, but at the very least, we can have a conversation with them that would say, yeah, if you are saying, by the grace of God, you survived this mass shooting, what does that then mean for the people who did it? And just simple questions like that, to win, someone has to lose. That is literally an entailment. That is a logical entailment. So what does that then mean for the people who weren't? And, those types of things to get them to start thinking. We were talking about this the other day, how you can convince a person of something against their will, they remain unconvinced. So I can tell you all day long that, yeah, you survived this, but this woman who was pregnant, neither she nor her unborn child got a chance to step out of this. So what does that mean for her and her family and this soon-to-be father? Like, adding the perspectives that they aren't adding, because the cliche that they're utilizing completely terminates all thought. And it's a lot of mental work, but it does help to kind of, regulate yourself emotionally, because those emotions aren't going to go anywhere. As long as you're an empathetic and kind person, you're going to care about the suffering of others. So that, of course, is another entailment of this waking up and seeing things outside of the lens of Christianity. You have to deal with the emotions that come from it. You have to learn that emotional regulations and the tools that'll help you navigate those waters.
Yeah, thank you, Nafiti. Thanks so much. I really agree with that. And there's one last thing that I want to share. Just one last thing that maybe I'd like all of people, especially the Christians in the platform, to just, go and think about this very hard. Is the concept of hell. I had a neighbor, we were discussing, hell and heaven and stuff here in the house. And so I asked him a question. I said, he has 2 little children, right? So I said, if you found yourself that you made it to heaven, but your children didn't make it to heaven because they didn't believe in God, would you still be happy living in paradise and knowing that your kids are not there with you? And then he said, well, it's God's, God gave them a choice. I'm just their father, so there's nothing I can do about it. If God decides that they will not be in heaven with me, it's God's decision, not mine. And I thought to myself, I have a son who's 15 and I love him more than anything in the world. And I said, if I found myself in a place like heaven and my son isn't there, there's no way I'm gonna go to a heaven. I would rather go to hell and be with my son than go to some place where my son isn't. So I asked him, so you would just be okay in heaven, in paradise, just enjoying and doing all that stuff, knowing your kids are suffering in hell? And that just made me really realize people don't understand what they're talking about, because hell is eternal torment. It says in the Bible, it's a place of torment where your loved one, somebody you love so dearly, is not going to be there, and you are somewhere else celebrating. It's like going on a vacation, and enjoying this cruise vacation and having lots of foods and nice things to eat, and knowing your children are back home starving and have nothing to eat, and you're okay with that. Just the logic behind it, that people actually don't think about it at all. It shocks me. And then they tell you, you're going to go to hell because you're not a believer. And I'm like, I'm cool. I'd rather be down there with Lucifer, and just chill instead of being up there with you. I mean, if that's the logic behind it. But it's just something for them to really brainstorm and really think hard about what you're saying. before you just storm something. You're gonna go to hell, and they don't even know what that really means.
Yeah, I mean,
So
just
I'm
give.
gonna say thank you guys, and please continue, and I'll be here listening and learning. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Queen K.
Thank you, Queen K. I hope you feel better soon, okay?
Yeah, I will. Thanks so much. I will. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I think that was one of the things that confused me a lot growing up in a religion that didn't teach heaven or hell. Like, I didn't understand how people who went to heaven, fully aware of their loved ones being in hell, how could that still be heavenly? Because, like, to Kay's point, there, there would never there would never be a nirvana for me that didn't include my son. So I don't care how many slides y'all got, how much, what the DJ's playing. It's not going to be good, especially knowing my son is being tortured forever. That never made any sense to me.
Yeah, and like a believer would say, well, that's why he wipes your memories away, so you won't remember the ones that didn't make it. But like even on earth, right? If you know someone that you love dies, and you know that they didn't believe in the God, you're on earth, knowing that that person's going to go to hell. So that doesn't take that away. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
Exactly.
Yeah. So like, I think the person that wrote this story literally thought the um, memories being wiped just solved the whole problem, and they didn't think about, oh, wait a minute, we still know who died while we are alive.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never understood that one either.
Special K, how are you? Special K? I don't know. I don't think he knows he's on.
I don't remember this name. Isn't this the guy that's a former Jehovah's Witness? That's
Yeah.
Special K.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought so.
Special K, are you there? Okay. I don't think he knows that he's on. That guy came back, the one that was talking about the Donald Trump prophecy. I don't know if you dropped, if like your connection was lost, but if you're still in the comments, he was in the guest box just a minute ago. You can come back up and finish the conversation if you want. I don't know. I thought you ran, but if your connection dropped, you can come back up.
I didn't hear him. He said there was a prophecy in the Bible about Trump.
Not in the Bible. God took him on a trip. He was in a trance. He, took him through space and time to tell him that Donald Trump was going to win the election, so that he could warn people not to talk about Donald Trump ignorantly because God is in control.
Oh, we're gonna do that now. I can respect your worldwide tour with Muhammad, my man, but we're gonna talk about Trump and God. So I'm not sure what he was expecting to come from that.
The crazy thing about it is he lives in Canada. Yeah, and what I was trying to, ask him or understand is like, what is the purpose of this God telling you about who's going to win an election that for a country you don't live in?
Right.
And if this God came to you and said, hey, Donald Trump is going to win the election in the United States, why didn't the God say, and here's what Donald Trump's going to do to Canada, or
Right.
try to do to Canada where you live? And he ended up leaving after that. So I don't know if he lost connection or if he ran because I don't know.
Yeah, I also don't know why they don't have a better expectation from their God. Like, logistically, there are better and more efficient ways to do stuff.
Exactly. Because that's my point. I'm like, it sounds like he's a really bad planner because the stuff that he does is just, and this is where his ways are not our ways, his thoughts are not our thoughts, but it sounds like his thoughts are their thoughts because they're not well thought out, and they sound like the answers that we get to the questions that we have. you know?
Exactly. Yeah, and there's no expectation for them to bring something better. Like bring a new idea, a novel like mineral or something that's going to relieve something that we need or do something, but it's the same shit, just spun differently.
Yeah, because like the information that he gave you was something that political analysts could have told you if you'd have done just a simple Google search. There was absolutely no need for this God to take you to another dimension to tell you that Donald Trump was going to win the election. None. Hey, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Hey,
How's
Lawrence.
your foot?
I'm laying in this bed right now with this damn thing between my knees so my legs could stay straight. It feels okay. I mean, I gotta get in here and doctor this motherfucker up. But not cause I ain't cause I'm trying to be fashionable and not wear my damn boot.
Did you put ice on it yesterday on your knee?
I did. I did,
Okay,
and it
good.
felt better. I'm telling you that swimming pool got it together for a minute.
Yeah, Lawrence, you did the
It did.
polar plunge in that cold ass water, so
Let me tell you, that
surprised you
water
need
was so
ice.
goddamn cold. That water was so cold. My eyelids were cold.
Y'all, that shit had me speaking in tongues. I'm not even lying. That water was
Damn.
so cold. And we were in there trying to
And
take a
but you know
picture like,
what? You know what? Thinker, they tried to ease into it. I'm like, you can't ease into it. You just got to jump in it, and that's what I did.
I was trying to take it
Yeah, I
slow.
saw the
Me and
cannonball.
Christina. Yeah, I could not do the Lawrence
Mm-mm.
and Linda Way thing. Linda Way did too. She got in and went right under.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, that water was so cold. It made my eyelids cold.
Mm-mm. You would think that they would heat the pool. Maybe because it's still spring. They did, but they wouldn't. They shouldn't need to heat the pool in the summertime. I don't know. You would think they would have heated that pool up. I don't know.
That pool was freezing.
Uh-uh. Miss Perspective.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I looked up. I had left and looked up. I didn't even know that I was accepted on the panel, but that's cool.
Did you request on purpose or on accident?
I did, but they said 7 people were waiting in front of me. So, I was like, you listening and you listening and you hear all these points and things come to your head. But the longer, different things keep coming and you want to say something, but the longer you wait, it's like, okay, I
Yeah, it's
forgot.
okay because I don't allow people to discuss previous conversations. When you come up here, we start a brand new conversation with you, and you pick a topic. So what you wanted to say then about another person's conversation is not relevant to the conversation that we're going to have with you. So
But
don't
it
stress
is.
about that. It's not. I promise you,
No,
it's not.
no.
I'm not going to let you bring up somebody else's conversation. I don't allow it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you can, first let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
I don't know.
Do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
I believe. I can't say that, but I do believe that someone is watching over me.
Okay. So the conversations that we have in here are about the God of the Christian Bible. We don't talk about any other type of God. Like some people believe in source or spirit or I don't know, Krishna. We only talk about the God of the Christian Bible. Sometimes we talk about Islam when our co-host comes in that is a former Muslim. But other than that, we don't veer off of the topic of Christianity. We are atheists in here for the most part, except for Lala. She's not. We were former Christians, and so we're deconstructing ourselves from Christianity. So that's what the topics are
Yes.
around.
I don't have a denomination at all. But I do have questions.
Mm.
Um,
So we
like
don't
what?
answer questions. We don't. That's not what this type of live is. So we're not here to answer questions like that unless you have a nerd badge. And I don't know if you can see people in the comments with the nerd badge next to their name. Those are members of the community, and they can come up and ask off-topic questions about deconstruction or about, a subject in Christianity or the Bible. Other than that, if you come on stage, you have to be one of three types of categories. You have to be a current believer in this God, or someone deconstructing away from this religion, or deconstructing the belief in this God, or someone who deconstructed away from this God or this religion and are now either a non-believer or an atheist. So it has to be one of those three things in order for me to keep you
So
on
you
stage.
can't be seeking knowledge.
You can
You
seek
can't
knowledge
be
all you
seeking
want, but that
knowledge.
you can seek knowledge all you want, but that's not this type of live for you to come on stage and ask questions unless you are a member of the community. But you're more than welcome to chill in the comments and listen to the conversations that we have and gain whatever knowledge you seem valuable to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I know what you think. Like, it's not that type of life. Like, I'm not a teacher or a spiritual guru or anything like that. Like, I'm not here to guide you on a knowledge seeking path or anything like that. That's not this life.
But I understand everything that you're saying, but when Queen was up there and
Queen
she
is a
was
member of the
asking
community.
how,
Queen is a member of the community. So if you remember me saying, you have to be a member of the community to be able to do that. She's a member of the community.
okay,
But you're more than welcome.
dang,
Like,
this
all I
this
need to
live
know.
was
I'm sorry.
very.
All I need to know, if you are a current believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing, it doesn't sound like you're an atheist, but just let me know which of those two you feel like you may fall into, right? Which one of those categories, and then you could pick a topic from the board, and then we can have a discussion with you. But this is just not the type of live where you can come up here and just start talking about what you want to talk about. Does that make sense?
It does, but I don't know what I believe is the thing. And
Okay, so it might be best for you to chill in the comments and kind of listen to our conversations, and try to gain knowledge that way, maybe.
okay, appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Those are the more difficult ones.
Yeah, I think people are looking for places to, just ask questions, but I am not putting myself in the space of being nobody's spiritual guru.
I don't blame you. And I think the questions probably can be, at the very least, touched upon by going through these topics.
It was a woman that pulled from the side, coming out side road.
I'm sorry, I don't think she knows she's up here. What were you saying, Fee?
Oh, I was saying that. I mean, like you shared before, you can probably weave in the question in your mind by way of one of these topics. How one thought leads to another. So it's probably a way to do it, but I'm not sure that she was following what you were saying completely there.
Yeah, I think it's the identity, the identifying, yes, I'm a current believer, or yes, I'm deconstructing. It's having to identify that was hanging her up. Because if she'd have just said, I'm a current believer, but I'm deconstructing, she could have picked a topic and we could have moved forward.
Right.
Yeah, for some reason they get hung up on that identification part, which is interesting to me.
I was going to say that too, Thinker. I think that may be worth if not a topic on the board, like one of the squares, because I think that's pretty powerful. I think it says a lot that maybe they don't even realize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say sack. Say 6. Say Sacky. Say 60. What's your name? I can't answer that for you, Miss Perspective. I'm not a believer. I don't believe in this God. And I'm sorry that you were not protected. That's fucked up. But unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that. And no one in here does. Say Saki, are you there? All right, we'll move on. Art Dad, are you in the box on purpose? Marcus, are you in the box on purpose? To the person with the TikTok jail number, I don't know how many times I could tell you, I'm not going to bring you up unless you have a name. And I hear you say that you've had that account for a long time. Unfortunately, too many people come in here with those type of accounts, and I don't trust them. That I don't know you, unfortunately. You said your name is Terry. Now I can see you, Terry. You don't have a TikTok jail number. But I don't see you in the guest request either, Terry. But to the person that, yeah, Terry, I can see your name. Oh, are you showing up as a TikTok jail number in the guest request, but in the comments you showing up as Terry? That's odd.
Yeah, I was so confused. I was like, I don't know why it says user, but at the same time it says Terry. I don't know.
Yeah,
Weird.
that's odd. In the comments it says your username, but in the guest request it just shows your TikTok jail number.
I don't know.
How old are you, Terry?
I'm 21.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss? Also, Fee or Loris, do one of y'all want to take this one?
I can take it. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I think God was against slavery.
Okay. Is that the topic? God and Jesus were never against slavery?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you think, or what leads you to believe that God was against it?
Well, the book of Exodus is all about Jesus saving the Israelites from slavery, condemning slavery.
Well, yeah, I think he condemned it for the Israelites, but we're not talking about that, because also in the book of Exodus, it gave outlines of how people that are not Israelites could be enslaved, as well as Leviticus. It was pretty clear that there were rules handed out about how to do slavery and who can be enslaved. So just protecting your chosen group of people from slavery is not being anti-slavery. It's being anti-slavery against your peeps, not everybody else.
So, what verse in particular are you wanting to claim has slavery?
Well, Leviticus 25 is one of them, where just that situation that you were just mentioning, where the Israelites were talked about as being, they can be your workers for a limited period of time if they find themselves in a precarious or destitute situation. But for those that could be your slaves, whom you may have, is verbatim what that verse says. Where it tells God told his people where they could find them, and that they could be owned for life, and they could be passed on to their children as property. And those individuals could be treated as slaves, but his Israelites cannot. That's Leviticus chapter 25, verses 38 through 46.
So what I have to say about that is, Jesus never said to enslave people. What happened is he actually said not to. I don't know the exact scripture. I should have got it. I don't know why I didn't coming up here. But basically, back then, during that time, it was very popular to enslave people. Jesus told them not to countless times, and they did it anyways. And basically what Jesus is saying is, at least do not treat them as slaves, treat them as workers, at least treat them good. And if you do not treat them good, bad things will happen.
So Terry, part of the reason why you probably didn't come equipped with that scripture where Jesus said not to have slaves is because it's not in the Bible. And the reality is, you're right, it was a custom of that time. But wouldn't you think that if an all-powerful God was coming in to tell people how to behave, he wouldn't say, hey, don't eat shrimp, don't wear mixed fabrics, but if you have slaves, these are where you get them from. He's capable, in the Old Testament at the very least, of telling his people what he did not want them to do. But he did not do that with slavery. He used parables that included slavery. If you're telling someone that an institution is wrong, don't do these things, this is morally reprehensible, you don't then turn around and give them instructions on how to do it. I'm a parent. You're 21, so likely you aren't. No judgment if you are. But if I told my son, I'm going out of town this weekend, do not have any of your friends in my house. You are not allowed to have company while I'm out of town. It wouldn't make any sense for me to then say, but if you do, make sure they take their shoes off. You can't have it both ways. And if I know that as a fallible human being, wouldn't you think a perfect God would as well?
Well, this perfect God that I worship, of course, limits his perfectness by giving free will, and the people using free will enslave people. And God was saying, God told him not to. I promise he did. I don't think he said in the exact words, do not enslave people, but he represented it, of course, whenever he commanded Moses, or with the help of Moses, helped not enslave the Israelites, of course. And plus, you talked about morality. Where does morality even come from? What if I thought that slavery was good? Who's to tell me it's not good if God doesn't exist?
Well, it's still bad, even if God does exist. One has nothing to do with the other. And your idea of free will doesn't negate your God's responsibility to be better than the people he created, right? Either your God is powerful and your God has the ability to right the wrongs of mankind, or he's not. And he simply, like you say, limits his perfection, which I would love for you to point out the scripture that says that, because I've read the Bible
By
multiple
giving us free
times.
will.
I'm sorry?
By giving us free will, he does that.
Well, we don't even have free will, but let's not even go into that topic, because where's the free will of the person who's enslaved? What is his responsibility towards that person who is equally his creation, as is the person that's exercising their free will? So again, it's one of those logical entailments. Is it only the free will of the person perpetuating the crime that's important, and the free will of the person whose the crime is being perpetuated upon is irrelevant? Is that how it works?
Well, regardless of him being enslaved, he can do whatever he wants.
I don't know if you know what slavery means, but it literally
He
limits
can still
doing
do.
whatever you want.
When God gives us free will, he's basically not. So whenever God gives us free will, it's basically saying that we can do evil, right? It's not saying, and you're thinking it. I know technically, people that had slaves, right? They're not letting them do anything else but their work. But technically, they could do whatever they wanted to. They could try to stop. That's the point. They could try. That's what free will is. They could try. They can do whatever they want. Basically, whenever people say that God doesn't give anybody free will, they do. If God doesn't give anybody free will, then it'd be a perfect world.
So, Terry, I think what we're doing right now is conflating two terms. I don't disagree with you that as a human being, I have agency, I have choice. That is not free will. Do you believe that all humans, whether they want to or not, are going to either heaven or hell?
Yeah.
Do I have the free will to choose neither?
If you choose neither, you're going to hell. Sorry.
So the answer is no, I don't have the free will to choose neither.
Because neither is hell.
No, I'm asking you, do I have the free will to choose to not go to hell? I don't want to go to hell. So do I have the choice? Do I have that option to make that choice?
I mean, that's a bad analogy. It really is.
It's not a bad analogy. It's just a difficult question for you, but that doesn't make the analogy bad. It's an entailment in this question that's uncomfortable for you.
No,
That doesn't make
you technically can't go to hell the same way you don't have the free will to fly right now because you technically cannot fly.
Exactly, which is why I'm trying to point out to you that you're using the wrong term. What you mean is that we have free choice, and we do have a choice. I would argue that it's free. I personally feel it's very expensive, but we do have free choice. But I want to get back to what you said about the slavery before we go down the tangent of free will. You're saying that a person who is enslaved, physically in chains, whose movements are insanely limited, has free will?
In the sense that he could do anything. God's not limiting what he can do. That's what people mean by God gives us free will.
God's not limiting what he can do. His owner is limiting what he can do.
So listen, somebody gets born, right? Somebody gets birthed, all right? They're born, okay? They are then, as a baby, like strapped for life. Like they get fed, they're like strapped for life, right? They can't do a single thing. That is not God doing that. That is not God. God gave that baby free will from the day it was born. It was the people that limited their free will.
Terry, I'm not sure you and I are engaging in the same conversation, because
No,
what
he's on the
you just,
catechism or something.
yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about right now, or how it
I'm saying that
the
the people are limiting a
But who
slave's free
said
will.
she didn't say it was the God? And she literally said, I didn't say that it was God. It's the humans doing it. And you came back with God ain't doing it. Like, why?
Okay, so then why are we talking about God limiting free will if we
She
both
didn't
understand
say
it?
that. She said you don't have it.
Yes, we do.
Terry, I'm not, yeah. So again, I'm not sure if we're engaging in the same conversation or not. I in my opinion, pretty clearly explained to you the difference between free will and free choice. Do you at least see those two differences?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the difference? Explain it to me.
You're saying that free choice is that you can choose it, but free will, you can be limited and you can't do it. Like the same when you said you cannot choose not to go to hell or not to go to heaven.
No.
Yeah, that's not even remotely close. Free will is the ability to act without the constraint of necessity or fate. That is the dictionary definition of free will. None of us have that. For example, I can choose not to eat any food for the rest of this month. For the next 60 days, I can choose not to eat 1 calorie whatsoever. I don't have the free will to not get hungry. I don't have the free will to not pass the fuck out, because I am constrained by the necessity of my body needing calories. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay, so we as human beings do not have free will. We have the ability to make a choice of what we're going to engage in. And in this example, what I'm going to eat, I do have the ability to make that choice. So if we're going to have this conversation about God and humans and impact and choices and decisions, it's better for us to talk about the same thing. So if we use free choice, it's going to make it really clear for everybody in the audience.
All right, we can use free choice.
Okay, so going back to, thank you for pulling that up too, Thinker. Going back to what you were saying a minute ago about human, I don't even know how the fuck we got on free will. Because we started with slavery. Here we go.
Yeah.
So going back to what we were saying about the idea of slavery and God and Jesus not being against it. There's not a scripture in this book where God says, hey guys, I know you all are used to owning each other and making, captives work and stealing people or, buying people from other lands, but don't do that, because they're humans too. So it's not cool for you to own other human beings. Just don't do that. Be fair with each other. Pay people who's going to work for you. He doesn't say that. He gives people instructions on who can be enslaved and who cannot be enslaved. That to me is not God being against slavery. That's God not wanting you to fuck with his people.
What's wrong with God not wanting people to mess with his people?
What about everybody else that's not his people? Is he not the God of them as well?
Yes, but of course he's going to treat his people with more of a, at that time it worked differently. In the context of that time, he had a chosen people and he used his people. Like, God isn't going to, back at that time, he used the Israelites to claim land. He's not going to claim land for a random group of people. He's going to use his people.
Well, yeah, and that just doesn't make any sense. That sounds very human to me. That sounds like the human ruler of a specific area wanting to find a justification to expand his reach. There's nothing divine about that.
What's not divine about it?
What is divine about it?
That he chose a group of people to represent him, so he's going to treat them a little bit better.
Yeah, that's supremacy. Why would you do that? If you are the God of every human...
You have supremacy.
I'm sorry?
You will have supremacy over your children.
I don't have but one, and I don't know. How do you have supremacy over my
You
children? What do
would
you mean
care
by that?
more. You would care more about your children than somebody
Also,
else.
hey, Terry, don't interrupt her again. Okay? Let her finish, just like she doesn't interrupt you.
Sorry, my bad.
And if I let's, for the sake of your example, say I have 5 children, I would not treat one of my children better than the other 4. That's wrong. And if, again, as a human, I can look at that action and be like, no, that's not okay. They're all my children. I should take care of them equally. Why wouldn't your God do the same thing?
But you
But
would
also,
fight for your children.
hold on, Terry. But also, I want to point out, you saying that Fee has supremacy over her children is not analogous to this, because it's the children that was given supremacy over other children, right? So what would be analogous would be you saying to Fee, your son has supremacy over your daughter, or your son has supremacy over your other son, because basically what this God did was choose a group of favorite children and told those favorite children that they could enslave all his other children.
It's not what happened.
It's literally, who was the slave master? Was it God or the Israelites?
Yes, the Israelites had slaves, but
Hold on, just answer my
it
question,
wasn't.
okay? Just answer my question. So it was the Israelites who owned other people, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, it would be the Israelites having supremacy over other people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so in your analogy, when you said Fee had supremacy over her child, that would be like God having supremacy over all other humans. When Fee said, what about the other humans? Is he not God of all humans? And then your response was, you have supremacy over your children. It's not analogous.
I'm saying that God chose a certain group of people to represent him.
It doesn't
And
matter. He chose favorite children
he chose a
to
group of people to represent him, yes.
it's children over children. It doesn't matter.
No, he chose a group to represent him.
Stop. If all humans are children of God, and he chose a group of children to represent him to enslave all the other children, that is children having supremacy over other children.
You're getting this all mixed up.
No, you are.
Wait, let me talk.
Unless you
Let
know,
me
because I have
talk.
supremacy over you right now. Unless you think the Israelites are God because they represent him. Are they on the same level as your God? Because they represent the God.
When God chose those people, they had supremacy.
I literally said they had supremacy, but it's children having supremacy over other children.
No, it was God having it was God loving his chosen represented group of people, using them. He's not going to have the same love at that time.
I don't care about that. Listen, we agree with you on that. But it's children having supremacy over other children.
It's not true.
Are the Israelites God?
No.
Are the Israelites children of God?
Yes, we're all children of God.
You're all children of God. But the Israelites had supremacy through God over the other children of God, correct?
They didn't have complete supremacy.
Were the Israelites slave masters?
No.
Yes, they were.
No, they wasn't.
Literally, they were slave masters.
They wasn't.
Okay, hold on. I want you to tell me what this is.
While she's pulling that up, Terry, how much of this book have you read?
I'd mainly just the Gospels right now. I'm just starting.
So, knowing that you haven't read this entire book, what would compel you to come on a live discussing it with people who have read it multiple times and tell us what's not in it?
So you don't know anything about God? You
Because
just read about Jesus? You just read about God's Son? Don't know what happened
God's Son
before
is
that?
God.
No, I'm saying you don't know what happened before that.
The Old Testament.
What happened?
The Old Testament, it was a fallen world. Everybody lived in sin. Human created sin, so God had to punish the people for sinning. The main parts of the Old Testament was basically God punishing people for their sinful acts, because there was no God, there was no Jesus that came down to teach the people.
Hold on for a second. It's Jeremiah 34, not 33.
But
He didn't need
Hold on,
Jesus
hold
in
on
the
for a
Old
second,
Testament.
Lord. Hold on.
yeah, there was no Jesus.
Hold on, Terry. I want you to tell me what this is. The word of the Lord, the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord after King Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people in Jerusalem to make a proclamation of liberty to them, that they all should set free their Hebrew slaves, male and female, so that no one should hold another Judean in slavery. And they obeyed. All the officials and all the people who had entered into the covenant, that all would set free their slaves, male or female, so that they would not be enslaved again. They obeyed and set them free. But afterward they turned around and took back the male and female slaves they had set free, and brought them again into subjection as slaves. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I myself made a covenant with your ancestors when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery, saying, every 7th year each of you must set free any Hebrews who have been sold to you and have served you 6 years. You must set them free from your service. But your ancestors did not listen to me or incline their ears to me. You yourselves recently repented and did what was right in my sight by proclaiming liberty to one another, and you made a covenant before me in the house that is called by my name. But then you turned around and profaned my name when each of you took back your male and female slaves, whom you had set free according to their desire, and you brought them again into subjection to be your slaves. Therefore, thus says the Lord, you have not obeyed me by granting a release to your neighbors and friends. I'm going to grant a release to you, says the Lord, a release to the sword, to pestilence, and to famine. I will make you a horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. Did the Israelites own slaves?
Yes, in that definition,
Okay,
yes.
hold on. Stop. Now, I don't care about the definition. So the Israelites were slave masters, correct?
They were very nice slave masters.
I don't care. Were they slave masters?
Yes, technically.
Okay, so the Israelites were slave masters. So your God, right, chose a favorite group of people, right, to hold supremacy over other people, other Israelites, other foreigners, right? So the Israelites are children of God, correct?
Yeah.
And then the other Hebrews are children of God, correct?
Yep.
And then all the Gentiles, everybody that is not Hebrew, are children of God, correct?
Yep.
So children, the chosen, who were slave masters, had supremacy or superiority over the other children who were other Hebrews and other ethnicities, other nationalities. Children having supremacy over children.
God's chosen people.
I don't care if it's God's chosen. They were children of God having supremacy over other children of God. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It shouldn't have been that hard, and we shouldn't have had to do all of that. Lord,
But it's a very it's very twisted of the definition. I mean,
what did I define? What did I define? What word did I define?
Now let me talk. You're getting mad.
Yes, because this is fucking ridiculous.
Because you won't engage with the conversation.
I'm engaging it.
No one defined a word at
I'm saying
all.
that the defined word of, yes, it says slavery.
But did I define slavery? What was my definition of slavery? What did I say slavery meant?
I'm saying in this.
No. I want you to tell me what I defined. What word? Like, what was my definition of slavery? What did you hear me say slavery was?
Well, actually, I don't know.
I didn't define it, did I?
That's crazy.
Did I define slavery, Terry?
That's crazy. I misspoke. I must have misspoke. My bad.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lord.
My bad. But
Um,
okay.
no, I was about to. I can't even remember what I was about to ask him. He said something about the New Testament. No, I was about to say God didn't need Jesus in the Old Testament because he spoke to people himself.
Yeah.
Why would he need Jesus? There would be no reason for Jesus in the Old Testament because that's when God was talking to y'all, right?
But you saying there's no reason to have Jesus?
Not in the Old Testament because God was speaking to people himself, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't need Jesus.
Mm-hmm. What's your point?
So my point is that you say that you've only read the Gospels. So out of 66
Mm-hmm.
books, you have 62 more to go.
Mm-hmm. I do. I just started
Why did you start at the New Testament?
because it's suggested to start at the Gospels.
Mm.
I'm on a Bible reading program. It suggested me to start from the Gospels.
Then I would highly suggest you only speak on the gospels that you've read, because when you speak on things that occurred in a book, in chapters and books and verses that you have not read, then you're going to run into this type of pushback.
Mm.
Because again, we've read this book. We know what your God did in the Old Testament. We know about the slavery in this book because we've read about it and we've studied about it. But you've started at Matthew, and now you hopped up on the panel to have this conversation, and I think you're putting the
Yeah.
cart before the horse.
But
Catherine, I would like to know I would like to understand a good slavery. Like, what's a good slavery, Catherine?
what the Israelites did.
Your name's not Catherine, Terry.
Yeah,
She's
is your
talking to
name
somebody in the
Catherine?
comments.
Well, I can answer upon somebody.
No, you
No, we're
can't.
talking to Catherine, though.
Just did.
We're talking to
Guess
Catherine.
what?
I
Israelites are
mean,
pretty good
Guess what?
slaves.
You can't answer now. I'm sick of your disrespectful ass.
Yeah, he was. You could
I
tell he was
mean,
young too.
what is so funny is that he only came up here to say, you know, that there's good slavery. I don't know a slavery that is good slavery.
First off, he lied and said Jesus condemned slavery multiple times in the Bible, and he didn't. I don't give a fuck if
Yeah,
he claims that he started at the Gospels. He ain't read enough, because there is not one scripture in that Bible where this Jesus condemned slavery. And for you to be talking about that what the Israelites did with slavery, you haven't read shit in this book, because Israelites was cutting up their slaves. They was chopping off heads and chopping off feet and hanging them in the cords. You haven't read enough. You like what do you mean? Your God starved the Israelites multiple times. What do you mean? Like your God was a horrible slave master, his damn self. And then this whole concept that y'all have that slavery ain't so bad. Why the fuck aren't you a slave, Catherine? Why don't you go,
exactly.
like, slavery still
Exactly.
exists. Go sell yourself to a good master. Go sell yourself
Exactly.
where your body autonomy is owned by another person. And you can't do what the fuck you want to do. You can't wake up and go where you want to go. Spend money. You don't get paid as a slave. You can't spend money and go shop and buy purses and get your makeup done and your hair done. Go sell yourself to a good slave master. Go sell yourself and pay off your debt. Go do it, Catherine. Go sell yourself into debt slavery to a good master. I'm sure you owe Visa, Capital One, and American Express, PayPal. Shit, you probably even owe TikTok. Go sell yourself to one of these motherfuckers, to Amazon. You probably do buy now, pay later with Amazon. Go sell yourself to one of these motherfuckers and pay your debt off.
I think you said buy now, pay later. Damn.
But you know what's so funny is that the fuck is over here supporting slavery. Even indentured servitude. It was either 6 years or 49 years. Who the fuck wants to be indentured to somebody for 49 years? For 6 years? Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Bitch, you don't have autonomy to be typing in all caps in my fucking comments. But like for you to be asking that dumbass question if I have autonomy, while I'm sitting on TikTok at 7:30 in the fucking morning. If I had a slave master, I wouldn't be able to do this. Yo, dumbass.
Who is sitting? Do you know the difference between slavery and servitude? It's the same fucking thing.
They get on my damn nerves and they wonder why don't nobody want to fucking be associated with their asses. Fucking slave apologists. Please stop typing in caps in my comments. Like, there ain't nothing that damn important that y'all need to say that y'all need to be typing in all caps. Unless you have a vision impairment. Unless you are a mod in this space, do not type in all caps in my comments. Undisposed, how are you? Undisposed.
Oh, I see you now.
I don't know what is going on when I... Do y'all see Kelly?
Yeah, I see the black box down there.
Yeah, it's a black box.
Also, are you awake or are you asleep?
I was wondering if that was him or pressure.
Also sleep. Kelly's not there either. This person is not connecting either. Nat.
Grand Rising, everyone. Happy every day to everyone.
How are you?
Oh, blessed and highly favored. How about yourself, my dear?
I'm good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Oh, no. The Lord, yes. Lord Father God, yes. Oh, yeah, well, it draped in the blood of Jesus. Oh, goodness. That young man is...
It's okay. I don't allow people to talk about other people on my stage, okay?
Oh, my apologies, however.
Can you pick a topic from the board, please?
Oh, okay. This is my first time in here. My apologies.
That's okay.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Lord, you want to do this one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jobs, faith. All right. Why doesn't the Holy Spirit work the same today? What do things? Nope. Nothing about negativity. Return to sender. Faith versus faith. I'm reading the board. My apologies, everyone. Oh my! All of this is like negative. None of this is like of that.
How is it? How is it
We
negative?
don't believe
Yeah.
in God.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again. You said you don't believe in
We
God.
don't. Yeah, we don't believe in God.
Oh, my apologies. I mean, however, okay. So that's why it's okay. No worries. You can ladies have a blessed.
Are you leaving? This is crazy. Like, she came into the comments typing in all caps, "Blessings, good morning, everyone." And then she comes on stage, "I'm dripped in the blood of Jesus, Lord Jesus, Holy Jesus." And then she gets on stage and she reads all these things. But here's the thing, like you got such the Holy Spirit. You got Jesus with you and you dripping in his blood, and Jesus didn't tell you that you in a room full of people that don't believe in a God. And you sat there and listened to 2 conversations and you still had no idea, but you just dripping in that blood. That shit makes no sense.
Literally none. Like literally none. Putting aside the idea of just popping up in a room with people you don't know, us making all types of assumptions about who and what we are, what we believe. But then I think you hit the nail on the head. I was thinking the same thing. Like, you're so bathed in this blood, and how is it helping you? It couldn't even lead you into the right room with like-minded people. What is happening? Sphinx knocked the fuck out.
And then on top of that, like, you dripped all in this blood. You gotta run when you're around people that say that they don't believe in a God.
I was about to say that. What happened to your commission, Nat, whatever your name is? What
Boop
happened to
spook
your
boogie.
commission? I thought y'all had a commission. How you gonna fulfill your commission if you only go where believers are?
They're scared of non-believers. Like, their power isn't strong enough for that. Like, and even like, it's the thing, like, and it's a different type of scare. Like, they think that when someone says they don't believe in God, like, that's automatic demonic. Like, it's Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, and Jason all together. Like, their asses get to running like they on a fucking Scary Movie 3. While they dripping in the blood of Jesus.
Right,
screaming,
yeah.
Power, power, wonder working power.
Like, what does it do for you? Like, it also, like, there was a lady that came up earlier. I think it was Grana? I can't remember her name.
Yeah.
I thought it was really interesting when she mentioned about the challenge between the devil and God. And she says, well, that cursing God would be not believing in him. And I thought that was such a weird statement to make, because if Job had this relationship with God and Job knew that God blessed him and all of these things, why is it that their idea of belief literally starts and stops with a thought? It doesn't have to be anything other than that. So the same way that she thought that Job cursing God and dying or cursing God would be, oh, well, he no longer believes in God. How can you no longer believe in a thing that's been demonstrated to you? And I think that's where those thought terminating cliches and those thought terminating ideas really, really manifest themselves. Because if you think about, did Job have direct conversation with God? I can't remember.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So if that would be like you telling me, thinker, that your youngest son no longer believes in you, believes that you're real. Like, you got pictures, you got videos, you have interactions, you've had conversations. He can't just one day decide, oh, well, my mom is not real. But I think that speaks to the depth of what their belief in God actually is. It's just a thought. It's no action. It's no power. It doesn't help them. It clearly didn't guide what's her name into the right space to have the conversation she thought she was going to have. So what is this belief really doing for them?
Absolutely nothing. And the crazy thing about Job, that's why I have Job's faith versus faith today, because Job didn't have to have faith that the God existed, right? Like, he didn't have to have a belief like they do, because the way the God showed up to Job was in a whirlwind and talked to Job through the whirlwind. So thunder and lightning and like a big strong storm, and that was God to them.
But there was a physical manifestation that was visible and tangible.
Yeah. But they have to have faith, right? Their faith and their feeling is the evidence of their God. And they don't even recognize the difference in that.
Not at all.
It went from something of substance, even though he was a tyrannical ass God, it went from something of substance to imaginary.
Right.
Yeah. Something transparent. Like, it could fall, anything could fall through it. Can't even hold it in your hand type shit. I just feel like going type shit.
I always giggle when Oso does that.
Also be saying type shit.
Also says type shit all it like listen when he's talking to believers, especially when they're going on some weird ass tangent. Also be like, yeah, type shit, type shit. He does it really low. But he does it all the time.
Objective Mike. Is it Objective Mike? Ramona. Okay. Ramona, are you there? I think so, Candy. Okay, this person didn't connect either. All right, y'all. The guest box is clear. If you are a believer or if you're deconstructing or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Of course, if you are a nerd and you have a question about deconstruction or an off-topic question for the blue butterflies and above, the guest box is open.
You didn't have to restart last night, Thinker. Okay.
No, it's been a pretty consistent. We had a short moment when Dr. B was on stage. It's like when Dr. B come in, like we had about 18 people in the guest request. Dr. B gets on stage and everybody freezes the fuck up. Everybody that wanted to come on stage all of a sudden don't remember that they requested.
Yeah, I got shook. Ran away. No, I figured it was going to start out a little bit slow once you started back up until folks got, like, oh, Thinker's back. But I was hoping it wouldn't be too bad.
It did at first. I think it was
probably,
only us in here.
they probably thought you were gone for good. They probably was like, hey, she gone. We going to take over.
That's why they came to my comments talking shit. They probably think, the shit they said in my comments is what made me come back on live. I know they missed us just as much. I didn't miss the Christians, but I know they missed us just as much as, our community missed us.
I was thinking about that last night, how the times that we got together and we talked, they didn't even come up in our conversations, really. Like, it was about us connecting with each other. Like, it was not even remotely about them. And not that that would have been a bad conversation, but I just think that organically, they're just not on our minds in the way that we're on their minds. Like, we were trying to, I think there's a huge difference there.
Damn. We didn't talk about them while we were down there.
Not one time.
Nope.
Not
Apple was
one
trying to
time.
burn her candy corn.
I'm candy corn. And you know what? I threw it away.
Did you?
Oh, did you? Because they've been trying to figure out who threw the candy corn away.
You know why? I'm the same. Listen, because if it's too much, I'm the same person who threw Christina drink away because to
The
me,
drink that I poured for her?
yes, to me, it looked like it had been up there for a little while, and I was like, this looked like somebody drank out of the store. I didn't know because it was in a big cup. It was a shot. I didn't know that it was a shot. It just looked like a leftover drink.
Yeah.
She had asked me to have one ready for her when she came back downstairs. She went upstairs to get dressed. She was like, have a shot ready for me when I come back. I was like, I got you.
I'm sorry, Christina.
Thinker, your shot pouring needs to come with a warning label because I ain't never seen a shot that deep in my life.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I thought it was like a leftover drink. I'm like, this looked like a drink from yesterday. Let me throw it away.
If we ain't getting tipsy, ain't no point of putting them cups to your lips. That's how I feel.
That was so much fun.
Yeah, we was so gone. Hopper was like, Hopper said when I was walking back to the hotel, she was like, I walked to the fucking room sideways. Hopper said I was leaning like a mug.
Hopper was we I think I forget what night it was. We were getting ready to go somewhere. We were in the room. And so she was like, what she was sitting there talking to my sister Keisha. She was like, we need to figure out what's gonna happen because if she dip, I dip, then we dip. She kept saying it over and over. I was cracking up. Oh my goodness, it was so much fun.
Hopper is a trip. That's my homie for life.
Oh yeah.
She, we was in the car, like I was so fucking hungry. We like, you know how after you drink, you wake up the next morning, your stomach touching your
Starving.
back.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We was on the way to the restaurant. Hopper, the GPS kept sending Hopper the wrong way, and I'm like, damn, man, I'm hungry. Like I feel like I'm finna throw up. I gotta eat. And so Florida, you know how Florida got all different types of trees. And so we pull up, and these trees look like broccoli sticks to me. Like I'm looking at them, and I'm like, I said, damn. I said, those trees look like broccoli. Hopper said, bitch, get the fuck out the car and walk. She's like,
Hopper said, Hopper came in and said, and think of talking about broccoli trees and shit.
she's like, that's a fucking well, some type of tree. She called it a
A
mirror or
Crepe
something.
myrtle.
myrtle.
It's a crepe
A
myrtle.
crepe
Yeah, she said,
myrtle.
I'll never see a crepe murder the same again. Talking about some fucking broccoli.
Oh my god. And I don't know who, I think it was Lords that had them playing Uno, but instead of the winner taking shots, the loser takes shots.
No, it was the winner took the shot. The
Yeah,
winner
that's what I'm
had to take the
saying.
shot. And
Yeah,
them
you
motherfuckers
had them
talking
fucked
about,
up.
and they talking about, Uno. I say, y'all, they throwing me draw fours and shit. I'm like, I don't give a good goddamn. I got 60 cards in my hand. I ain't taking no shot. And,
The Uno
and
table
T,
was more lit than the spades table.
It was.
listen, and TTW over there at the winning table, the one three in a row. I'm like, girl, you could keep on fucking with that shit. I ain't doing it. Uh-uh. I got at one point I had like 11 cards in my hand. I'm like, I don't give a damn. I ain't taking no shot.
That shit was fun though. I can't wait to the next trip. I hope we don't wait a year. But that
I
shit was fun.
know. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Like it got to be something, you know, where we can not too close, but not too far away. A year is too long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Hopefully something before the summer is out, maybe a 2 day weekend.
That'll be
Somewhere
nice.
close. Yeah. We spend 2 days before the summer is out. Planning on the Discord, keeping the location on the low.
Hmm.
Um,
That would be fun, I think.
And can we actually go out this time?
I
we
know,
did
right,
go
Rhea?
out. We went out.
We
No,
go where
Oh,
Rhea
you talking about
wanted
to
to
the
go.
club? We didn't want to go to the
no,
club.
Digger. When we like when Fee and them came to get me, we had some plans, but
Hmm.
But y'all
Listen,
didn't make it though. I
we did
heard.
not.
that's no. We
Fee,
didn't actually go. We wanted everybody to like, we wanted everybody to be there, but then like all the plans kind of got jumbled up. But I'm saying like, when if we go this weekend, if we do like a weekend, we should go out and Selena can come and show us her skills. Okay.
exactly. Mr. Michael said, "Come when Bash performs in Atlanta. Only if I get to ride in your fucking car, Mr. Michaels.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
all I'm
Don't get
saying.
Lord started on that
I
damn
just
car, y'all. Thinker, did you get in it?
No, Hopper was my chauffeur all weekend.
Oh, okay.
If she comes in
only
here, she done changed her name to Thinker's chauffeur.
only if we get to ride in a damn car and do the launch. That's all. That's all I want
Well,
to do.
all I know is I'm not driving with Rock no more. If Rock is behind the steering wheel, get out
Man.
of that car now.
Look, Rock had me almost praying, y'all. And then me and Zena in the back of my sister's car, like the two family pets that we look, they had us bent down whenever we went through the toll road, through the toll things, putting a blanket over us because we're not supposed to be. It was
I
ridiculousness.
was
I don't know.
wondering why y'all was in the back of the damn car.
We miscalculated how many seats we had in the car. We thought we had enough to get everybody to the restaurant where we were going. We did not. So me and Zena had to get in the back.
You say Rock is the safest driver, because let me tell you something.
Rock, who the safest driver?
Mr. Michael had me, Mama Bash, and Miss Charlene in a car demonstrating the auto drive.
Oh my goodness.
He said, "Y'all want to see how it go?" And you know me, bitch. I'm down for anything at least once.
Look, TT talking about she felt safe. That's because you had 25 shots because you won at Uno, TT. Let's keep it
Exactly.
let's keep it
Exactly.
real. That's why you felt safe, friend.
Yeah, that's why we was back there, Lindy. Way. Let me tell you something. That man said, "Y'all want to see this? Y'all want to see that, baby?" Let me tell you something. If it wasn't for that crazy motherfucker Elon Musk, I would have me a Tesla. Cause that motherfucker. But I can't do what he did. Cause I'll be looking at the phone and reading the paper and all that kind of shit while the thing driving, not paying attention. So I wouldn't be able to do that. Mm-mm.
Oh, I
Yeah,
found
that,
it. Sorry, it was FJ. I forgot her name. Josh.
telling.
Yeah, telling. She's the one that ate the candy corns. She told us, and she confessed in the Discord. She was eating the candy corns before you threw them away.
Uh, Listen. I knew somebody was eating them because they felt a little light. And I didn't eat them because I figured, well, maybe they brought this for somebody else. I didn't eat it. Had I known that, I would have eaten the rest. But TTW, that's the reason why she say Rock is safe. Because she won all the Uno games. Okay?
But and she had the Drake, right? Like it was the winner takes the shot.
Yes, the winner had to take a shot. She took 3 shots, I think, and the other guy took 2. What's his name? Oh.
Hold on, Lois. Wise protector. I want you to come back on stage, and I want you to finish what you were saying. Like, wait. First off, did you leave? Did you run, or did you lose connection? Because you came back in here saying that we're playing with fire, but you ran. You ran when I questioned you about the Donald Trump prophecy. You lost connection. So I want you to come back on stage after Six Stoic when we get finished talking to our fellow nerd. I'll bring you up.
He says he lost connection.
Yeah. So come back up and finish what you were saying. Six Stoic, what's up?
I don't want to stand in the middle of the cooking, but I wanted to welcome y'all back, and I'm glad that everyone had a good time, and it sounds like it was safe overall. And I know that there were some people trying to curse you guys before the trip, so I'm glad that it went well. I'm not really fond of Florida, so that's not a trip I'll ever make. But I'm glad you guys had a great time. I'm glad you didn't talk about believers. I'm glad you didn't get bogged down in that bull crap, and you got to spend some good time with the community. So, and I'm glad you got some rest too, Thinker, everybody. I don't know how you guys all do it on such limited sleep. So I'm
And
really glad to have
and
you
Six
back.
Stoic, this is how you know the curses don't work. Because if y'all notice, y'all didn't hear me saying anything about the plane ride. Y'all didn't hear me
Yep.
saying anything about being anxious on the plane or nothing like that. Going
Oh,
or coming.
there was a weird man. Me and Nikita, we were going downstairs. It was the day that we got there. There was a
Hmm.
weird man that walked up to us. Like, he looked scary as fuck. Uh, he walked up to us and he just started saying, "God is good, ain't he?" And he was like, God, one of the best blessings God ever gave was family. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, ladies? And we just looked at each other. We didn't even answer him. And then we got on the elevator, and he got on the elevator with us, and we pressed our floor 3, and we were gonna let him get off first. He was like, "No, go ahead." And so we got off, and he stayed on the elevator. Then we saw him like sneak off the elevator after us, and he was
Mm.
gonna turn our way, but we were looking at him, so he turned and went the other way, and he was walking slow. So we walked past our room to the end of the hallway. There was nowhere else to go but the exit, and so we were getting ready to go out the exit, and then he dipped off. It looked like he, tried to go into another room, but I don't know if he went into another room or not. But we was like, "Nah, motherfucker." But that was the only weird thing. The only weird thing that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just
Do you
more of the
think he was from
privilege.
that other group across the hall?
No, we was on the not that I know of. He didn't he Now this guy looked like uh I don't know how to explain. He looked like Freddy Krueger almost.
Oh,
Like he
really?
Yeah, he had like the small neck, the protruding chin, like he just looked weird. Yeah, like really weird. And he just walks
Because
up to us, just start talking about God out the blue.
I got on the elevator with one of the people from across the hall. He said, "Wow, y'all sure sound like y'all were having fun." Don't tell me that because you sound like you won't pay for something.
Well, they couldn't. Oh Lord, Lord, they couldn't keep
I'm
their
just saying.
asses out of our room. Like
I
Christina
know,
and
because
I
they
walked in
wanted to
there.
listen. They all I know is they probably heard the bottles clinking, and they wanted to know. He said, "Man, y'all sure sound like y'all were having fun. What are y'all down here for?" I said, "It's just a group of friends that travel." He's like, "Man, y'all look like y'all were having fun. We
They
were."
we did get a couple of people like that look at our name tags, be like, "What's a Christian?"
And then they spelled it wrong. So the
They
lady was
did.
like, "What's a fish? A fish stain? Fish stain?"
Yeah, I told him, I was like, we are a group of friends who met on the internet. We get together, we discuss religion and social issues, and we talk about it through a lens of compassion and empathy. I was like, and we're meeting together for the first time in person. And they were like, "Oh, well, that sounds fun." I'm like, yeah, it is. Like, it's an amazing group of people.
When I told my wife the amount of people and the kind of people that I was that we were gonna meet, like I think that first date when she actually like went to breakfast and saw her, but she was like, "I did not believe you." I did not- I'm like, "Did you think I was coming to sell you or something?" I'm like, "I'm meeting all of these people."
It was so much fun.
And everybody act the same way they act in the fucking comments. Like we wasn't surprised by nobody's personality. Like everybody was just, you know, how we see them online. And I think that's another thing that is really really cool because in this space we can just be ourselves. And so when we show up in person, we don't fucking gotta worry because we already know who we are. We already know who each other are, and there was no awkwardness. Like we were nervous, right, about the awkwardness, but when we got there, there was no there were no awkward silent moments.
At
Yeah,
all.
yeah. Y'all, TT, I've been laughing at TT since yesterday at the range. When she took her first shot, she took that first shot, she put the weapon and she was like, "All right, hold on, I need to take a break."
Yeah, TT
Yeah.
shot her first gun.
Oh
Oh, I
my
didn't know that
God.
was her first time.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was her very first time. You could tell, like, when the minute she pulled that trigger, she was like, "Whoa," and she just put it down.
Mac and his damn guns. Oh my gosh.
Baby, Mac came down there. Let me tell you something. I know when the zombie apocalypse come, I'm going to Atlanta.
I'm going with Mac. I
I'm
don't know
going
what
to
shoulder I'm
Atlanta.
sitting on.
And
I'm so
in case anybody is wondering, me and Twin look exactly alike. Like it was hard to tell
Exactly.
us
Yeah, it
apart
was hard to
at
tell
any
y'all
event.
apart. I'm like,
Hmm.
is that Mac? Is that Steve? I couldn't tell.
Man, I tried to
I
hold his
couldn't
gun.
tell.
I was like, "Fuck this motherfucking gun."
Mr.
Hey,
Michael say his
We gotta
shoulder
go
is
together. It gotta be
Mr.
me
Michael
and
say
you.
his shoulder is sore from the shotty.
Hopper's
From
hand
Mac.
was still shaking. Hopper is a homicide detective, so she handles guns. Her
Mm-hmm.
hand was still shaking from shooting
Yo,
that
Thinker,
gun.
I told them, every single one of them, I said, if y'all picking up this rifle by tomorrow or next, you're gonna be hurting. Nobody believed me. Now look.
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Michael
couldn't do
say
it.
his shoulder is sore. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell
it's
kind
gonna
of thing
hurt.
was that? That
It's
was
gonna hurt.
Max?
Yeah, that was Max. I said, Mac, what the fuck you doing with this? Y'all better get away from here around these parts. I said, what the fuck you
Max.
doing with this
That's the
gun?
name of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like, so shit go down, we going to Mac's house.
Yes, I'm going straight to Mac. I'm like, Mac, I heard you had the arsenal around here. Like, what's
Man.
that?
And meanwhile, Lords had us doing the polar plunge while they're at the range, shooting around. I can't deal with
Let
that.
me tell you something. The polar plunge,
Yeah.
all I'm saying, I told y'all, I said that water is it's not gonna be warm. It's gonna be cold.
We were playing Bash's music outside around the pool. I think Dahlia went upstairs and got her Bluetooth speaker, so we had Bash's music playing around the pool, and a couple of people were looking. Like it wasn't a whole lot of folks around. There were some people sitting around. And this one lady was out there sunbathing, and when I guess
Remember that man? Remember that man that kept
oh
looking
my
at us?
goodness, yeah, he couldn't keep his eyes off of the water with. Well, there was about six of us in there.
Yeah, I think he had a thing for Christina.
Could be. I can see why. Everybody has a thing for Christina. She is amazing. Everybody is
And then she
amazing. It
like,
was so
y'all,
much fun.
not you getting out the water, Lord. Yes, I'm getting out the water. I am hungry.
Look,
I
that
must have
pizza
been
came.
drinking that night because I was the night before because I was see, I can't even remember because I took a shot. I did Patron, I did Jim Beam, I did Bullet. Just too much. I don't know. I had beer. I don't know why I was drinking all of that. Like, who knows?
Oh, Sandy
Yeah,
said
we
Bash
have
went
fun.
live. I didn't know Bash went live while we were down there.
I know he had a concert. Somebody's cousin went down to go to Bash's
Was it?
concert.
It wasn't Mr. Michael's cousin, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was Mr. Michael said his cousin went down there because he put a picture in the Discord.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Y'all know that. Okay,
Oh,
so
no, it was
while we have
Fred's.
everybody in
Fred's
here,
cousin.
oh, Fred's cousin. So there is a fake account selling tickets to Bash's concert in May. Don't fall for it. The pink beard has 2Ks in it, and you can't get tickets to the concert online through TikTok. But they're telling people to cash at them for front row seats, and it's a scam. So don't fall for it. It's not Bash. I sent it to him yesterday. He said that he's going to report it. But Six Stoic, you got to come with us the next time that we go. It'll be somewhere close, and we're just going to do like a 2-day. Get more of the community introduced in person, so it won't just be relationships online, but
Yeah, very
relationships
cool.
online.
Sorry, what Fee had said earlier, the compassionate empathy, it is why I'm here. I showed up from Justin's channel, like I said, a couple of weeks ago. And I think that people, if they're coming in at the wrong time and they're not listening, they're going to miss the compassionate empathy. But I've been here long enough to know that you guys have no problem having regular conversations with people that show up for those conversations. So thank you a lot, and I'll be listening.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Hope you have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
See you around, Sick. Yeah.
Tranita said we need an international meetup for the people across the pond. That would be nice and expensive, but nice.
Yeah. Wise Protector, are you still in here? You done left again. Are you still in here? It's your turn.
I was styled by, my daughter was technically.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think Rhea was the youngest person in the group there,
I'm the
right?
youngest in the group.
Yeah, but we have folks from 20s to 60. Well, if you and thank y'all for including making my family feel so welcome. Like that meant a lot to me, and I didn't expect anything other than that. So I really appreciate that. But my mom was there. She came down there and played bed with us. That I think it was set Friday night. So we have folks from their 20s to their 70s.
Your family is amazing, Fee.
They are awesome.
Yeah.
I second that gratitude. Like I was overwhelmed with, bringing my family around people I was meeting for the first time, low key. But it was an amazing experience that I would want my family with me again.
I can't wait to see the picture. Me too. I can't wait to see all the pictures. But I was looking when Mr. Michael was taking y'all's family picture, Rhea. I was like, oh my goodness, it is. I mean, everybody in the picture is absolutely gorgeous, and the lighting, like that picture is going to be amazing. I can tell.
Oh, when your mom was sitting in the car, I was like, "Are you by yourself?" And she just looked so like she was fine. When we were going back into the restaurant, and she was in the car on her own. I'm like, "Wait, are you gonna stay in here by yourself?" And
That's my
she's like,
sister.
"I'm fine." Sorry, your sister.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." I'm like, "Wait, I can stay with you." Like she looked just fine in there.
Oh, she is. Like when we talk about being an introvert, like I'm an introvert. She is an extreme introvert. Keisha's on the other end of the spectrum. So Shell is always going to be somewhere by herself. She'll people watch for a little bit. Hoppa told us, she was like, yeah, I'm a homicide. She was like, I'm a homicide detective. She was like, this sister right here, you're going to see her coming. She was like, but that one right there, she going to shank you and you're not even going to know you bleeding until it's too late. It's cracking up.
Hoppa is hilarious.
Yeah, Hoppa is a trip. Titi says she lost her voice. Oh, I'm going to read this card Titi gave me because I think it's beautiful. Hold on. It says, the most beautiful people are those who have known defeat, known suffering, known struggle, known loss, and have found their way out of the depths. These persons have an appreciation, a sensitivity, and an understanding of life that fills them with compassion, gentleness, and a deep loving concern. Beautiful people do not just happen. Thank you for creating this community. I appreciate all that you do. If it were not for your compassion and humanity, this community could not have grown and strived the way it has. I wanted to show a token of gratitude. Thank you, TT. I think like it's awesome that I feel like the community is filled with people who are beautiful but have known defeat. Like we've all known suffering and struggle and loss, and we've not allowed it to define ourselves, like define who we are. It's a part of who we are, right? But it doesn't define us. And I think that's what allows us to be such an amazing community that we are. To, like Fee said when we were at the dinner, to be able to take relationships that are online and move those relationships to offline and still be the fucking same, right? And it didn't skip a beat, and that's because you know we just are. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no faking and no pretending and
Yeah,
you
there's
having
no
to
ulterior
remember who you
motives.
were online, huh?
I said there's no ulterior motives.
Yeah.
And I think the conversations, Thinker and I were talking about this while we were there too. I think the conversations that we have here, it draws out like our character. It pulls on who and what we are, our values as human beings. Other people get together online around a common interest, like maybe a thing or a movie that they're obsessed with, like your Star Wars people or your Taylor Swifties or whatever. Like they have that one thing that pulls them together. But you can have a common interest with a person whose character has nothing to do with yours, whose morals don't align with yours. But I think the conversations that we have in here that start about religion, but they touch on so many different areas. You can't be, well, I can't say you can't. It's going to be hard for you to be a genuinely shitty person in a space like this, having these types of conversations that, again, center around empathy, center around acceptance, center around love. So when we were able to show up in person and everybody showed up as they are, who they are, in the way that, like, Lord's was exactly what I expected with Lord's. And I
Yeah,
was
and
I was getting
I don't.
confused for a minute because I was like, so many people have the same hairstyle, but until I heard when I heard baby, I was like, that's Lord's. I'm good. There it is.
And I
No,
don't know
it
what I
wasn't
would
just
do
me.
if
Fee, I thought it
somebody
was just me. I
recoiled
saw all of them.
from
Was
my
it?
necklace vibrator. Like, what would I do? Somebody recoiled from my necklace vibrator.
When I
Lord's.
first walked in, I saw Mama Bash, I saw Miss Charlene. Obviously, like I didn't know who was who at the time, but I'm like they all look like sisters. They all look like low key the same person. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
which one is which?
Yeah. Auntie Charlene, Lindaway, and Lord's, like they look like they could all be family.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Carmen too. I think
Yeah, and
yeah,
Carmen.
and Carmen too.
Yeah. Like it,
No,
it was so amazing. And I think too, like, this is the thing that they say secularism could never do, right? And I still stand on this. It's one because the black community were never allowed, right, to really just be secular. Secular was demonic and bad, and so for them to say that atheism or secularism could never be a community, they didn't have anything to compare it with, right? And now there are more and more and more, secular communities popping up. That I don't think they'll be able to say anymore that secularism can't be that thing that helps mold a person, their personality and their morality or things like that. I don't think they'll be able to say that now because like we've already proven that we can do it online and offline, and we just got to continue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even like when Cynthia came, she was coming off of surgery, but she came with, she was like, I'll be there with my cane. She came downstairs and hung out in the room. So, and I think the other piece too is that there's no expectation for someone to be what you need them to be. Like I think we're really good at accepting, like, okay, my battery's low. I'm going up in my room, take a nap. Like nobody felt slighted on that. Like they just found something else to do. Okay, well, I'm going to go hang by the pool, or I'm going to go, grab something to eat. It was very, very easy. And I think that's the piece that I love the most about it.
I was just about to say that. Fee, not only it shows that we can come together, but it also shows that we can compromise, we can
Hmm.
plan, right?
And
We can
adjust.
change. adjust. I was just about to say that we can adjust to things on the fly. Hey, we have people going here, doing this, doing this. We had a multitude of things for people to do. We even had people, I'm sure, that just stayed in their room, like if they didn't want to, and everything is fine. There were no expectations about having to do everything and be around everybody if you even were not comfortable with that, right? So that's what I liked about everything. People were just themselves and everybody accepted it,
Hmm.
right?
There
We
was
And
no
said,
and
peer pressure.
mm-mm.
exactly.
Not, and we
None of
said
that.
this before in the lives where religion, they tell you that God wants you to show up as you are. But I don't see that in action. Like, I see religion pulling you to where it wants you or needs you to be and requires you to be there, as opposed to meeting people where they are. Like, there was no pressure to, like, for anybody that was kind of socially, that previously before we got here said that, oh, I'm kind of anxious in big groups, and we wanted people to be comfortable, so we wanted to set up an environment that people could pop in or pop out if they need to, because it's not about being who we want you to be in order to fit in this group. It's about showing up as you are and being embraced as part of this group. And we do it off. We've done it online for well over a year now, and we've done it offline. And like Thinker says, we're showing that this secular approach to community is possible. When historically we've been taught that only religion can provide the community that we need, and that's simply not true.
Like
And that's
I feel good. Bash called me yesterday. And he was like, I just want to let you know that I thank you for, making my mom feel comfortable this weekend. He's like, I want her to have the best life, in her retirement as possible. And he was like, y'all did that for her this weekend. And I just want to, thank y'all
but
for
listen,
taking
when I
care of my
tell
mama.
you, when we came back from somewhere when I was riding in the car with Miss Charlene and Mama Bash. um, Mama Bash was like, "You got a sofa in your room?" I'm like, "Yeah, come on." We went in that room and we all took a nap. We all took us a nap in my room, and then we came on back down and joined the festivities. When I tell you, we had a good time with Mama Bash, with Lisa. We had a good time.
Hello.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Hold
And
on.
that
I'm
and
trying
that's
to
why
get
that
it to
goddamn
go
and that's
big.
why that goddamn leg
Yep.
don't work right.
Look at Lord. Look at Lord's in the back. Look at you limping, Lord. What can I say? These women in the back don't know how appropriate it is. Leah.
I heard Lawrence in the background.
Oh,
Yeah, I
because
had my baby was all over the place. I'm like, I'm trying to get in the video,
but
girl.
let me tell you something. When that baby said what she said,
Oh my God.
Christina said something, and she repeated
That
Christina.
shit was fun. I'm
We
sorry.
said
That
Man,
shit
I
worse
was
at home,
lost
funny.
it.
y'all. I promise. It's okay.
That was hilarious. And it's like she waited till the right time. Everybody was silent and she just burst out and said it. It was hilarious. And I was telling Rhea, I said, that's you got to watch what you do around these kids. Cause when my baby was a kid, that was when Lil Kim was popular. And I used to play this song. And one day I was just riding and the song was low. And I heard her singing all the words to the song. I said, no more Lil Kim. You cannot go to them people Catholic nursery saying that. Oh, no,
Look,
ma'am. No more Lil
Nikita,
Kim.
Y'all, after a while, she was like, she told me to go sit with my wife. My daughter, she was like, go sit down, go sit
That's
down
what
with
she said.
mommy. Yeah. She was So like, I she got could this. dance. Thinker, do you have the video of y'all singing? I ain't gonna say us because I ain't gonna tell that lie. Of y'all singing so beautifully at the restaurant when Christina was leading it. That
Yeah, it's in here. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
We
when
were
y'all
we were
just
drunk
bust out.
singing.
Yeah, every time y'all bursted out singing, I said they're about to kick us out this I restaurant. They did about too, to girl. kick us I was like, out. I knew they were gonna kick us.
What have you done for me lately?
this one. Hold on. We went down there singing gospel songs, drunk in a motherfucker.
Drunk as hell. When I tell you drunk as hell. I couldn't even finish my margarita. That margarita had too much liquor in it. I'm like, wait
All
a
of the
minute.
drinks that we bought out, like we had, where the first restaurant we went to, I looked across the table. Zena was just staring. I'm like, Zena, you
Listen,
friend Pumpkin? I'm like,
let
you
me
okay,
tell you
friend?
something. That big Fins that we went to, the food was fair to middling, as my daddy used to say. But them damn drinks, oh, I can go there and just happy hour and drink
Man,
because those drinks were good.
at that
This
dinner,
is
it
my
was quite.
favorite picture. Christina did her damn thing on that
Oh, she
on my
did.
makeup. Man,
Oh
she
my
did her damn.
god!
She got the magic touch, for real.
At that dinner, like it was quiet for a little bit. Next thing I heard, I finished my drink. That was Fee, I think. I don't know who said.
Oh
I
yeah, that was
finished my
that
drink.
was the first drink I finished. Like that was Saturday night, and literally the first drink I finished, having gone to a restaurant like every day. I couldn't drink. They were too strong. That was the first drink I finished because the smoke. I think Twin uploaded a picture of that smoked old fashioned I had. It was beautiful, but that shit was straight alcohol.
I'm telling you, I could not finish. I'm like, damn, they only put a tad bit of the juice in here. Just a tad bit. The rest was all alcohol.
Oh, Thinker, I'm gonna text you a
Man, some
picture that
some
Sandra
people
just sent
just
me.
haters like a motherfucker. Honeymoon period relationship. That's some hater ass shit.
Where is that Thinker? Where is that in the
Where's
Discord?
what?
Which channel? Because I'm gonna upload this video of Christina singing that from the restaurant that Sandra just texted me. Is
It's
that the private
in
one?
the Fishton. It's in the Fishtons in Florida.
Okay, cool. I'm uploading now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to break the game, but you can't fake it flows.
Look at
I'm saying I'm right to the back like
oh my gosh.
The minute
Yeah,
that was
you look,
over,
you saw me trying to go on that goddamn foot. Ain't had no boot
Yeah.
on it.
My ass almost fell. But hold on, let me see. I'm trying to find
Oh,
this
Sandra
is
said it's too big.
they only
Look
got
at
a little
Hopper.
bit of that. Let's see, who is this?
look at Big Man Mac. Look at him.
Vita say somebody got pew-pewed at the White House.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, I don't know who it was.
See, y'all, that's my twin. We look just alike.
Mm-hmm.
We have a picture together too. It's in there. Thinking one of the discourse. The pictures were amazing, by the way. Like Fred
Yeah.
getting all the selfies, everybody walking around getting selfies with everybody. I thought that was amazing.
It's Rhea and her beautiful. Let me see.
Now
A
baby
ring
sticking her
light.
tongue out.
Hey, hey, Thinker, you see the video right there with telling, I think Christina's doing her makeup. She was singing in that. I don't know if y'all noticed that.
She sound good.
Yeah, her and Selena did a duo too
I think
when we were
right
doing
here.
makeup.
and I will make you to stay. You told me to leave, boy. I will not stand in your way. But I never believe.
Ooh, Thinker, do one of Dahlia.
Also say played a video of him
Oh,
singing.
so
I'm
you ain't
sick of
come.
also.
Shut up. I'm so
What's
mad at
up,
Also
Chris?
Oso.
didn't go.
Let
I'm
me
so
see.
mad at
Where is
him.
the video of Dahlia?
Yeah, let's show y'all Dahlia. Okay, y'all
Y'all,
see Dahlia in here just chilling? No,
exactly.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Dahlia don't play in real life.
Dahlia showed up and showed out.
She walked out and I was like, hold the fuck up.
For real.
Hold on, here she go right here. Just wait for it. Yes, ma'am.
Legs,
Exactly.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Straight legs.
Legs for days.
Right? Absolutely gorgeous.
I can't play the videos of us at the gun range. Let me see. Nikita and Mama Bash. Like everybody just look beautiful. Let's see. Who haven't we shown yet? Lois, what are you doing right here?
She was putting her lipstick
Putting
on, getting
putting
ready
on
for the
some
pictures.
getting ready for my picture, putting on some lip gloss, I think.
Sky
That I
Candy
lost. I think
said,
I
Carmen and
left it in
Fred.
a I left it
Sky
in a hotel.
Sky Candy said, wait, are all of y'all tall? No, we are not, Sky.
No, we're not
We're
tall.
not.
We figured out real quick.
When
I
me and Rhea first saw each other, boy.
Adrian
Look,
Adrian said, "Did you show my pictures?"
This is when we first saw each other, the very first time.
that video was so nice. Somebody uploaded a video of y'all hugging for the first time and then me and Twin hugging for the first time. I don't know which Discord channel it's in, but it was so sweet.
I think Rhea picked me up. Did you pick me up? I think Rhea, you picked me up off
Did
the
because I was like, oh my
ground. Let's see. This is Foolish Tool and Skeptical African.
Yes, it was Foolish too who's taking shots with us too at Uno.
Oh,
Yeah.
Foolish was gone.
Hmm.
Let's
Who is that?
see.
Me and Hopper? What's that? Scroll back
Where?
up. Is that
No.
who is it?
That's
Oh no,
That's
Hopper.
Mama Bash. That's Mama Bash and Hopper.
That's
Miss
Mama Bash
Charlene.
and Miss Charlene and Hopper.
Yeah.
Hmm.
See
This
how
is
you thought that was you? Yeah.
yeah.
You see? It wasn't just me.
Lawrence and Rock.
Lois and Rock. Did I just play these two? Are these the two that I just played?
I think so.
Let me see. Oh yeah, that's it. Let's see. Selena and Rhea. That is so
That's
beautiful.
such a good picture.
Oh my God.
That looks so good. Selena, when Selena brought the camera, I'm like, are you going to take a selfie? You look so good.
Man, y'all are beautiful. Skin just glowing, melanin for days.
Right? Just popping.
Man. Annika and Selena.
That's
Oh,
a good one
Annika.
too.
Oh my God. Annika was, she's so sweet. She was
Annika
trying
was
so
hanging,
hard.
baby. You hear me?
Yeah. Cynthia and Selena. I swear y'all are some beautiful people, man. Let me see who else. Linda Way and Selena.
And can I just say, Linda Way, every
Her
single
hair
time.
game.
What? What? I want to be like Linda Way when I grow up, y'all. I just do.
This
Look
shit
at
was
our
funny as
discernment.
fuck. That shit was funny. I'm sorry. That was
It
funny as
was
hell.
hilarious.
Mr. Michaels brought those.
He put them in the bag with the nerds and the goldfish. I mean, with the
Yes.
Swedish fish that
Oh
were
my
in the little
God.
gift bags that
When
folks
I say
got.
I
Perfect
flipped out,
addition.
I flipped out when I saw that. I'm keeping them forever. I have like 4 of them in my
I didn't
purse.
even get any, Rhea.
You
I didn't
didn't?
no, I didn't even get any. I was trying to, help everybody clean up and I
But
forgot to
Fee,
grab
he
some.
had a whole box. So see if he'll mail send you some because he came in there. It was a big box full.
I'll send him a message, see if I can get some.
This is when Christina did my makeup and I saw it like for the first time. Like she did like so amazing. Like I'm looking at her with such admiration because like she has a fucking gift,
She does.
man.
I told
This.
Christina, I said, because let me tell you something. The right side of my face gonna look nice. That left side gonna look like the Joker.
Yeah, Christina tall. She tall. This is
Rock little
yeah, rocking silly.
Rock is hilarious. And yeah, Onyx Thinker does look 20 years old.
Well, thank you.
Thinker, when you pulled out that dress, I was like, wait, where did Thinker go? What is
What
going
dress?
on? When you came out, like, for the dinner?
Oh,
Oh, my goodness. That dress was so cute.
thank you. I'm trying to find. Hold on. This is Lord's Canada.
Woo!
Okay. All right.
Okay. Woo!
Okay. All right.
Okay.
When I
The
tell
Lord's
y'all that
church,
water was
okay?
cold
It
and
was
Woo!
the Lord's.
No.
That water was frigid.
No, y'all not with these broccolis. Talk about-
Somebody asked what's with the broccoli stems.
They said somebody please get Thinker a snack. I told y'all I was hungry as fuck. The trees look like, that's what the trees look like to me. I'm like, damn, them trees look like broccoli. I'm hungry.
Did anybody get a picture of Sandra's hair? Oh man, Sandra need to send me a picture because I'm like, she was all those little beads that she put in her hair.
Yeah.
It was so pretty.
Drink it while it's still smoking.
What was the name of that drink?
A smoked old fashioned. It was good, but I couldn't finish it. It was too
You
strong.
know,
were the
I have a
twins.
That's me
machine
and
that
twin.
look at y'all look exact. I can't tell y'all apart.
I know it.
I
I
really
know it.
can't.
I'm the one on the right, y'all, in case you were wondering.
You sure?
Let's see. This is y'all with these shots. Everybody talking about, oh, we're gonna go back to the room and we're gonna take a nap and then we're gonna meet at 6. I go upstairs. I go take a nap. I wake up. I see the Discord. I said, motherfucker. they downstairs getting lit. I hurry up
That's
and
what I'm
got
saying.
up.
We only took we took about we had like 40 winks. That's really all I needed was about 40 winks.
All I'm
And then
saying,
Don't do it.
don't fuck with.
This
We
is,
knew that was
listen,
Lord's.
y'all.
what was
This
up?
is Lawrence cussing somebody out on somebody's live. If
Let me
y'all want to
see.
see what Lawrence look like when she calling people sour pussies and shit, look.
All I'm saying,
Don't do it.
don't fuck with me.
Do it.
Don't fuck with me. I ain't
Don't
no, I'm not nobody.
fuck with
I ain't
her.
nobody.
You don't want to.
Oh, that was, she was on Ty's live.
Yeah, that's how much she got banana
Oh, that night.
that night.
We done
Raise your
forgot
cups, raise your cups.
Chris Farquhar was in the
One
building.
to the night session. 1, 2, 3.
Dirty Christians.
That shit is rough. Look like.
It's delicious.
Everybody's face.
That was the Uno table, right? I wasn't
Uh
standing
That
over
huh.
was the
there.
Uno
Y'all
table.
too
Let me tell
grown.
you
They
something.
were too
Y'all
grown for
playing
me.
spades and being with the Uno table was where it was at.
Yeah, the Uno table was popping. I stayed at the Bidwoods table.
This is weird. Yeah, I think Rhea picked me up. Hold on.
Oh my goodness. I was showing them our text messages from 2023 yesterday. Oh my God. That when I say like I saw somebody walk behind me, I'm like, who is this person? And then she just looked like just dipped her head a little bit and that was it. I was done.
What were y'all doing in the back of this van?
Girl,
Oh,
see,
Said they had to ride. That's why
that's
they
how
had
we
to
got to the
ride.
that's how y'all
restaurant.
had to ride?
Yeah.
That's how we rode. We thought before y'all left to go to was it Kiki's? Before y'all left to go to Kiki's, we thought we had enough space in my sister's car for everybody, but then me and Zena were like, yeah, we're gonna have to be the family pet. So yeah, we literally rode back there like that on the highway. TT talking about they so tiny.
Oh my gosh. Adrian tripped me out pasting his face on
Man,
everything.
He pasted his face.
I didn't even know he put it in that picture. We took that one.
Yes, look
Where
at
were we
him.
going?
That's why he a couple of comments ago he was like, "Y'all show my pictures."
He put himself
Adrian is
at one of
crazy.
the tables too, one of the
That's
restaurants.
what that's what I'm trying to find. Hold on. He's like the dinner was there you go. Oh man. I was so mad
Hilarious.
the oysters that food was not good.
Yeah, their drinks were better than the food.
Yeah. This is Bash's sister and his nephew.
All of these
For those
pictures
of
are
y'all
in the
that don't know.
Discord. Somebody's asking where these. They're posted in the Christian Discord, and then there's a Jay made a channel on Thinkers Discord. I think it's called IRL in real life. I can't remember. It's not as many pictures there as it is on Bash's Discord though.
This was the first picture. This is when we went to Kiki's first time. They go Mama Bash. And the waitress saw this. I noticed like Mama Bash wasn't there yet when we got there, so it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us, and the waitress, who was a black woman, looked at us and said, "Give it to somebody else," and walked off, and fucked off, missing out on a good ass tip.
I swear, because we was good tippers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
everywhere we
crazy.
went, everybody tipped well. I don't know why they would have said that, but well, we do know why they say that, but
Yeah, like it's crazy how we will even stereotype ourselves.
hmm
But back to the conversations. I don't know who's in this box. Hold on. That was a nice little break.
also
Also,
is
what's the
asking.
most recent photo,
I
Osa?
I
have
know it's
no
gonna be
Oso type
foolishness,
in.
whatever it is. It's also y'all.
What most recent photo, Oso? What? Huh?
Did I come up here in my sleep? Why do I have 101 coins?
Yeah, you came up here and you're sleeping. You were snoring loud as hell.
That's crazy. What? I
Yeah.
sure enough put my phone upside down so I wouldn't have to do that in my sleep. That's crazy.
It didn't work because you were snoring loud, friend.
That's crazy, man. The spirit took a
Lord,
hold of me.
Thanker, did you see what he put in?
I'm
Also,
looking for it right now.
it's in the Fishins in Florida channel at night.
Oh my gosh,
Rhea gonna
Should
Oso.
whoop
she
your
not be allowed
ass,
to see
Oso.
stuff?
What
Rhea
did
is
it?
gonna whoop your ass, Oso.
Oh my gosh.
Kick him out of the
Also,
chat so he don't see
yeah,
no pictures.
I'm still mad at your ass for not coming. That
Yeah,
doesn't
kick him
work.
out.
That doesn't solve it.
I was there. You got a whole picture with me.
No.
All that talking you was doing, I think you just didn't come so we don't see how short you really are. That's what I think.
Whoa. First of all,
Man,
Rock said he could
Lexi,
pop out. I ain't got nothing to be worried about.
No, we see Rock got heart. He actually came and showed us how
Rock
little he
do got
was.
heart.
Your
Rock got
ass,
heart. And
you
he got a
running.
hairline that
You're
is
running.
approximately 4 feet taller
Nah,
than the
sir,
ground.
you're running. You're running. We had to acknowledge that Rock was little and we had to look for him all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he
Mm-hmm.
kept getting lost. But
Mm-hmm.
for you weren't brave enough. No, sir.
Wow. Wow. As a man that is above the height of 7'3",
You not
I don't have to
seven.
fall for this.
I'm pretty sure you probably shorter than Rock. I don't believe you. Next time show up so we can verify.
That is so improbable.
And because of you, Rock had to suffer all of that. Next time, don't do that to your fellow man.
He texted me and said, "Hey, man, don't come here because I want to be like the most eligible bachelor."
Yeah, Rock is he's little. He kept getting lost. I was
Rhea.
clowning him the whole time.
Y'all wanna know what's so crazy? Rock looks just like my ex boyfriend. My daughters was like, is that such and such? I was like, no.
Mm-mm.
He looks just like my ex boyfriend.
Oh, here's my dad.
You said that's your dad?
Yeah, Rock is my father.
gosh. Yeah, but we
I
we
bet his
had some.
shoulders is on fire right now. I told him that he was gonna be hurting, but he
Everybody
don't
always want to
believe
be
me.
different.
Quick Fuzz, how are you? Quick Fuzz.
Hey,
So, hi, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come up.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
I'm glad you invited me up, though. I appreciate that. Thanks.
You're welcome. I didn't invite him up. Wait, his name was Quick Fuse?
Yeah, but I
Oh.
liked your version better.
Oh my God. It looked like Fuzz. It was Fuz. Fuz. I don't know. Whatever.
That's crazy. People saying I should have went to the trip so they could have me arrested. I see. That's why I didn't show up. I knew what type of timing they was on.
Everybody kept expecting, they kept thinking that you were just gonna pop out. They was like, I don't believe he's not coming. I think he's gonna surprise us. They was like, Oso is on his way. I was like, Oso ain't bringing his ass out here.
Mm-mm. He couldn't get out of it. He had things to do.
If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is still open. So you can still come up if you want to participate in a conversation. For right now, we're just shooting the shit. Marcus. Marcus Hayes. Hello, Marcus.
I'm sorry, I came up by accident.
That's okay. We'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
His
For a
profile
second, I
picture.
did think that maybe you were coming because I was like, oh, so ain't live, and then you went live. As soon as I said that, I was like, he ain't live. I wonder if he is coming. And then as soon as I said that, you went live, and I was like, oh, nope, he ain't coming. What'd you say about his profile picture?
Oh, it looked like Samuel L. Jackson from the movie Black Snake Moan.
What?
You remember that movie?
Mm-mm.
Y'all stop talking to Oso about the trip.
No, I don't live in Florida. That would be preposterous. I live like
Why?
several hours away from where they were. Because I mean, if I lived in Florida, then I mean, I wouldn't really have an excuse. But, my parole
Quick fuse.
officer
Are you
don't like
trying
when
to
I
come?
leave the state.
Quick fuse. You're back in the box. Are you coming up on purpose or on accident? Just comment and let me know if it's on accident or on purpose. If you are a believer or if you're deconstructing or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Don't get deterred by the side conversations. We just shooting the shit.
No, I'm not really on probation, Q.
Don't believe anything Oso says.
Yeah, he just a punk, and with no reason. He just a punk.
It's because my first official meetup is going to be the Cubs meetup, and it's happening in Atlanta in 2 weeks.
Oh, whatever, Oso.
hmm We're going to have rented out the Georgia Dome or Mercedes Benz thing, whatever that place is called.
No, TikTok just does that quick fuse. Like, it's not the Holy Spirit or anything. TikTok just throws people on stage. If there's nobody in the guest box, TikTok will fill it up. Because to TikTok, there's no need for us to have a live if we don't have guests, I guess.
You heard about it now. I thought I'd introduce you to it now.
Huh?
We're having a huge meetup in Atlanta. I mean, just massive. Everyone's going to be there. It's crazy.
Sure. Sure.
My wife will be there. Fee will be there. TT gonna be there. Just so many people.
That's what's up, Ozo.
Hmm.
Is Wayne gonna be there?
Of course. It only takes him about 4 steps to make it to Atlanta.
Was he a giant?
Hmm.
You do realize I saw Wayne this weekend, right?
No, you didn't.
And
Yes,
guess
I
who
did.
we didn't see? Hmm.
You didn't see Wayne because I know where Wayne was.
I saw Wayne this weekend. Ask him, did I talk to him this weekend?
Oh, that's different. You ain't see him in real life though.
I saw Wayne on FaceTime.
Bullshit.
Yes, I did. He was with Lexi.
He sure was. I saw him too.
No. Why did she spill the beans?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say for the record, in real life, like in the life that we really live, I am taller than both Wayne and Rocksteady. But it's not that hard.
We're not just gonna have faith in you, Oso. That's not how that works.
Oh yeah, Mezo, for sure, dog. Anytime. Nah, it's not that like I said, it's not really hard to beat them though. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure they're both like what, 5'4", maybe 5'6", maybe. You
Who's
know how
five
easy that
six?
is to
You
beat?
are?
No,
He's about
Rocksteady.
4'2".
Rock said he ain't no. What?
Rocksteady is not 5'6".
He is not 5'6".
Yeah, I'm 5'5", so he's not 5'6".
Damn. Damn.
But you know what? Let's not talk about nobody else's height but yours, because you didn't show up. So
7'4", sweetheart.
where? In your dreams or in faith? Where?
You transpose those numbers.
Oh, right,
Also,
Wait,
exactly.
is that why you didn't come? Because you told everybody you was 7 feet tall?
Yeah.
That is not why I didn't come. I couldn't find anyone to take care of the animal.
Aw,
I know.
you didn't want your lie exposed.
We've been
That's
asking
crazy.
to touch the doorpost. He didn't do it. So that's
I've
why we
been
made it
showing y'all
work.
that. I don't
No,
know
you
about y'all.
didn't.
I
No,
don't know.
you were standing on something. We told him to walk while he was doing it. He couldn't do that. He was
Only
standing on
thing I'm
something.
ever standing on is business, and you
Sure.
know this.
Hmm.
Standing on business. Why y'all
Quick
bringing
views,
pressure into
you're
this?
back in the guest box, huh?
They keep bringing pressure into this. He don't know what height looks like. He's just a baby.
Whatever. Y'all, if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. We still have 2 hours left in the show. Let's get the energy going. Rock ain't here to say, let's get the energy going. Oh, he said he ready to come up now. Did he comment that?
I think it was that other guy, the Fuse guy,
Yeah.
that
Did
said
he
he was.
did he
Yeah,
say
he
he in there
did.
on purpose now?
He
Oh,
did. Hmm.
You have to have the Holy Spirit to see much. Your height is crazy.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
hi. How are you?
Anchor, just giving all y'all pops. I mean, I ain't never see myself trying to get on here. I'm always listening to y'all. I think I'm in the mode of reconstructing. I started off with Dash a couple of years ago, and then I started seeing all of y'all. So I just started following all of y'all. And I've been getting on here by accident lately and figured, hey, I guess today must be the day to go ahead and say hello and say I appreciate all y'all and listen to y'all content, listen to everything y'all talking about, and that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you. Quick Fuse, it's great to meet you. Welcome. Well, you've been a part of the community, you just haven't introduced yourself. So, officially, welcome to the community.
Thank you, thank you.
You're
I'll be keeping
welcome.
up with y'all and everything that y'all was talking about last week. I was just like, man, that's family right there. You know, y'all might not be blood related, but hey, that's still related. That's some closeness right there.
Yeah, it's definitely something special, and that's like, you hear people say all the time that family isn't necessarily, it doesn't have to necessarily be the one that you were born into. Family is, what you make, and it could be an extension. It could be, you know, a replacement if need be, because some people's family choose other things over other people, and that's a beautiful thing.
I think that's where that saying that me and Osa were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, that the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. And I think the covenant that we've made with each other is to be kind, like, and to be accepting and to be loving of each other. And when you can't find that in your genetic family and you're able to find it in a group of strangers on the internet, like there's few things that are more beautiful than that.
Yeah, and I be feeling it every time I get on here because everything that y'all be saying is so relatable. You know, somebody that I came up in the church, held different levels of positions in the church, and then one day I just started questioning stuff. I'm like, wait a minute, that don't make anybody's good sense. Okay, and why is so much of this foolishness going on? And you talking about a higher being, somebody up there taking care of us and answering prayers. None of this ain't adding up. So I had to start reevaluating. And then the day, like I said, the day I got on one day and Bash was on. And I was like, and he got so everything that he was talking about, I'm like, dang, that's me. That's the same experience I had. And from then on, I just started connecting and started following you all.
Yeah, that's what's up. And a place where you can, you know, feel safe having the questions that you have, articulating and expressing the doubts or the questions that you have, without being judged. Um, you know, that's the most valuable thing.
Yeah, the difficult thing about it, like I said, it came up, you know, as a young kid in the church, and you know, I'm a military person. I was in the military 27 years, and so I've been all over the place and kind of all kind of different people, and a lot of those experiences, you know, with the church, you know, I'm like saw stuff. I'm like, why is that happening in the church? Why is that happening with these people? And it just, like I said, things wasn't adding up. And then when I got started following y'all, I started feeling more comfortable and more, everything started making more sense to me and started becoming more clear. You know, like, boy, you better think for yourself and stop thinking about and stop thinking what other people want you to think.
Hmm. I love that.
And so I'm not going to be up here. Like I said, I just want to come up here for a quick minute, just kind of introduce myself. I've been sitting in the background, just nervous. I'm like, what will I say when I get on here? And, you know, I done said what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna sit back and continue to follow y'all. And like I said, y'all keep doing y'all thing. I appreciate y'all.
You're so
Yes, sir.
welcome, Quick Fuse. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a beautiful day.
You all too.
Thank you, Cappuccino Walton. I appreciate that. God's daughter wants your telephone number, Quick Fuse. I think she think you her Boaz.
I think she thought she was talking about me though, because she said
No, she
attractive
wasn't.
man. So,
She was talking about Quick Fuse.
well,
She done found her Boaz. If there's one thing
well.
God's daughter is looking for, she's looking for Jesus because they don't lost him again,
Hmm.
and she's looking for her Boaz.
You know,
Any
my brother told
eligible
me I should
single
be like
man is gonna
Boaz.
be a potential Boaz. Selena said one of her final messages before she got kicked out of the church was, "Why y'all looking for Boaz? He died."
That's tough. Wayne said you have to be like Boaz in order to get Moaz, and I live my life by
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
that.
Oh my gosh. No, but that's crazy because God's daughter is a Christian, but she found herself attractive to somebody who deconstructed in a way. That's interesting. I'm telling y'all, God's daughter ain't here. She ain't here to defend Jesus. She ain't here to find her a man. Ain't that right, God's daughter?
We got
Yep.
plenty of eligible bachelors in the community. Why don't you get up here and introduce yourself, God's daughter? Show them what you're working with.
Watch yourself. You tell me
Same.
you seem to have all of them. I seem to have all the men. Well, damn, God's daughter. What you done seen that I ain't seen?
Oh, thinker, I'm so wrapped around your finger right now.
She saw that video where Rock gave you flowers and now she's shook.
And dropped on the knee.
Yeah, that's what it is. God's daughter, we don't have first ladies in this group. Like we're all,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Like we are all on the same level and just trying to love on each other. That's all. It is not like that.
Thinker used to be a first lady
The fuck I
until she
didn't.
ruined it. Yeah, until she ruined it.
No, I didn't. Your first lady was Terrelyn.
No, you ruined it. You said, I don't think that I have the anointing. You should pick Carolyn. And I was just
No,
like,
you said I didn't have the
oh,
anointing. You said I didn't have the anointing. You said Terrelyn. You said your God told you to choose Terrelyn.
that's never what happened.
I was willing to be your first lady also, but you denied me 3 times.
That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true.
Yeah, you did in front of over 900 people twice. Three
Sure,
times.
sure. Where's the proof? There's got to be video evidence. Got to be.
It's on YouTube some damn well.
Nah, I think that was before you started streaming on YouTube.
Hey, Thinker, the blue butterfly nerd is somebody that's more than 2 months or more than a month in, right?
They're 6 months.
Okay. Can you generate a new Discord? Because Rave's World is asking for the Discord link, and I don't have a current one, and I can send it
Okay.
over. Raves, I'll send it to you as soon as Thinker's done on live.
Give me just a second. And then to the people in the guest request, I see you. Give me just one moment. Let me do this for Fee. And then also, am I smacking in y'all ear? Am I smacking?
I don't know.
I wasn't listening because I was I was
Okay.
typing, so I wasn't listening. My bad.
Okay, good.
I
Thank you.
didn't notice anything.
Dragon Sage, I'll send it to you too. I see you. You got your nerd badge.
All right, I just put it in the mod channel Fee.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Look at all these nerds popping up out the woodwork to get in the Discord. Come on through, y'all. That's where I put some of my greatest Photoshop skills.
Yolanda said that's okay. We listening for T. Ronald Smith. Well, everybody that was in the guest box is gone now. Ronald Smith, are you in the box on purpose? Can new nerds come up? Yeah. But as a new nerd, when you come up, you still have to pick a topic. You can't go off script just yet. But Stevie Wonder's Eyes, I think you've been in the community for a while, though. Yeah, if you want to come up, you can come up. No, Elevation, you should. It's the same Discord link.
Oh, they do expire if you don't join quick enough, though.
But she's already in the Discord.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the pictures that you were showing is in Bash's Discord on the Fishton channel, not in the nerd. So we'll need to, whoever uploaded them will need to upload them to both places.
Yeah, there wasn't a private Florida channel on the nerds. So I think probably around about day 3, that's when we, Jay was like, hey, put them in IRL.
Mm-hmm.
There's some in IRL. A lot of them are in IRL on the nerds channel.
Okay.
Glitter, how are you? Glitter. It's in real life, Elena. Glitter, are you there? All right.
Swaggy just uploaded hers this morning. They are so good. And she put them in the nerd one on IRL channel.
All her pictures?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think Ronald is in there on purpose. I didn't see him respond.
My dad's name. I hope it's not my dad.
I don't know. He looked like he could be your dad. Oh, he's back in there.
Oh, that's definitely not my dad.
Ronald?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Just waiting for you guys to get back.
Oh, you said you've been waiting for us to get back?
Yeah,
You
from your
missed us?
trip. Yeah.
We missed y'all too.
Yeah, I just want to let you know I'm thankful that you guys show clips from your trip and everything. I was expecting you back, and we did miss you while you were gone. I just want to let you know, welcome back, and I'm glad you guys had a great time. It looked really nice.
Thank you, Mr. Ronald. I appreciate that. We're back to
Yeah,
get.
I
We
was.
had a. Were you in here last night? We had a good night. It's like we just got right back to it. I was expecting it to be slow, but we got right back to it.
Yeah. So I just wanted to come on and just say, welcome back. Glad you had a great time. And I was expecting to see some results from the trip, and I did. So I just want to let you know you got family on this end that,
Aw.
that's aware of you. And we love you.
Oh, I love y'all too. Thank you, Mr. Ronald. I appreciate that. Y'all make me feel so appreciated. I appreciate that. And like I tell y'all all the time, um, y'all are just as beneficial to my deconstruction as the community, as y'all are saying that the community is for y'all. Um, so I appreciate y'all just even being here, the comments that y'all make, the conversations that we have. I appreciate y'all just as much.
Well, thank you. It's just wonderful to meet real people. That's all. That it reminds you of family and makes you feel like family.
Yes, 100%. I appreciate you.
Okay, that's all I want to say. I'll always be here.
Yes, sir.
So and I might come in occasionally and, and speak a couple of words, but I really appreciate you and thank you.
That sounds good, and you're always welcome on the stage. Hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good
Mr.
one on.
Ronald is so sweet. Huh?
That was
I
very
say
sweet.
have a good one on.
Artitrice, are you in there on purpose? Shaka, are you in the box on purpose?
You ever think me and Zeno will be at the point where we have like matching couples photos?
It could happen
You
if
actually
your
show
if your
up.
roosters call her name out enough.
He has to actually show up first.
Wow, that's crazy. I may not come when you want me, but I'll be there right on time. I learned that from Yahweh.
See,
I'm gonna make sure my sister
also
don't marry a no-show guy. I don't like that.
also is Adonis feet.
Also, is definitely
Yeah.
he
I'm
is
beautiful.
definitely Adonis. Oh my goodness, that would be perfect. Just
Yeah.
write him in.
May not come when you call, but it's
Mm-hmm.
right on time.
Okay, this
Never
hurts.
ever showing up, but that promise, it just sounds right.
Damn, strip.
Shaka,
Good morning. Good morning.
good morning. Thank you, Gargar, for sending out the subs. I appreciate you. What's up with you, Shaka?
Man, getting this breakfast in. About to go do legs. What up, Oso?
What's
How
good,
about
buddy?
them Lakers player? I just came up to
Hey,
do the same thing. Tell you
we
guys
up.
I missed you. Oh, my bad, Oso. Go ahead.
No, you good. I'm just saying we up.
Man, balling. But yeah, I came to tell you guys the same thing. I miss y'all. I can't be going and getting my morning started. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I just get that silence. I can't do that no more. I miss y'all. Same thing. Just what you guys do and how you guys do it. I've sent so many people to you to your page over the last few months. I don't know what's going on with the world today, but been meeting a lot of people that need some deconstructing. But the good thing about it, a few of the people that I've met, and it's been started a lot in the gym. I think because of how dedicated I've been to transforming, myself. Like you can see it. You know, you can see somebody really doing something. You can really, if you pay attention, you can see when someone is on code or when someone is driven in whatever endeavor they're partaking in. And you know, I'll start conversations. And as I told you before, it's been with sisters for the most part. And some are just gone, but some have been inquisitive. Some have been inquiring, like, you know, what if this, what if that? And they'll ask me certain questions, and I'll get to talking to them. But I always think to myself, I ask them, you got TikTok? If you have TikTok, I want it to be a delivery that's a little bit more long and sustainable. It's not like in passing, especially in the gym. I'm trying to get my workout in, or if I'm on a panel listening to you guys or jacking up these pretendians and Moors and FBAs. But just what you guys do, I just want to give you your flowers as well. What you guys do and how consistent you're with it. You are with it. It's making it. I feel it's making a difference. And given what I've been seeing, as you know, you guys, a few of you guys know what I've said to you in the back channels. Given what I've been seeing lately, and I don't know if it's because I am a historian and I'm really passionate about the missing pages in world history, which is Black history, or if it's just, I don't know, maybe because I'm 45 now. I don't know what the problem is, but just the heightened sense of awareness and seeing a lot of our people just so far gone. I'll be trying to send them to y'all page. So what you do, all y'all, Rhea, Fee, the human thesaurus, the rest of the ladies not here, but you guys, what you do is very appreciated. And I just want to tell you too, I missed y'all. Woke up in the morning like, what am I, you know, are you looking for your phone and it's in your hand? I'm like, where my thinker at? So just wanted to tell you guys if you appreciate it. Very appreciate it. Y'all help me get through in the morning when I got to get this cut going.
Thank you. Shaka,
Yes, ma'am.
are you in the market for a wife?
What? You just hold on. Wait a minute.
Is God's daughter shooting her shot again?
Yeah,
Thank
there's
you.
No,
some.
she
It is
God's
some
daughter
deep.
is
What
like
did you say?
God's daughter over there. She hot in the pants talking about she need 5 fire trucks. So
Good grief.
She
Shaka,
pulling up from half court. She shooting them things
You know what?
deep.
I'll be honest. I'll be transparent. Yes, I'm in the market for a wife. I want a good time. I mean, a long time, not a good time. I don't know. That's crazy. You just asked me out of the blue, but I ain't even looking at the comments. But yes, I'm in the market for a wife. But I got a nice little intricate application process, lady. So
She said,
I'm a survivor of narcissistic abuse. So you got to come with it.
what's up, Rocksteady?
In the
God's
house.
daughter. He's in the market. That might be Shaka. Are you okay being called Boaz?
Been called what?
Boaz.
Say Bo B-O-O
B
or
O
B-O.
A Z. B-O-A-Z. Boaz.
What is it? What is that?
Boaz.
Boaz.
I don't know what that is.
Boaz.
So you can get
Boaz.
Biblical
Moab.
The
character.
Moaz.
Exactly, Rhea. You getting it now.
Hey, that's a new term to me. If it's good, I don't know. Is it endearing? What is that?
It's what a
Sure.
lot of Christian women like. That's their promise
Oh
from
no,
God.
no Christian women for me.
Oh no, Christian women. God
No,
damn,
God's daughter.
God's daughter. I'm sorry. You just gonna
no
have
Christian
to
women. Yeah,
use fire trucks
yeah.
or
What if
take
No,
a
she put
hot
it on you
bath.
like Ruth? What if she put it on you like Ruth?
she won't be able to put it on nothing. I don't do the Christian thing, bro. I'm not playing like that.
Boaz didn't know he was gonna
No
get got, but
go.
he got, didn't it?
Hey, it's a no go for
Also, leave
me.
that man alone. He said he don't want
Yeah.
none.
I'm just saying, when she find you on the threshing floor, passed out, don't say nothing to me.
Not the
Hey,
threshing floor.
he said
it's a no go for me, bro.
the
It's a no go
threshing
for me.
floor. Oh my God. Hey,
Oh, no more
God's
bashing
daughter.
here.
Would you give up Jesus for Shaka?
Also, quit playing in
That'll
my
be a good
face,
choice.
God's daughter. I'm an
That's what
attractive
asked.
man too. Why you act like that about every other man? That's crazy.
Cause
Hey,
all she
that'll be
sees
a
is a
good
fucking
choice.
bear. Oh, so
That's fair.
you ain't giving her nothing to drool over. All she sees is a bear.
Your PFP got her thinking about putting out forest fires. Oh, so that's not the emotion you want to invoke. I'm saying, Rev.
Hey, I put it like this: I can take care of you better than Jesus can.
Hey,
Oh
God's
shit.
daughter.
Ooh,
Let me go ahead and write that down.
Shaka got game.
I'm more attentive.
And you
Ooh, y'all
answer
know what
you
that means.
and you
I'm
pick up
more
the
hands
phone, don't
on.
you, Shaka?
Huh? Say it one more time.
I said, you pick up the phone when she
I
called.
pick, hey,
Always
I
know
pick
when
up
you
the
call.
phone. You can call me in the
I'm right
morning. You can
there
call
on
me before
time.
bed. I'm present. I put you on the favorites list. So when you call, it bypass do not disturb. Like I'm present. If I'm
That's
into you, I'm
way more
present.
than Jesus would do for you guys, daughter.
You know what I'm saying?
But you can't be giving Jesus credit when he do stuff for you, God's daughter. You can't be like, God did it. You gotta say, Shaka,
You know what I'm
Shaka
saying?
did it.
Don't be putting me on the back burner. Be like Denzel at the Grammys.
Oh, he can get all your checks?
Oh
Okay,
wow.
God's daughter.
Oh
A
shit.
check. Shaka, you about to
Damn.
be
Damn.
a payee out this bitch. What is happening?
What? She said, fuck the sugar daddy. I'll be the sugar mama.
Wait, I know I sound young, man, but I'm not. I'm not a baby. I'm a
She
whole
said you
grown.
can have all her tithes. She taking it from Jesus and giving it to you,
Right.
the
She just
woman with
realized that
the
God
two
really don't need
mites.
that money. God really don't need that money for real. That's what she just realized. She like,
Man.
I'd rather give this to my mans. Okay.
I
So
didn't know he
when's
was
the next?
competing for money. I want to be in the competition though.
When's the
Next thing you
next
know,
trip?
God's daughter gonna be up here talking about I'm deconstructing. Like,
Can
why
I
you
talk to
deconstruct?
Shopper?
Is she
This
one
might
of your
come as a
regulars?
shocker to you guys.
Is she one of
Oh
your
no,
regulars?
Gaslight says she dropping manna. Oh my gosh,
Is she one
Wait.
of you guys' regulars?
She said Jesus is her rock until.
yeah, she a regular.
Yeah, she come up
She
in
she
here
a
quite
regular
frequently.
commenter.
Be in the comments going crazy. Huh?
Hey, God's daughter. Since Shaka's on stage, you want to come up? You want to get close to Shaka?
Shoot your shot, Sade.
Come shoot your shot on stage, God's daughter.
I don't think that's a good idea, ma'am. I ain't. I go in.
Shaka said, don't play.
I go in. I am
You know when he go
unapologetic.
in, I mean he got to come out.
Oh, Shaka,
You
you
know.
got to give me an update from my conversation when you and Christina call me.
Oh,
Yeah,
bro,
yeah, you got to text.
bro,
Yeah, you got to text me
bro,
an update on that.
bro. No, I would tell it out loud because I
Oh,
hope
you
she
will?
listening. Can I say it
Okay.
out loud? Thank you. Can I say it out loud?
Yeah, go
This
ahead.
has it got a little to do with. Okay, so remember the text I sent you, thinker. All right, I was
Yeah.
asking about Jehovah's Witness. So,
Mm-hmm.
fee, it was a front. I DM'd you. I got in your DM. I talked to you for a few days and got you to lower those guards down. You talk to me. We get to know each other for a whole month, talking on a daily basis. I ain't never did that long distance stuff like I told you. Talking on a daily basis, right? All of a sudden, I start feeling that energy shift. And I'm like, you good? You all right? You know, because I tell her all the time, I'm an Aquarius. I feel it. If I see anything, feel any type of shift in movement, I mean, if any type of shift in movement happens, I'm going to notice it. I told her that. Bro, I swear to you, she hit me. She was like, you know, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. And, you know, when you said about the religion thing, you know, I didn't talk about it at first, but, you know, it's on my mind. I'm thinking to myself, like, no,
Wait,
it's
when
not.
you text me for the negative things about Jehovah's Witness, it was because of some lady.
Yes,
The
I was talking to. I
holy
gave it. I
shit.
gave it a try. I gave it a try. I was talking to her for. It was good. She's from New Orleans. She not New Orleans. She's from Louisiana, and good. It was cool. Like we talking every day. It was good. Cool. I'm thinking. Okay, she even talking about we talking about future stuff. Like okay, this is what it would look like if we get to this point. You know, she's open to moving to Cali. That was the only reason why I said you know let's try. Anyway, she started talking about that stuff. And I'm like, okay, this ain't really what she want. And I got that information because I was actually trying to do the right thing and give her the most accurate information because, you know, I don't really talk about Jehovah's Witnesses all the time. I got some stuff in my files, but I wanted to get more updated things. If she was talking about Christianity and Islam, we would have, you know, we good. But she got to talking about that and I kid you not, this was on a Thursday. Right? She let it go. I said, okay, so I can show you the seven heads, and now I guess they got the eighth head now, and I said I can show you all that stuff, where they are, where the headquarters is. And she was like, I just don't understand that. I've never been told that this is what it is. I thought this was coming from the book and this and that, yada yada yada. So we got off of it. Make a long story short, not to deviate too much from the topic at hand, but She went out to New Orleans, was very sporadic talking on the phone, a little different than what she normally do. Like she would carry her phone in her hand to her mama house to pick up her kids and come outside. That's how much we was on the phone. But just this day, it wasn't the same. So I'm noticing it. I'm like, okay, ain't no big deal. I ain't tripping. Have fun. You out at one of the Mardi Gras. 5, 6 o'clock my time, so 7, 8 o'clock her time rolls around. She texts me and says she's going to a restaurant. Now, mind you, we talk every day on the phone. I don't care if she in the store, she in the bathroom, doing her nightly stuff before she get
Doing
into
her big
bed.
one.
Yeah, like just know your woman, your I don't know what you call it, your self-care stuff. That stuff, like your intimate moment. When you allow somebody into intimate moment, that's you think, okay, that's an intimate person. Y'all cool, y'all close, whatever. So she sent me a picture, like a teenager in a bathroom. I'm like, why you send me a picture in a bathroom? You at a restaurant with your friend. You can, not that you have to. I'm not clean. You don't have to. But I'm saying, if you're gonna make some type of effort, make sure the effort look like it's real. That was about 9 o'clock p.m. My time, so 11 o'clock her time in Louisiana. She said that she already set it up during the day. I forgot to tell you that part. She said that she couldn't find a charger. This is 2025. iPhones have C chargers now, just like Samsungs, right? She has a Samsung, and she was around two people with an iPhone. I'm just trying to give you ideas. Like, will you have anybody next to you with an iPhone? Oh, yeah. Okay, they got a C clamp. I didn't hear from her. I guess that was too much logic. I didn't hear from her until the next day. The next day at 6 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. that time. Hey, babe. Oh, it's been a long day. I said, hey, look, we ain't finna do all that. Let me know what's going on. I don't play these little games. Let me know what's going on. Sure as you know what, y'all cuss. Sure as shit. I guess she was with some other dude or something like that. I was like, okay, I'm out the way. Do your thing. Do your thing, but just don't lie. Don't lie. Like you're one of the most structured people I know. She's a mother of two, own house. Like I said, we talk every day. We on the phone, talk to her boys every day.
So it
She
was never about the religion to begin with.
ever,
Yeah.
ever. It was just a front because she was trying to find a reason and didn't know that I came with all that knowledge. She was trying to find a reason to walk away. I'm like, you got to do that, girl. Just
Well, a big
go.
red flag too is that Jehovah's Witnesses are not allowed to date outside of the organization. So
Exactly.
yeah, so I knew something. I was telling you that when we talked, I was like, something don't sound quite right because they are
Exactly.
not. They don't encourage that at all.
But at the end of the day, it was free training. I
Yeah.
didn't think about it. I didn't think about it. She wanted to get, because I literally, and I'm proud of that. I took it down. I know y'all probably seen it when I posted it. Her progress, the pretty sister that was on there, literally helped transform her body in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And I'm talking about transform. She transformed. She looked good. Looked really, really good. She just posted again her end of 6 week, but it was just to get free training. That's all it was. She got me. She got me.
You know, sorry you went through
Damn.
that. Sorry you
No,
went
no,
through that, but
Yeah,
at
that's
least you dodged a
crazy.
bullet.
yeah, that's all good. But
Yeah.
that was the outcome fee. I appreciate the information though.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
tough. I
Well,
had a similar thing
maybe
happen with
God
Thinker.
started with deconstruct. Oh, so shut up.
What did he
It's
say?
true. It's true. I was giving
He
her all that
said,
attention and love, and then that turns out she was with my boy Chicago John. And I'm just like, whoa, it's crazy.
Chicago John was always before you. Oh, so I don't
Yeah.
like. I don't even know why you pretending like it wasn't always that way. Like these stories that you tell yourself when you are
mm.
in the bed at night, crying into your pillow. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to
Wow.
put me in the place of the Holy Spirit.
Did
Like
y'all hear me crying
Chicago,
last night?
Chicago was always first
That's crazy.
and still is.
That's low key disrespectful. Because when the last time anybody even thought about Chicago John?
Chicago texts me damn near every day. What are you talking about?
Hey, ain't that the
Damn.
man that came up and ran up out of here, Thinker? That's the
Who?
minister dude. That's the minister dude, ain't it?
What minister dude?
Remember that time
Chicago
I came
Pastor
up?
John.
That was him. They was
Huh?
Chicago something, wasn't it? Remember the man that came up here
No,
trying to preach and you let me have
not
him?
my Chicago.
Oh, okay, it was a different guy. I think I just remember Chicago. It was some minister. Remember that dude? And I came up, you let me have him. I wanted him bad because he kept trying to preach, and
No,
you let
that.
me have him. He ain't been back. I ain't seen him since
I
in a
don't even
while.
remember. I know who you talking about, but I don't. Oh no, that's Big Mo ass.
Yeah. Him,
Yeah.
him, him. There you go.
Oh,
Okay,
Big
got it.
Mo.
Nah, Big Mo been back in here. I just don't let his ass on stage.
Oh, and just so y'all know, you remember how there was a private channel in the Fishton Discord
Yeah.
where we were. I took the privacy off because a lot of pictures are in there, and the trip is over now. It was only private to keep our
Okay.
locations secret, but that's open now, so y'all can see all the pictures and videos in Bash's Discord that we uploaded so
Whoa,
far.
they went to Dubai?
Block also.
Why?
Yes. Block Oso's ass.
Why?
Oh, so I'm trying to fight for you, friend. You are not making it easy.
I don't
Wise
understand.
Protector, give me just a second. Wise Protector, are you back in here? Because I want to finish this conversation. You requested again, and now you're out of the box. I don't know if you have a bad connection or what, but if you're still in here listening, send your request because I want to finish this conversation. Yeah, like if you're in here, go ahead and send your request again. You have no patience either. The earlier when you came up, you was like, I'm waiting patiently. You done came into the request box twice and hopped back out. He was in the guest request just a minute ago when Shaka was telling the story about the JW. I think so. I don't know if he's still in here or not. But if you are, request again, please.
Can I ask a question about the JW real quick? And I'm gonna drop down.
Yeah.
The JW feed, like really getting into it. That was my first time really going in because I didn't. You ain't got too much concern. They don't come up on no panel talking crazy. When I'm in the TikTok streets, but when I went in and really, really dope, like, is that something that when people become a Jehovah's Witness, like everyday, regular people out here in your neighborhoods, when they become Jehovah's Witness, are they exposed to the information that there are men up in a city that's running this quote unquote religion? Are they taught that when they first come in or no? Because I
Well,
just would think as an adult in your right mind, if you learn that, especially if you're black, like I'd
they
be like, wait, what's going on?
that's why I said this a couple weeks ago, how I've always been fascinated by people that opt into this religion. That piece of it with the governing body is not something that's discussed at the outset. Like those are considered, they call it the deeper things of God. So they don't necessarily talk about that setup at the beginning. They just they kind of start with the love bombing. They start with the virtue signaling. They start with the morality thing and the separation from mainstream Christianity and their viewpoints on holidays and the origins of birthdays and all of that kind of stuff to make them seem set apart. But no, there's no discussion over the fact that there are literally, what, I think 9 dudes that, yeah, you find out their names, they are replaceable. Like all of those specifics are not really discussed at the outset. They try to just get you locked in first. And then when they talk about those things, you're so locked in and bought in. It's like the sunken cost fallacy. Most folks feel like it's too late to start questioning it any further or move away from it.
That's crazy. It took me 20 minutes. And that's, to me, that's a very, and that's why I needed your confirmation. That's what you just said, because it is a clear indication that people are sheep. Like the human mind, most of the people walking around the world are sheepish. Most of the people walking around the world are impressionable, because it took me 20 minutes to find, like, I want to know why. I want to know the how behind what, the why behind the what. I want to know how, like, how is this working? How is this car driving? Can I do some due diligence? And it just took me 20 minutes. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, the
It
other
took me
piece
20
too is you
minutes.
aren't encouraged to research anything outside of what they print and they provide. So any secular research is immediately dismissed anyway. So especially any
Disallowed.
criticism, yeah, it's not even allowed.
I literally saw that. She said that too. She was like, well, I'm not supposed to look into that stuff because it's not allowed. I was like, what you mean not allowed? You're not allowed to look into who started what you worshiping? What? I mean, and then when I saw it in writing, I was like, yeah, this is one of those religions that's a great example to show just how impressionable people can be when they're looking for advice, looking for something to depend on, and they're afraid to walk in their own tent. That's crazy, man. But anyway, I nonetheless, I appreciate you even taking the time to send me that information. And it's sad because, again, with these religions, like, of course, Islam, Christianity, you got to go a little bit deeper. You can actually, as y'all know, fly to Africa and go see the information. But there's the JW stuff. when I read that, I was just like, wait, they're in plain sight. They're not hiding. It's not
No.
something that you can say, oh, they erased it and they hid it from us, like these imbeciles say when they come up on these panels. But it's right there, and how somebody can be a part of it without asking those questions the onset is just is crazy to me, because to find that stuff out, and then you, like you said, you are wrapped up in it, and you find that stuff out, especially as a black man, I would be remiss to I would be mad. I would be mad.
Yeah. Even in all the practicing and training that you do to go door to door, you're specifically taught that if anybody asks those types of questions, then they just don't have the right mindset. They aren't called by God. Like, they don't have the right heart posturing. So you don't waste your time trying to, study with them or convert them, because they're asking questions that are more worldly and not spiritual. So you're conditioned from the beginning to be really skeptical of anybody who would ask those types of questions.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And that goes back to the last thing I'll say. I dropped the when I was 18, when I got saved, and I remember that story I told you. Think when I got saved, and I'm working with little Kirby vacuum cleaners to get my little $300, and I'm learning about the 10%, and that collection plate comes around. I put my $30 in there, and it comes around again, and I pass that collection plate by, and I'm in the office. Now, how am I in trouble in church? Well, I was told that you could just pass a collection plate by, and you didn't put your tithe in. I said, I did. I put 10% the first time it came in. Well, when it comes around again, you're supposed to make sure you give. Y'all live in a 10-bedroom mansion. I live in an apartment. What you need my extra $30 for? And that was my day I started deconstructing. Asking questions.
Like, it's bold to think that you have you are entitled to somebody's money, right? Whether they worked hard for it or not. Like, but especially if they worked hard for it. Like, to pull them into an office and say, "Oh, I was told that you passed the collection plate." Like, where the fuck does it say to do that in this book?
18,
like, that's bold.
18, and you have the nerve to bring, just because me and the pastor's son were best friends for like from 8th grade all the way up to high school to 12th grade. And I guess because, they know who I am, but you need to go bring my mama here. Like, call somebody. When I call my mama, oh, bro, when I call my mama thinking she came up there, took about 30 minutes. And it took about 40 minutes to get up there from where we lived at. She was up there in 30 minutes. And when I say she
Shaka, what the fuck is that?
Oh, that was my text. Is it messing up?
Goodness gracious.
Baker said, what in the Tweety Bird is going on?
Right. It's like you playing peekaboo with that motherfucker.
What?
Do Not Disturb came on at 7 o'clock. My bad. But yeah, my mom came up there and started cussing folks out. Like, I was a child, and they tried to make a child feel bad about their money. That's all I needed to see. I was done. And this is supposed to be people that I looked at as family. Yeah, Christianity to make you turn on anybody. So y'all need to throw them Bibles away, use it for toilet paper or something. Anyway, I'll leave on that. But I just wanted to tell you guys.
Beyonce said use it to plug him. Yeah,
what'd you say?
Yeah. No, I was talking about what Beyonce said in Lemonade, but yeah.
Wait, she said something against the Bible in Lemonade?
Yeah, she said she used the good book to plug her menses.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I gotta go check out that line. What song is that?
I've never noticed that.
Lemonade.
Lemonade? Okay, I'm gonna go check that out right now.
Yeah.
Cause I just got a new female client, and I'm gonna start helping her build her social media. I need to get as many female lady songs, women songs that uplift the ladies. Yeah. I need to get those, as many as I possibly can. So if y'all know some, just text them to me. Motivational page.
That was a poem? That's
It's
part of a poem? Hold on, I gotta find this poem.
Yeah, please. I want as much stuff for the ladies as possible, so I can help build her page up. I don't want to put no man talking motivational stuff on there, so I'm gonna use that song. Anyway, all right, y'all. I'm finna get up out of here. I gotta go to the gym, take these kids to school. I just wanted to tell you thank you for what you do.
You funny. You said play my neck, my back.
No, don't play that.
For the women who are difficult to love.
That's the name of the poem?
That's the name of the poem.
That's a fire ass.
Wait, so it's a poem? She used a poem for the lyrics, or is it Beyonce's lyrics? Or Beyonce's poem?
She used the poem, Brother Lee. Unknown women wander the hallways at night. Where do you go when you go quiet? You remind me of my father, a magician, able to exist in two places at once. Hold on. In the tradition of men in my blood, you come home at 3 a.m. and lie to me. What are you hiding? The past and the future merge to meet us here. What luck, what a fucking curse. I tried to change, close my mouth more, tried to be soft, prettier, less awake. Fasted for 60 days, wore white, abstained from mirrors, abstained from sex. Slowly did not speak another word. In that time, my hair grew past my ankles. I slept on a mat on the floor. I swallowed a sword. I levitated into the basement. I confessed my sins and was baptized in a river. Got on my knees and said amen and said I mean. I whipped my own back and asked for dominion at your feet. Goddamn. I threw myself into a volcano. I drank the blood and drank the wine. I sat alone and begged and bent at the waist for God. I crossed myself and thought I saw the devil. I grew thickened skin on my feet. I bathed in bleach and plugged my menses with the pages from the holy book. But still inside me, coiled deep, was the need to know, are you cheating? Are you cheating on me? If this is what you truly want, I can wear her skin over mine. I would never be in this love ever, 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 ever. Again. Her hair over mine, her hands as gloves, her teeth as confetti, her scalp a cap, her sternum my bedazzled cane. Well, I've never been in love to the point where I'm like, I'll be like her. But shit, it does happen. Who can pose for a photograph? All three of us immortalized. You and your perfect girl. I don't know when love became elusive. What I know is no one I know has it. My father's arms around my mother's neck, fruit too ripe to eat. I think of lovers as trees growing to and from one another, searching for the same light. Why can't you see me? Why can't you see me? Why can't you? Why can't you see me? Everyone else can. So what are you going to say at my funeral now that you've killed me? Here lies the body of the love of my life, whose heart I broke without a gun to my head. Here lies the mother of my children, both living and dead. Rest in peace, my true love, who I took for granted. Most bomb pussy, who because of me slept evaded. Her shroud is loneliness. Her God was listening. Her heaven would be a love without betrayal. Ashes to ashes, dust to side chicks. She sleeps all day, dreams of you in both worlds. Tills the blood in and out of uterus, wakes up smelling zinc, grief sedated by orgasm hidden by grief. God was in the room when the man said to the woman, I love you so much. Wrap your legs around me and pull me in, pull me in, pull me in. Sometimes when he'd have her nipple in his mouth, she'd whisper, oh my God, that too is a form of worship. Her hips grind pestle and mortal, cinnamon and cloves whenever he pulls out. Lost, dear moon, we blame you for the floods, for the flush of the blood, for men who are also wolves. We blame you for the night, for the dark, for the ghost, every fear, every nightmare anyone has ever had. You find the black tube inside her beauty case where she keeps your father's old prison letters. You desperately want to look like her. You look nothing like your mother. You look everything like your mother. Film star beauty, how to wear your mother's lipstick. You go to the bathroom to apply the lipstick. Somewhere no one can find you. You must wear it like she wears disappointment on her face. Your mother is a woman, and women like her cannot be contained. Mother dearest, let me inherit the earth. Teach me how to make him beg. Let me make up for the years he made you wait. Did he bend your reflection? Did he make you forget your own name? Did he convince you he was a god? Did you get on your knees daily? Did he close his eyes like doors? Are you a slave to the back of his head? Am I talking about your husband or your father? Damn! He bathes me until I forget their names and faces. I ask him to look me in the eye when I come home. Why do you deny yourself heaven? Why do you consider yourself undeserving? Why are you afraid of love? You think it's not possible for someone like you. But you are the love of my life, love of my life, the love of my life, the love of my life. Baptize me now that reconciliation is possible. If we're going to heal, let it be glorious. 1,000 girls raised their arms. Do you remember being born? Are you thankful? Are the hips that cracked, the deep velvet of your mother and her mother and her mother? This is a curse that will not be broken. You are terrifying and strange and beautiful. The nail technician pushes my cuticles back, turns my hands over, stretches the skin on my palm and says, I see your daughters and their daughters. That night, in a dream, the first girl emerges from the slit in my stomach. The scar heals into a smile. The man I love pulls the stitches out with his fingernails. We leave black sutures curling on the side of the bath. I wake as the second girl crawls head first up my throat, a flower blossoming out of the hole in my face. Take 1 pint of water, add a half pound of sugar, the juice of 8 lemons, the zest of half a lemon. Pour the water from one jug then into the other several times, strain through a clean napkin. Grandmother, the alchemist, you spun gold out of this hard life, conjured beauty from the things left behind, found healing where it did not live, discovered the antidote in your own kitchen, broke the curse with your own 2 hands. You passed these instructions down to your daughter, who then passed it down to her daughter. My grandmother said nothing real can be threatened. True love brought salvation back into me. With every tear came redemption, and my torture became my remedy. So we're going to heal. We're going to start again. You've brought the orchestra. Synchronized swimmers. You are the magician. Pull me back together again the way you cut me in half. Make the woman in doubt disappear. Pull the sorrow from between my legs like silk. Knot after knot after knot. The audience applause, but we can't hear them. Damn.
That's crazy. That's an album?
Who's the author of that poem, Thinker?
Warsan Shire.
I have to check out that work. I like that.
Man.
It was good.
That was
Yes.
hard. That was deep.
Golly.
Hey, that's not a song, right? That's just a poem,
No,
right?
that's a poem.
That was deep. How you catch that part about the Bible though? That was deep.
She's Beyonce says it in her song Lemonade, and that pissed a lot of Christians off.
Wait till you watch. There's visuals that go along with this. I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, she has a book of poems. Man, I gotta get her. I gotta get her book. Shit, she's a hellified writer. God damn.
What? You
Go
see
ahead.
that comment?
Huh?
That JW women will reel you in to husband you down to convert. Nah, never, bro. Not at all. One thing I'm not is a follower. But anyway, all right. I just wanted to say good morning and tell you guys I love what you do and keep doing it. I did miss y'all. I'll be in
Have a
these
good day.
streets
Tell your
today.
beautiful daughters I said hello.
Yes, man. Oh, matter of fact, speaking of that, Tati been listening to you on her own.
Has she?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I tell her don't go up on the panel. I try to teach her just, make sure you solid before you decide to say anything or open your mouth. But you're too young to go up there. But she be listening in her room. I went in there do my daily daddy things before we get out of here. Like you make sure this is done before we leave type thing. And I hear your voice. I'm like, wait a minute. You almost said your name. Like, what? You listening now? She was like, yeah, this is about 3 weeks ago. I was like, okay,
That's
good.
what's up.
Learn something. I said, when they start cussing and stuff, you get off. Go on and
Don't do what I do, Tati. Don't do
she
what I
be
do.
laughing. She be laughing how you be going in on them, and the way Tati, when she defends you, she be like, when people when they really over expressive when they talk, they do that thing where they like you put your neck down and you stick your chin out, like really like that. Tati does that all the time. Like, and the guy said this, and Thinker did. I was like, really? You're talking to Thinker? I'm like, come on, Tati. All right, you all right.
That's
It's
what's
funny.
up.
Yeah, we listen to y'all in the morning when I drop her off. So, all right, man. Y'all have a good one. I'll be listening.
All right, have a good one.
Easy, bro.
All right. Oh, so we up, bro. I'm be
Yeah.
courtside in the playoffs, homie. So, like I told you, we got a group of people. I'll DM you the information when we get it. But we up, bro.
Word.
Oh, Shaka, my son made the AAU team this weekend too.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
One move and go. One move and go.
One
Did he
move
lock it
go.
in?
He locked it in, and the first practice he came home. Like, of course, I was in Florida when they had the tryouts, but he called me. He was like, "Mom, I didn't get the ball," and I was like, "You got to remember what Shaka said, right?" Like I said, you got to let your voice be heard. You got to yell out, go ball, 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 ball. You got to make sure they know that you're on the court. Don't get in your head. Yeah, and then the second day of tryouts, he did the damn thing and he made the team.
Is he triple threatening yet? Does he know how to triple threat?
I have no idea what that is.
Triple threat is basically is when you catch the ball. When someone throw you the ball, you can either shoot, you can dribble, or you can pass. That's a triple threat. And there's different ways you're supposed to position your body while you're holding the ball. But when you get it offline, just hit me. Let me at least video him and see, because that's powerful. If you know how to triple threat, it just makes you that much more confident when you either
Mm-hmm.
controlling the ball, right? Also, you controlling the ball or controlling the offense. But just that's one of the things that I teach the kids from the jump, like how to triple threat, and then it's one move and go. I teach them to devoid from all that dribbling crap. But yeah, when you get a chance, just have him hit me. When he triple threaten, ain't nobody gonna stop him, and that's a confidence builder right there. And it's
All right,
easy.
I'll let him know.
All right, for sure. Y'all
Have a
be
good
easy. All
one.
right, my human thesaurus, Rhea. All right, Oso.
Bye,
All right,
Shaka.
bro.
Bye.
For the record, Rhea says 4 words every hour, and 3 of them are negative
Why don't you leave me
towards me.
alone? How about that?
See,
he
see,
said he said 4. He said she say 3 words every hour and 4 of them are negative.
you got the numbers backwards. I said 4 words every hour, and 3 of them are negative
No,
towards me.
you didn't. You
I
said she
promise
said
you, I
no,
did. Play
you
the clip
didn't.
back. Play the clip back. No, you're not gonna do this to me. Play the clip back.
That is hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
See, also you should have came. I would have sat you right next to Rhea at every meal.
That's
We
why
And
he
got
now
didn't
y'all know.
come.
And
That's
now
why
you
he
know.
didn't come.
Exactly.
Punk.
Rhea was gonna jump me by herself, and I ain't want that.
I think I low key think she would have taken you too. So I'm just saying, Rhea is not to be
Mm,
fucked with.
I'm
Man, the
not
way she
scared of
was
her.
handling Max guns, like
Oh,
Rhea is nothing
man.
to play with. I don't like Rhea smaller than me, and she was handling that gun like a motherfucker. Like I could barely hold that bitch up.
That shotgun, man, I've never actually like handled a shotgun like that before, but that was nice. That was nice.
Shotguns don't count. They spread so you can hit your target.
Sir, that's not no, it wasn't one of
No, how
them.
heavy it was. Like he had a something
Oh,
different. Like I don't know what the
It was
fuck
a pump action. You
Mac
know the
had.
pump actions?
yeah, those
Yeah,
go
it
good
wasn't one
hard.
of those. No, it wasn't the hunting shotgun, not that.
Oh, one
Mm-mm.
of the heavy duty joints.
Yeah, that motherfucker was
It was a
heavy.
12
It
gauge.
had a scope on it, like a not a scope, but was that a scope? What is that?
But yeah, the
Like
scope was on the AR, but
oh
the
yeah,
12
that's the
gauge.
one I couldn't handle. The AR. That's the one. That motherfucker was huge.
What? The
That's the one that y'all was trying to help me see through the
Oh yeah, it's a lot longer. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that
Yeah.
motherfucker was huge and heavy. Like Hopper's hand was still shaking from shooting that bitch. Like when we
Oh,
was on
Yeah.
wow.
our way back, her hand was shaking.
That's why
Like
I didn't go with, well, one, because it's so loud in there. And two, like I've gone before, but I think my arms are too short. Like I got T-Rex arms and I can't really keep it on my shoulder, like in that pocket where the shotgun's supposed to go on your shoulder. My hand can't reach the trigger. Like it just doesn't work.
that's
Oh,
how I am,
wow.
see. Like I couldn't even look through the sight. Like I couldn't see shit and hold the gun at
Yeah.
the same time. My hand kept falling down. I just eventually said, fuck it. Like I just gave the gun back to Mac. I was like, fuck it, I ain't shooting this one.
I would
Did
have ended up
TT go to the
hitting,
range?
yeah, TT
Yeah,
was there.
TT went.
I would have
Was
ended up
she
shooting
shooting off them big
everybody's
things?
target except my own.
That's
I don't
crazy.
know. Did she shoot the big guns?
I don't know. I was looking at the videos to see.
Wait,
I don't
who?
remember. TT?
TT, did
TT.
she shoot the big gun?
No,
Oh
no, she
no,
only
she
did
didn't.
the yeah. Look, Titi had to take a breath, so she wasn't there after that.
TT said
Oh,
no.
she left out.
Yeah, she shot the Max small one, Max handgun, and then she left.
Max handgun. I like the handgun Max had. We shot the gun that I have. I like shooting that. I like that gun. But then Mr. Michaels picked out a gun called a Cynic, and that motherfucker, ooh, that was clean. Like it was easy. Like, it was easy. I'm finna go get me one of those.
It was a pistol?
It was a Glock.
Interesting.
I think it was a Glock. I forgot. It was a different brand name. I can't remember, but I think he called it a Cynic. I have to text him and ask him to tell me the name of the gun again. But he called it a hot and ready. and I
Not the
don't
Little
know
Caesar.
the what.
That's what the Little Caesar style pizza is.
Uh, oh, so
Hot and ready.
I don't even. I forgot why he said it's called a hot and ready. Why do they call them hot and ready? Also, not the pizza.
This is my first time hearing about the weapon, so I would be able to tell
Oh,
you. But they
yeah.
call them the pizza that because they keep them in a warm container. So when you
Wait,
show up to
which
buy a
one?
pizza, you can eat it.
Which
I actually
one?
knew that about the
The
pizza also.
the second one that we shot, the one that Mr. Michaels rented. I think he called it a
It says it
cynic or
has
something.
more ventilation. It won't jam as much. Like it has more ventilation where the weapon doesn't overheat. So
Mm-hmm.
like it's pretty much, even though like you can keep going and it's not gonna jam. It's not gonna mess with you.
Oh, because
Yeah,
it
it's
don't
just
have a
easy to
safety.
keep going. No, it does have a safety. You can turn the safety on and off.
Oh, why are people in the comments saying that means they don't have a safety?
No, it had a safety thing. It just means that it has more ventilation. Like if you look at the top of it, it
Mm-hmm.
has like the little I don't know how to explain it. It just has like it's constructed better to not overheat.
I just want that one for the gun range. Like, of course, I'm gonna take my regular gun to the gun range too, but that one is for protection. But I want the one that we shot at in Florida. I just want that one to take to the gun range for practice.
Let's show
Yeah.
you an RPG or something if you want.
I don't even know what you just said. What?
I
What?
could sell you an RPG if you want. You know what an RPG is, right?
No, I don't. Nope. Energy. How are you?
What up, though?
Have you been on the panel before?
Hell no, it's my first time.
Your first time? Okay.
I came up
Uh,
here by mistake, though.
you came up by mistake.
Yeah,
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a
yeah.
good one.
I appreciate you. Yep.
All right. All right, y'all. I'm trying to stay live until Christina goes live, but we haven't had a new guest since like 8:30. So if we don't get a new guest within the next 15 minutes, I'm going to end at 10 like I normally do. But I'm trying to keep y'all going into the next live. So if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. You can come up. We have enough time for probably one or two more conversations, depending on how the next conversation go. You said Oso trying to get me locked up. I'm not studying Oso. That's why I just ignore what he said.
That's why? I thought it's because you were
Mm.
mean.
No, I just know that you are saying something that is nonsensical.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's how we treat family, huh?
Well, my family was in Florida this weekend.
Thank
I
you,
don't know where the
Thinker.
hell your ass was.
We don't know you. We
You
don't know
kind of
you,
walked
sir.
right.
Wow.
Yeah, he kind of walked
Wow.
right into that one. Also, I'm just saying.
As my brother Wayne said, all cheerleaders report to the sideline. Please stay off the field.
Are you calling Rhea a cheerleader?
Let's talk about the fact that you're not even on the field at all. You didn't even come to the game.
That's
So
crazy. That's crazy. And you still on the field is crazy.
Talking shit and you didn't even make the cut. Cindy, how are you? Cindy? Cindy. I don't think Cindy knows she's up here. Hey, Dragon Sage, how are you?
Greetings from sunny Barbados. How's everybody doing?
Hey,
Doing good.
Dragon. Good morning.
Yes, it's
Welcome
an
back.
honor to be up here. Hey guys.
I
I
just want to tell
just
you, I'll be
dip in
right back. I gotta
a
go to the bathroom.
sorry.
I'll be right back.
I came to give flowers and thinkers ran off to the bathroom. Just want to say I'm really glad you guys had a great time. I'm here trying to manifest that the next one is in Barbados, so let's make that happen, please.
I mean, Barbados would be a beautiful location. Like it really would. We were talking about that. We actually, Jay and I were DMing each other yesterday about kind of starting the planning early because a couple of things were working against us. We had maybe 6 months to plan, if that's 6 or 7 months, and in this economy, that's not enough time for a lot of people to stash it away and get ready for it. So we're going to try to give enough time before the next big one for sure.
Yeah, so I'm really well connected here, so I can help organize everything. So you guys you don't gotta worry about a thing. Just hit me up and I'll hook you up.
We definitely appreciate it. Missed you having you there though. Like all of y'all that weren't there, we missed y'all. But it was a whole lot of fun. It really was.
Yeah, it really did look like it was a great time. I would have definitely enjoyed that. But let me start giving my flowers so that by the time Thinker gets back, I can get to her. I'm just really really thankful for the work you guys do in this community. Like I keep on telling myself, I learned to box here because listening to these conversations that you guys have, arm me better to have conversations with believers here. So it's I really appreciate what you guys do. It's amazing work, amazing work. We're gonna get this done, and I think we're gonna get it done in our lifetime. The reach that this community has and continues to amass, I think we can get this done in our lifetime for sure.
Well, I would love to share your optimism. I don't know if we're going to get it done, but I think we're absolutely laying a very solid foundation for, like Thinker was saying, just secular community. The fact that you can show love and be kind and be good people outside of religion. I think that's the framework that's being laid right here in these conversations, in these lives, the frustrating conversations, the infuriating conversations, the gut-wrenching ones, the heart-wrenching ones, all of them. I think it's all playing a huge part in laying that foundation.
Yeah, most definitely the fact that we can come here to this space and not judge one another and accept one another and be kind to one another without having met one another in person ever is testament to just how powerful this community really is, and to prove that we do not need religion. Religion divides. I mean in its nature, there's one religion and the next, and they tell you you're not supposed to fraternize with these people, or you're supposed to be superior to these people. It is division at its root, and we don't need it. We really don't need it.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. And I think just showing that this possibility, this is a possibility, the fact that we've been taught all along that you can only find it in religious settings. You have to go through these specific channels and it has to look this particular way, and it just doesn't. And it's challenging all of these paradigms that I think we were raised to accept as true and taught to never question. We can question, and we're starting to do it now. We're seeing that shift happening. We're seeing it like in our children, in the next generation that's coming along, where we've decided to break these curses so that they can have a life that we dreamed about, and it's coming to fruition for them.
Yeah, and that's why I keep on saying we're gonna get it done. Man. We're gonna get it done. I find it interesting to listen to your point of view, especially Fee, because you used to be a JW. I was raised Catholic, but in Barbados we have some of everything. And when I was younger, my grandmother had a friend who was a JW, and she would come and study with my sister and I when we were younger. So hearing your view is not that strange to me because I'm familiar with it. So I just like to come here and hear all of the different perspectives of everyone in the community, and using that along with my varied experience here in Barbados it really helps me to further deconstruct, because I never really bought into it. Like I said, I was raised Catholic, but I never really bought into it. So I always questioned. So when I had made the decision that, I'm going to be brave enough to say that I'm not convinced by this, I bumped into the community then, and I've been learning all along. So no, I'm not angry anymore. I used to be angry at first, but I'm not angry anymore. I will roll my eyes when I hear certain things or see certain behaviors, but I've learned not to be angry anymore because I know that these people are sleeping and the dream is sweet, sweet, sweet. So, you got to nudge them awake slowly, but that's where I am right now.
Yeah, it's like the religious matrix, really. Like you can choose to take the red pill or the blue pill, and we're choosing one that some people won't. So yeah, I think that it's really it comes down to making a decision of, do you want to continue to walk in the supposed comfort of this belief system, or do you want to step outside of it and look at what it truly creates, not only in people but how it impacts the world as well.
Yeah, but I really do appreciate this community because, like I said, Barbados is full of religious people, and outside of Phil, I can't say that I know any other people who are like openly atheists in Barbados. So like having this community to come in and be around like-minded people, really, it's been good because I have friends here, but I also learn here to talk to people on this side. So I love it here.
Wait, is
That's
Phil in
amazing.
Barbados with you?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't
Phil
know
is in
that.
Barbados as well. Yeah. Well, we've not met, but Phil is in Barbados, so yeah. I mean, we know each other well,
Why
so
haven't y'all met yet?
time, but I have to work that out. We'll get that done because it's not hard. It's not hard, so we don't really have to think hard about it.
You know what? Let me ask you, and please forgive me because I have not been able to read the rest of your book yet. And then now I'm writing my book. But how is the book going?
Oh, it's finished. It's finished. That's the full thing. I'm thinking of I'm working towards writing a follow up, but I just started
Have
a
you published it
master's,
yet?
so no, I haven't published it. I'm trying to get it published for free because I'm trying to give it away for free. So
Oh, okay.
so I'm trying to get eyes on it so that I could get it published for free.
I think I'm in chapter 5. It's good. It's taken me a while too, just with, life and everything else, but
Yeah, yeah,
I'm enjoying it so
exactly.
far.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. There's a really good thing at the end of it, and um, so I'm working on a part two, which is gonna even go another step further. But because I talk about it here, but in part two, my plan is to talk about how religion is harmful and we need to get rid of it. So that's really the biggest problem we face in the world right now, religion.
Yeah, I read a chapter of my book, the first draft, to a couple of people when we were down in Florida, and got some really good feedback. And my goal is to, let the book serve as a guide for deconstructing for people who are considering deconstructing or are actively going through deconstruction, and maybe they want to do that, in private. But I put the deconstruction process within a fiction to kind of like give them some entertainment at the same time, but also based on reality, so that they're able to see themselves or real life situations in it. But I got some pretty good feedback this weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
and that's
was
great. That's his. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it was really good, and I think that there's so much power. You hear how, like in the media, representation matters. Like when you can see yourself or your experience unfold in front of you, either on pages or on the screen, there's something very, very powerful about that. So when you were reading your story or that chapter, I was thinking about all the people who would hear that and be able to connect with and resonate with the experiences of the main characters. And not only the experiences of the main character, but the positions of the people who are the antagonists too. Being able to identify, oh my goodness, I've said something like that to somebody before in the name of, of Jesus or of God. So I think that being able to create a fiction version of a very real life experience, especially one so all encompassing as this one, is going to be amazing.
Yeah, and that's exactly. I agree with you, Thinker. That's exactly why I wrote my book the way it is because um, it's written to if you can't exactly if you didn't exactly experience what I experienced, you experience something similar. So my aim is to get everyone to feel something because they felt it. I'm sure they would have felt a similar feeling. So I just paint the my experiences in a way so that everyone can put themselves in my shoes and be in their own shoes, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, Definitely, and that's the goal that I have as well. And it's not, the goal isn't to make people, choose deconstruction, because like at the end, like I'm not gonna tell what my plans are, and it might change for the characters depending on how the story builds. But my goal is to give them room to question, right? To analyze, give them facts and data inside of the story that makes them want to go, is this true? And then they go to Google and they research and they type in, and they start their own process of fact checking and questioning, and then they decide, right, if they want to deconstruct. The goal of the book is not for me to decide for them.
And I think that's one of the most powerful things about it, because just like the young lady that came up earlier was asking, I forget what her name was. She was more of a spiritual. She was looking for some sort of spiritual guidance. And when she dropped down, she asked that question, why would God do X, Y, and Z? I think being able to reframe the way we even negotiate with the questions that we ask ourselves. I heard a quote a couple weeks ago, that a problem properly identified is partially resolved. And it is, because if we know what is causing the problem, we're at least one or two steps into its resolution. So when we stop looking for this external resolution to an internal problem, then maybe it'll give people a lot more autonomy and power and confidence to be able to tackle these big topics like deconstruction, like religion, like spirituality. But as opposed to looking to someone and asking them, tell me what I'm supposed to think about this, we keep that internally, and we are able to see through the lenses of the people in these books that you guys are writing what that process looks like and what process we can use, as opposed to, hopping on a live, asking somebody, why did God do this to me? Like that, there's so much, you're giving so much more to someone outside of you that you don't know where they came from. You don't know how they see the world. You don't know all of these things about them. But if we keep it internal, we know that whatever decision we make is absolutely authentic. And that's where I think true power comes from, internally.
It's the hardest thing, right? Because you're then choosing to take accountability and responsibility for self. Mm-hmm. And religion teaches you that God is responsible for you. Your pastors are responsible for you. Your religious leaders are responsible for you. Your mom and dad is responsible for you. Your spouse is responsible for you. And then when you get to a certain age, your children become responsible for you. And so there's not room in the limited time that we have here for us to be responsible for self. And in fact, like when Jesus says that you have to hate yourself, you have to sacrifice self, right? You have to shed self. The whole thing, like your whole life, you're told to kind of, despise self and give your power away to other people, because you need to be seen as righteous, right? You need to be seen as acceptable to white supremacy, right? Whether you are white, black, Asian, native, whatever, you have to be seen acceptable to a spouse, whether that is a male or a female. You have to be seen acceptable to a boss, right? You're never taught or expected to be acceptable to yourself. And so it's hard to make that decision, to be responsible and accountable to yourself and for yourself.
Even the concept of internal accountability is foreign to a lot of people. But when we talk, that's what integrity is. And when you've got a constant monitor, or a constant, a person who's got you under the microscope, like you've been taught to believe that this God does, you leave no space to develop, grow, or even entrench your integrity as a person. I would tell my son this all the time. Like, I was never the helicopter parent, because I didn't want him to rely on the helicopter. I wanted his decisions and his choices to be guided by his internal voice. So if internally I've regulated myself to know that I don't want to treat people badly. I don't want to say things or do things that negatively impact someone else, even if it benefits me. I don't want to do that. To me, that's the hallmark of integrity. But like you were saying, where do you create that? Because you go from your parents' supervision to this constant supervision by God to some level of supervision depending on your belief system when you're in a relationship. Like it just shifts, but it doesn't shift internally to an internal perspective for us unless we actively choose that. And I think that's what deconstruction does for many of us.
I believe it's why so many people hop from relationship to relationship to relationship, and they get depressed when they're not in a relationship, because society teaches you that this is what life is, right? And being by yourself, again, it kind of forces that accountability to self. It forces you to spend time with yourself, to get to know yourself, and to be responsible with yourself. But a lot of people are afraid of that because they go from parent to relationship, right? From parent to, you're taught that you go from your parent to a marriage, or from your parent to looking for a spouse. And so people hop from relationship to relationship looking for the other half of themselves. They're taught from birth that you are either a rib that belongs to somebody else, or you gave a rib away and you need to find that other rib, because you are not whole until the rib is rejoined. So you're walking around 50%, right? You're not even a whole individual. You're taught that you're 50% of a person, and you're damaged goods from the beginning. And the only way to become whole or to be healed is by other people choosing and validating when you're considered whole or when you have healed.
Exactly. And then, I mean, the flip side of that too is that when do you sit with and deal with the negative parts of yourself as a person? Like, nobody is perfect. There are things about every single one of us that we need to work on, we need to improve on. But when you're taught from the beginning that having those thoughts makes you a bad person, where's the space to work on it? Where's the space to improve on it? Where's the space to be honest with yourself about those aspects of your personality? And I just don't think that you're granted that. You have to find it. You have to kind of curate that space for yourself when it becomes important enough to you. But the problem is the narrative that we're often taught through religion, through other systemic systems that we are all a part of, it doesn't leave space for that. So, and then when you branch out to find it, then people are looking at you like you've lost your mind, like whoever is in the comments asking how they can block all of us. Well, you can block all of us by scrolling the fuck out.
What kind of question is that?
Exactly.
Just fucking do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like shit like that.
It makes absolutely no sense.
None whatsoever. And like when you can realize, right, like you are a finite human, like you are human. You have limited cognitive abilities. There are limitations to what you can know, right? And where your mind can go. When you realize that you're not all knowing, you don't actually have access to like this higher spirit that gives you this supernatural power to know the fucking future or to go into the past and change shit, right? When you realize that and you're in that moment, then you can accept that you will fuck up. You will do things that aren't always right? Like you will try to, accomplish your dreams, and it won't work out the way that you expected it to work out. You'll try to get married and it won't work out the way that you expected it to work out. You'll try to have children, or you'll try to have the perfect job, and things just it'll happen the way in a way that you didn't expect it to happen. When you realize that, because you are a fallible human being, you can accept your flaws. You can accept your fuck ups. You can be gentle with yourself and give yourself grace. Work on the things that you can work on. And I say this all the time. The prayer that is used for AA and Narcotics Anonymous, God grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. Right? That's powerful, to be able to recognize what your hands have the ability to impact and what your hands don't have the ability to impact. And don't allow yourself to worry about those things, But get the courage to change the shit that you can. And that's also scary, because when you realize that the shit that needs to be changed is within your power, and you really don't have anybody to blame for that shit not changing but yourself, that is scary as fuck.
It is. And then when you add on top of that the layer of shame that comes through religious indoctrination, when reality, shame doesn't do anything but lock you in the past. And personal growth is where you're able to learn and move forward. And those are two, they feel so differently. They feel so differently. Even when we think about the correction that we have to receive from other people when we're children, or, from a supervisor or whatever, when we have to experience criticism. If we are able to practice that internally through a system that allows us to sit with the negative parts of ourselves, and the things that we may not necessarily like ourselves. We don't even get that piece in religion, because you're taught to like absolutely nothing about yourself. So you can't even see the good, because the only thing you can look at is the bad, and then you're taught to feel shame about the bad. Where are those tools taught where we can move through that and we can grow through that to become a person that can be independently a person of integrity, and independently an autonomous person who is nice to be around, and not judging other people or beating ourselves up over the things that we didn't know, or even if we did know them, we didn't know how to actualize. It just kind of takes this, really, as often as the Christians talk about not wanting to be robots, it does create this very robotic feel to life. And that, for most people, I know it was not enjoyable at all for me.
I think it makes most people chase their tails, and that's what they're doing the majority of their life, trying to chase this unrealistic expectation or this unrealistic goal. And it makes them unwilling to be forgiving of others, right? They can't relate to themselves because they have not been able to, like you said, sit with themselves and sit with the negative parts of themselves to where they are able to give themselves grace. And because they can't give themselves grace, they can't give other humans grace. That's why I say, don't fucking love me the way you love yourself. Because if you don't give yourself mercy, if you don't give yourself grace, you're not going to give it to me. And I don't need your bullshit, because I have my own,
Yeah. And then when I give myself grace, you tell me it's not being humble. You don't know the difference.
That part.
You don't really know what either of those things look like. So I'm not even remotely interested in that type of feedback.
I'll get this opportunity to dip out now. I want to say thank you very much for having me up. Thank you so much, guys, for the work that you do. I really, really appreciate this community. I love you guys. Just keep it up. Just keep up the good work. I'm going to be, in the comments like I normally am. And I'll see you guys around. All right, take care, guys. Love you.
Thank you, Dragon. Love you too. Have a good
Much
day.
love, brother.
Let us know when you get the book published so we can push it out for you.
I also think that we should meet him halfway with the whole going to Barbados thing.
So you're not gonna show up? Stop making plans. Anyway, you guys, I gotta go. We're on the way to Cali now, so I will hit y'all up later once we get there.
Bye, Rhea. Safe travels.
All right, safe travels, Rhea.
Thank you. Bye.
Safe travels this time.
Shut up.
Rhea gonna knock your ass out.
She really is.
She gonna have to find me first.
I don't think that's gonna be hard for her.
Why? Because I'm 7'4".
Because Rhea's like Black Ops.
Is that because of her skin color? That's kind of fucked up.
Oh, so this is why you're not invited.
At least call her African American ops.
You better be glad both me and Fee was chewing at the same damn time.
I know, right?
That shit.
That's why it took me a minute to say something, thinker.
I'm still in the car. I'm waiting to get the green light to go ahead and meet up with y'all. Y'all still there though, right?
Whatever, also.
Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. 20 minutes until Christina's live. Who's gonna be the last caller? Flamingo?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? You are a nerd.
I am a 2-month nerd. You told me earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just now remember.
That's all right.
What you got?
I'm a deconstruction. I'm deconstructing. I was hoping I could maybe ask a question or two and maybe share a little bit about my journey.
Absolutely.
I don't want to trauma dump, but can I give like a high level overview of like what led to my deconstruction?
Yeah, go ahead. That's what this community is for.
Okay. So, in November is when I decided I was done with God. And I've been in abusive situations from the age of 3 up until I got divorced in 2023. I kicked him out in 2021, but he fought the divorce, so it took 2 years. And since so one of the things I get really mad about, especially when I'm in these lives, is the amount of people that apologize for the child grape that happens in the Bible, because that is like one of the things that had happened to me. And in November, the man, probably sooner, in August or September, the man who had done things to me actually got rearrested for similar crimes. And around that time, I got triggered and got diagnosed with PTSD. I probably always had it, but I had never been treated for it. And that's actually around the same time I finally joined TikTok. I had avoided it for a long time. And my best friend, who is very much a Christian, recently got mad at me because I told her that Hecate is the one who saved my life. And because when I joined TikTok, it gave me witch talk, and they were talking about Hecate. And I was like, what I learned about Hecate, and I don't really believe in Hecate. What I learned about her is that she is like for women who have been like abused and hurt. So I was like, hail Hecate, yeah. And so I was like, I hate God. I've always hated God. Why have I been a Christian for as long as I can remember? So I intentionally prayed to Hecate just to try to be like, I don't break myself out of the trap of Christianity, I guess. And so I don't know, I've struggled with why I had read the Bible. I've read the Bible many, many times throughout the time I was Christian. And I've asked people questions like, I remember being horrified the first time I read the passage where they chopped the woman up into pieces and did they ship her parts off to various tribes or something? I don't remember. And nobody ever gave good answers to me. And I would get so mad that the church is only talking about the good parts of the Bible and ignoring the other parts. And if I asked them about suffering, they would talk to me, they would meet me, they would pray with me, but nobody ever had answers. And then I pretty much started listening, the atheist on here were so loving and nice to me, and I started listening to daily. And this might sound a little creepy, but I actually had a dream about you, Thinker. And I don't know if it was a night I was sleeping and fell asleep on your live, but I went to some weird city and you owned a metaphysical store with crystals.
Oh God, did 40 evangelicals show up and try to sing me into conversion?
I was like, oh God, it's Thinker. I'm so excited to meet her. I was really excited in my dream to have met you. And I bought some crystals from your shop. But so I don't know. I just it's hard because, and I think I've come up here before and said this, but half of my friends are witchy, not Christians, and the other half of my friends are Christians. And the Christians are still you're just mad at God, you're gonna come back. I was I don't think I am mad at God. I was the longer I listen to the Deconstruction lives and actually learn even more about the Bible than I knew, the more disgusted I am. And as somebody with my history and on international, and this really segmented it in my mind, right? On International Women's Day, Joel was doing a live about, the ways that Christianity or the Bible has mistreated women. And the more I thought about it, the more disgusted I was. And I've just been thinking about the ways that Christianity and believing in this God has like what it's stolen from me over 30 years. And I have a young child, and she is in private Christian school. And she's been in private Christian school since kindergarten. And I feel so guilty that I've done that to her. And she knows that I don't believe in God anymore. And we've talked about it. And I don't want to just be like, hey, child, God is evil. Don't believe in him. And
How old is she again?
she's 8.
Oh, you got time.
Okay.
It's okay. Don't blame yourself. It's okay.
Okay, that's what I felt like the most guilty about. And then, you have my best friend like, oh, you have to let her decide for herself. I'm like, no, I don't. She only knows about Christianity because that's what her father and I taught her. And he's given me pushback because I told him I want to remove her from that school and, put her in public school. And he doesn't really get a say because he sucks and he's not paying for it. But he's like, no, we should keep her in Christian school. And I'm just like, why? And I know she doesn't want to switch schools. Like, she'll feel bad about it. But I have all this anger and I'm so mad and I feel so guilty. Like, I feel like I've harmed my child and harmed myself. Yeah, I don't know.
No, like I raised my kids in Christianity for the first part of their life. I stopped taking them to church when my oldest was 9 or 10. And most of my children, the older 3 are not religious. They don't believe in God. But my youngest son does. And I didn't take him to church like that. But so I did choose to let my children make the decision on their own, which is, again, why I have a 16-year-old Christian son who, his decision to believe in this God doesn't change the way that I treat him. It doesn't change the way that I love him. It doesn't change the way that I parent him, When they get older and they have to make life choices, I think the most important thing is for them to know that they have a parent that they can go to and talk to about life.
Yeah.
You can't help what you were indoctrinated into, right? It's not like you can't help that. Like, it was everywhere. Even if you decided to do this as an adult, right? Christianity is every fucking where, and so don't blame yourself.
Yeah, you use the resources that you had at the time. It's like, used this analogy the other day, like if say you got an old school map, like a printed map, compared to GPS, like that map was the best guide that you had, and that's what you trusted to lead you in the way that you felt like you needed to go and your daughter needed to go. Well, GPS came out. Oh, that road isn't even there anymore. Like, that's bumpy as shit. Like, now you have a tool that's more effective. That doesn't mean you were wrong for using the map. It just means that you've grown. And it means now that you have resources available to you that you didn't before. And you also have an opportunity to teach her how to course correct. Oh, I thought this was the case. Now I know this information and I'm making adjustments accordingly. Like, that ability to course correct as a human being is one of the most powerful things we can do, because we live in a society that applauds the people that are right. It applauds the people that got the answer right the quickest. Well, sometimes that may not necessarily be the best thing. And I think history has shown us that, like, a slower, more calculated approach to things is always going to be the most beneficial in the long term. So you're teaching her how to do that. You're giving her permission to question the things that she needs to question. And even if it's coming from the school that she's a part of, teach her how, embolden her with the ability to be able to ask questions no matter how uncomfortable it makes other people. And you won't have to worry too much about her being indoctrinated. And also, exposure to other religious belief systems for the inoculation piece is going to be helpful too.
Yeah, and I think I've done that even all throughout it. Like, my brother and his daughter, and I don't know how old my niece is. She's young, like 10 or 13, right? Somewhere in there. And she was sharing something traumatic that happened, and it was like a year or two ago. And my daughter said, oh, because my niece says she was like so upset by what was happening that, like, she couldn't hear and she couldn't see. Like, it was really traumatic for her. And my daughter, she has like the sweetest, loving heart. She's like, oh, God was protecting you by taking away your hearing and your sight. I was like, that's kind of sweet. And then my niece was like, I don't believe in God. So, like, even that was like an opportunity where the three of us, sat and talked about how everybody has different beliefs. It's okay that she didn't believe in God. It was okay that we did. And then, like, even we have some close Christian friends that after my dog died, it was just easier to tell my 5-year-old that our dog is in heaven. And, even if heaven's not real, I prefer to think of my dog in doggy heaven. And I warned the other mother that the dog died because her children were coming to my house. And they're all young, and they got into a fight with my daughter and told her that, like, their mommy didn't think dogs went to heaven. And so then all these little children were debating about whether or not heaven was real. And I was like, you guys are like 5 and 7. Can we not do that?
Right.
And then I eventually just said, hey guys, I think you should listen to your mom. If your mom doesn't think dogs go to heaven, that's okay. But me and my daughter really loved our doggy, and it makes us feel better to think that he's in heaven. So we're not going to talk about this anymore. Do you have any other questions? And then, one of the kids is like, well, why did you like your dog? But like, even, I don't know, like, even that was just interesting to me. So I feel like she has been exposed to different beliefs. And then recently she asked me why I didn't believe in God. And I said, because he doesn't answer my prayers, and I didn't think it was fair. And she said I wouldn't believe in God if he didn't answer my prayers either. So I appreciate you guys saying that, like, I don't need to feel guilty and I only knew what I knew. So, like, because I was just afraid that, like, I would have ruined her life forever. And if she chooses to be Christian, it is whatever. I love her. But even now, I think I do try to, like, present things to her and encourage her that I am somebody she can talk to. And she will ask me about, like, things that she learned in school. And I think I've come up here before and said that, like, they were telling
I'm
me
remembering our conversation
that,
now.
oh, why did the babies get killed? Like, why did you tell my daughter that they killed the babies?
Right. In the school. They taught them that in the school, right?
Yeah.
I remember that conversation.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I haven't made the decision about the school yet. Today I'm supposed to find out if she, like, got in a magnet program. They, like, do a lottery for that. But I just feel really bad keeping her there. And it's expensive. Like, I'm paying a lot of money to indoctrinate my child.
And my daughters went to magnet schools. Two of the best magnet schools in our state, and they're like immaculate education, damn near college level.
Nice.
So there's no need to pay for indoctrination if she can get into a magnet program.
For real. Like, my son was in private school for like the first 3 years, but it was a secular private school. Like, his dad and I, even though I was still very, very early in my deconstruction, I was still on the, like, 1 foot in with the J-dubs, and I didn't want a religious-based private school, but I did want private school from the beginning. That is hard, right? Because she's constantly being taught these things about, Christianity through a very specific lens. So you're going to have to figure out how to counteract that, because what you don't want is, like, the reverse to happen with what those happen with the kids and the dog. Like, we've got to teach our kids to critically think, but also respect the fact that everybody does not think the same way. So you may encounter people who have a different belief system. And that's where the exposure to various belief systems is more of an inoculation that can help counteract a lot of the indoctrination that she's getting at school.
Yeah,
if you choose to keep her there.
Yeah, I'm hoping not. Like I just said, I mostly feel bad because she's like, I don't want to leave, and I haven't told her I'm thinking about it. Like, right after my divorce, he doesn't pay. He basically pays child support, but he has a gambling problem, so he doesn't always have money to do the things the divorce papers say he's supposed to do. But, like, after the divorce, I didn't have the mental capacity to, like, help her through the transition of switching schools. But I'm in a much healthier place now, so I think I'm more able to do it. It's just a decision I'm still trying to make. But like part of their homework assignment is every week they're supposed to memorize a Bible verse. And I'm just like, ugh. And it's always, the nice Bible verses. But I'm just like, I told her teacher, I was like, I don't care about Bible verses. If she learns them, she learns them. If she doesn't, she doesn't. And I think I did just tell her teacher at parent-teacher conferences that, because they said fourth grade gets really cliquey. And I'm like, is it at all schools or just this school? Because I'm thinking of leaving this school. She's like, don't leave because of the cliques. I was like, well, I'm leaving because I don't really believe in God anymore. And it's expensive. And she's like, oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you. I'm just, how long is the anger gonna last? I know you probably can't answer that for me, but like the amount of anger I feel, and it's like, now I'm pretty sure that God isn't real, but he was part of my identity for such a long time. Like, and I feel so silly being so angry at something that doesn't even exist, but I'm mad. I'm very mad.
It existed when you believed in it, right? Like the new information that you have now is the variable that wasn't present before. So just as strongly as you feel the anger now, the feelings that you had then were true then. That doesn't negate those. The anger, I don't know that there's a specific time frame. And Finger and I were talking to somebody else about this earlier this morning. It took me the better part of a decade, if not longer. But I think part of that is, one, I didn't have this community. Like I was literally just journaling my way through this whole convoluted process. So I think being able to talk through it in spaces like this is going to be helpful in decreasing the amount of time that it takes for you to move through those different stages. And I think anger is definitely one of the longer ones. Because it is a betrayal. You feel like, you devoted your time, your money, your energy, you gave up opportunities, all of these things for this idea that you now realize was faulty and it was not true. So whatever your process is for processing anger, and how do you deal with it in other areas of your life? Like I tend to like systems that are consistent and can be applicable in different areas of my life. And I know I like to write things out to make it really clear for myself. So that's how I process through my anger. I think also being able to understand, because empathy is really important to me, being able to at least partially understand to the best of my ability why someone holds a position that they hold when they know that it's harmful for other people. But that, I don't think it ever goes away. Like I was in somebody's live a couple of weeks ago, and I want to say it was Kate that was talking about the idea, because I've always been one that would say, have your religion, be a Christian, I don't care, just don't hurt people. But I'm able to say that through my lens as a cis hetero Black woman, right? Like that's not the reality for everyone. So you've got people in the LGBTQIA community where this religion is the salt to the stew of their oppression. And I didn't see that because I'm not part of that community. So when I hold the position that, okay, have it, it doesn't hurt anybody. It does hurt many people. I may not necessarily be part of the group that's at the center of that target, but it absolutely hurts people. And I brought that up because I think there was some anger that flared up in me when I thought about that. Like, then there was some like, Fee, why didn't you think about this before? Like, why were you being so myopic? So it's a process that we constantly have to go through. I don't think that there's an end date. So when we're able to get to a place where doing that work of self-discovery, of realizing that I'm still holding some ideas that could be harmful, and being able to enjoy that part of it, the work becomes the reward. And I think that helped me tremendously to kind of neutralize some of that anger, but it lasted a long time for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, I was married. Oh my God. I got married young, that for stupid reasons, right? I think it was just low self-esteem and all the other effects of like a childhood of abuse. I got married when I shouldn't have. But then because I was a Christian and, God doesn't condone divorce, I stayed married like way longer than I should have. And I prayed like, God, save my marriage, heal my husband from his addictions. And like, it didn't happen. And then like we were affiliated with Celebrate Recovery, and I'd go there and I'd hear testimonies of God, like, oh, I was going to lose my wife because I was an alcoholic, and I was in the hospital and God came to me and I'd never drink again. And I was just so mad. Like, Like, why did that person quit drinking? Why are they still married? And that would make me mad. And then the other part of me was like, and I don't regret my child. And even he and I are friendly. Like, I've been talking to him about deconstruction because he quit being a Christian a long time ago, but he's the one who's like, is more honest to say you're a Christian. And he'll tell me like, well, he's not even real. Like, why do you have all these feelings? I'm like, dude, I know you don't have feelings, but just listen to this cool thing I heard. Okay. But yeah, I just like, yeah, like, because I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, would I have stayed in my marriage as long as I had if I wasn't Christian, right? Like, if I wasn't holding out for God to like heal my marriage and heal my husband, and like he still hasn't. I mean, because he doesn't want to change. My ex doesn't want to, or maybe he does. I think he's getting more like he wants to change, but I don't know why he won't or can't. Addiction sucks, but yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about the things I stayed in longer. Or if like now maybe that, I am divorced. I live alone with my child and I'm in therapy. And maybe now without the drama of the marriage, it's just that I feel safe enough to actually start dealing with other things in my life that I should have dealt with a long time ago. But it's just something I held on to for a long time. And like, I really used to love praying, and like I was on the prayer team, and people are like, oh, the Holy Spirit's with you when you're praying, like you really spoke to that person's life. Maybe I'm just really intuitive, okay, and can pick up on what to pray for. But like now I'm just like, I don't pray now. Like, what do I do? like and one of my Christian friends still keeps asking me to pray for her. Like, I already told you I'm not Christian anymore. Like, what am I supposed to say? I just said, okay.
I send you love. I'm here if you need anything.
Yeah.
If you need to just talk, things like that. Like,
Yeah.
offer to be there, right? Because like really she's asking you to ask it all and God to like change his mind and use his power. And like me, I would be like, I just don't have that type of pull, to convince Yahweh to do anything. But if you need my fallible ass, I'm here.
Right.
Yeah.
And thank you for waiting. Christina's live now.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. But yeah, like your story when it comes to why you got married and why you stayed married is very similar to mine. And I don't know if you've read my book, and you can read it for free on Kindle online if you have a Kindle account.
Okay.
But the name of my book is Find the Beauty in Your Now. And I have a feeling that you're going to find a lot of yourself in that book because, I didn't love myself. And when I met my husband, and I felt happy that finally somebody had chosen me. I was off the market. I didn't have to worry about it anymore. Like, my self-esteem was very, very low. Like, it was non-existent, not even low. It was non-existent because of, being made fun of about, my skin being black and how skinny I was. Black girls wasn't supposed to be skinny. I was, called pancake booty and cornflake lips, and was never asked to the prom. The things with my mom, and always called the problem child, and was told that the reason she had back pain when she was pregnant with me is because the mothers of the church told her that I was going to be hell on earth, and like all this stuff. And then I accepted a lot of bad behavior from my husband, and basically just told myself that I deserved it, right? And I should be lucky that, I'm off the market. And so, like, it took a lot for me to get to the point to where, first off, the thing that made me finally decide to leave wasn't even for myself. It was for my kids, which I'm still glad, that I did it for my kids. But what I also had to come to terms with was that I didn't love myself enough to leave for me. I should have been able to, and I'm saying this about me, I should have been able to leave from me because I didn't deserve the treatment that I was getting.
Yeah.
But I think you'll find a lot of yourself
You said it
from
was
that book.
Find the Beauty in Your Now.
Hmm. Yep.
All right, I wrote it down. Yeah, actually, I left for my daughter too, because I did not want her to grow up in the kind of house that I grew up in, and I didn't want her to think certain things were normal. Like he broke something one day, and then my daughter was like, "Well, it's okay, mommy, because we cleaned it up." I'm like, "No, it's not okay. Like people should not do that when they're angry." And then a situation happened publicly at Walmart, right? We could have been on like that Facebook group, the people of Walmart.
Oh,
And I
oh
was
wow.
so mad. Like he made a scene and was aggressive. And I just walked out of the store. I left the groceries, took my child, and I called my best friend who came to pick us up. And like I had to explain to my child because she's like, "Mommy, everybody says have a good day, and we're not having a good day." And I had to like explain that to her. And I was like, "I'm done with this crap. This is not okay." And then I kicked him out that day. And, it hasn't been easy peasy, but, it's a lot safer here now. But I'll definitely look up your book.
And I think this is yet another reason why I think I tell you this all the time, why being able to share your story and creating the space is so powerful, because like what you just mentioned is, I say this all the time, I had a whole ass husband that I didn't need because of this lack of deconstructing this idea of I needed to be chosen in order to be valuable, or I need to live this type of life in order to be seen in this type of way. Like all of this is so tied into the patriarchal mindset of Christianity and Abrahamic religions, and you don't even know it. You don't even realize you're walking through at a pace someone else set, with a gate someone else created, not your own. And when you put that down, when you identify it and you break away from that, there's a freedom that comes with that is indescribable. And I agree with you 100% that the parallels to those stories is probably going to be really impactful for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and keep in mind that I was still a believer when I wrote this book. So I attribute a few things to this God in this book. But it was the beginning. I didn't even know the word deconstructing or the process of deconstructing was a thing. But it was the beginning of my deconstruction. And it started with me getting rid of the negative core beliefs that I had built up and stored for myself. The stories that I was telling myself in my head, that voice that says, you deserve this. You're not pretty. You're not this. God doesn't love you. Nobody loves you. Unalive yourself. That voice that I constantly heard in my head, it started with me first off, realizing that the fucking voice was me. Right? Like it was me. Reaffirming the negative things that people had said to me. This is how I was talking to myself. And so I had to recognize that the voice was myself, and then I had to take control of that voice and change the story that I was telling myself on a daily basis, whether it was consciously or unconsciously. And that I notate the process throughout the book of how I took control of that voice, and then how I took control of the images that I played over and over in my mind, how I kept myself from going into the past on a daily basis, all damn day. And, what I did to whenever I saw myself creeping back into the past, so I could sit there and wallow and, woe is me, the things that I did to change that habit. But, so just keep in mind that I was still a believer at that time. But I now realize that it was like I'm the one who made the decision to change. I'm the one who decided that did the hard work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To change that and to love who I am. And that's what people don't. When believers come here and they don't understand the cockiness that I have, and I didn't have this cockiness when I was a believer and when I was married and all that. They don't understand the cockiness that I have now, and it's just me just being me, but also at the same time protecting me, you know.
I think, Thinker, it's confidence. Like, I think even it's a slight difference, but I think cockiness is still about the way other people are seeing you. I don't see you as cocky at all. I don't even, and I say that because there's nothing cocky or competitive about me. I don't have a competitive bone in my body, y'all. I
Yeah.
promise you, I just don't give a shit. But there is a confidence that I have because I don't need the way other people to see me. The way other people see me, I don't need to control that. And I realize that so much of how other people see me has nothing to do with me and everything to do with them. So with that realization comes a confidence in walking in who and what you are authentically, because they're going to reach their conclusions regardless of what I do, because their conclusions are based on them, not on me. So I
Yeah.
think that there's a strength that comes with that can absolutely be misconstrued as cockiness, but I don't think it is at all. It's a confidence, and it's a contentment in with self that breaking down these barriers comes with.
Yeah, I appreciate you for correcting that. But I think they hate that I don't give a damn what they think.
Mm-hmm.
Because in order for them to change what's coming out of my mouth, they need me to care how they see me or what they think about me, and I don't.
Yeah, and when you don't care, and not just saying you don't care, like you can tell when people care and they say they don't care,
Oh,
you
I
care.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but yeah, you don't. When you don't care, you completely neutralize every single bullet they send your way. Like, oh, well, you're gonna be single your whole life, okay? Like, don't threaten me with a good time. And by the
Thank
way, I'm
you.
not. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, you're gonna die alone with cats. My house gonna be clean. So, what are we talking
Right.
about? Like, what are we saying? None of that means to me what it means for you. And I think it's that difference that they don't know what to do with it. They really don't know what to do with it. And then from there on, then of course you're the witch and you're this and you're that, and all of that's fine too, because you're just even more so telling me what's in your mind and in your heart. That has nothing to do with me.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the best advice my mother had ever given me. Like when I was young, if people try to pick on me, she's like, just ignore them. They'll leave you alone. And they sure did. They picked on other people. I was just
Yeah.
like, oh, you don't bother me. And then I had a coworker who said, it's none of your business what someone else thinks about you. I'm like, huh,
It's not.
thanks.
That's like my golden rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, KK. They don't understand neurodivergence. They see it as rude when you're a straightforward person. Like I try to explain as much as I can how my mind works, like how I think, and it's in a straight line, and I can't help that. I think in a straight line, so my conversations have to be in a straight line. And if we have not resolved A, we cannot go to B, and they don't understand that. They see that as me being rude, or combative, or difficult. And so I agree. They don't understand neurodivergence either.
I don't even think they understand approaching topics, even that are a little bit contentious, with any sort of emotional regulation at all. I think that's off-putting to a lot of people because they expect a certain response. They expect you to be hurt by, oh, you're a woman, you don't have a husband. They expect that to be, they handle it very tenderly. I'm like, you can dog walk on that point for me because it's not painful at all. Like it's just not. And I think they also have this expectation of us needing their approval of our lives. And unless you are paying my mortgage, I don't need you to be concerned with how much it is. Unless you are paying my bills, I don't need you to be concerned with any of those things. And I don't know that level of autonomy and independence is congruent with your typical religious lifestyle.
That's why they call us Jezebels, and they don't even realize it's a compliment. Did you have anything else, Flamingo? I think they say Christina's live.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I just really appreciate you guys. I'm glad there's a space. Like I said, I only learned about it soon after I joined TikTok. And I feel like it's just been very healing for me. So I have a lot of respect for you guys. I feel like I love you, but I don't know you, so that might be weird. But
It's not weird at all.
so I'm glad you guys
If
had
you
fun.
were a Christian up here telling me, I love you, I'm doing this because I love you, then that shit would be weird.
Bless you in
But
Jesus' name. No, I was one of the ones who followed Joel to that Christian live because I thought Joel was live. And it was him and born again atheists and a whole bunch of Christians. And one of the Christians was so abusive. And they kept dropping Joel because he'd say kill. But then they let the Christians say it, and the one dude, the most abusive Christian, was mad. He's like, "Why do you keep talking about killing babies? Call them human children." Like,
What?
yeah, like, is it better to kill human children instead of babies?
Oh my goodness.
And
That
Joel's like, "I'll just call them footballs, okay? Should we stop?"
Joel is hilarious.
Oh my god. And after they kicked him out, I stayed there for a while, but I just felt my blood pressure rising. And then a more sane Christian came and she's like, "You're setting a bad example. This isn't how Christ is." And he's like, "Yes, because my Christ knocked over the tables at the market. I can be angry." Like, yeah, be abusive like you're abusive God. And then I got mad, and then I think I might have joined Fluff's live because I needed I needed to escape. I was like, why did I follow Joel?
that's like cleaning off. That's like jumping in the shower, jumping in the tub 7 times, dip, and clean off.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. That was helpful for me.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you for coming up and sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Let me go.
Bye.
All right, y'all. So it is time to go and raid Christina. My eyelids is getting heavy, but I enjoyed coming back, and we had a good night. Like I said, I missed all of y'all. Happy to hear that y'all missed me too. Wait, I got a question. People have been coming in here all night saying, "Thank you, you're famous now. Thank you, you're a celebrity now." What the hell happened? Like, did something go viral that I don't know about?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything. Maybe
They've
because
been doing it
everybody
all
was
night.
missing you. Maybe because everybody was wondering where you were when you weren't live. That
Maybe.
could be it.
Okay.
I'll keep
I'll
my
look
eye out.
something
If I
up.
see something, I'll definitely let you know.
I appreciate you. I love y'all too. I will see y'all in Christina's live. I'm gonna be in the comments because I'm sleepy, but
Get you some rest.
I'll see y'all in Christina's live. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day, and we'll be back later tonight. To the YouTube fam, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for all the shares. Don't forget, y'all, over there in YouTube, it is up to y'all to grow that chat. I know y'all like a busy chat. It's up to y'all. You gotta like, you gotta share, click and share this outside of YouTube. If you are not subscribing yet, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. Until tonight, y'all, have a good one.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.